In a previous life filled with enmity, the female protagonist exacts her revenge on the malevolent antagonist 1,000 times over. In her former existence, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the Duke of Wen's household, only to discover that her family had been exploited by her husband, and her biological son had been replaced by a concubine's child. The facade of happiness was merely a deceit. After enduring 16 years of hardship, she unwittingly raised a remarkable son for the concubine. Meanwhile, her own flesh and blood was nurtured to ruin, indulging in debauchery, ultimately abandoned by the family after succumbing to a venereal disease. At the age of 32, she was cruelly killed by the very son she had painstakingly raised. In this new life, she is determined to reclaim her son, to sever ties with the scoundrel, and to trample the Duke of Wen, who favored his concubine over his legitimate wife, into the dust. Little did she know, the true orchestrator behind everything was herself. She finds herself embroiled in conflicts with the concubine, her husband, and her mother-in-law, ultimately facing off against a princess and a favored consort. This rebirth does not adhere to the expected script. Chapter 1: The Truth. In the Duke of Wen's household, the heir, Song Wenhan, is set to marry Princess Lun. The estate is adorned with festive decorations, alive with excitement. Within the Qiyun pavilion, the ailing Liang Zhiyu remains oblivious to the proximity of her demise. She slowly opens her eyes, weakly calling for her maid, Qiu Shuang. Qiu. Cough, cough, cough. The vast room echoes with silence. No one responds. Liang Zhiyu musters her strength. Today is an important day for Song Wenhan, and as a mother, she feels compelled to attend. Despite her intentions, her body betrays her. Before she can rise from her bed, darkness envelopes her, and she collapses to the floor, barely propping herself up against the bedside. Mother, if you are unwell, why not take care of yourself? If you were to pass today, how would it bode for my joyous occasion? Song Wenhan, dressed in a bright red wedding robe, strides in from outside, standing before Liang Zhiyu with his hands clasped behind him, coldly gazing down at her. Liang Zhiyu lifts her weary head, confusion clouding her expression. Why do you speak to your mother in such a manner, Winner? Where is Qiu Shuang? She raises her hand, signaling for Song Wenhan to assist her. With a hint of disgust, he swats her hand away. Slap. The force of the blow sends Liang Zhiyu crashing against the bedpost, blood streaming from her forehead as stars dance before her eyes. All the servants in Qiyun Pavilion have been dispatched to the front yard. No one will return before the banquet concludes tonight. Now let your son attend to you properly. Her own son shows her such disrespect. Liang Zhiyu's anger surges, and she coughs out a mouthful of blood, staining the pristine bedding crimson. Winner, how dare you strike your own mother? This is the height of filial impiety. Filial mother? Ha ha ha. Song Wenhan bursts into laughter. Mother, you are truly the most pitiful person in the Duke of Wen's household. Both grandmother and father know that my true mother is concubine Wei, not you. Only you, in your ignorance, remain oblivious. As he revels in his own superiority, he caresses Liang Zhiyu's delicate chin, slowly wiping away the blood from her mouth. Wow, what? Liang Zhiyu feels her breath catch, her body trembling uncontrollably. You deceive me. I raised you for 16 years. How could you not be my son? After cleaning his hands, he discards the bloodied handkerchief, looking at her with mockery. Mother, do you recall the day of your childbirth? You suffered a difficult labor and bled profusely, falling into a coma for a day and night. During that time, father had already switched me with your son. How could you have known, being unconscious? A chill envelopes Liang Zhiyu as she gazes at the son she no longer recognizes. She had unknowingly lived for over a decade within a vast web of lies. Summoning every ounce of strength, she grips Song Wenhan's collar, her voice laced with agony. Did anyone besides your father and concubine Wei know about this? Song Wenhan answers, wearing a chilling grin. Mother, do you not find your question absurd? If grandmother were unaware of the switch, how could it be hidden from everyone? Liang Zhiyu weakly releases her grip, her expression numb, despair flooding her heart. Song Wenhan looks down at her, a picture of derision. Did you think you were a beloved daughter-in-law in grandmother's eyes? Hardly. She never wished for you to enter the family. Your prominent lineage was merely advantageous to father's career. There is no one else in the capital as suitable as you. Did you believe father truly cherished you? A grave mistake. In his heart, he only holds affection for my true mother. You occupy her place as the primary wife, rendering her a despised concubine. Each night, as you share his bed, father wishes he could strangle you. Did you think my true mother respects you? She loathes you for taking her husband, usurping her position, and raising her son. Every dose of medicine she serves you is laced with the toxic herb that drains your vitality. Unbeknownst to her, the mother-in-law who treated her like a daughter, the husband who respected her, and the concubine who called her sister had all conspired in a grand deception for over a decade. A wave of cold dread washes over Liang Zhiyu as she begins to cough violently, blood spilling from her lips, staining her handkerchief, garments, and bedding, a ghastly red, as vivid as Song Wenhan's wedding attire. It dawns on her that her life over the past years has been nothing but a cruel jest. Despairing, Liang Zhiyu suddenly recalls something and seizes Song Wenhan's clothing, demanding, "What of my son? Where have you sent him?" Song Wenhan looks down at her, filled with smug satisfaction as he replies, "Since I became your son, he naturally became my beloved younger brother, the one raised by my true mother, Song Xinghan. You took my mother's rightful place. How could she allow your son to occupy my legitimate heir's position? Rest assured, my true mother dotes on him, fulfilling his every wish, never neglecting him. It's a pity he lacks ambition, as you know, spending his days in the brothels. Oh, by the way, you may not have heard. Last year, he contracted a venereal disease and was banished to the countryside by father, where he caught a chill and, alas, died." Died? Her own son, already dead? Upon hearing this, Liang Zhiyu feels her blood boil with rage, overwhelming hatred. She struggles to rise, suddenly grasping Song Wenhan's throat, vehemently cursing, "You harmed my son. I will ensure you meet a wretched end." Song Wenhan breaks free, casting her aside, and disdainfully wipes the blood from his neck. "Why waste your efforts, mother? In your current state, do you truly think you can kill me?" Just as Liang Zhiyu attempts to rise again, the door bursts open, revealing Wei Xiaoman with a bowl of medicine and the cold-faced Song Yanji. Faced with these two instigators, Liang Zhiyu turns away in disdain, finding them utterly revolting. "Sister, considering your dedication to Wonder over the years, I have pleaded with the Duke for a bowl of medicine on your behalf." Wei, with one hand presenting the bowl to Liang Zhiyu, pulls her hair with the other, forcefully feeding her, venom in her eyes as she grits her teeth. "This is a good medicine that will hasten your departure, sparing you further suffering for over a decade. However, sister, you must endure a few more hours, at least until after midnight tonight, lest you bring misfortune upon Wonder's joyous occasion." Liang Zhiyu is ruthlessly forced to swallow the poison, her gaze icy as she fixates on the two men nearby. Song Wenhan and Song Yanji, their indifferent demeanor and cruel expressions mirror each other, revealing identical malice. Wei Xiaoman, Song Yanji, and Song Wenhan, may you all, in your next lives, experience the piercing agony I have endured, perishing with bitterness and resentment. That night, the Duke of Wen's estate buzzes with celebratory guests. Within Qiyun Pavilion, the Duke's matron, eyes filled with resentment, meets her end with unyielding defiance. Chapter 2. Rebirth. "Madam? Madam?" Liang Zhiyu, momentarily dazed, suddenly felt her body being shaken. Regaining her composure, she discovered she was seated before her vanity, attended by her maids, Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang, who were arranging her hair. "Have I been reborn? Madam, what troubles you?" "Xia Hua, and I called your name several times." Qiu Shuang inquired with concern. "It's nothing, I was merely lost in thought. By the way, what day is it today?" How could the madam forget? Today is young Master Wenhan's full moon banquet, and the Duke has invited the prominent families of the capital. You must dress beautifully to uphold the dignity of the Duke's household. Liang Zhiyu glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her skin was as fair as snow, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with life, exuding a charm befitting a 17-year-old maiden, entirely unblemished by the recent experience of childbirth. She had been reborn in the first year of her marriage to the Duke of Wen, on the very day of her biological son's full moon banquet. Heaven had granted her an opportunity for vengeance. In this lifetime, she would ensure her enemies paid 1,000-fold. Xia Hua, please check on the banquet preparations and urge the kitchen to expedite their work, ensuring everything is ready before the guests arrive. Yes, madam. Qiu Shuang, bring me the 2 jade piece locks for my dowry. The style of the gold collars produced by Mingjin Workshop is too modest. Let us replace them. Yes, madam. In her previous life, Song Wenhan and Song Xinghan had their full moon banquets on the same day, and as the lawful mother, Liang Zhiyu had spent lavishly to create 2 identical gold collars for both young masters. However, after adorning them, while she was attending to the guests, a servant reported that young Master Xinghan was breathing erratically, crying incessantly. A physician diagnosed that the inner core of young Master Xinghan's collar contained toxic fragments of the poisonous wood, Wu Jianmu. Prolonged exposure to this collar would gradually seep into the infant's skin, leading to a depletion of vital energy and ultimately resulting in a frail demise. In contrast, the collar worn by Song Wenhan was solid and showed no abnormalities. Naturally, the matriarch of the duke's household and the clan elders suspected Liang Zhiyu of harboring malice towards her stepson. However, as Song Yanji assured the elders that his wife was not a jealous woman, and with Wei Xiaoman's tearful pleas claiming that someone must have framed the matron, the matter was dismissed due to a lack of evidence. Yet, following this incident, young Master Xinghan was placed under Wei Xiaoman's care, effectively preventing Liang Zhiyu from further involvement in his upbringing. What a clever scheme it was! Not only did it harm my dear Xing'er and sever our mother-son bond, but it also sullied my reputation as the matron of the family while allowing Wei Xiaoman to cultivate an image of a dutiful and understanding mother. Liang Zhiyu cut open the gold collars she had prepared, discovering both were solid, leading her to believe that shortly after she left young Master Xinghan, someone had secretly swapped the collars. "Madam, why did you cut such fine collars?" Qiu Shuang asked, puzzled as she presented the jade piece lock. Liang Zhiyu smiled gently, placing the piece lock in an exquisite small box, softly saying, "In this life, I only wish for my son's safety and well-being." Once prepared, Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang inspected the banquet preparations in the kitchen before proceeding to the Showan Hall, where the matriarch, Wang Leofuren, Song Yanji, and Wei Xiaoman were gathered around the cradles of the two children, playfully engaging with them in a scene of warmth and joy. However, from a distance, Liang Zhiyu noticed that although they were surrounding the two children, their gazes predominantly fell upon Song Wenhan, completely unaware that young Master Xinghan's cap had slipped. "Greetings, matriarch," Liang Zhiyu said with a slight bow, acknowledging Wang Leofuren. "Zhiyu has arrived. How are the banquet preparations progressing?" "In about a quarter of an hour, everything will be in place. Do not worry, matriarch. The guests will be seated smoothly upon their arrival." "That is good to hear. I trust you completely," Wang Leofuren replied, patting Liang Zhiyu's hand and pulling her to the side of Song Wenhan's cradle. "Come, see how well-behaved Wen is. He truly resembles Yanji, with eyes identical to his." Liang Zhiyu gently caressed Song Wenhan's cheek, momentarily haunted by the cold visage and resentful eyes of Song Wenhan from her previous life, a shiver coursing through her. She quickly said, "Wen resembles his father, but his temperament is quite lively. He often causes a ruckus at night, leaving both the wet nurse and me at our wits' end. How peculiar. Both my husband and I are calm and composed, yet Wen's nature is a mystery. I wonder who he takes after?" Liang Zhiyu mused with her head bowed, distractedly adjusting young Master Xinghan's loose cap, feigning ignorance of the fleeting expressions exchanged between Song Yanji and Wei Xiaoman. She continued, "Xing'er is exceptionally well-behaved, with delicate features. The new wet nurse remarked that Xing'er resembles me in both appearance and temperament, nearly causing a mix-up with the two children." The expressions of Song Yanji and Wei Xiaoman darkened further. Wang Leofuren, maintaining her composure, slowly remarked, "The children are still so young. How can one discern who resembles whom? Wen is your biological son, and will undoubtedly grow to resemble you more and more. Yanzi was quite lively as a child, fond of playing and making noise, but I raised him strictly, and he has matured into a composed individual." Liang Zhiyu, hearing this, chose not to press further, merely smiling slightly and saying, "Indeed, I hope Wen grows up to be like his father, striving for academic excellence and earning the emperor's favor to serve the court." She then gestured to Qiu Shuang behind her. Understanding the cue, Qiu Shuang stepped forward, presenting the box containing the jade piece locks. Liang Zhiyu carefully retrieved one from the box and handed it to Wang Leofuren. "Matriarch, this is the piece lock I selected for Xing'er and Wen. The jade feels warm to the touch, and the cloud patterns carved upon it symbolize interconnectedness and harmonious coexistence. I present these to the two children, hoping they will foster a brotherly bond and thrive together, thereby revitalizing the Duke's household. Is that agreeable?" Wei Xiaoman, noticing the absence of gold collars within the box, displayed a fleeting hint of confusion across her face. Wang Leofuren, beaming with joy, accepted the piece lock and adorned Song Wenhan with it. "This is indeed wonderful. However, Zhiyu, you must understand the hierarchy of birth and the distinctions of kinship. Wen is the only legitimate heir of the Duke's household, your biological son with Yanji, destined to inherit the title. You should take greater care regarding his affairs." "No, he is the biological son of Song Yanji and Wei Xiaoman, not mine." Liang Zhiyu nodded obediently, responding, Zhiyu understands, yet inwardly scoffed. A legitimate son, an heir, Song Wenhan is unworthy. She then picked up another peace lock, delicately placing it around young Master Xinghan's neck, showering him with affectionate glances. Unable to contain herself, Wei Xiaomen finally asked, Sister, I heard you prepared golden lion and tiger collars for the two children. Why, today, are you gifting them a pair of jade locks instead? Liang Zhiyu pinched young Master Xinghan's adorable cheek, slowly raising her gaze, seemingly casually inquiring, Wei sister, you haven't visited Qiyun Pavilion these past few days. How did you know I had originally prepared gold collars? Chapter 3. The performance. A fleeting look of panic crossed Wei Xiaoman's face as she hurriedly spoke. A few days ago, Baoling and I visited Mingjinfang, intending to craft a hairpin. To my surprise, I overheard the shopkeeper praising you, dear sister, for treating both children equally by commissioning 2 identical gold necklaces as gifts for their first month. Liang Zhiyu maintained her composure, chuckling softly. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I would have thought one of the chatty maids in my courtyard let it slip. Wei Xiaoman incessantly smiled. The maids in your courtyard are all brought from their families, naturally loyal. Liang Zhiyu feigned anger. However, the shopkeeper of Mingjinfang is truly unprofessional. How can he casually disclose what a customer has commissioned? If it falls into the wrong hands, it could lead to trouble. Wei Xiaoman sensed the implications in her words but forced a stiff smile, striving to appear benevolent. Liang Zhiyu continued, Moreover, the quality of the gold items from Mingjinfang has deteriorated. When I received the necklace the other day, the designs were coarse, resembling a lion cub rather than a majestic creature. Such inferior craftsmanship is unworthy of my esteemed son. Wouldn't you agree, Wei sister? Wei Anyang nodded awkwardly. Today, Liang Zhiyu's words seemed to carry weight, prompting Lady Wang and Song Yanji to exchange puzzled glances. Why was this usually gentle mistress speaking so pointedly? Noticing their unusual expressions, Liang Zhiyu shifted her tone back to its usual softness. Wei sister, I apologize for my outburst. Organizing the full-month banquet has been somewhat exhausting, and the shortcomings of Mingjinfang have frustrated me, so my tone was harsher than intended, not directed at you. Wei Anyang quickly grasped Liang Zhiyu's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. How could that be? My lowly status meant I could never enter the Duke's residence. It is only due to the Duke and sister's compassion that I find myself here today, and I am eternally grateful. Indeed. You were once a singer in a theatrical troupe. A performance of Spring Dream at dusk rendered Song Yanji soft and vulnerable, leading him to implore Lady Wang and me to accept you into the household. Reflecting on this, Liang Zhiyu lamented her past blindness, failing to see through Wei Xiaoman's feigned helplessness as she welcomed her into the household amidst the city's gossip and arranged for her to become a concubine. Sister, there is no need for self-deprecation. Now that you are part of the Duke's residence, my husband and I shall never treat you poorly. By the way, what gifts have you prepared for Xinger and Winner today? Let's have a look. Wei Xiaoman gestured for her maid Baoling to step forward, presenting 2 exquisite tiger hats. As autumn approaches, I have crafted these hats for the young masters. The lining is spun from cashmere, exceptionally warm, and adorned with golden thread embroidered with tiger heads, each embellished with a pearl. Grandmother, sister, please take a look. After handing the hats to Liang Zhiyu and Lady Wang, Wei Xiaoman bowed her head and stepped aside. I lack a generous dowry, and my craftsmanship is humble. The golden thread and pearls were bestowed by the Duke. I hope you will not find them lacking. Liang Zhiyu examined the hats closely. The tiger heads were vividly designed, and each was embroidered with the name of the respective child, evidencing considerable effort. Wei sister, you flatter yourself. This skill and thoughtfulness for the children surpass even my own as their legitimate mother. I often wish I could be as attentive as you, knowing they'll be raised in my courtyard. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoman and Song Yanji paused slightly, caught between words. Liang Zhiyu, seemingly oblivious, gently patted the swaddled children, soothingly cooing, Xinger Wina, your mother does not regard the distinctions of birth. You are both my children, and I shall treat you equally well. With that, Liang Zhiyu turned to Song Yanji, her smile radiant. Husband, do you think this is well? After standing silently for some time, Song Yanji, somewhat hesitant, replied, Zhiyu, you have done nothing wrong. You have managed the household affairs with grace and diligence, and there is no fault in that. However, my mother and I are concerned about your fatigue. Zhiyu, as the mistress of the Duke's residence, it is your duty to oversee all the children. If you abandon Xinger out of a desire to avoid fatigue, then that would indeed be a fault of yours. Seeing Liang Zhiyu, who usually complied with him, contradict him, Song Yanji could no longer conceal his displeasure, and a hint of irritation crossed his face. Zhiyu, you need not elaborate further. My mother and I have already made our decision. Perceiving the suppressed anger on his face, Liang Zhiyu chose to retreat strategically. My husband, you may not be aware that due to Wei sisters' arrival at the residence, rumors have already spread throughout the capital. To put it mildly, they say the Duke took pity on an orphan girl, saving her from a life of street performance by taking her as a concubine, thereby elevating her from her lowly status. Lady Wang, who valued reputation above all, interjected, "What have they been saying?" Liang Zhiyu once more concealed her face, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. From the nobility to common folk, the gossip claims the Duke is notoriously licentious, having entangled himself with a songstress just after his wedding, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of the Duke's residence and disregarding my family's standing. Though the Duke held a hereditary title, it was merely nominal, lacking influence in the court. Song Yanji's literary skills were mediocre, having failed the imperial examinations, and he currently held no official position, likely to rely on the emperor's goodwill for a minor appointment in the future. Thus, the Duke's residence held an awkward position in the capital, exuding nobility while lacking true power. In contrast, the Liang family was a prominent scholarly lineage. Liang Zhiyu's father, the esteemed Minister Liang, had achieved the highest honors in his youth, serving as a revered teacher to the current emperor and enjoying the emperor's favor for over 20 years. Having had a daughter late in life, he cherished Liang Zhiyu as his sole treasure. Although now in retirement, the minister's influence remained significant, as he was frequently summoned to the palace for private discussions regarding the crown prince. The Liang family's standing in the capital was thus apparent. The marriage between Liang Zhiyu and Song Yanji, while seemingly suitable, was, in reality, a disparity of status. In a previous life, Song Yanji had relied on the minister's connections to ascend from a mere idle appointment to a prominent official. In this life, he naturally sought to leverage his father-in-law's position for his own advancement. Upon hearing the mention of the Liang family, Lady Wang visibly grew anxious. Where did you hear such talk? The people outside are malicious. Yanji only meant to provide shelter for Xiaoman, and she entered the residence only with your approval. How could he disregard the Liang family? With tear-filled eyes, Liang Zhiyu sobbed, "Mother, you may not know, but this matter was the subject of public discussion in every street and alley. A former student of my father's at the censorate learned of it and hastily penned a memorial to impeach the Duke's household for its improper conduct. My father, wishing to avoid further trouble, urged this gentleman to withdraw and quietly suppress the public outcry." Upon hearing this, Lady Wang realized how close the Duke's residence had come to being impeached and anxiously inquired, "Did Minister Liang say anything?" "My mother is aware that my father has only one daughter." Upon learning of this incident, he was so enraged that he threatened to sever ties with the Duke's household. It was only through my mother's persistent pleading, coupled with the fact that I was expecting the Duke's child, that he relented. Upon hearing the mention of the Duke's child, Lady Wang and Song Yanji exchanged subtle glances, their expressions revealing deeper concerns. They were both alarmed at the realization that Minister Liang could not tolerate even the slightest offense. As the situation unfolded, Lady Wang and Song Yanji fell into deep contemplation. If Liang Zhiyu were to return to the Grand Minister's residence to voice her grievances, given the Grand Minister's fiery temperament, it was highly likely that a separation would ensue. This would irrevocably offend the Liang family, making any hopes Song Yanji had of receiving their support a mere fantasy. Observing their expressions, Liang Zhiyu surmised their thoughts and continued, "Although I understand that my mother-in-law and husband are sympathetic towards me, what of my parents and outsiders? Less than 2 months into our marriage, the Duke of Wen has brought a pregnant concubine into the residence, and the child born there is acknowledged not under the main wife's name, but raised by the concubine. Does this not signify the favoring of a concubine over the wife? Even with my utmost explanations, how could my elders allow me to remain in the Duke of Wen's residence?" Liang Zhiyu did not believe they were oblivious to this reality. Rather, she perceived that they were feigning ignorance to achieve their own ends, knowing her gentle nature and soft heart. In her previous life, she had personally soothed such incidents. But now she made her stance clear. If Wei Xiaoman insisted on raising Xing'e, she would certainly cause a ruckus leading to a separation. Even if it were ultimately unsuccessful, it would irreparably damage relations with the Liang family, and any future assistance from them to Song Yanji would be out of the question. The typically obedient daughter-in-law displayed a firm stance today, even bringing up the possibility of separation. Lady Wang, realizing the gravity of the situation, changed her expression and grasped Liang Zhiyu's hand to comfort her. "Oh, dear child, my mind has been preoccupied with trivial matters, and I failed to consider that you have endured so much distress during this time. It is Yanji who has neglected you." When Lady Wang saw Liang Zhiyu's silence, she pulled Song Yanji over and scolded him sharply. "You foolish boy. I may be old and muddled, but did you not grasp the implications of this? Apologize to your wife at once." Taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, Song Yanji felt conflicted, his gaze shifting between Lady Wang and Wei Xiaoman. Ultimately, realizing his mother was not on his side, he disregarded Wei Xiaoman's displeased expression and bowed his hands in apology to Liang Zhiyu. "Madam, I have not considered the matter well. Let the idea of Xiaoman raising Xing'er be discarded." Seeing her objective achieved, Liang Zhiyu chose not to press further and responded graciously. "Husband, there is no need for apologies. We are married. If you have overlooked something, it is my duty as your wife to remind you." The mention of the term wife further darkened Wei Xiaoman's countenance. Not wishing to prolong the encounter, Liang Zhiyu said, "It is getting late. Our guests should be arriving soon. I will go to the front hall to ensure the food and drinks are prepared. Please bring Wen'er and Xing'er over shortly." Lady Wang nodded in agreement. "Very well. You go ahead." Liang Zhiyu offered a slight bow to Lady Wang and Song Yanji, her demeanor composed as she departed with Qiushuang from the Showan Hall. Chapter 5. The reason after Liang Zhiyu had distanced herself, Song Yanji suddenly exploded, smashing the teacup on the table into shards. "Mother, look at her feigned innocence. She is clearly threatening us with the Liang family while pretending to be the victim." Lady Wang could not miss the underlying threat in Liang Zhiyu's words. Yet seeing her son fly into a rage over mere words caused her to frown and admonish. "Can you not contain your temper? What if her people see you like this?" Chastised by his mother, Song Yanji fell silent, internally berating Liang Zhiyu. Wei Xiaoman stood to the side with her head bowed, lost in thought. Lady Wang sighed and slowly spoke. "On the surface, we hold no advantage in this matter. If she were to swallow her pride, everything would be fine. But should she choose to escalate it, we would lose face as the Duke of Wen's household. Do you understand?" At the mention of losing face, Song Yanji appeared infuriated. Gritting his teeth, "The Duke of Wen's household has already lost face on the day of our wedding. What right does she have to create a scene?" He continued, "The only reason the Grand Minister's daughter has been meek in our presence this past year is due to her own insecurity." Lady Wang, alarmed by his words, quickly cast a glance at Wei Xiaoman, relieved to see her seemingly unaffected, before sternly reprimanding Song Yanji. "Silence. I have said that the events of the wedding day are not to be mentioned again. Do you wish for others to know of it?" Song Yanji glanced at Wei Xiaoman and fell silent. Lady Wang, seeing this, sighed and gently reassured him. "Yanji, I know you find it difficult to move past this, but we cannot afford to offend the Grand Minister. Once you have achieved something in the court, the Duke of Wen's household will stand on equal footing with the Liang family. Whether you wish to divorce her or even eliminate her, I shall not stop you. But for now, we must endure. Do you understand?" Song Yanji, fully aware of this truth, nodded in agreement. "I understand. It was my lapse in composure." Lady Wang, satisfied, sent him off to the front hall to greet the guests and cautioned Wei Xiaoman not to take Song Yanji's words to heart or investigate matters on her own. She then dismissed the other servants, leaving only her trusted aide, Mama Li. "Do you think Zhiyu is acting differently today?" Mama Li asked. "Perhaps she has endured many grievances over the past year and could no longer suppress her emotions, finally venting them today," she replied. Since their wedding night, Song Yanji had never stayed overnight at Qian Pavilion. Even with Liang Zhiyu expecting, he merely visited during the day to inquire after her, departing again at night under various pretenses. Both Lady Wang and Mama Li had witnessed this. "Is that so? Yet I cannot shake the feeling that Zhiyu seems different today." Lady Wang mused, a sense of unease towards her daughter-in-law creeping into her heart. "There is no need for you to worry, my lady. Did we not inquire thoroughly before the engagement? She has been cherished and pampered by the Grand Minister since childhood, her temperament gentle and her character pure. She is kind-hearted towards all, and with the Grand Minister having no concubines, she has never witnessed the strife that occurs within a household. Look at how she finally expressed a bit of temper today, still sobbing. You are her mother-in-law. Why fear she might stir up trouble in the household?" Hearing Mama Li's words, Lady Wang felt considerably reassured, realizing perhaps it was merely Liang Zhiyu's first outburst that had caused her to overthink. Just yesterday, Liang Zhiyu had been gentle and submissive. It was impossible for her to change her nature overnight. On their way to the front hall, Qiu Shuang could no longer contain her indignation on Liang Zhiyu's behalf. The old lady and the Duke go too far. Had I known this would happen, it would have been better to marry the Prince of Rong or the Prince of Ning. Qiu Shuang, such words must not be spoken. Liang Zhiyu shot her a reproachful glance. I am now the lady of the Duke of Wen's household. What will others think if you speak of marrying the Prince of Rong or the Prince of Ning? If word gets out, how will I stand in the capital? Realizing her error, Qiu Shuang quickly took Liang Zhiyu's arm, pouting, Forgive me, dear lady. I shall not speak of it again. I merely feel it is unjust for you. Originally, Liang Zhiyu had been a beauty renowned in the capital, with the Grand Minister's influence attracting many suitors. However, the Grand Minister had never considered the inept Song Yanji worthy of his daughter. Liang Zhiyu's marriage into the Duke of Wen's household was intricately tied to the palace's power struggles. Currently, the emperor had few heirs, with only 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest prince, the Prince of Rong, Qi Yunyang, and the third prince, the Prince of Heng, Qi Yunqiao, were born of the empress. The second prince, the Prince of Ning, Qi Yunxian, and the princesses Qi Ruolin and Qi Ruoying, were birthed by concubine Su. Although the Prince of Rong was the legitimate firstborn, he lacked the talent for governance, born into nobility, yet possessing no capability to rule. The Prince of Ning, though a bastard, was quite capable, known for his virtue and maintaining close relations with certain court officials, thus solidifying his power. Consequently, the debate over establishing a legitimate heir versus a capable one has persisted in the court. The decision of which prince to name as heir has long troubled the emperor and remains a pivotal issue for the future of the court. The emperor has yet to reach a conclusion regarding the position of the crown prince, leaving many in a state of speculation. Naturally, the empress and consort Su are eager to devise plans for their sons and seek to curry favor with the Liang Grand Tutor's household. The empress has summoned Lady He of the Liang Grand Tutor's residence and Liang Zhiyu to the palace multiple times, subtly implying her desire for Liang Zhiyu to become the consort of Prince Rong. Consort Su has also privately petitioned the emperor on several occasions to arrange a marriage between her son, Prince Ning, and Liang Zhiyu. Understanding the treacherous nature of court politics, Liang Taisher is aware that regardless of which prince Liang Zhiyu marries, she will inevitably become entangled in a vortex of power struggles, spending her life embroiled in contention. Thus, despite his disdain for Song Yanji, who owes his current status to ancestral favor, he endures immense pressure to marry Liang Zhiyu into the esteemed and disciplined Duke of Wen's household, wishing only for his daughter's lifelong peace and happiness, far removed from conflict. Unbeknownst to him, the Duke of Wen's household is as gilded as it is flawed, rife with both overt and covert struggles for power. Song Yanji, aware of Liang Zhiyu's kind heart, welcomed the pregnant Wei Xiaoman into his household as a concubine on their wedding night, indulging her with reckless abandon throughout the year. Seldom gracing Liang Zhiyu's residence, Qian Pavilion. Poor Liang Zhiyu, deceived by the seemingly benevolent facade of the Wang matriarch and Song Yanji in her past life, clings to the belief that while he treats Wei Xiaoman exceptionally well, he harbors genuine feelings for her as well. Though they seldom share intimate moments, they maintain an appearance of mutual respect, resembling an exemplary couple in society. I know you mean well, but we must exercise caution. After all, this is the Duke of Wen's residence, not the Liang Grand Tutor's. What if the walls have ears? Liang Zhiyu solemnly reminded. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shuang quickly covered her mouth, glancing around nervously, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. Grandson. The full moon banquet at the Duke of Wen's household was a lavish affair, replete with delicacies and fine wines that tantalized the senses. As the lady of the house, Liang Zhiyu engaged in amiable conversation with guests alongside Song Yanji. Liang Taisher and Lady He arrived early, bearing gifts. Upon entering, Lady He spotted her beloved daughter conversing with the guests. Where? Liang Zhiyu exclaimed joyfully, rushing to take Lady He's hand, calling for Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang to assist with the gifts, adding playfully, Father, Mother, you arrived so early. Were you missing your daughter? Or were you yearning for your grandson? Lady He affectionately ruffled Liang Zhiyu's hair, saying, You are a mother now, yet you still act like a child. Song Yanji quickly approached, bowing respectfully. Your humble son-in-law pays his respects to my esteemed father and mother-in-law. Liang Taisher, seemingly still irritated, merely nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring. On this day of celebration, Why is that concubine Wei not present? Song Yanji, aware of Liang Taisher's lingering resentment over his marriage to a concubine, forced a smile. Such a formal occasion ought to be presided over by the mistress. It would be inappropriate for a concubine to appear. Liang Taisher scoffed. If the Duke of Wen understands that a concubine's presence at a banquet is improper, why does he fail to see that marrying a songstress as a concubine is equally inappropriate? Though Liang Taisher was advanced in age, his voice remained strong and resonant, and his reproach was overheard by many guests, prompting a flurry of whispered conversations. Realizing his fault, Song Yanji lowered his head, refraining from further comment, all the while inwardly cursing the old man. Liang Zhiyu found the scene amusing. In the past, she would have intervened on Song Yanji's behalf, but now she merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Lady He smiled and attempted to redirect the conversation. Today is the celebration of Wen's full moon. Where is he? Is he perhaps a bit heavier than expected? Initially embarrassed, Song Yanji seized the opportunity to summon Song Wenhan, presenting the child to the guests. Upon seeing his grandson, Liang Taisher's demeanor softened, engaging in light conversation with Song Yanji. Meanwhile, Lady He cradled Song Wenhan with great affection, coaxing smiles from him. Liang Zhiyu felt a pang of bitterness, thinking, "Father, mother, do you not know that Xing'er is your true grandson?" With this thought, she asked Xia Hua to bring Song Xinghan to her, cradling him tenderly in her arms. "Mother, look, this is Xing'er. He is just like my own child." Her words momentarily stunned Liang Taisher and Lady He. After a few compliments about the child, Lady He found an excuse to pull Liang Zhiyu aside into a secluded part of the garden, unable to refrain from asking, "Where? Have you been wronged in the Duke of Wen's household?" Liang Zhiyu shook her head slowly, taking Lady He's hand. "Do not worry, mother. With you and father here, who would dare to bully me in the Duke of Wen's household?" Seeing her daughter like this, Lady He could not help but sigh. "While I understand that concubine Wei always troubles me. A mere songstress can make the newlywed Duke of Wen lose his senses and disregard family honor to bring her into the household. She must possess some cunning. I fear she will not be easy to deal with. You must be cautious." Liang Zhiyu, noticing her mother's concern, gently reassured her. "Wei Xiaoman may appear delicate, yet she is shrewd. I will remain vigilant, mother, and you and father must take care of your health. You are both getting older." Lady He had warned her of such matters repeatedly in her past life, yet Liang Zhiyu had never taken them to heart. Hearing them again in this lifetime warmed her heart. Unbeknownst to Lady He, Liang Zhiyu's thoughts were far more complex. Moreover, although Xing'er is raised under your name, he is ultimately of Wei's lineage. Hearing you say you will treat him as your own child makes me uneasy. Lady He gazed at Liang Zhiyu with concern. "You are raising a child not born of your own blood requires great caution. I worry that your sincerity may not be reciprocated, and you may end up nurturing a hidden danger." Liang Zhiyu looked down at Song Xinghan in her arms, feeling a surge of affection, hugging him closer. "Mother, there are many things I have yet to decide, which is why I cannot share them with you. But I can assure you, Xing'er is my child. I will love and protect him, raising him to be a virtuous man, steering him clear of any misfortune." With earnest eyes, Liang Zhiyu implored Lady He, "I only hope that you and father will love him as I do, treating him as your own grandson. Please convey this request to father, will you?" Lady He, filled with uncertainty, recognized her daughter's seriousness and nodded in agreement. Just as Liang Zhiyu was about to continue her conversation with Lady He, Qiu Shuang hurried over. "Madam, madam, His Highness the Prince of Hung has arrived. The Duke requests your presence." "Why has His Highness the Prince of Hung come?" Both Liang Zhiyu and Lady He inquired simultaneously. Chapter 7. The Prince of Hung amidst the crowd. The Prince of Hung, Qi Yunzhao, donned a pale moon-white long robe adorned with dark purple cloud patterns. Tall and elegant, his countenance resembled the radiant moon, with eyes as clear as cold stars and a delicate red birthmark between his brows, akin to the blossoms of white plums blooming amid snow. His unique air of aloofness, combined with an understated regal demeanor, drew the attention of many ladies who could not help but whisper praises. "I have long heard of His Highness's extraordinary beauty. Seeing him today, he truly lives up to the reputation." In contrast to the admiration from the ladies, Song Yanji, the host, appeared somewhat unnerved, hesitating to approach and pay his respects. As Liang Zhiyu and the elder madam he returned to the banquet, they chanced upon Song Yanji, who was standing there, and hurriedly approached him to pay their respects. Your Highness, the Prince of Hung, I trust you are well. It has come to my attention that you have recently quelled the unrest at the borders and returned to the capital only a few days ago. We are profoundly honored by your esteemed presence at my son's full moon banquet. At this moment, Song Yanji also regained his composure and stepped forward to greet Your Highness. The Prince of Hung, Qi Yunqiao, with an impassive expression, appeared unperturbed by Song Yanji's indifference. He gently addressed Liang Zhiyu, Sister Yu, Duke Wen. It has been a long time. Congratulations to both of you. Qi Yunqiao was the second son of the current empress and the younger brother of Prince Rong. Although he did not enjoy the same favor from the empress as Prince Rong did, he was highly regarded by the emperor. At merely 18 years of age, he commanded a formidable military force and had earned numerous military accolades. In her youth, due to the influence of the Grand Tutor Liang Zhiyu had the opportunity to enter the palace and attend lessons alongside the princes and princesses, sharing a few years of camaraderie with Qi Yunqiao. Like the other princes and princesses who were older than Liang Zhiyu, he addressed her as Sister Yu. However, since her coming-of-age ceremony, Liang Zhiyu had not returned to the palace, and it had been many years since she last saw His Highness, the Prince of Hung. On the day of her marriage to Song Yanji, she had heard that Qi Yunqiao was present to offer his congratulations, but by then, she had already been in her bridal chamber and had missed the chance to meet him. In her memories, Qi Yunqiao's appearance and demeanor stood out among all the princes. His writings were most favored by the Grand Tutor Liang. Yet, he possessed a solitary disposition, often following Prince Rong and avoiding crowded places, presenting an aloof and distant demeanor to everyone. Upon seeing him today, Liang Zhiyu noticed that Qi Yunqiao had grown taller and more handsome than in his youth, and his prolonged military service had imparted him with an air of composure and determination, enhancing his unique aura of detachment. Thank you, Your Highness. Liang Zhiyu expressed her gratitude once more. Qi Yunqiao smiled gently, his smile as warm as a spring breeze, attracting the attention of the surrounding ladies. Seemingly accustomed to such admiration, Qi Yunqiao maintained a natural demeanor, instructing his attendant to present identical gift boxes to Liang Zhiyu and Song Yanji before taking his seat. Liang Zhiyu entrusted the boxes to Qiushuang, instructing her to keep them safe. She noticed that Song Yanji was staring silently at the two boxes, his emotions inscrutable. In her previous life, Song Yanji inexplicably harbored a dislike for His Highness, the Prince of Hung, and would always avoid conversing with him at banquets and similar gatherings. In this life, the situation remained unchanged. Liang Zhiyu was unaware of the reasons behind his emotions and chose to disregard them, continuing to warmly receive the other guests. The banquet was lavish, with an abundance of dishes and flowing wine, and after several hours of merriment, the full moon banquet at the Duke Wen's residence finally came to a close. After bidding farewell to the carriage departing from the Liang Grand Tutor's residence, Liang Zhiyu returned to Qian Pavilion to review the list of gifts. Madam, His Highness, the Prince of Hung, is truly thoughtful. The congratulatory gifts for the two young masters are different. Qiushuang exclaimed joyfully as she opened the gift boxes. Is that so? Let me see. The twins celebrated their full moon on the same day, and to avoid gossip, most guests presented gifts in pairs, including those from the Grand Tutor Liang. However, Qi Yunqiao had prepared two distinct gifts, the reason for which Liang Zhiyu could not fathom. In the first box lay a pale blue jade pendant, exquisitely carved with two dragons entwined in a dance for the sun, the jade exceptionally delicate and smooth, a rarity in the world. Beside the jade pendant was a slip of paper, boldly inscribed with the words to Song Wenhan. This pendant was the first gift presented to Qi Yunqiao by the late emperor, and thus he had always worn it without parting from it. When Liang Zhiyu first entered the palace as a companion reader and met Qi Yunqiao, she was captivated by this exquisite jade pendant. At that time, she was unaware of its profound significance to Qi Yunqiao and had playfully requested him to gift it to her. Upon learning of this, the Grand Tutor Liang had punished her to kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 hours, leaving her with a deep impression of the pendant. Though she had shared only a few years of camaraderie with Qi Yunqiao, the value of this gift left her feeling both honored and astonished. The second box contained a translucent jade qilin pendant, meticulously carved and radiating warmth, also not an ordinary item. The slip of paper inside bore the inscription, to Song Xinghan. Liang Zhiyu gazed at the two gifts for a long while, a slight smile gracing her lips as she instructed Qiushuang, His Highness has been considerate. He has gifted Xinger a blue jade dragon-shaped pendant and Wenu a white jade qilin pendant. Please note this down in the gift list. Qiushuang. holding the pen and gift list, was taken aback. Madam, isn't this jade pendant meant for Master Wenhan? Liang Zhiyu offered no further explanation, simply stating, His Highness must have mixed up the boxes. Just record it as I instructed. Qiushuang, though puzzled, nodded and complied. After finalizing the gift list and returning to her chamber, Liang Zhiyu was instructing Qiushuang to remove her hairpin and prepare for a bath when a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard. To her astonishment, Song Yanji forcefully pushed open the door, disregarding Xiaohua's attempts to stop him, storming into the room in a fit of rage. Liang Zhiyu frowned slightly, feeling a surge of impatience as she inquired, Husband, what is the matter? With a dark expression, Song Yanji remained silent, suddenly raising his hand to strike Liang Zhiyu. Qiushuang hurriedly stepped in front of Liang Zhiyu, receiving a resounding slap that left her left cheek swollen. Xiaohua, rushing in from outside, immediately intervened. Duke, how can you strike the madam so casually? Liang Zhiyu, unusually enraged, confronted Song Yanji. Duke, what are you doing? I demand to ask, what are you, this shameless woman, doing? Chapter 8. The quarrel regaining her composure. Liang Zhiyu responded, I do not understand what I have done to provoke such anger in the Duke. Upon hearing this, Song Yanji's fury intensified as he retorted, You still dare to ask what you have done wrong? As the wife of Duke Wen, you shamelessly met with an outsider at the banquet. Do not slander me, Duke. I conducted myself with utmost propriety at the banquet. When did I meet with an outsider? Slander? I ask you, before the banquet concluded, when you claimed to return to change your attire, did you not sneak away to the garden's rockery to meet with the Prince of Heng? Liang Zhiyu found the absurdity of his accusation amusing, replying, I went to change my clothes. Both Xiaohua and Qiushuang can attest to this. Song Yanji retorted irritably, They are both your maidservants. If you said you were going to change, would they dare to speak the truth? Upon hearing this, Qiushuang and Xiaohua knelt in unison to testify for Liang Zhiyu. Qiushuang candidly declared, Duke, I swear by the heavens, the madam truly went to change her clothes today. She did not go to the rockery, let alone meet with His Highness, the Prince of Heng. Xiaohua added, We encountered many people on the way back with the madam. If the Duke does not believe us, you may summon everyone to inquire. If this matter were to become known throughout the household, even if Liang Zhiyu were proven innocent, it would still be a disgrace for him as Duke. Song Yanji would never allow such a scandal to unfold. Seeing the two maidservants so resolutely defend Liang Zhiyu, Song Yanji assumed they were merely lying to protect their mistress. He bellowed, You two wretches, are you teaching me how to handle my affairs? Liang Zhiyu, witnessing his unreasonable behavior, pressed for the crucial point. Duke, may I inquire who has accused me of meeting with an outsider? Is there any evidence or witness? Song Yanji shot her a furious glance, about to respond when he was interrupted by a voice calling, Sister. Wei Xiaoman hurriedly arrived with her maidservant bowing. Kneeling before Liang Zhiyu, Sister, it is my fault for not managing my servants properly, which led the Duke to misunderstand you. Upon seeing her pitiable demeanor, Song Yanji's heart softened immediately, rushing to assist her. Manner, quickly rise. This is not your concern. Wei Xiaoman, still kneeling, clutched Liang Zhiyu's skirt pitifully. Sister, today while passing by the garden, I caught sight of a woman conversing with His Highness the Prince of Heng near the rockery. Her figure and appearance bore a striking resemblance to yours. The closeness of their interaction frightened me, and my heart was filled with unease. Tonight, I could no longer contain myself and confided in you, only for the Duke to overhear. Sister, I did not intend for this to happen, and I had not yet decided how to proceed when the Duke misinterpreted the situation. As Liang Zhiyu looked down at the weeping Wei Xiaoman, she inwardly mused on the girl's theatrical prowess, truly a testament to her background in the opera troupe. Observing Wei Xiaoman kneeling and sobbing, Song Yanji resolutely helped her up, gently reassuring her. How could this possibly be your fault? You merely relayed the truth to me. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Liang Zhiyu, sensing an underlying implication in his words, found it astonishing. Why did Song Yanji trust Wei Xiaoman unconditionally, yet treat her with such skepticism? Was the clumsily constructed scheme so transparent? Bowling, I ask you again. Did you clearly see the woman's appearance when she spoke with His Highness? Bowling, trembling with guilt, dared to raise her head slightly. I did not see her face, madam. You were speaking with His Highness with your back to me. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhiyu's mind sparked with insight as she identified the flaw in Bowling's claim. With your back turned? If you did not see the woman's face, how can you be so certain it was I? Though I did not see her face. She wore a long gown of pale yellow. During the entire banquet, only you wore such a garment. So, if it wasn't you, who could it possibly be? This little maid had clearly come prepared. Aside from the pale yellow gown, did you observe anything else? Liang Zhiyu inquired. I only saw the lady speaking with His Highness, and was filled with fear, so I did not linger, and quietly slipped away. Thus I did not closely observe anything else. But if the woman in the pale yellow gown is not you, then who else could it be? After hearing Baoling's words, Liang Zhiyu was resolute. The woman conversing with the Prince of Hung was entirely a fabrication concocted by Wei Xiaoman and Baoling to frame her. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhiyu decided on her course of action. Baoling, you accuse me of consorting with a man from outside the household. This is an internal matter. If the Duke were to discern the truth, you would most likely receive a mere punishment, perhaps a beating, and then be sold off by someone. You must understand this. Correct? Upon hearing this, Baoling hastily turned to Song Yanji. Duke. I did not lie. Before Song Yanji could respond, Liang Zhiyu continued, however. If you accuse His Highness of entangling with a married woman, deceiving and offending the imperial family, that is a crime punishable by death. Baoling seemed unaware of the gravity of her words, abruptly lifting her head in shock, her body beginning to tremble. Wei Xiaoman, still sobbing in Song Yanji's arms, now looked bewildered. Sister, could this really involve the royal family? Liang Zhiyu gazed at her tear-streaked face and slowly replied. The man Baoling has identified is none other than His Highness the Prince of Hung, the third prince of the current emperor. Do you think this is merely a private matter of the Duke's household? Chapter 9. Counterattack. Upon hearing that this matter implicated the royal family, the room fell into a heavy silence. Liang Zhiyu coldly regarded Baoling on the floor and spoke first. Baoling, I will ask you once more. Did you truly see me in private conversation with His Highness? At that moment, Baoling's lips turned pale, and she cautiously glanced at Wei Xiaoman, who showed no reaction. Finally, she gritted her teeth and stammered, I saw a woman in a pale yellow gown talking to a man. The man, at a distance, bore a resemblance to His Highness. Before Liang Zhiyu could respond, Baoling suddenly began to knock her head against the ground, crying out. Though I did not see the man's face clearly, I did see that distinctive pale yellow gown. At today's banquet, only Madame wore such an outfit. Duke. I merely spoke of what I saw, with no intent to slander the madam. Song Yanji snorted coldly, questioning Liang Zhiyu. Even if that man is not the Prince of Hung, how do you explain Baoling's claim of the pale yellow gown? Liang Zhiyu, unfazed, countered. Duke, at the banquet, the young master of the Ningguo Duke's household accidentally spilled a plum soup on the back of my gown, staining it quite a bit. Thus, I had to leave to change. Surely you remember this? Song Yanji replied coldly, Of course I remember. Liang Zhiyu continued. And you must also recall that Lady Chen of the Ningguo Duke's household, to express her apologies, lent me her cloak to cover the stain, so that I would not appear disrespectful on my way back. Hearing this, Song Yanji, still not grasping the crux of the matter, asked irritably, So what of it? Liang Zhiyu, amused yet exasperated at his oversight, thought it absurd that he could not see through the flaws in this scheme. Since I left wearing the cloak, I should have been wearing that pink cloak when meeting with an outside man. If I were to have removed the cloak to meet with a man, how could there be such a large brown stain on the back of my gown that Baoling failed to notice? Baoling, hearing this, lowered her head and quickly replied, I was too flustered at the time, but now that I think about it, the back of that woman's gown did seem to have something on it. The one standing nearby was indeed Miss Qiushuang, holding a pink cloak. Upon hearing this, Song Yanji regarded Baoling thoughtfully. Liang Zhiyu smiled gently and instructed Qiushuang to retrieve a sky-blue cloak from the Dragon Gate rack, presenting it to Song Yanji. Thus, the woman Baoling saw could not possibly have been me. Duke, look, this is the cloak given to me by Lady Chen, and it is not pink. Neither Wei Xiaoman nor Baoling had any standing to attend the banquet. They had only heard of Liang Zhiyu's hurried return to change. Coincidentally, Baoling encountered Zhiyun, who was wandering alone by the rockery, and together they conspired to whisper in Song Yanji's ear, unaware of this critical detail. Liang Zhiyu calmly stated, Baoling, I just mixed up the color, calling the sky blue cloak pink. You immediately chimed in, claiming to have seen Miss Qiushuang holding a pink cloak. Now that I say the cloak is sky blue, what do you have to say? Do you wish to claim you were mistaken, confusing the sky blue for pink? Baling had originally intended to speak ambiguously, making it difficult for Liang Zhiyu to argue, but now she could only helplessly look to Wei Xiaoman for assistance. Wei Xiaoman, pretending to wipe her tears with a handkerchief, chose to ignore her. Song Yanji observed the two, already grasping much of the situation. However, his expression remained dark as he offered Liang Zhiyu no kindness, simply tossing out, "This is a matter of the inner chambers. Please handle it, madam," before sweeping out of the room. Once Song Yanji departed, Baling's courage diminished significantly, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping softly. Wei Xiaoman, with a glint in her eye, seized Baling by the shoulder, beginning to chastise her. "This is all your fault. I have told you countless times at Miaoshui Pavilion that sister must uphold her virtue. How could she possibly meet with an outsider? Not only did you disregard my warnings, but you also exaggerated the situation before the Duke, making it so grand. Though the misunderstanding has been cleared, it has created a rift between me and sister. You should hurry and go to the matron and accept your punishment." Baling, terrified, repeatedly knocked her head in apology, preparing to leave. Liang Zhiyu, seeing this, called out, "Stop! When did I permit you to leave?" Baling, who had just stood, quickly knelt again, lowering her head in silence. Wei Xiaoman stood nearby, feigning tears while discreetly observing Liang Zhiyu's expression. "Baling, with your mouth full of lies, fabricating facts and slandering your mistress. Xia Hua, take her away, give her 20 lashes, and tomorrow find someone to sell her outside the city. From now on, she is not permitted to appear in the capital." "Yes," Xia Hua acknowledged the order and dragged the sobbing Baling away. Wei Xiaoman watched as Baling was taken away, turning to meet Liang Zhiyu's scrutinizing gaze, a chill running through her heart. She acutely sensed that the once gentle and easily deceived Liang Zhiyu had transformed. In the past, she was straightforward and naive, believing whatever Wei Xiaoman and Song Yanji casually fabricated. Today, however, she appeared as gentle as ever. Yet her thoughts were meticulous, and her actions bold. With just a few words, she absolved herself of suspicion and effortlessly eliminated her trusted aide, Baling. In the span of a single night, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. For the first time, Wei Xiaoman felt a sense of panic in the presence of this matriarch. Chapter 10. Covert investigation. After sending Wei Xiaoman away, Qiu Shuang found Liang Zhiyu, who, after bathing and changing, sat wearily on her bed. On the very first day of her rebirth, Liang Zhiyu had already engaged in a clandestine contest with Wei Xiaoman and had a fierce verbal confrontation with Song Yanji. Wei Xiaoman's tactics were exceedingly skillful. She instigated the conflicts while managing to remain unscathed each time. Fortunately, Liang Zhiyu had retained the right to raise Xing'er. Reflecting on this, she realized that even having offended both the old Lady Wang and Song Yanji was worth it. Unfortunately, everyone believed that Song Wenhan was the legitimate heir of the Duke of Wen's residence. Liang Zhiyu understood deeply that to restore order, she must uncover Wei Xiaoman's vulnerabilities, as well as the evidence and witnesses to their collusion. Recalling how Xing'er had tragically perished in her previous life, Liang Zhiyu's heart was instantly filled with rage. "Song Yanji, since you could abandon Xing'er, do not blame me for disregarding our marital bond." Liang Zhiyu resolved to expose Xing'er's true identity to the world, revealing the crimes of the Song family and to sever all ties completely. The first step was to expel the troublesome Wei Xiaoman from the Duke's residence. As Liang Zhiyu tossed and turned, Qiu Shuang entered to report, "Madam, Wei Yinyang has returned to Miaoshui Pavilion." "Yes, I understand." "Qiu Shuang, does your face still hurt?" Having grown up alongside Liang Zhiyu, Qiu Shuang was as close as family. The moment she received a slap, Liang Zhiyu felt immense pain, which led to her outburst at Song Yanji. "It doesn't hurt anymore, madam. I am tough-skinned." It subsided quickly. Qiu Shuang replied with a smile. Seeing Qiu Shuang's slightly reddened cheeks, Liang Zhiyu recognized her attempt to comfort herself and took out some ointment she had prepared earlier, gently applying it to her face. "When you were 3, a famine struck your hometown, and your family perished. It was then that my father, on an imperial inspection, found you and brought you to my home to accompany me. Throughout your life, my parents and I have never harmed you. That slap today was instigated by Wei Xiaoman, and I will ensure you receive justice for it." Touched by her words, Qiu Shuang silently wept. After a long while, she composed herself and asked, "Madam, do you believe that Baling's words tonight were all orchestrated by Wei Yinyang?" Liang Zhiyu nodded. "Then why not interrogate her strictly to reveal Wei Yinyang?" Liang Zhiyu put away the remaining ointment and explained, Both she and Wei Xiaoman are astute. They aim to frame me without ever confronting me directly, claiming they could not see clearly but thought the person resembled me. Whether or not that person is me lies in the Duke's judgment, even if we uncover their flaws. Should they insist they merely made a mistake, I cannot truly punish them. Indeed, Wei Yinyang and Baoling are exceedingly cunning, Qiushuang murmured. What's more, their clandestine rendezvous is with His Highness the Prince of Hung, which makes the Duke wary of his reputation and fearful of royal authority, preventing him from boldly seeking confirmation from the servants or daring to inquire at the prince's residence. Liang Zhiyu countered, observing Qiushuang's engrossed expression. If you were the Duke, what would you think? I would suspect Madam. This matter cannot be verified, even without evidence proving Madam met with His Highness. I would always harbor doubts whenever Madam was in the same vicinity as him or other men. Exactly. Letting Baoling utter a few lies plants a thorn in the Duke's heart, inciting greater suspicion and disdain towards me. Moreover, it provides her and the maid a retreat. If I expose Baoling's deceit, she can claim she merely misinterpreted the situation, absolving herself of all responsibility. Then what shall we do, Madam? I heard the Duke has just gone to Miaoshui Pavilion to rest, Qiushuang said, worry etched on her face. Liang Zhiyu smiled reassuringly. This scheme is so evident that even you can see through it with my hints. Do you think the Duke cannot? Upon hearing this, Qiushuang grew even more anxious. Then why did the Duke still go to rest at Miaoshui Pavilion? Shouldn't he come to apologize to Madam? Because he prefers to believe in Wei Xiaoman's lies rather than trust me. Miss, Qiushuang inadvertently called out, having addressed Liang Zhiyu as Madam all this time since her marriage into the Duke's residence. Yet, upon hearing this, she instinctively reverted. Miss, it truly is too unfair. Liang Zhiyu, seeing through her thoughts, chuckled, silly Qiushuang. Isn't it better that the Duke doesn't come here? Even if he were to apologize, it would be insincere. If he chooses not to bother me, he can rest wherever he pleases. I couldn't care less. Qiushuang appeared puzzled, miss. But didn't you previously wish for the Duke to visit us more often? That was then and this is now. Back then, I was wholly devoted to being a good mistress of the Duke's residence, always accommodating. But now, I simply wish to protect those I love and live my own life. Miss, Qiushuang gazed into Liang Zhiyu's smiling eyes, silently vowing to protect her. Do not concern yourself with Song Yanji's opinions. Our current focus must be on Wei Xiaoman. As long as she remains, our lives will be unsettled. Thus, we must devise a way to expel her from the estate, Liang Zhiyu instructed. Qiushuang nodded earnestly and asked, what are your plans, miss? Besides being constantly on guard against her, what else can we do? Liang Zhiyu produced some silver coins and notes, handing them to Qiushuang. Keep this money safe. Tomorrow, tell the stewardess that my cosmetics are nearly finished, and use that opportunity to go out and investigate where Wei Xiaoman's original opera troupe is located, uncovering her background. For instance, when did she join the troupe? What was her profession before that? How did her family meet their end? All must be thoroughly investigated. Before entering the Duke's residence, Song Yanji had briefly mentioned her background. But having seen her remarkable abilities today, Liang Zhiyu felt she was not an ordinary singer. She suspected that Wei Xiaoman might be concealing something about her origins. Remember to conceal your identity, wear coarse clothing, and claim you are looking for relatives with a cousin in that opera troupe. When you return, change your clothes and buy some cosmetics. If the funds are insufficient, let me know. Qiushuang accepted the silver and notes. Miss, rest assured. I will ensure no one discovers my intentions. After discussing for so long with Qiushuang, Liang Zhiyu realized that night had deepened, and her thoughts began to tire. She then reminded Qiushuang of some matters requiring caution before lying down beneath the warm, soft silk quilt. Miss, today feels different from usual. Qiushuang lowered the curtains, carefully arranging Liang Zhiyu's bedding. Then tell me, do you prefer the current me or the old me? Liang Zhiyu buried the lower half of her face in the quilt, revealing only her clear eyes, asking softly. Qiushuang, from behind the gauze curtain, quietly replied, I prefer the current Mississippi. Why? Because I know that the current miss will no longer allow herself to be wronged. Chapter 11. Confusion. The investigation into Wei Xiaoman's background did not proceed smoothly. Qiushuang spent an entire day and only managed to discover that the opera troupe was called Yaleban. Due to the opera troupe's constant travels across the nation for their livelihood, their whereabouts have become elusive. Currently, it is only known that they are not in the capital. Liang Zhiyu discreetly spent a substantial sum enlisting the major restaurants, inns, and the local shipping guild to keep an eye on the traces of the Alu troop. Should there be no news within 6 months, she plans to leverage the connections of old Master Liang to aid in the search across the country. During this period of searching for the Alu troop, Wei Xiaoman exhibited an unusual restraint, refraining from plotting against Liang Zhiyu both overtly and covertly. Liang Zhiyu, in turn, was content, dedicating her days to caring for the 2 children alongside Qiu Shuang while managing household affairs. On the 1st and 15th of each month, she would drive to Xianghua Temple to light incense and pray, and in her leisure time, she would graciously accept invitations to banquets hosted by other nobles. Song Yanji never took the initiative to visit Qiyun Pavilion, nor has he ever stayed overnight. Liang Zhiyu remained indifferent to this. The old matriarch ignored the matter entirely, feigning ignorance. Seizing an opportunity, Liang Zhiyu secretly bribed Ling Long, a new maid at Miaoshui Pavilion, to keep a close watch on Wei Xiaoman's movements. Life at the Duke Wen's residence passed in tranquility for several months, and soon it was autumn. One afternoon, as Liang Zhiyu was sewing a winter coat for Song Xinghan, Qiu Shuang hurriedly entered the room, exclaiming, "Madam, Aunt Wei from Miaoshui Pavilion is with child." Liang Zhiyu paused her needlework, raising her head to inquire, "With child? How long has it been?" "The doctor says she is just 3 months along." Perhaps after Baoling's departure, Aunt Wei has kept this news very close to her chest. Trusting no one. No one in Miaoshui Pavilion knew until she suddenly called for the doctor today. Has the Duke gone to see her? Yes. The Duke and the old matriarch went as soon as they heard the news. Then we should go visit as well. For I am the mistress and must care for the pregnant concubine. Liang Zhiyu set aside her work and, accompanied by Qiu Shuang, hurried to Miaoshui Pavilion. Song Yanji appeared particularly joyful, sitting by the bedside and embracing Wei Xiaoman, repeatedly advising her to take care. Meanwhile, the old matriarch sat to one side, her wrinkled face unable to conceal her delight. After greeting the matriarch, Liang Zhiyu approached her with a respectful bow. The old matriarch nodded but had yet to speak when Song Yanji impatiently interjected, "What brings you here?" "Since Sister Wei is expecting, it is only natural for me, as the mistress, to provide her with care, so I have brought some nourishing supplements to check on her." Liang Zhiyu replied gently. "Thank you for your concern, sister," Wei Xiaoman said, feigning innocence as she leaned against Song Yanji. "As the mistress of the Duke Wen's residence, caring for you is my duty." "There is no need for thanks," Liang Zhiyu stated, fully aware of how much Wei Xiaoman had resented her position in her past life. "Indeed." The smile on Wei Xiaoman's face faltered for a moment, though the others remained oblivious. Noticing the doctor standing to one side, Liang Zhiyu inquired, "Doctor, how is Sister Wei's pregnancy progressing?" The doctor replied, "Madam Wei is in a delicate state, having become pregnant shortly after her last miscarriage. Her health is somewhat frail, so this pregnancy requires extra caution. She should rest more, consume nourishing meals, avoid cold foods, and take her prenatal medicine regularly to ensure a safe delivery." Upon hearing this, Song Yanji grew anxious. "Please, doctor, provide a list of nourishing and forbidden foods so I can remind the kitchen and the servants to be vigilant." While the doctor wrote down the list and prescription, Liang Zhiyu instructed the servants to procure additional nourishment for Wei Xiaoman and doubled the monthly provisions for Miaoshui Pavilion. This earnest effort left Song Yanji and the old matriarch with no grounds for complaint. After exchanging a few words about household matters with the old matriarch, Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang returned to Qiyun Pavilion. Although Wei Xiaoman was treacherous, the child she bore was innocent. Liang Zhiyu recalled that in her previous life, this child had perished due to Wei Xiaoman's careless fall at 6 months. This time, she did not plan to harm the unborn child. Rather, she intended to fulfill her responsibilities as the mistress and ensure Wei Xiaoman had a safe delivery. As Wei Xiaoman's belly grew, Song Yanji's visits to Qiyun Pavilion dwindled. Previously, he would come a few times a month to enjoy tea and inquire about household matters. Now, more than a month had passed without a single visit, and inquiries about household affairs were relayed solely through his attendant, Huan. Even Xia Hua refrained from complaining to Liang Zhiyu. The Duke ignores the mistress, and the old matriarch does not intervene. Liang Zhiyu merely smiled in response. It was perhaps for the best that Song Yanji stayed away. It would be preferable if he never returned. Ling Long at Miaoshui Pavilion was quite clever and gradually gained Wei Xiaoman's trust, providing Liang Zhiyu with an increasing flow of information. On this day, Ling Long took advantage of her trip to collect the monthly funds from Miaoshui Pavilion to discreetly pass a message to Qiu Shuang. Although Wei Xiaoman has been nourishing herself, her pregnancy remains quite fragile. The doctor has advised her to stay indoors and minimize movement. However, after receiving a letter today, Wei Xiaoman appeared quite distressed. She hurriedly burned the letter and instructed her servants to prepare incense and candles, stating that she would go to Dunhua Temple the next morning to pray for her unborn child. After conveying the message, Ling Long returned with the monthly funds. Liang Zhiyu found this puzzling. Qiu Shuang, why does Wei Xiaoman insist on going out to pray, given that the doctor advised her to rest? Is she not concerned about risking her pregnancy during the journey? Qiu Shuang echoed her confusion. Aunt Wei's actions are indeed peculiar. Could there be something amiss with that letter? Liang Zhiyu nodded. I suspect that Wei Xiaoman does not genuinely wish to go pray, but feels compelled to do so. Most women in the capital visit Xianggui Temple for prayers, while Dunhua Temple, located on the outskirts of the city, is not only distant but also difficult to reach. Her choice to go there likely stems from necessity. Qiu Shuang nodded repeatedly, asking, "Do you think that letter is crucial?" Liang Zhiyu continued her analysis. We do not know the contents of the letter, but I deduce that the sender possesses either leverage over Wei Xiaoman or holds significant importance to her, compelling her to take such a risk. The former scenario seems more probable. The meeting at Dunhua Temple, away from crowds, is likely intended to avoid scrutiny, especially from the Duke. Madam, should we secretly follow Wei Xiaoman tomorrow? Qiu Shuang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhiyu dismissed the idea. No, if our carriage enters the woods of Gushan, the noise would be too great, and we would risk being discovered. If that happens, not only would we fail to gather any information, but it could also arouse her suspicion against us. Qiu Shuang recognized the sound reasoning and asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Liang Zhiyu glanced at the accounts neatly arranged by Xia Hua on the table, a plan forming in her mind. She leaned in to whisper a few words to Qiu Shuang before sharing a knowing smile and saying, "You may go now." Qiu Shuang nodded and hurriedly exited. Chapter 12. The man, madam, please let me go to Dunhua Temple, Xia Hua said, concern etched on her face as she watched Liang Zhiyu change her clothes. Liang Zhiyu removed her hairpin and had Qiu Shuang style her hair to match Xia Hua's, donning a set of Xia Hua's usual garments as she confidently replied, "Do not worry, although Dunhua Temple is on Gushan, it is not a dangerous place. But I truly cannot be at ease with you going alone. What if you encounter bandits? What if you get lost in the mountains? Perhaps Qiu Shuang should accompany you." Seeing Xia Hua's continued concern, Liang Zhiyu patted her reassuringly. "Dear Xia Hua, I am dressed in the attire of the Duke Wen's residents. Who would dare to harm me? Which fool would dare openly offend a hereditary noble? You should stay here, disguised as me, to care for the two children and avoid detection. Qiu Shuang would remain behind as well. Should any issues arise, the two could coordinate to divert attention." After saying this, Liang Zhiyu turned to give Qiu Shuang further instructions. "You shall remain outside the door, and whoever comes must be told that I am unwell and cannot receive visitors, including the Duke and the matriarch. All I need to do is endure through a day and a night, and by tomorrow noon, I shall return." Qiu Shuang nodded and placed a white gauze cap upon her head, concealing her features completely. Liang Zhiyu, resembling Xia Hua, donned Xia Hua's attire and obscured her face. As long as she refrained from speaking, anyone who beheld her would believe her to be Xia Hua. Seizing the opportunity while others in the household were preoccupied, Liang Zhiyu disguised herself as the rash-afflicted Xia Hua and, under the pretext of seeking medical aid, departed from the Duke Wen's residence, venturing alone to Dunhua Temple. Fortunately, others were too fearful of the contagion to approach, thus failing to detect any anomaly. To avoid arousing Wei Xiaoman's suspicion, Liang Zhiyu had reserved a meditation room at Dunhua Temple a day in advance, preparing to lie in wait. The following morning, shrouded in mist, only a few young monks were tidying the temple grounds, while the remaining monks were engrossed in chanting within the scripture hall. Devotees rarely ascended the mountain at this hour. Leaving the temple gate deserted, Liang Zhiyu deliberately changed into the attire of a commoner and concealed herself along a small path by the mountain gate, where she soon spotted Wei Xiaoman, who was heavily pregnant, ascending the mountain path at a slow pace, supported by two maidservants, taking labored steps with frequent pauses. Seeing her struggle to ascend the mountain only reinforced Liang Zhiyu's conviction. Upon reaching the temple gate, Wei Xiaoman instructed all her maidservants to wait outside while she alone entered the temple with an incense basket. Liang Zhiyu, observing her enter the mountain gate, quickly slipped into the main hall from the opposite side and concealed herself behind a pillar beside the Buddha statue, quietly monitoring Wei Xiaoman's actions. Upon entering the main hall, Wei Xiaoman lit the incense and candles, kneeling fervently before the statue, praying earnestly. I, Wei, a concubine of the Duke Wen's household, have been with child for over 4 months. I beseech the Buddha to grant me a safe delivery. Unable to perform a full prostration, she bowed her head 3 times to express her sincerity. Suddenly, her tone shifted, and in a chilling voice, she declared, Wretched Liang, who has seized my husband and child, usurping the position of matriarch of the Duke's household, may the Buddha bear witness. She did not utter the concluding words aloud but silently prayed for Liang Zhiyu's demise, wishing her a death devoid of peace. After her prayer concluded, Wei Xiaoman picked up the incense basket, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and hastily proceeded to a secluded courtyard behind the main hall. Seeing her finally leave the main hall, Liang Zhiyu emerged from behind the pillar, trailing her at a careful distance. Wei Xiaoman glanced around cautiously, fearful of being seen. Fortunately, the winding paths of Dunhua Temple allowed Liang Zhiyu to conceal herself behind pavilions and natural features without detection. After a considerable time, Liang Zhiyu saw Wei Xiaoman stop near a concealed rock formation, anxiously scanning her surroundings as if awaiting someone. Before long, a shifty-eyed man emerged from the side of the rock formation, engaging in low conversation with her, their demeanor suggesting intimacy. Liang Zhiyu dared not approach too closely and instead hid several paces away behind a centuries-old camphor tree, peering across the lake to observe their interaction. Because of the distance, she could not hear their conversation, and her heart raced with urgency, causing her to lean forward unconsciously. Inadvertently, Liang Zhiyu leaned so far that she nearly toppled into the lake. Suddenly, the man struck Wei Xiaoman with a slap, causing her to stagger towards Liang Zhiyu's direction. Clutching her belly, Liang Zhiyu's heart jolted, and instinctively, she recoiled. However, in her haste, her footing slipped, and she lost her balance, unable to steady herself. Just as she resigned herself to closing her eyes, contemplating her next move, she caught a faint, refreshing scent of plum blossoms drawing near, and strong hands grasped her waist, swiftly and steadily pulling her back behind the camphor tree. Liang Zhiyu opened her eyes in a rush, yet before she could discern her savior's identity, she instinctively turned to glance toward Wei Xiaoman. Fortunately, she appeared to be engaged in a heated dispute with the man, oblivious to the commotion nearby. Seeing this, Liang Zhiyu exhaled in relief and slowly turned to face her benefactor. Upon recognizing the figure before her, her breath caught. Prince Heng, standing before her. Qi Yunzhao was clad in simple white attire, his picturesque eyes harboring a hint of concern. He held a folding fan in his right hand, exuding an air of cool detachment. Noticing her gaze, he placed the fan before his lips, subtly indicating towards Wei Xiaoman. Understanding his unspoken message, Liang Zhiyu suppressed her curiosity and continued observing the two. It appeared that Wei Xiaoman had reached an agreement with the man, as she ultimately handed the incense basket to him. After rummaging through it, he revealed a satisfied smile before swaggering away with the basket. Wei Xiaoman remained behind, her eyes filled with resentment as she watched him depart. After a moment, she took a different path towards the mountain gate. As they gradually disappeared from view, Liang Zhiyu slowly turned back, her mind lost in contemplation, momentarily forgetting that Qi Yunzhao still held her. Seeing Wei Xiaoman's departure, Qi Yunzhao lowered his gaze to Liang Zhiyu's demeanor, appearing as if he had committed a faux pas. He quickly released her and stepped back, holding his fan with both hands in a gesture of apology. Lady Yu, I beg your forgiveness for my indiscretion, he said. Liang Zhiyu, regaining her senses, quickly returned the gesture, saying, Your Highness, please do not mention it. My poor swimming skills led me to accidentally fall into the lake, and I feared for my life. I owe you my deepest gratitude for your timely rescue. Upon hearing her words, Qi Yunzhao said nothing further, merely offering a gentle smile. His smile was like a delicate plum blossom blooming amidst a flurry of winter snow, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Liang Zhiyu, captivated by his smile, suddenly found the faint fragrance of plum blossoms emanating from him intoxicating, far surpassing any concoction crafted by the finest perfumers in the capital. It was subtle, yet profoundly refreshing, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered it before. A peculiar thought crossed Liang Zhiyu's mind. What kind of extraordinary woman could possibly be worthy of the illustrious Prince Heng? Nevertheless, while she admired his beauty, she did not forget her purpose and immediately addressed Qi Yunzhao with a bow. Your Highness, I have an unreasonable request. Please do not disclose our encounter today to anyone. I cannot explain the reasons, and I hope for your understanding. Qi Yunzhao, sensing her seriousness, nodded in agreement. This morning, after offering prayers at Dunhua Temple, I strolled alone in the courtyard, which is secluded, accompanied only by the sound of flowing water, without encountering anyone or witnessing any events. Liang Zhiyu beamed at his words, bowed in farewell, and prepared to return to her meditation room to gather her belongings and return to the Duke Wen's residence. Qi Yunzhao stood by the lakeside, hands clasped behind his back, watching her retreating figure with a complex expression, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Chapter 13. Suspicion upon returning to Qiyun Pavilion. Liang Zhiyu encountered Qiu Shuang standing anxiously by the door. Upon seeing her return, Qiu Shuang's face lit up with joy, and she hurried forward, whispering, "Madam?" Liang Zhiyu nodded through the veil and entered the room with Qiu Shuang. As soon as they entered, Xia Hua rushed toward them, exclaiming, "Thank the heavens, madam. You have finally returned. Aunt Wei from Miaoshui Pavilion came back this afternoon, and both Autumn Frost and I were quite worried about you." Liang Zhiyu removed her white veil hat and began to loosen her clothing, addressing Xia Hua. "Do not speak too much for now. Quickly change your attire and quietly leave the residence with your veil hat." Xia Hua, with no time for further inquiries, hurriedly exchanged garments with Liang Zhiyu, all the while asking, "Madam, where am I to go?" Liang Zhiyu handed her a letter and some silver coins, pressing them into Xia Hua's arms. "Once you leave the residence, hasten to the location mentioned in the letter. It is a small, idle courtyard in my name. I have arranged for some clothing and provisions there. Stay for a few days and return, claiming the physician has cured your rash to avoid raising suspicion." Receiving the letter and coins, Xia Hua departed from the Duke of Wen's residence under the cover of night. After ensuring Xia Hua's arrangements were in place, Liang Zhiyu inquired of Qiu Shuang, "Has anything transpired in the residence during this time?" Qiu Shuang replied, "The old lady and the Duke, upon hearing of your illness, merely sent someone to express their concern, without any suspicion arising. However, that Lady Wei has remained in Miaoshui Pavilion since her return in the afternoon. She summoned a physician in the evening, claiming she has experienced a fright during her pregnancy, and now both the old lady and the Duke are at Miaoshui Pavilion." "A fright during her pregnancy? What is the situation at Miaoshui Pavilion now?" Liang Zhiyu was not surprised. After all, the mountain roads of Dunhua City were treacherous, and it was only natural for Wei Xiaoman, heavily pregnant, to be unsettled after a long journey. The physician had not communicated any news after entering. "Madam, should we not pay a visit?" Liang Zhiyu adjusted her clothing and hair ornaments, stating, "Of course we must go. I previously promised to fulfill my duties as the mistress and care for her well, though she acted impulsively by leaving and now faces complications. If I remain indifferent, it would reflect poorly on me." After applying a light layer of powder to her face to feign a frail appearance, Liang Zhiyu, accompanied by Qiu Shuang, proceeded to Miaoshui Pavilion. "Has the physician not advised you to rest more and avoid unnecessary movement? Even if you do not care for your own well-being, I am concerned for my precious grandson." Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang had just stepped into Miaoshui Pavilion when they heard the old lady Wang reprimanding Wei Xiaoman relentlessly. Pale and trembling, Wei Xiaoman hid in Song Yanji's embrace, quietly weeping. Upon seeing Liang Zhiyu, the old lady ceased her reproach towards Wei Xiaoman. "Mother, Manor only went out to pray for the child. She did not anticipate this fright. Now that the situation has stabilized, she will surely be more cautious and will bring you a healthy grandson in a few months." Song Yanji defended Wei Xiaoman. The old lady Wang shot him a glare, evidently still irked. Recognizing this, Liang Zhiyu pretended to advocate for Wei Xiaoman. "Mother, Wei's sister was only concerned. If it were you or I, even with the inconvenience of pregnancy, we would be daily beseeching the heavens for the child's safety. Please do not hold it against Wei's sister." Seeing the old lady's silence, Liang Zhiyu shifted her tone to feign concern for Wei Xiaoman while subtly probing. "Sister Wei, although Xianghua Temple is merely a couple of streets from the Duke of Wen's residence, the carriage ride can be jarring. Given your condition, it would be wiser to refrain from such travels. If you wish to pray for your child, you may do so in the small temple within the residence. The deities will surely sense your intentions." Upon hearing this, the old lady Wang immediately sensed something amiss and scrutinized Wei Xiaoman with a piercing gaze, asking sternly, "The temple within the residence enshrines Guanyin Bodhisattva. Why must you go to Xianghua Temple for your prayers?" Wei Xiaoman shrank back under the old lady's gaze. cursing Liang Zhiyu inwardly 1,000 times, and stammered, "I did not go to Xianghua Temple to pray. I just heard that Dunhua Temple is extraordinarily effective." "What? You went to Dunhua Temple to pray today?" The old lady Wang erupted in anger. "Not only is Dunhua Temple far away, but the mountain roads are also treacherous. You, being pregnant with an unstable condition, how could you possibly go there to pray, without risking your health?" Song Yanji seemed unaware of the situation, and with surprise. He spoke to Wei Xiaoman with a hint of anger. "Manner, this is your folly. You sought far instead of near, exhausting yourself with the journey. How could our child endure that?" In an effort to avoid suspicion, Wei Xiaoman merely mentioned burning incense to pray, without specifying which temple she intended to visit. As it became evident that the truth could no longer be concealed, and even Song Yanji bore a hint of reproach, she quickly clung to him, feigning innocence. Seeing her weeping like a delicate flower, Song Yanji's anger dissipated, and he began to defend her. It seems Manner must have heard that the Buddha at Dunhua Temple is particularly effective in matters of pregnancy, which is why she undertook the arduous journey to pray. "Mother, now that the child is safe, let's not be overly harsh on her. Pursuing this further may distress Manner and harm the child." Understanding that the old lady Wang was most concerned about the child, he skillfully framed his words to express care for the infant while subtly defending Wei Xiaoman. Hearing this, the old lady Wang sighed in resignation and gestured to indicate she would not pursue the matter any further. Noticing that the scrutiny was dissipating and that Wei Xiaoman was likely to escape this predicament, Liang Zhiyu feigned concern for Wei Xiaoman once more. "Mother, Xianghua Temple is frequented by numerous devotees. Regardless of the time, it is always bustling with worshippers. Wei's sister may have feared the crowds and inadvertently strained herself." Perceiving that the old lady Wang seemed unaware of the deeper implications of her words, Liang Zhiyu continued to subtly guide her thoughts. "I have heard that Dunhua Temple has fewer visitors and is quite serene. Wei's sister must have departed before dawn to avoid the throngs, correct? You see, she was indeed considering the well-being of her child. Please do not hold any anger towards her." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoman immediately grasped Liang Zhiyu's intention, and a sense of panic surged within her as she cautiously glanced at Liang Zhiyu. The old lady Wang finally connected the dots. Leaving at dawn and deliberately seeking a more remote location to avoid crowds was indeed unusual behavior for Wei Xiaoman. Having achieved her objective, Liang Zhiyu claimed her illness had not yet fully abated and, fearing that lingering too long might infect Wei Xiaoman, she sought an excuse to leave hastily. The old lady Wang, having presided over the Duke of Wen's residence for nearly 2 decades, was well acquainted with the intricacies of the household and saw through Wei Xiaoman's pretense. As long as she successfully ignited the old lady Wang's suspicions regarding Wei Xiaoman, Liang Zhiyu's subsequent plans would unfold with greater ease. Chapter 14. Seeking a person in Qiyun Pavilion. Within a cozy chamber, the candlelight flickered, illuminating a stunning visage. Liang Zhiyu took up a brush, intently capturing the likeness of the man Wei Xiaoman had secretly met on paper. "Madam, why do you not expose Lady Wei's lies before the old lady and the Duke? She is clearly meeting an outsider, and in Miaoshui Pavilion, the old lady has already begun to harbor doubts. The Duke does not seem to favor her as he usually does." Qiu Shuang, who stood to the side grinding ink, could no longer contain her curiosity. "Without concrete evidence, and considering the old lady and the Duke's inherent disdain for me, if I were to disclose today's events in full, the old lady would likely reprimand me first for sneaking out of the residence, questioning my motives. In such circumstances, Wei Xiaoman could easily turn the tables and accuse me of baseless slander, which would place me at a disadvantage." Qiu Shuang sighed in resignation. "Today, we have let her off too easily." Liang Zhiyu added the final strokes to her painting and gently blew on the ink to dry it, confidently explaining. Merely the accusation of meeting an outsider, given the Duke's favoritism towards her and her pregnancy, would not suffice to expel her from the residence. With her silver-tongued arguments, she could easily concoct an excuse to evade even house arrest. Seeing her confident demeanor, Qiu Shuang inquired, "Madam, do you already have a comprehensive plan?" Liang Zhiyu handed the drawing to Qiu Shuang with a smile, saying, "Tomorrow, go find several artists to replicate this portrait in hundreds of copies. Deliver them to our informants. Regardless of the cost, ensure that this individual is located and brought before me. As long as we locate this individual, we shall be able to validate my conjecture, thus clarifying our subsequent course of action." Qiu Shuang carefully accepted the portrait, affirming, "Yes, my lady." Once Qiu Shuang's footsteps faded into the distance, Liang Zhiyu gazed at the flickering candlelight upon the table, lost in thought. Wei Xiaoman enjoyed the favor and protection of Song Yanji, and with the child she carried as her shield, as long as she did not provoke any major calamity. Both Song Yanji and the old matriarch of the Wang family would choose to turn a blind eye. The only course of action available to Liang Zhiyu was to investigate whether she harbored any secrets and what sort of dealings she had with that man, which could potentially serve as grounds for her expulsion from the Duke of Wen's residence. As night deepened and the dew thickened, nightmares plagued her. Visions of the malicious faces of Wei Xiaoman and Song Yanji resurfacing, while the bloodstains on the bed were a chilling sight. When Liang Zhiyu awoke the next morning, her forehead was slick with beads of sweat, her breath rapid, and her heart felt as though it were tightly bound by a scorching iron wire, causing her to gasp for air. The agonies of her past life could only be alleviated through the vengeance of this life. Fortunately, just a few days after distributing the portraits, Qiu Shuang returned with promising news. The man had been located. It turned out that he was a clown from the Yale band, named Tang Long, an old acquaintance of Wei Xiaoman. For reasons unknown, he had come into a windfall a year prior, leaving the troupe and vanishing from sight. Recently, he had unexpectedly appeared in the capital, destitute and incessantly inquiring about Wei Xiaoman. Curiously, after a meeting with Wei Xiaoman at Dunhua Temple a few days ago, he seemed to have acquired another fortune, donning fine silks and brocades, and had taken up residence in the largest inn in the capital, Lucian Tower, dining lavishly and spending extravagantly. It was precisely due to this ostentation that Liang Zhiyu's informants were able to locate him swiftly. In a secluded courtyard in the west of the city, Tang Long lounged with his legs crossed, observing the summer flowers and his entourage with a hint of amusement. My employer summoned me here to discuss a lucrative transaction, yet where is he? He inquired with disdain. Xia Hua, clearly annoyed by his crude demeanor, retorted, "You were told to wait. Spare us your incessant chatter." Tang Long, noticing her irritation, seemed even more intrigued, rising from his chair to lean closer, leering as he said, "This young lady is quite charming, though her temper is rather fierce. I wonder if you are betrothed? If not, I might." Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open, and Liang Zhiyu, veiled and accompanied by Qiu Shuang, entered, interrupting Tang Long's lewd remarks. Approaching him, Liang Zhiyu scrutinized him carefully, confirming he was indeed the man who had clandestinely met with Wei Xiaoman. She commanded her attendants to restrain him in his chair and instructed Qiu Shuang to bring another chair for herself, adjusting her skirt before sitting down. "Wretched scoundrel! What do you think you're doing?" Tang Long barked in anger as he was forced into the chair. Unfazed by his foul language, Liang Zhiyu spoke slowly. "Do not be hasty, young sir. I have a few questions for you. Provide me with the answers, and you shall receive your reward." "How does that sound?" Tang Long appraised Liang Zhiyu before him, sensing no ill intent, and replied, "Proceed with your inquiries." "What is your relationship with Wei Xiaoman?" Liang Zhiyu asked. "We are old acquaintances. We used to earn our living together in the Yale band." "My lady, surely you have already investigated this before summoning me for business?" He answered, disinterested. "I am not interested in such commonplace knowledge. I seek to uncover the hidden truths of your relationship, or rather, the secrets between you and her." At her words, Tang Long's demeanor shifted, growing wary as he feigned calmness. "What do you mean, madam? I do not comprehend." Realizing tangible benefits would not pry secrets from him, Liang Zhiyu instructed Qiu Shuang to produce a stack of silver notes and wave them before Tang Long. "Answer my questions truthfully, and this 1,000 taels will be yours. Should you utter even a single falsehood, I shall have them beat you and cast you into the streets." Tang Long's eyes widened at the sight of the silver. His gaze glued to the notes as they swayed before him. "I ask you again, what is your relationship with Wei Xiaoman?" "We were former lovers," he confessed. "What proof do you have to substantiate your claim? What if you are merely spinning tales to deceive me?" At this moment, Tang Long was desperate for the money and quickly asserted, "Wei Xiaoman has a mole on her left shoulder. If you doubt me, you may inquire with her maid. I believe her name is Baoling. However, I haven't seen that girl lately, so you may need to search a bit longer." Liang Zhiyu, Xia Hua, and Qiu Shuang exchanged glances, astonished. They had anticipated this man would possess leverage over Wei Xiaoman, yet he himself was her leverage. "You had intimate relations with Wei Xiaoman," Liang Zhiyu exclaimed. "As former lovers, madam, we lowly performers do not adhere to the same decorum you noble families do. At that time, I genuinely intended to marry her and take responsibility for her. Alas, I had no inkling she would ascend to greater heights and abandon me. If you intended to marry her, how could you allow her to wed another? Did you not seek her out afterward? Tang Long replied nonchalantly, Madam. You hail from a wealthy family. Naturally, you do not comprehend the hardships we lowly folk endure. A wife, no matter how dear, pales in comparison to the will to survive. She provided me with a substantial sum of money. Moreover, you are aware that she entered the Duke of Wen's household. What courage had I to approach her? Then, why did you recently return to the capital seeking her? Liang Zhiyu inquired. Tang Long narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on her face as he responded, Madam, the answer to that question is worth far more than 1,000 taels. Chapter 15. Secrets. Seeing his audacity, Liang Zhiyu produced a thicker stack of silver notes and presented them before him. 3,000 taels. Tang Long glanced at them and shamelessly declared, 10,000 taels, otherwise you shall learn nothing. Liang Zhiyu, finding his behavior intolerable, decided not to waste further words. She instructed Xia Hua to prepare a brazier and placed it before Tang Long, tossing a 100-tael note into the flames. I do not appreciate being threatened. From this moment on, should you remain silent, I will burn the notes one by one. For every moment you hesitate, your reward diminishes by 100 taels. Young sir, whether this transaction proves profitable or not rests entirely upon the duration of your deliberation. Tang Long, taken aback by her audacity, watched as the silver note turned to ash in the brazier, his heart aching painfully. Wait, I will speak. Do not burn my money, he exclaimed hastily. Liang Zhiyu, seeing his willingness to cooperate, instructed Xia Hua to remove the brazier, signaling Tang Long to continue. When we were together, it truly was a case of mutual affection. During the night, we could scarcely bear it apart. At that time, Wei Xiaoman was already with child. To avoid discovery by others in the Yale ban, we secretly fled to the countryside, where she gave birth to a daughter. What? Liang Zhiyu and Xia Hua exclaimed in unison. Liang Zhiyu thought to herself that she had indeed found the right person. He was the key to toppling Wei Xiaoman. You claim Wei Xiaoman has a daughter with you? Where is the child now? Tang Long squinted, adopting a nonchalant tone as he replied, A burden, of course. We sold her off as soon as possible. Where did you sell her? Tang Long's gaze flickered, and after a few hesitant coughs, he finally said, I sold her to an old madam at a brothel. She claimed to have no children of her own and wanted a child, promising to love her as if she were her own. We were both destitute at the time. Our funds exhausted. I did not wish to burden the child, so I thought it best for her to be with someone who could provide for her, ensuring she would be well cared for. Xia Hua, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. You vile scoundrel. You have clearly sold your own flesh and blood to a brothel. Is this not casting her into the flames of hell? No wonder Wei Xiaoman chose to leave you. Tang Long, hearing this, became visibly displeased. The young lady. I implore you to speak more clearly. I was forced into this situation. Wei Xiaoman followed me, yet she behaves like a former official's daughter. With the rice jar at home nearly empty, she does not engage in mending or washing to contribute to the household. It is solely through my labor in the village that I earn a meager meal. Sustaining her alone is already a struggle. She has not borne a son but instead a burden. I sold that burden to alleviate some household expenses. What is wrong with that? Liang Zhiyu, perceptively seizing upon the crux of the matter, halted the eager summer flower from speaking further and pressed on with inquiries directed at Tang Long. You claim that Wei Xiaoman was once an official's daughter? Yet, my investigations reveal that she was orphaned at a young age, wandering alone. And only at 10 was she taken in by the head of the elite troupe, gaining a place to reside. It is evident that she fabricated this falsehood to conceal her identity. How could a parentless child survive to the age of 10? I was unaware of this until one night when I overheard her having a nightmare, muttering about not wanting to become a military prostitute. After much pressing, she finally divulged the truth. Her father was a traitor involved in a conspiracy, and after their family was confiscated, she and her mother were to be sent to the military as prostitutes. However, during their transport, they were ambushed by bandits, and she seized the opportunity to escape, adopting the identity of an orphan to join the elite troupe. Upon finishing this revelation, Tang Long, with an air of self-satisfaction, turned to Liang Zhiyu and said, What do you think? This piece of information must be worth more than 1,000 taels, right? Liang Zhiyu nodded in approval. This news could very well infuriate the esteemed Lady Wang to her demise. The fact that Song Yanji took a military prostitute as a concubine, once it spreads, would render the Duke of Wen's household a laughingstock throughout the capital. This leverage is, for Liang Zhiyu, worth its weight in gold. With a knowing smile, Liang Zhiyu signaled to her attendants to release Tang Long and handed him a banknote, simultaneously presenting another condition. This is 2,900 taels. A reward for your truthful responses. I would like to ask you to undertake another task, and upon its completion, I shall provide an additional 3,000 taels. Tang Long, with a cunning grin, greedily accepted the banknote. What further instructions does the lady have? I wish for you to reside here for a time. I will also arrange for the daughter of Yu and Wei Xiaoman to be brought here. When the moment is ripe, I want you to take her to the Duke of Wen's residence and demand an explanation from Wei Xiaoman in front of all. Aside from the matter of her being a military prostitute, you may speak freely, even alluding to her being a concubine to 2 husbands without hesitation. Upon hearing that he was to go to the Duke of Wen's residence, Tang Long immediately felt a surge of trepidation. If I were to shout about this matter, would not the Duke have me executed? Wei Xiaoman holds my secrets. She is my source of income. If the lady wishes for me to do this, would it not sever my means of survival? Liang Zhiyu, well aware of his reluctance, proceeded to analyze the situation for him. First, the Duke of Wen would never dare harm you, for to do so would implicate him in a scandalous connection with Wei Xiaoman. Tarnishing both his reputation and exposing him to charges of murder, he would not be so foolish. Secondly, if you continue to leverage this matter against Wei Xiaoman, based on your knowledge of her, after selling her daughter and threatening her current status, would she not harbor a deep-seated hatred towards you? Given the chance, she would undoubtedly eliminate you as a threat once and for all, leaving you to rot with your secrets while she enjoys a life of luxury. Therefore, your best means of self-preservation is to follow my guidance, expose her secrets, and once she loses everything, she will pose no further threat to you. Moreover, you will also receive an additional 3,000 taels, ensuring your comfort for the rest of your days. I surmise that any threats you made against Wei Xiaoman yielded you merely a few hundred taels, if that. Wei Xiaoman possesses no dowry or private wealth. Only a few acres of land bestowed by Song Yanji, leaving her with little monetary means. Meanwhile, the steward of the Duke of Wen's estate is under her purview, and she cannot embezzle funds. Thus, the money she could provide is limited and cannot satisfy Tang Long's ambitions. After hearing her analysis, Tang Long felt a chill run down his spine, recognizing the truth in her words. Given Wei Xiaoman's character, she could very well resort to extreme measures to silence him. Upon further reflection, he realized that the few hundred taels she had previously given him paled in comparison to the thousands offered by this lady, who clearly had significant backing and bore no grudge against him. With this realization, Tang Long swiftly made his decision. I am willing to heed your instructions, merely seeking your mercy to preserve my life and future prosperity. Upon hearing his words, Liang Zhiyu smiled and nodded. Rest assured, as long as you follow my directives, even if the Duke of Wen and Wei Xiaoman seek your demise, the Liang family will ensure your longevity. Chapter 16. The setup time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Wei Xiaoman was now 5 months pregnant. During this time, aside from bringing Tang Long and Wei Xiaoman's illegitimate daughter, Tinger, to the capital, Liang Zhiyu had taken no further action. Even Summer Flower and Autumn Frost could not help but inquire, but Liang Zhiyu merely stated that she had plans in place and was not in a hurry. To strike decisively and ensure that Song Yanji and Lady Wang would utterly despise Wei Xiaoman, a suitable opportunity to reveal all was required. As Liang Zhiyu anticipated, this opportunity soon presented itself. Recently, Wei Xiaoman frequently visited Qiyun Pavilion under the pretense of checking on her 2 children, each time lingering for over half an hour. Moreover, she consistently praised the exquisite delicacies of Qiyun Pavilion, often taking some with her. To the others in the Duke of Wen's household, it appeared as though the two shared an intimate and harmonious relationship, as if they could not bear to be apart, endlessly conversing. Due to this false appearance, Song Yanji's demeanor towards Liang Zhiyu softened considerably. However, Liang Zhiyu understood that Wei Xiaoman's overt friendliness was laden with ulterior motives. One day, while enjoying tea and pastries with Wei Xiaoman, Liang Zhiyu observed her increasingly pallid complexion and was struck by a bold conjecture. "Sister Wei, your complexion appears quite pale. Are you unwell? I have heard that your pregnancy has been unstable of late. Should we not ask the Duke to send a formal invitation to the palace to summon a physician?" Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoman hastily took a handkerchief to cover her face, feigning, "Is that so? Perhaps I did not sleep well last night. As you know, the later stages of pregnancy make restful sleep increasingly elusive. This is but a minor issue. There is no need to trouble a physician. The doctor I usually consult, Dr. Zhang, has already prescribed me a remedy to stabilize the pregnancy, and as long as I take it on time, all will be well. Liang Zhiyu saw through her pretense, her suspicions largely confirmed. She knew she would not seek a physician and refrained from further comment. In that case, Sister Wei, you must take extra care. You have been here for quite some time. I still need to review this month's accounts. So it would be best for you to rest at home. This was her subtle dismissal. Wei Xiaoman promptly rose, once again requesting a pastry under the guise of her pregnancy cravings, and pretended to thank Liang Zhiyu before taking her leave. Once Wei Xiaoman departed from Qiyun Pavilion, Summer Flower could no longer contain her grievances. Finally, she has left. It is one thing for this Aunt Wei to come daily, but she lingers for so long each time, and then she always takes home a pastry. Those pastries are ones I purchased from Doxiangzai, and every time I had to wait in line for over half an hour to obtain them. They are quite rare, and the lady has barely had a few bites, as she always takes the majority with her. Liang Zhiyu glanced at the few remaining pieces of date paste cake on the table, smiling silently, then turned to Summer Flower and said, "All right, Summer Flower, I do not crave these few pastries anyway. Could you assist me with a task in the kitchen?" Liang Zhiyu whispered a few words into Summer Flower's ear, who nodded and departed to fulfill her task. Autumn Frost, observing the exchange, inquired, "Lady, do you have a plan?" Liang Zhiyu picked up a piece of date paste cake, took a small bite, and then grimaced. "Too sweet, not tasty." Autumn Frost, please go to the Grand Master's residence and ask my mother to send back some hibiscus cakes. I recall she always prepares them at this time of year. Autumn Frost was perplexed. Why did the lady suddenly desire to eat lotus cakes? I can also make this delicacy. Let Autumn Frost prepare it for the lady. Liang Zhiyu was momentarily at a loss, then stood up and pulled Autumn Frost towards the bedroom, saying, "You silly Autumn Frost, come with me. I want to see if your head is filled with glue." 3 days later, a messenger from the Liang family arrived with news. Old Madam, he had suddenly fallen ill with a chill and was bedridden, and they requested Liang Zhiyu return home to visit. Meanwhile, news also came from Ling Liang. Wei Xiaoman reported this morning that she had not slept well last night and had been confined to bed, secretly sending for a doctor. Liang Zhiyu immediately instructed Xia Hua and Autumn Frost to pack a box of precious medicinal herbs, and after personally explaining the situation to old Madame Wang and Song Yanji, she hurriedly set off for the Liang family estate with the 2 children. "Mother, I have returned to see you." As soon as Liang Zhiyu entered, she rushed into old Madame He's embrace. Sitting on the bed, old Madame He appeared rosy and vibrant, showing no signs of illness, completely unlike someone who is unwell. "My darling has come back. Let me see, have you lost weight again?" Liang Zhiyu nestled in her mother's arms, feeling guilty as she said, "To provide an excuse for my return, I made you pretend to be ill. It is unfilial of me." Old Madame He smiled gently as she stroked Liang Zhiyu's hair. "How could that be? I merely lay in bed for half a day. Where's the fatigue? It is you who should not have to go through such trouble, even involving your father to summon Dr. Kong to the palace." Liang Zhiyu smiled mysteriously and replied playfully, "Mother, be patient. Once Dr. Kong arrives, you will understand." Although old Madame He felt some doubt, she chose not to press further upon seeing Liang Zhiyu's cunning demeanor. Liang Zhiyu gestured for Xia Hua and Autumn Frost, who were holding Song Wenhan and Song Xinghan, to come forward, cheerfully saying, "Mother, look, your grandson has gained quite a bit of weight. After months apart, do you still recognize him?" Old Madame He carefully examined the faces of the 2 children, pondering for a moment before reaching out to take Song Xinghan from Autumn Frost's arms, her face beaming. "Wenhan has grown so quickly. After just a few months, I can hardly recognize my own grandson. However, the child's eyes are increasingly like yours, and his nose seems to resemble yours a little, though it stands a bit more upright than Duke Wen's. Ah. I suppose we will have to wait until the child grows older to determine who he truly resembles." Seeing that old Madame He had taken Song Xinghan, Xia Hua and Autumn Frost exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. Liang Zhiyu felt a pang in her heart and could only feign nonchalance, saying, "Parents, this is Xinger, not Wenner." Old Madame He looked up in surprise. "What? This is Xinger?" Liang Zhiyu noticed her mother's puzzled expression and looked at Song Xinghan, who gazed at her with innocent eyes, an uncontrollable impulse driving her to reveal the truth. "Xinger is my true son. This is your own grandson. The grandson whose identity was swapped by Song Yanji and Wei Xiaoman. Mother, I have something to discuss." "Madam, Miss, the Grand Tutor has summoned Dr. Kong back." Just as Liang Zhiyu resolved to disclose Song Xinghan's true identity, the stewardess, Granny Li, hurriedly entered. Old Madam, he was immediately diverted and instructed Granny Li, "Please invite the Grand Tutor and Dr. Kong in." Interrupted by Granny Li, Liang Zhiyu instantly regained clarity. Pinching her palm with her nails to suppress her inner turmoil, patience is essential for great plans.
Zhiyu?
What is the matter? Old Madam, he asked with concern, noticing Liang Zhiyu's distracted state. Liang Zhiyu quickly looked up, forcing a nonchalant smile. "It's nothing, Mother. I was just momentarily lost in thought." As she spoke, the Grand Tutor in his purple official robe and Dr. Kong carrying a medicine box entered. Chapter 17. The setup. To Liang Zhiyu explained to the Grand Tutor and Dr. Kong the reasons behind her mother's feigned illness and sincerely bowed in apology. "Father, Dr. Kong, I acted recklessly. However, I have an urgent matter to consult Dr. Kong about, which cannot be revealed to Duke Wen's residence, necessitating this desperate measure. I ask for your understanding, esteemed father and Dr. Kong." The Grand Tutor, who had always cared deeply for his daughter, would not admonish her for merely running to the palace on her behalf. He helped Liang Zhiyu to her feet and said, "It is only a trip for my precious daughter. There is no need for apologies." Dr. Kong, who had always been on good terms with the Grand Tutor and had watched Liang Zhiyu grow up, treated her like a beloved niece and did not mind the particulars. Though he inquired with concern, "Zhiyu, what is the matter that requires such discretion?" Liang Zhiyu instructed Autumn Frost to retrieve a clean porcelain bottle from the bottom of the box filled with medicinal herbs, pouring the remnants into a handkerchief and handing it to Dr. Kong. "Uncle Kong, this is the herbal medicine for calming pregnancy taken by the concubine Wei in my household. I had Xia Hua carefully observed for several days and finally managed to secretly obtain some while the maid was distracted. Could you please examine it for any abnormalities?" Dr. Kong took the handkerchief and meticulously examined the remnants. When he came across a few specific herbs, he furrowed his brow and took a moment to ponder before asking Liang Zhiyu, "Zhiyu, how did the doctor from Duke Wen's residence diagnose Wei's pregnancy?" Liang Zhiyu recounted the doctor's words in detail. The doctor mentioned that Wei had just recently become pregnant and was in a weakened state, requiring extra caution. She needed to take calming herbs daily and consume nourishing meals to replenish her energy and blood, remaining in bed and avoiding excessive movement, while also avoiding cold foods.
Now,
5 months into her pregnancy, her condition remained unstable and her complexion had grown increasingly pale. However, she claimed it was merely due to restless nights, asserting that following the doctor's prescribed medicine would suffice. Dr. Kong nodded thoughtfully and mused, "If a pregnant woman frequently experiences instability in her pregnancy, and these herbs are primarily for nourishing blood and calming the fetus, there should be no issue. However, there are a few herbs here that are inappropriate. For instance, Eucamia has benefits for treating liver and kidney deficiencies and stopping bleeding during pregnancy. Mugwort is used to warm the meridians and stop bleeding, often utilized to treat symptoms of miscarriage or fetal movement instability. If the fetus is merely weak and requires calming, these 2 herbs should not be necessary unless there are indications of a threatened miscarriage. Thus, I suspect that Wei's pregnancy has already shown signs of blood deficiency and abdominal pain with bleeding. I fear her child may already be beyond saving." The Grand Tutor and Old Madam, he were both perplexed upon hearing this. Old Madam, he could not help but inquire, if the doctor from Wei's side is not being truthful, then Wei must be deliberately concealing something. However, if this pregnancy cannot be maintained, it will eventually be discovered. What could she possibly gain from hiding it now? Liang Zhiyu carefully rewrapped the medicinal remnants and handed them back to Autumn Frost, responding, "I believe she intends to exploit this situation for her own advantage. But do not worry, Mother. I have devised a countermeasure." With that, Liang Zhiyu turned to Dr. Kong and bowed, "I may need your assistance to personally visit Duke Wen's residence when the time comes." Dr. Kong readily agreed, saying, "Zhiyu, you need not be formal. Just have someone inform me when the time comes, and I will immediately head to Duke Wen's residence. Regardless of what Wei says or does, Uncle Kong will be there to support you." As Liang Zhiyu looked around at the concerned faces surrounding her, a wave of warmth surged within her. If only she were still Miss Liang, not married into Duke Wen's household, surrounded by genuine love and care, without the need to guard against hidden daggers. How wonderful that would be! Reflecting on her year in Duke Wen's residence, filled with neglect and deceit, culminating in a difficult childbirth that indirectly resulted in the swapping of Xinger, a terrifying suspicion emerged in her mind. Could it be that her difficult labor and subsequent blood loss, leaving her unconscious, were not mere accidents that allowed Song Yanji and Wei Xiaoman to take advantage? Uncle Kong, I wish to consult you. If a pregnant woman is healthy, with ample energy and blood, but throughout her pregnancy consumes rich foods, including ginseng chicken soup and other tonics without interruption, could she still experience a difficult childbirth? Dr. Kong looked at Liang Zhiyu with a puzzled expression, uncertain of her inquiry. Yet he nodded. If a pregnant woman overindulges in nourishment, it not only proves unbeneficial to her body but may also lead to a difficult delivery, increasing the burden of childbirth. Upon receiving confirmation of her suspicions from Dr. Kong, Liang Zhiyu tightly gripped the silk handkerchief in her hand, biting her lower lip so hard that it nearly bled. When she was with Xinger, Song Yanji seemed particularly attentive, instructing the kitchen daily to prepare exquisite delicacies, ensuring a constant supply of dongye jiao soup and ginseng chicken soup for her 3 meals, believing that despite his disdain for her, he would at least care for the child in her womb. To her utter dismay, it became clear that Song Yanji not only wished for her demise but also sought to rid himself of their child, desiring the death of both mother and son. Yue? Do not frighten your mother. The elderly lady He, witnessing Liang Zhiyu's suddenly pale complexion, anxiously called out to her. Master Liang gazed at his daughter with deep concern while Dr. Kong seized Liang Zhiyu's wrist to take her pulse. Mother, I am fine. Liang Zhiyu managed to force a weak smile as she regained her composure. I merely came to a sudden realization and have made some decisions. Liang Zhiyu took Song Xinghan from Lady He's embrace, lowering her gaze to his innocent little face, as if speaking to herself, yet also inquiring of her child, murmuring, if someone has wronged me, I cannot simply let it go, even if he is the father of my child, correct? Master Liang and Lady He exchanged glances, their expressions filled with sorrow yet revealing a fierce determination in their daughter, as though she had suddenly grasped a profound truth that was hard to accept. Yue, has something occurred? Please tell your mother. Liang Zhiyu shook her head at her mother. The notion of a father plotting against his wife and child seemed utterly unfathomable to outsiders. She resolved to seek her own vengeance without involving the Liang family. Yue, if you wish to do something, do not hesitate. Whatever may come, I shall bear the burden for you, even at the cost of my own life. Though Master Liang was unaware of the full circumstances, he staunchly supported his daughter, and Lady He nodded in agreement. Liang Zhiyu looked at her parents, silently vowing that the Duke of Wen's household would surely face upheaval. Miss, someone from the Duke of Wen's household has come with news. Lady Wei has suffered a miscarriage, and the Duke requests your immediate return. A small maid hurriedly entered, seemingly anxious. The room fell silent at this revelation, shocked by the sudden loss of Wei Xiaoman's child. Lady He frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. Where, you come to visit your sick mother, and yet Song Yanji does not accompany you, nor does he even extend a greeting. You have barely been here for less than an hour, and he demands you return due to a concubine's miscarriage. What reason is this? The little maid had never witnessed Lady He so enraged before. Today was a first. Leaving her at a loss for words, her head bowed in silence. Seeing this, Liang Zhiyu offered some comforting words to Lady He and then inquired of the maid, did the messenger say why the Duke wishes me to return at once? The maid shook her head, replying, I inquired, but the messenger only stated it was urgent and that Miss must return immediately, without further elaboration. It seemed that the drama had already commenced. Liang Zhiyu turned and entrusted Song Xinghan to Qiu Shuang, addressing Dr. Kong. Uncle Kong, I would appreciate your company to the Duke of Wen's household today. My destiny there will be determined by the events of this day. Chapter 18. The miscarriage within the Duke of Wen's household. Chaos reigned in Yaoshui Pavilion due to Wei Xiaoman's unexpected miscarriage. When Liang Zhiyu and her companions, Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang, arrived, 2 maids rushed from Wei Xiaoman's chamber, holding blood-stained garments, the air thick with the scent of blood. Wei Xiaoman lay feebly on the bed, her complexion pale and her eyes red-rimmed. Yet, her gaze towards Liang Zhiyu was venomous, with a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of her lips. Lady Wang and Song Yanji stood watch by Wei Xiaoman's bedside, their expressions grim, refusing to acknowledge Liang Zhiyu's respectful greetings. Wei Xiaoman's personal maids, the recently arrived Qiao Yan and Jia Hua, knelt with their heads bowed in silence. Before Liang Zhiyu could speak, she suddenly saw Song Yanji seize a teacup from the table and hurl it towards her face. Fortunately, Xia Hua was quick to react and pulled her aside just in time. The cup shattered on the ground, scalding tea spilling everywhere, emitting steam. Had the cup struck her, the consequences would have been dire. Liang Zhiyu, witnessing the scene, understood that Wei Xiaoman had indeed shifted the blame for the miscarriage onto her. Feigning terror. Why does the Duke act in such a manner? Lady Wang slammed her cane down forcefully, pointing at Liang Zhiyu as she berated, "Wretched woman. I never expected your heart to be so malicious. Not only are you envious, but you have also poisoned the concubine's child." Wei Xiaoman, struggling to sit up, looked at Liang Zhiyu, with tears streaming down her face. "Sister, since entering the household, I have treated you with utmost respect, harboring no ill will. If you still resent my presence since I entered the household during your marriage to the Duke, making you a laughingstock in the capital, then feel free to strike or scold me, even to kill me, but why harm my child, who is merely 5 months in my womb?" Observing her display, Liang Ziyu's expression remained unchanged, maintaining an air of innocence. "Mother, Wei, I hurried here upon hearing of my mother's illness, only to receive reproaches from you, and the Duke, as soon as I stepped through the door. I am utterly bewildered. I know not what has transpired." Song Yanji scoffed loudly, demanding Liang Zhiyu, "What exactly happened? How dare you utter such words? You deliberately poisoned her, causing Xiaoman's miscarriage, thinking you could evade responsibility by retreating to your family?" Liang Zhiyu retorted, "What poison? Duke. All of Wei Mei's meals and pregnancy supplements are managed by the maids of Miaoshui Pavilion. You should be aware of this. How is it that now, when Wei Mei has taken the wrong medicine and lost the child, I am to be blamed?" Song Yanji commanded Xiao Yan to bring forth a plate of buttered abalone, tossing it onto the table with fiery eyes. "You know well that Xiaoman craves snacks during her pregnancy, and whenever she visits your Qiyun Pavilion, she always requests a treat to take back. Thus, you covertly poison her in the snacks. This buttered abalone was brought back by Xiaoman from Qiyun Pavilion yesterday. Xiao Yan can attest to it. It contains samling powder, which the doctor has confirmed. Samling promotes blood circulation, and no ordinary pregnant woman should consume it. Moreover, Xiaoman's fetus was already weak. Consuming this would inevitably lead to a miscarriage." As Song Yanzi's anger escalated, he resembled a vengeful specter, ready to devour Liang Zhiyu whole. Liang Zhiyu inspected the buttered abalone on the table, confirming it was indeed the same portion Wei Xiaoman had taken from Qiyun Pavilion. "This buttered abalone is from my Qiyun Pavilion, specially purchased by Xia Hua from Doxiangzai. I also consumed several pieces yesterday, without any adverse effects. I wish to inquire about the doctor, who examined this treat." Song Yanji sneered. "Liang Zhiyu, you know very well I would not allow the doctor to remain here after such an incident, to reveal the disgrace within the Duke of Wen's household. Now you claim you wish to ask him questions, as you have no valid defense, so you resort to dodging the issue?" Liang Zhiyu had intended to confront the doctor face-to-face regarding why the true condition of Wei Xiaoman's fetus had been concealed. Seeing that Song Yanji had already dismissed the doctor, she thought it a fortuitous opportunity to invite Dr. Kong over. Liang Zhiyu addressed Song Yanji. "Duke, I merely wish to personally inquire about the details surrounding Wei Mei's miscarriage to uncover the truth and prevent anyone with ill intentions from slandering the rightful mistress." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoman immediately became agitated. "Sister, you insinuate that I deliberately harmed my own child to frame you? Lord Guogong, old madam, sister, you must stand up for me." Liang Zhiyu cast a glance at her, then replied, "Sister Wei claims I have wronged you. So I must ask, do you possess any evidence proving that I was the one who added poison to this buttered abalone? How many hands did the snacks you took from me pass through? Have you investigated? Is it not possible that someone else tampered with them? Without evidence, and unable to ascertain who handled this buttered abalone, can you truly assign me this unfounded blame based solely on conjecture?" Wei Xiaoman found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter with anything of substance, and resorted to evasion. "In the Duke of Wen's residence, aside from my sister, who else would wish for my child to be born safely?" Liang Zhiyu chuckled at her spurious reasoning. "Sister Wei, why would I not wish for your child's birth? My treatment of Xing'er is well known. Everyone in the capital is aware that I care for him even more than for Wen'er. Pray tell, is Xing'er not your own child?" This retort left the other three speechless. Wei Xiaoman seethed with indignation, yet found no words to refute. "Regardless of whether your child is a boy or girl, should he be born, he would be registered as my illegitimate son, forever unable to undermine my biological son's position as heir. An illegitimate child is something I, as the matriarch, can tolerate." Wei Xiaoman was visibly agitated by the mention of an illegitimate child, her facade crumbling, and her words became sharp. Sister has always been good at putting on a show, deceiving everyone. But today, no matter how eloquently you speak, since this poisoned buttered abalone came from Chiyun Pavilion, it is undoubtedly connected to you. Seeing her cling to this point, Liang Zhiyu replied, Sister Wei, you repeatedly assert that because this buttered abalone originated from my chamber, it must be my doing. Let me ask you a few questions. Have I forced you to come to Chiyun Pavilion every day? Have I ever compelled you to take the snacks home? Did I make you consume the treats I provided? You came uninvited, claiming you were tempted to take some back to taste, and you willingly ate the snacks. The entire process seems to have been conducted at your own volition. Does it not? Liang Zhiyu's series of pointed questions made her implication clear. It was Wei Xiaoman who orchestrated this scheme to frame her. Wei Xiaoman's eyes glinted with malice as she gritted her teeth. Sister, you are truly worthy of being the only daughter of the Liang family. So eloquent in twisting the truth, Song Yanji, noticing Wei Xiaoman's weakening position against Liang Zhiyu, stepped forward and shielded her. Mana has just suffered a miscarriage and is still weak. How could she possibly contend with such a venomous woman? Xiao Yan has already stated that the buttered abalone has been untouched since it arrived from Chiyun Pavilion, save for the 2 pieces Manner consumed at noon, which made her feel unwell, leaving some uneaten. As Song Yanji spoke, he discreetly signaled Xiao Yan. This was to have Xiao Yan provide false testimony. Xiao Yan, catching the cue, immediately bowed her head to testify. The Duke is correct. I can attest that the buttered abalone was not touched by anyone after it arrived. Only Madame Wei had 2 pieces at noon and felt unwell. Leaving some on the table, Liang Zhiyu observed their subtle maneuvering, feeling a mix of exasperation and intrigue. Song Yanji is utterly biased in favor of Wei Xiaoman. I wonder how he will react once he discovers her secret. Qiao Yan, you and Jiehua were present when Sister Wei consumed the buttered abalone, were you not? Qiao Yan, quick to respond, said, I and Jiehua have always attended to Madame Wei closely, so we were indeed present. Jiehua, upon hearing this, quickly added, we both witnessed Madame Wei eat it. There is no falsehood in our words. Indeed, the 2 maids beside Wei Xiaoman were more cunning than before, making it even more difficult to unravel this situation. Liang Zhiyu pressed on. If that is the case, when Sister Wei felt discomfort in her pregnancy, you were also present. Xiao Yan and Jiehua nodded in unison. Yes. Liang Zhiyu then turned to Jiehua. Jiehua, when Sister Wei felt discomfort, did you immediately summon a physician? Jiehua replied, lowering her gaze. It was Xiao Yan who went to fetch the physician. After helping Madame Wei to bed, I immediately went to the courtyard to inform others to notify the Duke and old Madame. Liang Zhiyu, hearing this, queried. So, when you went to the courtyard to call for help, only Sister Wei remained in the room with the unfinished buttered abalone? Jiehua and Xiao Yan looked at Liang Zhiyu, confused, while Song Yanji interjected impatiently. What purpose do these questions serve? Old Madame Wang, who had remained silent for a long time, finally grasped the situation and chastised Liang Zhiyu once more. Why do you insist on dragging others into this? As a mother yourself, you should understand that no mother would harm her own child merely to frame another. Liang Zhiyu turned to old Madame Wang and said, Mother, my current conjectures are based on the evidence at hand, as I am acutely aware that I have committed no such act. Her expression shifted, adopting a tone as cold as ice. I can empathize with a mother's feelings. It is indeed difficult for a mother to act against her own child. However, should the child be lost no matter what, I cannot discount the possibility that this mother might exploit her child to bring down the matriarch she so deeply loathes. Chapter 19, Breaking the Deadlock. Liang Zhiyu, do not slander me. Song Yanji stood abruptly, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted through gritted teeth. Old Madame Wang's expression darkened, her voice icy. As the head matriarch, to accuse a concubine without basis. Liang Zhiyu, do you know the consequences of this? Liang Zhiyu whispered a few words to Qiu Shuang, instructing her to fetch Dr. Kong, then addressed old Madame Wang. Mother, my mother is unwell today. Coincidentally, a highly skilled physician is present, having heard that Sister Wei miscarried, and has come along with me. As for whether I have wronged Sister Wei, you and the Duke may judge after hearing from this physician. Upon seeing Liang Zhiyu summon a physician, Wei Xiaoman panicked, realizing she must not allow the physician to examine her pulse, and desperately feigned distress. Sister, do not be so unreasonable. Am I to harm my own flesh and blood merely to deal with you? Your slander leaves me no choice but to end my own life in protest. With that, Wei Xiaoman began to sob and made as if to rise from the bed and throw herself against the wall. Song Yanji quickly wrapped his arms around her, soothing her gently, then turned to Liang Zhiyu and unleashed a furious tirade. Mana has just suffered a miscarriage, and you dare to push her. Liang Zhiyu, let me tell you, if anything happens to her today, you shall not have a good day ahead. Old Madame Wang was about to rebuke Liang Zhiyu for her recklessness when Dr. Kong entered with Qiu Shuang, and she fell silent. Dr. Kong, following custom, greeted them. Old Madam, Duke Wen, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune time. Please forgive me. Before old Madame Wang could respond, Wei Xiaoman suddenly lashed out, breaking free from Song Yanji's embrace and stumbling towards Dr. Kong, her forehead slick with cold sweat as she shouted incessantly. Get away. You must be the physician bribed by my sister, here to assist her in framing me. Dr. Kong was nearly knocked over by her sudden assault. But thankfully Qiu Shuang caught him, as he had never encountered such a deranged woman, and his brow furrowed in concern, remaining silent. Madame Wang, unwilling for the matter to escalate, turned to Liang Zhiyu and said, Zhiyu, today's incident has you and Xiaoman each asserting your own version, yet neither has any proof. In light of this, let us temporarily refrain from further discussion. Do not trouble Elder Kong any longer. I shall never accept such a resolution. Liang Zhiyu interrupted immediately. If my mother-in-law and the Duke of the State insist on favoring Wei Xiaoman, refusing to allow the physician to investigate the cause of the miscarriage, then I, in pursuit of the truth, will surely go to the Kaifeng prefecture to beat the drum for justice and implore the magistrate to restore my honor. Upon hearing the mention of the authorities, Madame Wang rose in fury, her cane pointing at Liang Zhiyu as she scolded. Liang Zhiyu, not only are you being unreasonable, but you also intend to escalate this matter to the officials, bringing disgrace upon the Duke of the State's household. I have been lenient towards you, considering your father is the esteemed Master Liang. However, do not forget that you are now married into the Duke's household, and I am your mother-in-law. To defy your mother-in-law is a grave sin. Is it not a grave sin for a mother-in-law to indulge a concubine and falsely accuse the legitimate wife? Liang Zhiyu replied calmly. Seeing her unwavering stance, Madame Wang resorted to threats of public shame. If this matter reaches the Kaifeng prefecture, your heart and the testimonies of those two maidservants will be detrimental to you. Ultimately, the magistrate may rule that your jealousy led to the concubine's miscarriage. At that point, even if our household wishes to protect you, we shall have no choice but to cast you aside as a venomous woman, ruining your reputation and that of Master Liang's family for all time. Liang Zhiyu, noticing her true nature, smiled disdainfully. Mother-in-law, your words are truly eloquent. They appear to be for my benefit, yet they are merely for the preservation of your household's reputation. Just moments ago, you and your accomplice have already deemed me the perpetrator. Since you have made that determination, even if you do not divorce me, you would seize my authority over the household and the children, confining me to Qin Pavilion, forbidding me from stepping outside without your permission, correct? Both Madame Wang and Song Yanji fell silent, caught in her words. Liang Zhiyu, seeing their acquiescence, continued, once I am imprisoned, I will naturally be absent from the gatherings of nobles in the capital. In time, some curious individuals will undoubtedly inquire or investigate the reasons behind my absence. At that point, the Duke's household need only claim that I, as the legitimate wife, mistreated the concubine and plotted against the illegitimate children, thus incurring the Duke's wrath and being punished in the manner. Consequently, everyone in the capital will believe that I, Liang Zhiyu, am narrow-minded, disregarding lives, unable to tolerate even a concubine and illegitimate children. They will criticize my father for failing to raise me properly, molding me into a venomous and jealous person, disturbing the peace of the entire Duke's household. Liang Zhiyu cast a cold glance at Madame Wang and Song Yanji, candidly articulating their thoughts. Mother-in-law, you are indeed cunning. Even if the incident occurred suddenly, you have swiftly devised a way to cleanse the Duke's household of any wrongdoing, casting all the blame upon me. All accusations and slanders will be borne solely by me, Liang Zhiyu, with no connection to the Duke's household. As Madame Wang began to speak again, Liang Zhiyu interrupted her directly. Mother-in-law, today, if you do not allow the physician to examine Wei Xiaoman, I will certainly go to the Kaifeng prefecture. Do not think to obstruct me. Song Yanji released Wei Xiaoman and rushed toward Liang Zhiyu, flustered. Liang Zhiyu, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Your family wields immense power. Should this matter truly go to trial, who knows if the magistrate will protect you because of Master Liang? Liang Zhiyu retorted sharply, Song Yanji, do you presume the magistrate is as biased and unjust as you? You. Song Yanji was so taken aback by her words that his face turned crimson. His features contorted with rage. Unable to contain his anger, he raised his hand to strike her. Stop. Yanji, are you mad? Madame Wang, both furious and anxious, intervened. Song Yanji's hand halted midair, caught in a moment of indecision, his rage rendering him speechless. Once calm, Madame Wang realized that Liang Zhiyu had changed significantly and was no longer easily subdued. She could only seek to placate her emotions temporarily. Very well, Zhiyu. If you wish to have the pulse examined, then let it be so. Why must this matter escalate to the authorities? After all, it is merely a family affair. I shall handle this matter fairly and will not wrong you. Do not go to the Kaifeng prefecture. Seeing her objectives achieved, Liang Zhiyu ceased her aggressive stance and respectfully invited Elder Kong to come forth and examine Wei Xiaoman. Elder Kong, I appreciate your assistance. Elder Kong nodded and stepped forward to take Wei Xiaoman's pulse. However, Wei Xiaoman struggled and resisted, yet was firmly held down by Xia Hua and Xiao Shuang. Unable to break free. After examining her pulse, Elder Kong requested the remaining prenatal medicine and the discarded remnants of the herbs Wei Xiaoman had consumed. He then detailed the pulse readings and the effects of the herbs, stating that Wei Xiaoman had already suffered a depletion of vital energy and blood, and had shown signs of bleeding. Even with the full efforts of the Imperial Medical Institute, her condition could not be salvaged. Even without any harmful substances like the three-edged powder, she would inevitably miscarry within a few days. As Elder Kong finished speaking, Wei Xiaoman shrieked, pointing at him and cursing. You quack. How much silver did Liang Zhiyu give you to slander me? Speak. You must have been bribed. Quack. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else's attention was on Wei Xiaoman, Liang Zhiyu discreetly signaled to Xia Hua, who silently slipped away. Elder Kong, incensed by Wei Xiaoman's words, retorted. I have served in the Imperial Medical Institute for over 20 years, personally assisting the birth of numerous princes and princesses. My diagnoses and treatments have never been in error. If you claim I am a quack, then please summon the physician who treated you to discuss medical matters, to see whether my diagnosis was flawed or if he is lacking in skill. Upon realizing that he was indeed an imperial physician, Wei Xiaoman fell silent, too intimidated to say more. Fearing her bribery of the physician would be exposed, she refrained from calling him back to confront Elder Kong, and instead threw herself into Song Yanji's arms, resorting to the same tactics to elicit sympathy. Oh, Duke, I am so unfortunate, and so is the child I lost. Unlike the Liang family, which wields power, we cannot summon a physician to speak on our behalf. I only beg you to believe me, and have pity on our innocent child, who has perished. Song Yanji, gazing at the remnants of the medicine in Elder Kang's hand, had already grasped the situation. Though he did not dare to contradict Elder Kong, he still chose to side with Wei Xiaoman, holding her close and remaining silent. Madame Wang, fully aware that Liang Zhiyu had come prepared and would not bear the blame, could see that her son still favored Wei Xiaoman and felt compelled to speak for him. Enough, enough. This has gone on long enough, and even Elder Kong has been dragged into it. As it stands, the evidence is limited. There is no way to prove that Zhiyu administered poison, nor can we conclusively say that Xiaoman intended to frame her. I believe this must be a case of misdiagnosis by a quack, failing to recognize that Xiaoman could not maintain her pregnancy and mistakenly identifying benign substances as harmful. It is all a misunderstanding. Her words not only sounded implausible but also bore a clear bias, causing even Elder Kong to speak out in defense of Liang Zhiyu. Madame Wang, the facts are laid bare before us. Do you not see, Elder Kong, this is a family matter of the Duke's household. I must insist you refrain from excessive involvement, Madame Wang interrupted firmly. Liang Zhiyu could not bear to see Elder Kong suffer injustice and immediately mocked Madame Wang. Mother-in-law, you are of an age where it is inevitable to be blind and deaf, unable to discern right from wrong. Elder Kong, a physician with a compassionate heart, merely wishes to remind you to keep your eyes open and not be deceived by treacherous individuals, lest you become a confused old woman in the eyes of others. Yet, unexpectedly, you remain oblivious, failing to recognize the good intentions behind his words. Madame Wang, realizing that Liang Zhiyu's words were laced with sharpness and piercing truth, felt her resolve weaken. Yet, having always been unreasonable, she could only grip her cane tightly, speechless with fury. Liang Zhiyu found the scene amusing. Watching as Madame Wang and Song Yanji were unwittingly manipulated by Wei Xiaoman, still attempting to shield her to this day. If they were to learn of Wei Xiaoman's concealed origins and her daughter, what thoughts would arise in their minds? Could they suppress their anger and continue to show favoritism? Chapter 19. The Breaking Point. 2. Old Madam. Your Grace. Something terrible has occurred. A vile ruffian, accompanied by a small girl of a few years, is demanding at our doorstep. He claims that Wei Yinyang from our household is his wife, and he wishes to reclaim her. A pale young servant rushed in to deliver the news. Both Song Yanji and old Madam Wang were taken aback, turning simultaneously to gaze at Wei Xiaoman. Her face, already pale, turned even more as her lips trembled slightly. She stammered defensively, "No, it's not true, really, it isn't." Liang Zhiyu thought to herself, "At last, the moment has arrived." After leaving the Liang Grand Tutor's residence, she had sent word to Tang Long and Tinger, instructing them to hide in a narrow alley beside the Duke of Wen's residence. When Wei Xiaoman confronted Dr. Kong, Liang Zhiyu had discreetly signaled Xia Hua to inform Tang Long that the plan could commence. Eager to obtain the silver notes, Tang Long had come with his daughter to demand what he believed was rightfully his. Naturally, Song Yanji trusted Wei Xiaoman and, in frustration, scolded, "Foolish servant. Just chase that babbling fool away. Why trouble me with this nonsense?" The curled-up servant stammered, "Your Grace, you don't understand. What he said was quite offensive. And many people are watching. He told the onlookers that Wei Yinyang sold her daughter to climb the social ladder, sharing a man with another. And he even said that your Grace wears broken shoes." Song Yanji, known for his pride, was instantly enraged by these words and kicked the servant fiercely. The boy fell, striking his forehead against the edge of Liang Zhiyu's chair, a trickle of blood oozing from his left eye. Liang Zhiyu, seeing he was merely 13 or 14, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly bent down to assist him alongside Qiu Shuang. The young servant struggled to rise, unsure of what to do, standing there with tears welling in his eyes, biting his lip to keep them from falling. Liang Zhiyu gestured for Qiu Shuang to take the boy outside to tend his wounds, while Dr. Kong, being compassionate, followed Xia Hua to check on his injury. Old Madame Wang, frustrated by her son's behavior, glared at Song Yanji and instructed the nearby Li Mama, "Take people to bind those two at the door and disperse the crowd." After this, she cast a cold glance at Wei Xiaoman, sending a chill down her spine. Before long, Tang Long, bound tightly, was thrown inside, while Tinga was firmly held by Li Mama and dragged in as well. Tang Long, restrained, shouted incessantly for Song Yanji to return his wife. When he caught sight of Wei Xiaoman, his eyes gleamed with an uncontrollable fervor, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. "Wei Xiaoman, you shameless woman, did you think I wouldn't find you?" Wei Xiaoman quickly shrank back into her bedding, her hands frantically clutching the quilt to shield her face, her gaze evasive as she repeatedly insisted, "Who are you? I don't know you. Please do not speak nonsense." Unaware of the truth, Song Yanji stood protectively in front of Wei Xiaoman, looking down at Tang Long with palpable disdain. "What are you? To dare spew such nonsense before the Duke of Wen's residence? Do you value your life so little?" Tang Long glanced up at Song Yanji, laughed scornfully, and twisted his body to stand upright. Leaning close to Song Yanji's ear, he spoke in a voice loud enough for all present to hear, "What am I? Haha. Let me tell you, your Grace, I am the husband of this Wei Yinyang, her first man." Song Yanji, infuriated, swung a fist at Tang Long's face. Ting. Witnessing her father being struck, immediately burst into tears. Tang Long, refusing to back down, headbutted Song Yanji's chin with all his might, despite being bound. Chaos erupted in the room as everyone scrambled to separate the two grappling men. Li Mama hurried to cover Tingu's mouth while old Madame Wang watched with furrowed brows. Wei Xiaoman remained hidden under the covers, unsure of what to do. Liang Zhiyu exchanged a quiet glance with Qiu Shuang, realizing that Tang Long was more formidable than they had anticipated. His words had incited Song Yanji to violence, and this unfolding drama promised to be quite spectacular. With the assistance of his servants, Song Yanji quickly gained the upper hand, and soon Tang Long was pinned to the ground, bruised and battered. Old Madame Wang intended to interrogate Tang Long thoroughly, but Song Yanji preemptively pressed his foot against Tang Long's face, his expression icy, eyes filled with venomous hatred, wishing for nothing less than his immediate demise. "Speak another word, and I will tear you limb from limb." Liang Zhiyu observed the fury in Song Yanji's eyes, reminiscent of the look she had seen before her own demise in a previous life, causing a surge of hatred to rise within her. Tang Long, seeing the fury directed at him, understood that Song Yanji wouldn't dare kill him, which only fueled his arrogance. He spat on the floor and continued to taunt. I say, Your Grace, if you do not believe me, why are you so enraged? Upon entering, you did not inquire about my relationship with Wei Xiaoman but merely dismissed me as a fool and ordered me to leave. Are you afraid everyone will discover your broken shoes?
Haha.
Song Yanji's eyes turned crimson as he tightened his grip around Tang Long's neck, filled with a singular thought. Let him die. Let him die. Old Madame Wang, seeing her son losing control, quickly called for someone to pull him back. Freed from Song Yanji's grasp, Tang Long coughed violently. No longer able to maintain his bravado, slumped on the floor gasping for air. Liang Zhiyu recognized that Song Yanji seemed intent on driving Tang Long away to prevent him from revealing the truth, and seizing the moment, she spoke up. Sir, what compels you to create such a scene before the Duke of Wen's residence with your daughter, demanding your wife? What connection do you have with our Wei Yinyang? Tang Long recognized Liang Zhiyu as the veiled woman from that day, understanding the intent behind her question. Ignoring Song Yanji's reaction, he divulged the entire truth about his relationship with Wei Xiaoman, placing the blame for selling their daughter squarely on her. The sordid details of their past, the selling of a young girl to a brothel, and the concealment of their history upon entering the Duke of Wen's residence left everyone present stunned. From beneath the covers, Wei Xiaoman persisted in her denial, shouting at Tang Long, No, I don't know you. You're lying. After uttering those words, as if struck by a revelation, she threw aside the covers and rushed to Liang Zhiyu, shaking her shoulders frantically. I understand now, it was you. You orchestrated this behind the scenes, didn't you? You brought him here to defame me. Liang Zhiyu, observing Wei Xiaoman's frantic demeanor, realized this was her last desperate struggle. She emotionlessly pried Wei Xiaoman's hands from her shoulders and coldly replied, Sister Wei, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Seeing this, Tang Long's eyes sparkled with cunning. And he remarked, Wei Xiaoman, I never imagined your performance would be so convincing. Noting the skeptical expressions on Song Yanji and old Madame Wang's faces, he boldly asked, Your Grace, might I inquire if there is a small mole on Wei Xiaoman's left shoulder? Song Yanji, taken aback by the question, glanced incredulously at Wei Xiaoman. The fury in his eyes gradually waned, replaced by a dark, complex emotion as he stared blankly ahead. Wei Xiaoman, sensing his reaction, was struck with dread. Song Yanji was her lifeline within the Duke of Wen's residence, and now that he believed Tang Long's words, her life was surely in peril. Your Grace, you must believe in manner, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she grasped at Song Yanji's sleeve. Song Yanji stood there, as if bereft of his soul, a marionette with its strings cut, merely gazing at her with a blank expression. As he turned his attention away from her, Wei Xiaoman then sought old Madame Wang's favor. Madam, you are the wisest. You will believe me, won't you? At this moment, Madame Wang harbored a deep loathing for Wei Xiaoman, who had deceived both herself and Song Yanji. She was further incensed by Wei Xiaoman's failure to manage Tang Long, allowing him to spread the scandal outside the estate. How could she possibly show her any kindness? With a fierce slap, she admonished, You shameless harlot, be silent. Wei Xiaoman knelt on the ground, clutching her swollen cheek. Her expression one of despair. Nearby, Tinger, witnessing her mother being struck, rushed forward, crying out to Madame Wang, Do not hit my mother. Please do not. Hearing the cries, Wei Xiaoman slowly lifted her head, fixing her gaze upon Tinger for a long moment before turning to look at Liang Zhiyu. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of malevolence as she seized Tinger by the throat, emitting a series of bizarre, maniacal laughs. Ha ha ha. You only know how to cry. Why didn't you just die at birth? How liberating it would have been. You wouldn't have to suffer. This unexpected display left everyone momentarily stunned. Liang Zhiyu was the first to react, rushing forward to pry Wei Xiaoman's hands away, but to her astonishment, the strength in Wei Xiaoman's grip was extraordinary. No matter how hard Liang Zhiyu strained, she could not loosen her hold. Qiu Shuang and the other servants hurried over to assist, but were equally unable to separate them. As Tinger began to lose consciousness, Liang Zhiyu called for Dr. Kong and swiftly pulled a gold hairpin from her hair, thrusting it forcefully into Wei Xiaoman's arm. Feeling the pain, Wei Xiaoman's grip slackened just enough for the servants to pull Tinger away. Liang Zhiyu quickly cradled the now pale Tinger and handed her over to the rushing Dr. Kong and Qiu Shuang, instructing them to take her for treatment. Have you lost your mind? She is your own daughter. Liang Zhiyu questioned Wei Xiaoman. Wei Xiaoman looked at Liang Zhiyu and unexpectedly burst into laughter, as if mocking her compassion. I merely wished to see if you would save her. Liang Zhiyu, you are clever, but not ruthless enough. Your kindness will be your downfall. Leaning close, she whispered in a tone audible only to Liang Zhiyu, Sister, I know I cannot escape today. Let us make a deal. I will reveal a secret to you, explaining why the Duke despises you, if you spare my life and help me extricate Tinger from this brothel, granting her a respectable identity. Liang Zhiyu had already intended to spare her for the sake of her son's future and could not bear the thought of the young Tinger growing up in such a place. Thus, she nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing her acquiescence, Wei Xiaoman felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders, collapsing to the ground in tears. Chapter 20. Awareness. Liang Zhiyu inquired of Madame Wang, mother-in-law, how do you intend to handle today's events? By now, both Madame Wang and Song Yanji detested Wei Xiaoman to the core, wishing only for her swift demise. Drag Wei Xiaoman away and kill her. Then bury her in an uninhabited place. Madame Wang replied flatly, her tone devoid of emotion, as if disposing of an unwanted object. As for the man and the girl, pay them off and send them away. They are not to return to the capital. Liang Zhiyu interjected, Mother-in-law, I believe such a resolution is unwise. After such a commotion at the estate, rumors will undoubtedly circulate. If you kill Wei Xiaoman, it will only confirm the town's whispers as truth. Knowing Madame Wang valued her reputation above all, Liang Zhiyu suggested sparing Wei Xiaoman's life. I propose we confine her to Miaoshui Pavilion. Send the man and girl out of the city, quell the rumors, and publicly declare that Wei Xiaoman is bedridden due to poor health. Once the facade is in place, we can quietly send her to the countryside. This matter is delicate. If mishandled, the reputation of the Duke's household may be irreparably tarnished. Liang Zhiyu's words struck a chord with Madame Wang. Observing Song Yanji's silence, she nodded in agreement with Liang Zhiyu's plan. Then let you handle this matter, Zhiyu. I am weary after this chaotic day. Once resolved, inform me. With that, Madame Wang cast a meaningful glance at Liang Zhiyu before taking the dazed Song Yanji away. The absence of her anticipated fury left Liang Zhiyu perplexed. How could this astute matriarch remain so composed in the face of such deceit and scandal? Madam, what shall we do next? Qiu Shuang asked. Liang Zhiyu glanced at the collapsed Wei Xiaoman and instructed Qiu Shuang, proceed as I suggested earlier. Ensure a physician attends to Wei Xiaoman's health. She cannot die yet, for her utility is still significant. After dealing with the aftermath and seeing Dr. Kong off, Liang Zhiyu returned home as dusk fell, directing Xiaohua and Qiu Shuang to prepare some food. Alone at the table, she was enveloped in a tumult of emotions, joyful that Wei Xiaoman would never regain her standing in the Duke's household, yet troubled by the peculiar behavior of Madame Wang and Song Yanji, which left her feeling unsettled. In the midst of her tangled thoughts, Liang Zhiyu unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber at the table. Meanwhile, in Shouan Hall, Madame Wang and Song Yanji sat like statues, enveloped in a stifling silence. After an indeterminate time, Madame Wang broke the stillness. What are your thoughts on today's events? Now composed, Song Yanji's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve as he replied darkly, Liang Zhiyu has changed significantly. Realizing he had come to this conclusion, Madame Wang nodded approvingly. Indeed. Unbeknownst to us, she has discerned the origins and secrets of Wei Xiaoman, secured evidence ahead of time, and clandestinely contacted the Liang family, using Wei Xiaoman's miscarriage to expose all her crimes. The scheme is intricate. Not only is Wei Xiaoman ensnared, but every move we make has been orchestrated by her. Whether we seek favoritism or merely wish to keep the peace. Yet, I do not understand why she chose to spare Wei Xiaoman's life. With a grave expression, Song Yanji pondered for a moment before murmuring, after all, she is the cherished daughter of a high-ranking official. Perhaps she merely wishes to expel Wei Xiaoman from the estate. Having been raised in an environment of affection and indulgence, Liang Zhiyu remained too compassionate, unable to bring herself to take a life, even knowing Wei Xiaoman's intentions. Madame Wang frowned, unconvinced by this reasoning. True, she is compassionate, but I sense something amiss. Liang Zhiyu seems transformed. Despite her outward demeanor of gentleness and filial piety, I cannot feel her sincerity. In the past, would she have thought to investigate Wei Xiaoman's past? Would she have perceived Wei Xiaoman's motives? Yanji, do you think Liang Zhiyu has uncovered something? A cold smile flickered at the corners of Song Yanji's lips. What could she possibly discover? Since her arrival, Aside from my misdeed concerning Wei Xiaoman, has she found fault in anything else? Madame Wang sighed deeply. Liang Zhiyu disregards her duties as a wife. And Wei Xiaoman is no virtuous character either. Yanji, I have long warned you. A lowly courtesan should never have crossed our threshold. Had it not been for Wenner. She lamented, I had hoped you would marry Liang Zhiyu, forging an alliance with the Liang family, gaining support from her father in the court, and thus ascend the ranks effortlessly. Yet, because of this Wei Xiaoman incident, our relationship with the Liang family has soured. Madame Wang solemnly cautioned Song Yanji. Yanji, that shameless wretch Wei Xiaoman has turned our Guogong residence into a laughingstock. However, Liang Zhiyu is correct. We cannot take her life. If she dies, the matter becomes indisputable. As long as she lives, our integrity remains unblemished. Do you understand? Previously, Song Yanji held great trust in Wei Xiaoman, but upon realizing his betrayal, he yearned to inflict grievous harm upon her. Yet, with Madame Wang's words, he could only nod in silence, temporarily suppressing the thought of quietly poisoning her. Aware of Song Yanji's impulsiveness, Madame Wang feared he might lose control, and seeing him acquiesce, she felt a sigh of relief. Currently, Wei Xiaoman is under house arrest, destined to be sent to the estate sooner or later. But your defense of her today has not gone unnoticed by Liang Zhiyu. Your mother knows you despise her. But to ease relations with the Liang family, you must treat her well in public going forward, understand? Upon hearing this, the hatred in Song Yanji's eyes deepened, his expression growing increasingly impatient. Mother, do you realize? I despise Liang Zhiyu's betrayal even more than Wei Xiaoman's deceit. She thinks I am oblivious to her actions. For a year, she has pretended to be the model wife, which nauseates me. Madame Wang quickly reassured him, your mother understands. She has wronged you. Yet, we must not let this scandal spread. With bloodshot eyes, Song Yanji gritted his teeth and replied, I know, which is why I loathe her more. I hate Liang Zhiyu for her frivolity and detest that man. Seeing them feign affection before others, along with their child, makes me wish for a swift end. Madame Wang swiftly covered his mouth, scolding, silence. Do you wish for your own demise? Suddenly, Song Yanji began to chuckle softly. Mother, but the thought of their child, swapped at birth, brings me joy. Liang Zhiyu must still be unaware that Song Xinghan is her biological son. Enough. Have you lost your mind? Madame Wang struck her cane sharply, glaring at Song Yanji. I have told you, this matter must not be mentioned again. Nonchalantly, Song Yanji replied. The midwife who knew the truth has long since passed. Only we and Wei Xiaoman are privy to the secret, and considering Wei Xiaoman's concern for heir's future, she would never expose it. What are you afraid of? Seeing his demeanor, Madame Wang could only sigh again. I worry that Liang Zhiyu has become suspicious. The last time, she adamantly refused to allow Wei Xiaoman to raise heir, which unsettled me. Although she appears unfazed, I cannot shake the feeling that she may have discovered something. A sharp pang of hatred surged within Song Yanji. Even if she knows I swapped the children, what of it? On her wedding night, she consorted with another, birthing that illegitimate child, and now she seeks to deceive the world into believing he is the legitimate heir of our Guogong residence? Had that child not borne the blood of royalty, I would have extinguished his life at birth, casting him to the dogs. Allowing him to live as my illegitimate child is already a great mercy. Chapter 21. The polo match. After the incident with Wei Xiaoman, Song Yanji could hardly feign affection any longer. For over 2 months, even during the New Year celebrations, he did not set foot in Qian Pavilion. And any desire to see Song Wenhan was met with him being brought to Shoan Hall instead. Liang Zhiyu understood his turmoil, resenting her for orchestrating everything and revealing truths he wished to remain ignorant of. This outcome was precisely what she desired, for the performances they put on for each other were less preferable to a life apart. What troubled her most was that since Wei Xiaoman's confinement, Madame Wang forbade anyone from entering Miaoshui Pavilion. Thus, Liang Zhiyu had yet to learn of the secrets Wei Xiaoman spoke of. As spring arrived in March, the capital was shrouded in persistent rain, but recently, a few sunny days had graced the city. The queen, seemingly in high spirits, invited all the nobility of the capital to a polo match at the royal hunting grounds. Naturally, the Guogong residence was included in the guest list. Upon receiving the invitation, Liang Zhiyu's first reaction was one of annoyance. How bothersome. I must again perform for the public alongside Song Yanji. Yet, given the queen's invitation, she could not refuse. Thus, on that day, She donned a light blue garment while Song Yenji, with a stern expression, joined her in the same carriage. Both silent until they arrived at the royal hunting grounds for the polo match. At the grounds, springtime flourished. The air was filled with the vibrant sounds of nature. As Liang Zhiyu approached the polo field, she could hear the lively cheers from afar, a scene full of excitement. After bowing to the queen and exchanging pleasantries with the gathered dignitaries, they settled into the seats reserved for the Wenguagong residents. Song Yenji, being a scholar, had little interest in competitive sports like polo and thus did not intend to participate, merely attending to observe. Liang Zhiyu, on the other hand, had learned polo in her youth, but had been deterred after a horse threw her off, leading her to avoid such activities since, on ordinary occasions, she would engage in other games with the noble ladies instead. As Liang Zhiyu eagerly watched the match, she suddenly spotted her close friend Gu Iran in the crowd and rushed over to reconnect.
Iran,
she called out, her heart filled with joy. Gu Iran turned upon hearing her voice, beaming with delight. Zhiyu. Taking Gu Iran's hand, Liang Zhiyu smiled radiantly. I thought General Huaihua would not permit you to attend today. How wonderful to see you. Gu Iran, the eldest daughter of the General of Huaihua, was vivacious and cheerful, sharing similar interests with Liang Zhiyu, having grown up together. However, due to her fragile health, she rarely attended events like polo matches. Thus, Liang Zhiyu was both surprised and thrilled to encounter her there. Gu Iran's delicate face lit up with a crescent smile as she leaned in to whisper, my father initially feared I would catch a chill in the open air. But my mother insisted I come, having heard the queen is hosting this polo match to choose a bride for Prince Hung. Realizing that the event was not merely a casual gathering but a serious affair for selecting a bride, Liang Zhiyu chuckled and teased Gu Iran, you, who rarely ventures outside, have reached the age of marriage, yet find no suitable match. No wonder the general's wife is anxious. The Prince Hung, renowned for his handsome visage and military achievements at a young age, seemed a fitting match for the daughter of a general. Blushing at the compliment, Gu Iran hastily replied, you know, I always thought my father was all about swordplay and lacked an understanding of romance. I hear Prince Hung is also a man of the battlefield. And with such a quiet demeanor, he may well be as dull as my father. What a tedious life that would be. Recalling her childhood days spent studying in the palace with princes and princesses, Liang Zhiyu unconsciously defended Prince Hung. In truth, he possesses remarkable literary talent. He simply chooses not to display it publicly. Skeptical, Gu Iran inquired, is that truly the case?
Indeed.
Liang Zhiyu affirmed, oh, what a splendid hairpin. Such a beautiful decoration. Look, is Prince Hung preparing to take the field? Before Liang Zhiyu could finish her sentence, the collective gasps of the noble ladies nearby interrupted her. Following their gaze, she beheld Prince Qi Yunzhong, clad in a fitted white riding outfit, his dark hair elegantly tied back with a silver ribbon, exuding vitality. He stood quietly beside the queen, appearing more radiant than the sun itself. A palace maid stood before the polo field, showcasing a glass plum blossom hairpin. The hairpin, entirely adorned in a translucent lake blue, exuded a gentle and understated elegance. Its head, shaped like a blooming pale pink plum blossom, shimmered softly under the sunlight, captivating all who beheld it. Truly, it was a rare gem. Liang Zhiyu mused silently to herself. A palace maid showcased the exquisite glass plum blossom hairpin to the crowd, announcing, the prize for this contest is a piece of the queen's dowry, a glass plum blossom hairpin. Upon hearing this, murmurs of intrigue rippled through the assembly. The queen gestured for Qi Yunchao to lean closer and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening intently, Qi Yunchao gazed at the hairpin in the maid's hands, hesitated momentarily, and then nodded gently. He then mounted his horse, elegantly brandishing his whip, and galloped towards the field. With a resounding clang of the gong, a new round of the polo match commenced. Due to Qi Yunchao's participation, the spectators displayed an unusual level of interest, with many noble ladies' eyes closely following his every move. The queen, observing her son racing across the field, smiled with satisfaction. Gu Iran turned to the queen and whispered to Liang Zhiyu, Zhiyu, what do you think the queen just said to his highness? Liang Zhiyu withdrew her gaze from Qi Yunchao and turned to the queen, who was savoring pastries, covering her mouth as she replied softly in Gu Iran's ear, if I am not mistaken, the queen must have urged his highness to secure the prize in this match. Gu Iran blinked, curiosity piqued. Why? Liang Zhiyu couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction and continued in a hushed tone, because my dear, The queen intends for His Highness to use this glass plum blossom hairpin to propose to the future princess of Heng. Gu Yiran's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Liang Zhiyu nodded gently, explaining that the queen organized this polo event to help Qi Yunqiao select a bride, by offering her own dowry as the prize and advising Qi Yunqiao to win it. Her intent was clear, to have him present the hairpin to the lady of his choice. If he were to bestow the hairpin upon a noblewoman today, it would likely pave the way for a royal decree of marriage to follow shortly. As Liang Zhiyu watched Qi Yunqiao, bold and graceful on his steed, navigating the polo field, she couldn't help but ponder the arrival of a suitable match for the prince. In Chapter 22, The Prize, Qi Yunqiao rode with the swiftness of lightning, wielding his mallet to skillfully score against the opposing team repeatedly. It was evident that he would win this match. Observing his effortless triumph, the queen beamed with joy as she personally took the glass plum blossom hairpin and handed it to Qi Yunqiao. In front of all, she said, "Chaoer, this prize belongs to a lady. It serves no purpose in your possession. With all the noble ladies gathered here today, if you find this hairpin suitable for any young lady, do present it to her." The queen's implication was unmistakable. She was urging Qi Yunqiao to select a bride. Every unmarried woman present held their breath, eagerly speculating whether he would gift the hairpin to them. Qi Yunqiao did not respond directly, but smiled faintly, gently caressing the hairpin in his hands. Liang Zhiyu sensed a hint of unspoken sorrow in his smile.
Shawad, Shawad.
As he remained unperturbed, the queen continued to press him, her expression filled with anticipation. Holding the hairpin, Qi Yunqiao turned to glance at Liang Zhiyu and Gu Yiran, sweeping his gaze across all the ladies present, but pausing on none. When his eyes fell upon Liang Zhiyu, she felt Gu Yiran's hand tighten around hers in nervousness, causing her own heart to flutter with apprehension. Ultimately, Qi Yunqiao did not present the hairpin but instead retrieved a plain silk handkerchief to carefully store it away. Apologizing to the queen on stage, "Mother, this glass plum blossom hairpin is your dowry, bearing great significance. I believe it should be given as a betrothal gift when father discusses my marriage, so please grant me permission." Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from the queen's face. The noble ladies present could not hide their disappointment. It was clear to all that Qi Yunqiao was openly rejecting the queen's intent to arrange a marriage for him. The lively atmosphere of the event dissipated, leaving an awkward silence in its wake. The queen, expressionless, regarded Qi Yunqiao, who stood before her in apology, without uttering a word, leaving her thoughts inscrutable. At that moment, everyone held their breath, wondering if the queen would express her anger towards the prince. On the viewing platform, Song Yanji appeared to revel in the drama, seemingly waiting for Qi Yunqiao's embarrassment to unfold. "Chaoer, do you know how much effort your mother has put into this polo match?"
I know.
"Knowing my intentions, do you still wish to keep this hairpin?"
Yes.
In those brief exchanges, both the queen and Qi Yunqiao stood firm in their positions. Finally, the queen let out a sigh and addressed her attendants, "I am weary. Let us return to the palace." Without glancing back at Qi Yunqiao, she turned and departed. This marked the first time in all of Beijing that the queen had left a polo match she had organized midway. With her departure, the enthusiasm for the game among the attendees waned. Although the match continued with various prizes being revealed, none could compare to the allure of the queen's glass plum blossom hairpin. Many noble women began to prepare to leave. Gu Yiran, having ventured out for a rare outing, remained in high spirits, unfazed by the events. Once the queen had left, she pulled Liang Zhiyu to the seating area of the Grand General of Huaihua, enjoying pastries while discussing the amusing occurrences on the field. "Zhiyu, do you think His Highness offended the queen today?" Gu Yiran, with her innocent nature, spoke her mind candidly. Liang Zhiyu quickly hushed her, shaking her head subtly to signal her to lower her voice to avoid drawing attention. Gu Yiran immediately understood, leaning closer and whispering, "I think the queen is genuinely kind to His Highness. All the eligible young ladies are gathered here for him to choose from. I heard my father say that His Highness was supposed to marry 2 years ago, but for some reason, the selection of a bride has been delayed until now. Rumor has it that the emperor has been urging the queen to finalize the marriage, which is likely why this polo match was organized." Liang Zhiyu listened quietly, unconvinced by Gu Yiran's assertions. During her time as a palace attendant, she had witnessed how the queen treated Qi Yunqiao privately. Because the esteemed Prince Qi Yunyang was the firstborn, the queen devoted all her efforts to him, often neglecting her younger son, Qi Yunqiao. She was always the first to know what the esteemed prince had eaten or studied, or when the emperor praised him. However, The queen never seemed to notice that Qi Yunchao disliked spicy foods. Liang Zhiyu glanced at Qi Yunchao, who sat alone on the other platform, drinking in solitude, and wondered if the food prepared by the queen for him today had any spices. If the queen truly cared for his highness, she could have simply asked him which young lady he favored, rather than going through the elaborate motions of hosting a polo match, compelling him to present the hairpin publicly. The queen's actions appeared less about genuine concern for Qi Yunchao's marriage and more like a mere obligation to the emperor. Liang Ziyu's words left Gu Iran utterly astonished. Isn't it for His Highness the Prince of Heng's own benefit to choose his consort himself? If my father gathered all the talented young men in the capital for me to select from one by one, I would be overjoyed. With a playful flick of Gu Iran's nose, Liang Zhiyu chuckled, "Silly girl, if you wish to choose a husband in such a manner, of course, you'd be delighted. But did you see how reluctant His Highness the Prince of Heng appeared just now?" Gu Iran popped a flaky pastry into her mouth, tilting her head in contemplation. Indeed, His Highness did look quite unwilling. Yet, with so many noble ladies in the city, could it be that none have captured His Highness's fancy? Liang Zhiyu had no answer to Gu Iran's inquiry and could only nonchalantly reply, "Perhaps His Highness's destined match has yet to arrive." As the two nestled together, conversing about various topics, they were unaware that the polo match had come to an end. Perhaps due to Gu Iran's presence, Liang Zhiyu felt elated on the way back to the manor, even finding herself less averse to sharing a carriage with Song Yanji. As the carriage halted before the estate, the waiting Mama, Li, promptly approached. "Your Grace, madam, you have returned. The old lady has prepared a lavish feast in Showan Hall and wishes to dine with you both." Chapter 23. Shadow official. The old lady Wang had specifically sent Mama Li to summon them, and it was evident that the invitation was not merely for dinner. Sure enough, before anyone could take their utensils, old lady Wang presented her request to Liang Zhiyu. You are aware that the late Duke unexpectedly passed away due to a sudden illness, leaving us all unprepared and without the chance to secure an official position for Yanji. Over the years, he has diligently studied, hoping to one day achieve success in the imperial examinations and bring solace to the spirit of the late Duke. Alas, fate has not favored him, and he has failed the exams for 3 consecutive years. Grasping Liang Ziyu's hand, old lady Wang feigned sorrow as she continued, "At this point, I have no hope left for him to enter the imperial service through examinations. Now, with the upcoming imperial shadow appointments, I hope your father can speak favorably on Yanji's behalf before the emperor, recommending him for an official position. To enter the civil service, a man can participate in the imperial examinations or be appointed through the court shadow system, relying on recommendations from elder officials already in service. Had the late Duke still been alive, he would have recommended Song Yanji during the emperor's birthday celebrations or during the shadow appointments every 3 years, ensuring Yanji's success. However, with the Duke's passing and the decline of the Song family, few held high positions, most being low-ranking officials unable to offer such privileges, leaving Song Yanji without support for his shadow appointment. Liang Taisher, being the foremost among the 3 dukes, could have seen his son appointed to a position ranging between the 5th and 6th rank if he had won. Yet he had only a daughter, which naturally made old lady Wang and Song Yanji set their sights on this coveted position. In her previous life, old lady Wang and Song Yanji had made the same request and faced vehement opposition from Liang Taisher. To seek a shadow appointment for a son-in-law violates court regulations. If he sets a precedent, other officials will surely follow suit. However, unable to withstand Liang Zhiyu's insistence, and with the emperor showing leniency towards Liang Taisher, Song Yanji successfully rose to the position of 6th rank minor minister of the Ministry of Rites during the shadow appointments, ultimately advancing to a central position through the support of Liang Taisher and his students. In this life, Liang Zhiyu was resolute in denying their request. "Mother-in-law, my father is elderly and has not attended court in quite some time. He will likely not participate in this year's shadow appointments." Faced with Liang Zhiyu's gentle refusal, old lady Wang would not relent, continuing to persuade Zhiyu, who in the capital does not know that although Liang Taisher is resting at home, His Majesty surely summons him for consultation during important matters? If only Liang Taisher would speak, His Majesty would surely acquiesce. Liang Zhiyu feigned indifference, focusing on her food as if she had not heard. Sitting nearby, Song Yanji, noticing her unwillingness to assist, could not help but voice his discontent. "Is this how you treat your mother-in-law as a daughter-in-law?" His words ignited Liang Zhiyu's ire. "May I ask your grace, what is your attitude towards my mother? Not long ago, when she was ill, I ask you to accompany me to visit Liang Taisher's residence. How did you respond? Slamming her utensils on the table, she continued to question Song Yanji. You took a singing girl as a concubine, disregarding my father. You showed no concern for my mother's illness, never visiting even once throughout the year. Now that you know the examinations are hopeless, you turn to my family for assistance. Song Yanji was left speechless, pointing his chopsticks at Liang Zhiyu. Liang Zhiyu's good mood was entirely soured, and she stood to leave. Mother-in-law, your grace. I have had my fill, and shall take my leave.
Zhiyu.
Old Lady Wang hastily set down her utensils and pulled Liang Zhiyu back into her seat, soothingly speaking. Mother knows you still harbor feelings regarding Wei Xiaoman. She is now imprisoned, and will soon be sent away to fend for herself. As for Yanji, he was previously blinded by Wei Xiaoman's charm, neglecting her family. I have chastised him, and he will not err again. He has struggled in the examinations for many years.
You have seen it.
He is anxious and frustrated, which is why he spoke harshly just now. As a wife, you must be more understanding and strategize for him. At that moment, Liang Zhiyu felt a begrudging admiration for old Lady Wang, who typically held an air of superiority in the household.
Yet,
when it came to Song Yanji's official pursuits, she could immediately lower herself, speaking sweetly, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. She even adopted a somewhat unscrupulous demeanor of if you do not agree, I shall not let you leave. Although her words were gentle, her heart was likely cursing Liang Zhiyu countless times. Mother-in-law, it's not that I do not wish to assist you, but you must understand that it would be inappropriate for my father to request this shadow appointment. The disgrace of violating the court's shadow appointment regulations would fall upon him, while the benefits would entirely favor Song Yanji. Old Lady Wang and Song Yanji were still adept at calculating their interests. Zhiyu, your father is the emperor's most trusted mentor, and Yanji is also the hereditary Duke of Wen. Coupled with the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law, as long as the emperor agrees, I believe the ministers will not voice any objections. Mother-in-law, if I had a brother or a younger brother, or if some relative of the Liang family were to seek an official position through my father, it would indeed adhere to the laws. The censors would have nothing to say. However, the Duke of Wen's residence and the Liang Taisher's estate are merely in-laws, lacking blood ties. Ultimately, the Duke is not a member of the Liang family. For my father to seek a shadow appointment would surely disrupt the established order. The censors would undoubtedly report this and impeach my father. Seeing Liang Zhiyu's steadfast refusal, old Lady Wang resorted to a different approach. I urge you to understand that my request for your father to seek a shadow appointment for Yanji is also for your benefit. You know that Yanji currently holds only a nominal title as the Duke of Wen and possesses no official position. Thus, although our house appears prosperous, we lack the confidence in front of many powerful figures. Having married into the Duke of Wen's residence, should Yanji hold no status among other noble families, it would tarnish your reputation among other ladies. Alas, you cannot imagine how many are secretly mocking our Duke of Wen's decline and laughing at the fact that you did not marry into a good family. Hearing old Lady Wang's words, Liang Zhiyu found it amusing. The decline of the Duke of Wen had nothing to do with her. However, observing the unwavering determination of old Lady Wang and Song Yanji, a sudden idea sparked in Liang Zhiyu's mind. Mother, you speak truly. I am one with the Duke and inseparable from the Wen family. Rest assured, I shall speak with my father about this matter. Chapter 24. The teasing recently. A significant event transpired in the court. His Majesty established an office of supervision under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Personnel, which is responsible for overseeing the affairs of the 6 ministries: personnel, revenue, rights, war, justice, and works. This office comprises a Deputy Inspector General of the 2nd rank, an Assistant Inspector General of the 3rd rank, 6 inspectors of the 4th rank, and 24 assistants of the 6th rank. The positions of the deputy and assistant inspectors have been determined, yet the roles of the 6 inspectors and 24 assistants remain unresolved. These high-ranking positions wield considerable power over the oversight of the ministries, making them highly coveted by many noble families awaiting patronage. Song Yanji is no exception. Since the last time Liang Zhiyu reluctantly agreed to seek help from Master Liang, both Lady Wang and Song Yanji have persistently urged her to expedite this matter. Liang Zhiyu, however, remains unhurried, frequently inviting Gu Iran to enjoy outings in the countryside. Observing the waning patience of Lady Wang and Song Yanji, Liang Zhiyu finally chose an auspicious day to return to the Liang residence. Are you suggesting that I petition His Majesty to recommend Song Yanji for the position of assistant in the Office of Supervision? Master Liang expressed his confusion regarding his daughter's request. Father, if I am not mistaken, the establishment of the Office of Supervision was proposed by His Highness the Prince of Rome, while His Majesty was initially opposed to it. Am I right? Master Liang was taken aback. How do you know of this? It turns out that His Majesty has long deemed the court officials excessive and their powers muddled. Faced with the need for patronage, he has been troubled. However, many of these systems are rooted in tradition and cannot be easily abolished, leaving him with no alternatives. To showcase his abilities, the Prince of Rome proposed the establishment of the Office of Supervision to satisfy the demands for patronage among the offspring of officials. Yet, both His Majesty and Master Liang have recognized that the prince's suggestion would not solve the issue, but instead exacerbate the problem of bureaucratic excess. Hence, His Majesty initially refused to establish the office and privately reprimanded the prince. Nonetheless, considering that the prince is the legitimate heir and the establishment of the crown prince is imminent, His Majesty intended to use this as an opportunity to test the prince's capabilities and ultimately agreed to the proposal. Only His Majesty, the Prince of Rome, and Master Liang are aware of the underlying circumstances. Hence, Master Liang's surprise at his daughter's sudden statement is understandable. Father, Zhiyu is your daughter and naturally has her own views on the court's intrigues. Please confirm whether my guess is correct. In Liang Zhiyu's memories from her past life, the Office of Supervision was established for merely a few months before being abolished due to its conflicting functions with the Ministry of Personnel, following a proposal from the Prince of Ning. However, she could not reveal this truth to Master Liang and resorted to charmingly persuading him instead. With a father as formidable as Master Liang, it is no wonder that his daughter's political insights are so astute, which delighted him, yet also deepened his confusion. Your deduction is quite accurate. I believe this Office of Supervision is superfluous, given that the matter is under the Prince of Rome's purview. I anticipate that within half a year, the Prince of Ning will join the censors in petitioning His Majesty to abolish it. As far as I know, you and Song Yanji have been estranged since Wei Xiaoman's miscarriage. Why now do you suddenly wish for me to seek an official position for him? And why recommend him for the seemingly coveted yet precarious role in the Office of Supervision? I fail to understand your intentions. Liang Zhiyu comprehended her father's perplexity and smiled as she explained, recently, my mother-in-law and Song Yanji have persistently urged me to persuade you to speak favorably before His Majesty, using this opportunity for patronage to secure an official position for him. I know well your upright nature and that you have no desire to entertain their requests. Yet, they have relentlessly pursued me, so I thought, since they seek an official post, we might as well grant him one. However, whether this position endures is ultimately at His Majesty's discretion, and it is not our concern. I merely ask for your assistance in this matter. Liang Zhiyu felt immense guilt. Since her rebirth, she had rarely visited her family and often returned only to seek help from her parents. She felt she had been unfilial. Once I can part ways with Song Yanji and leave the Duke's residence, I shall ensure to honor you both properly. Master Liang, unaware of her inner turmoil, found the task manageable and readily agreed. Rest assured, Zhiyu. This is not a critical position concerning the realm's affairs. It is merely an experiment orchestrated by His Majesty to test the Prince of Rome's capabilities. His Majesty intends to use this patronage to allow many inept noble offspring to enter the Office of Supervision, later finding opportunities to assign them to provinces and states. As for Song Yanji, lacking talent and capability for governance, he merely enjoys the privileges inherited from his forebears, which serves no beneficial purpose for the court. Seizing this opportunity to send him away from the capital would also serve as a form of retribution for my daughter. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhiyu felt her guilt diminish considerably, yet she worried that the censors might impeach Master Liang. Thus, she proposed a plan. Father, I fear you may face impeachment from the censors due to this matter, so I thought of a strategy. You could suggest to His Majesty that during this patronage, noble families with titles such as Duke, Marquis, Earl, and Viscount should be allowed to recommend their uninitiated offspring for positions within the Office of Supervision. This would provide a chance for those with true talent to understand the affairs of the 6 ministries, while those lacking merit can later be demoted or dismissed. In this way, you would neither violate the ancestral system of patronage nor fail to remind His Majesty of Song Yanji, achieving your goal of having him enter the Office of Supervision. This would leave the censors with no grounds for criticism and would align perfectly with His Majesty's wishes. Wouldn't it be a win-win? Upon hearing his daughter's ingenious suggestion, Master Liang couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling greatly pleased. Excellent. Excellent. If my Zhiyu were a son, she would surely accomplish great feats in the court. Half a month later, during a sacrificial ceremony, the current emperor granted patronage to many noble offspring and sons of officials. Song Yanji, fulfilling his desires, officially became an assistant in the Office of Supervision, achieving a rank equivalent to that of the sons of the three masters and the prime minister. Lady Wang, naturally overjoyed, ordered the firing of firecrackers and lavish banquets, celebrating for several days. Liang Zhiyu, observing their exuberance, deliberately refrained from pointing out any impropriety, instead feigning illness to avoid company, remaining in Qiyun Pavilion. Caught up in their jubilation, Lady Wang and Song Yanji paid no heed to her, reveling in their triumph. Little did they know that Song Yanji's ostentatious display of his new position had already stirred discontent among many officials. Chapter 25. The Bandit. During this time, Liang Zhiyu made several attempts to visit Wei Xiaoman, but Lady Wang rebuffed her with various excuses. Moreover, Lady Wang stationed many guards around Miaoshui Pavilion, even requiring Mama Li to inspect the food brought in, ensuring that Wei Xiaoman was kept under strict surveillance. Liang Zhiyu understood that Lady Wang was concerned Wei Xiaoman might reveal some secret to her. As Wei Xiaoman's health improved, and it became evident she would soon be sent to the countryside by Lady Wang, Liang Zhiyu felt increasingly anxious. The secret regarding why Song Yanji despised her must be significant. One day, Liang Zhiyu carried Xing'er to Shouan Hall, hoping to persuade Lady Wang to allow her to visit Miaoshui Pavilion under the pretense of letting Wei Xiaoman see her son before her departure. To her dismay, Lady Wang had already sent Wei Xiaoman away ahead of her. That wretched girl was sent off this morning by Mama Li. She should be nearing the estate by now, Lady Wang said, sipping her tea slowly. Mother, why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter beforehand? Since Song Yanji ascended to the position of assistant to the Inspector General, old Lady Wang resumed her lofty demeanor towards Liang Zhiyu, even surpassing her previous arrogance.
Now,
when she spoke with a hint of reproach, it irked Liang Zhiyu. Although you are the matriarch of the Duke's residence, I am still alive. Must I seek your approval to deal with a concubine? Liang Zhiyu chose to temporarily acquiesce rather than engage in a war of words. She had no intention of confrontation. Since her mother-in-law had sent Wei Xiaoman to the village, she would first take Xing'er back home. With Wei Xiaoman already dispatched, further dialogue with old Lady Wang seemed futile, and conflict was unnecessary. Yet, why did old Lady Wang constantly prevent her from seeing Wei Xiaoman? The more Liang Zhiyu pondered, the more unsettling it became. Wei Xiaoman and old Lady Wang, along with Song Yanji, were undoubtedly colluding, holding many secrets between them. Now that Wei Xiaoman's past had been exposed, she had become utterly despised by the two, and having long known old Lady Wang's ruthlessness, Wei Xiaoman had chosen to approach Liang Zhiyu for protection when her downfall was imminent. When Wei Xiaoman was confined within the manor, Liang Zhiyu had been able to safeguard her life, but now that she had been sent away by old Lady Wang, her life was surely in jeopardy. Realizing this, Liang Zhiyu hastily instructed Xia Hua to take good care of the two children, informing Song Yanji that she would be leaving the city to inspect the tenant accounts, returning in 10 days. Without waiting for Song Yanji's consent, she took Qiu Shuang and 2 bodyguards, hastily departing the city in a carriage. Qiu Shuang, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, sat in the carriage, her mind in a daze. Madam, why the sudden need to inspect the tenant accounts? I recall you saying a fortnight ago that there were no discrepancies in the accounts. Liang Zhiyu lifted the curtain, noticing that the carriage had reached Qingshi town, 20 miles outside the capital. After traversing a large stretch of woods, they would surely reach the village where Wei Xiaoman was before nightfall, which eased her heart slightly. Qiu Shuang, our inspection of the tenants is merely a facade. We are heading to the village to find Wei Xiaoman. Liang Zhiyu candidly shared her suspicions with Qiu Shuang. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shuang grew worried. Madam, we only brought 2 bodyguards with us. What if something happens? We won't be able to handle it. Liang Zhiyu understood this concern, but the urgency of the situation left no time to gather more guards. If she waited to assemble a larger group, both Song Yanji and old Lady Wang would prevent her from leaving the manor, and by the time they reached the village, Wei Xiaoman might already be dead. Just as Liang Zhiyu attempted to reassure Qiu Shuang, the carriage suddenly halted, and a cacophony of menacing shouts erupted ahead. You lot in the carriage. Hand over all your valuables. Otherwise, we'll leave your corpses to rot in the wilderness. Bandits. Madam, they are bandits. Qiu Shuang panicked, trembling as she clutched Liang Zhiyu's hand. Fear not. Let us assess the situation first. Liang Zhiyu pulled back the curtain slightly, revealing several burly, masked men wielding knives, threatening the bodyguards driving the horses. Outnumbered, the two bodyguards appeared somewhat intimidated. Hidden behind the curtain, Liang Zhiyu retrieved a large pouch of silver from her belongings, removed all the gold hairpins from her head, and lowered her voice to the guards. We are outnumbered and cannot fight. We must find a way to shake them off. When I shout run, you two charge forward as fast as you can, understood? These bandits were ruthless, evidently accustomed to murder and plunder. Even if they surrendered all their wealth, it would not guarantee their lives. Fleeing was their only option. After instructing the guards, Liang Zhiyu extended the silver and hairpins out of the carriage, calling to the bandits. Gentlemen, I am merely passing through and mean no harm. Please accept this as a token of goodwill. With that, she threw the items forcefully into the nearby bushes. Hearing the bandits rush to collect the silver and hairpins, she immediately shouted, "Run!" The two bodyguards wasted no time, striking their horses with the whips. The carriage crashed through the bandits and surged forward. The sudden lurch of the carriage jolted Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang, nearly causing them to topple from their seats. Liang Zhiyu had no time for anything else. She quickly opened the small window at the back to see if the bandits were in pursuit. Fortunately, the bandits had been delayed by their scramble for the silver and hairpins, and with the carriage speeding ahead, they had managed to create a distance of several dozen paces, which was steadily increasing. They were temporarily safe. "Madam, this is my first encounter with such bandits," Qiu Shuang whispered, unable to suppress her tears. "I am so frightened. Have we truly escaped?" Liang Zhiyu embraced her shoulder, soothing her. "Do not fear. I am here. We are not yet safe. Those bandits will undoubtedly pursue us." After several hours of travel, the horses were likely exhausted, and they needed to find a place to hide before the bandits caught up. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shuang clung to Liang Zhiyu's shoulders in despair. "Madam, where can we hide in this forest?" Liang Zhiyu gazed out at the fleeting shadows of the trees and resolved within her heart. "Qiu Shuang, you and the two bodyguards must run straight to the village. If the horses collapse, you must continue on foot and never look back. As long as you reach the village and find the steward and tenants, you will be safe." Qiu Shuang, confused, asked, "Madam, what do you intend to do?" Liang Zhiyu retrieved the remaining silver from her bag, patting Qiu Shuang's shoulder. "Do not worry. I will lead them away. I have my own means of escape. We will meet again at the village, all right, madam?" Chapter 26. Concealment. If you wish for all of us to survive, you must heed my words. Time was of the essence, and Liang Zhiyu could no longer afford to gently persuade Qiu Shuang. She firmly commanded, "Qiu Shuang, if you follow my instructions, all four of us may have a chance at survival. If you do not listen to me, we may all fall victim to the bandits." Qiu Shuang, in tears, pleaded, "Madam, let me distract the bandits. It is too dangerous." The two bodyguards outside the carriage overheard their conversation. A young guard named Fuan stepped forward, volunteering, "Madam, you are fragile. Let us two distract the bandits while you and Qiu Shuang hurry to the village." "No, if you both leave, who will drive the carriage? Moreover, I cannot rest easy without you beside Qiu Shuang, especially not knowing what lies ahead." The older guard, Huan, suggested, "Then I shall distract the bandits alone, allowing Fuan to escort you and Qiu Shuang to the village." "Still not acceptable. You are merely a guard, and how much valuable property can you possess? The bandits come for wealth and will not pursue you, instead continuing after the carriage, putting all three of us in danger." Liang Zhiyu dismissed each of their proposals, and despite their reluctance, how could they allow their pampered lady to confront the bandits? Yet, Liang Zhiyu's reasoning was sound, and with the carriage's speed noticeably diminishing, they found themselves with no other options, anxiety gripping their hearts. Just then, the horses began to wheeze, clearly exhausted. The experienced older guard remarked to Liang Zhiyu, "These horses can only run for another half hour at most." Half an hour was sufficient, provided the bandits had not yet caught up. It would be enough time to escape the woods. However, misfortune struck as fierce shouts erupted from the woods behind them, signaling that the bandits had caught up. Liang Zhiyu glanced back to see the bandits, though panting heavily, were still relentlessly pursuing the carriage. They were only a few hundred steps away, and their situation was dire. If they continued to delay, all four of them would fall into the clutches of the bandits. Liang Zhiyu wasted no time, seizing the silver, forcefully pushing Qiu Shuang aside. And without heeding the guard's protests, she resolutely jumped from the carriage. "Miss!" The carriage sped away too swiftly, causing Liang Zhiyu to stumble. Glancing back at the approaching bandits, she disregarded the pain coursing through her body and shouted at the people in the carriage, "Keep running."
Don't worry about me.
With that, she swiftly veered into the thicket by the roadside, dropping a piece of silver in plain sight to entice the bandits into believing that her wealth was still with her. Dressed in luxurious attire and possessing extraordinary beauty, it was only natural that the bandits pursued her into the depths of the forest. The carriage's occupants, Qiu Shuang and the guard, thus managed to escape the peril. Having evaded danger, Qiu Shuang peered out the window, watching the direction in which Liang Zhiyu had vanished and the bandits weaving through the dense foliage. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Miss, you must be safe." Liang Zhiyu dared not look back, scattering the silver behind her in a desperate attempt to slow the bandits' pursuit while running forward with all her might. Fortunately, the bandits, having chased the carriage for several miles, had exhausted much of their strength, and the intricate terrain of the woods allowed her to elude the pursuit of these brutish men. It was only when she could no longer see the bandits that she dared to lean against a sturdy tree, taking a moment to catch her breath. Aware that the bandits had only temporarily lost her, and having expended her silver, she needed to devise a strategy to lead them in another direction. Otherwise, they would easily track her down with dire consequences. Thus, once she regained her composure, she continued her flight while surveying the woodland's topography. In spring, the trees flourished, and the underbrush was thick. If an opportunity arose, concealing herself would not be a challenge. Unbeknownst to her, she had emerged from the woods into a broad riverbank. An opportunity had presented itself. However, the sounds of the bandits searching the woods grew closer, and they would soon discover her. Liang Zhiyu snapped a slender reed at the water's edge, ensuring it was of adequate length, and hurriedly fashioned a crude human shape with dry twigs and leaves, covering it with her pale yellow outer garment, allowing it to drift away with the current. She then submerged herself in the water, using her fingertips to hold the reed in place and disorient the bandits. The murky river made visibility nearly impossible. She could only close her eyes, relying on the reed for breath, and waited in silence. Even with the reed to assist her, one cannot endure beneath the water for long. After approximately 15 minutes, Liang Zhiyu began to struggle for air. Her poor swimming skills made her life feel precarious. Sensing that all was quiet on the shore, she cautiously inched her way back to the bank. By the time she crawled onto the riverbank, dusk had fallen, and she found herself utterly alone. Exhausted, she collapsed on the riverbank, realizing her body felt as if it had been shattered, each part aching with a dull throb. She discovered numerous abrasions on her palms, arms, and cheeks, stinging from the river's chill. Knowing she had not yet escaped danger, she needed to reach the village immediately to reunite with Qiu Shuang and the others. Yet her limbs grew heavier, feeling weak and unresponsive. Despite her attempts to rise, she collapsed again. Waves of drowsiness overtook her, and she finally succumbed to unconsciousness on the riverbank. In her hazy state, Liang Zhiyu seemed to endure a cycle of torment from a past life. Clutching the lifeless star, with a heart full of sorrow, it felt as if she were still submerged in the dark depths of the river, the reed long gone, and icy water surged from all directions, chilling her to the bone. She struggled desperately, trying to grasp something, her voice silent in its plea for help. "Save me, please." In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of despair and fear. Suddenly, a familiar and refreshing scent of plum blossoms approached, and she felt her hand, suspended in the void, grasped firmly by another warm and strong hand. "Do not fear," a gentle voice floated to her ears, soothing her frenzied heart, bringing a sense of calm. The icy river receded, and a glimmer of light appeared before her. Liang Zhiyu's consciousness gradually cleared. Weakly, she opened her eyes to find a strikingly handsome face illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight, concern etched in his eyes. A fair and well-defined hand tightly held hers. "Prince Hung?" Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Qi Yunchao's anxious expression transformed into a smile. Lowering his gaze to their clasped hands, a fleeting look of alarm crossed his usually composed face, prompting him to release her hand hastily and apologize softly. "My apologies." Filled with gratitude, Liang Zhiyu could hardly bring herself to chastise his breach of etiquette. "Thank you, Brother Yunchao, for saving my life once again." In her youth, while studying in the palace, she had addressed Qi Yunchao in such a manner, but Liang Laotai had deemed it inappropriate, insisting she refer to him as the third prince or Prince Hung. Perhaps fatigued and disoriented, she had inadvertently slipped back into her childhood way of addressing him. I beg your pardon, Prince Hung. I overstepped. Realizing her error, Liang Zhiyu quickly apologized. Qi Yunqiao, contemplative, offered a gentle smile, indicating that it was of no concern. He then retrieved a bowl of hot ginger soup from the nearby table and handed it to her. You've caught a chill, drink this. As she took a few sips, warmth spread through her body. She glanced around, realizing she was lying in a covered boat, her wet clothes changed by an unknown benefactor, and a warm quilt draped over her. The abrasions on her hands and face had been treated with ointment. My clothes? Sensing her concern, Qi Yunqiao quickly explained. A passing boatwoman helped you change, do not worry. Reassured by his words, Liang Zhiyu inquired how he came to her rescue. It turned out that Qi Yunqiao led an elite team, tasked with tracking down a band of bandits who had infiltrated Qingshi town. To his surprise, he found Liang Zhiyu unconscious by the riverbank. To protect her reputation, he ordered everyone to remain silent and instructed his deputy, Yi Bei, to continue the pursuit while he carried Liang Zhiyu to a discreet covered boat to await her awakening. But why did you faint by the riverbank? Liang Zhiyu recounted her encounter with the bandits, explaining how she had drawn their attention away from her companions, expressing her concern for Qiu Shuang's safety. I hope they are all right. Do not worry. As soon as I discovered you, I dispatched someone to find them, Qi Yunqiao reassured her. Upon finding Liang Zhiyu unconscious, he sensed something was amiss. And despite not knowing the full story, his instincts had guided him to prepare accordingly. Liang Zhiyu nodded gratefully. Your Highness, it is admirable that you understand my willingness to sacrifice myself for my maid and attendant. In the eyes of noble families, servants are often seen as mere tools, discarded or sacrificed when trouble arises. Hence, Liang Zhiyu's actions earned Qi Yunqiao's respect. Qiu Shuang has grown up alongside me. Although she is technically a maid, I have always regarded her as my sister. Huan and Fuan, my guards, have served diligently since my marriage. The encounter with bandits today was due to my haste. I was ill-prepared for leaving the city. In such circumstances, how could I abandon any of them? Liang Zhiyu's disregard for social hierarchy was commendable. Your Highness, your understanding and appreciation of my sentiments reflect a shared perspective. As a member of the royal family, your compassion is even more remarkable. Qi Yunqiao smiled without speaking, suddenly inquiring about Liang Zhiyu's purpose for leaving the city. At that moment, Liang Zhiyu recalled her urgent need to find Wei Xiaoman. Your Highness, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must reach the village at once. I hope you will steer the boat to shore. As she spoke, she attempted to rise from the bed. Qi Yunqiao immediately stopped her. Your health. Before he could finish, a sudden commotion of screams and chaos erupted from afar. The two individuals swiftly made their way to the bow of the boat to assess the situation, where they beheld a passenger vessel ablaze 100 feet away, its flames casting a crimson glow across the river surface. Beside the passenger boat were 5 or 6 smaller vessels, each crowded with 7 or 8 robust brigands, all advancing toward their location. It was unclear whose ship it was, but it appeared to have fallen prey to marauders. Qi Yunqiao gazed intently at the distant burning vessel, his eyes reflecting the firelight as his hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his expression gravely serious. Liang Zhiyu was taken aback. Passenger boats were typically owned by affluent families or nobility. How could these brigands be so audacious? Your Highness, the fire has engulfed the entire passenger vessel. It is too late to save anyone. Even with your exceptional skills, you cannot single-handedly thwart dozens of brigands. Our only option now is to ensure our own safety. The brigands are approaching and may have already spotted us. Qi Yunqiao, not one to act on impulse, promptly withdrew the anchor and began to paddle the boat toward the shore. Liang Zhiyu, unversed in navigation, hesitated to assist, opting instead to extinguish the candlelight within the cabin, hoping to use the cover of darkness to obscure their position from the brigands. Unfortunately, the brigands continued to close in on their small vessel. The foremost brigand was now merely several dozen feet away. Qi Yunqiao made a swift decision, launching a firework into the night sky to signal his nearby subordinates. He then retrieved a bow and arrow from the cabin, drawing back the string and releasing 3 arrows in quick succession, each finding its mark and sending 3 brigands tumbling into the water. The remaining brigands, witnessing the demise of their comrades, became enraged and leaped into the water, swimming toward them. Qi Yunqiao shielded Liang Zhiyu behind him, calmly aiming and shooting, his arrows striking true, quickly dispatching another 7 or 8 brigands in the water. The brigands at the rear, seeing his extraordinary marksmanship, hesitated to advance, instead submerging themselves. pressing toward the boat. Qi Yunzhao retrieved his last arrow from the quiver and handed it to Liang Zhiyu for her protection. Armed with his sword, he stood resolutely on the boat, his gaze fixed on the disturbances in the water. Liang Zhiyu understood that at least 20 more brigands lurked beneath the surface. Holding her breath, she clutched the arrow tightly, preparing herself for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, she heard splashing behind her as a brigand stealthily climbed aboard. Liang Zhiyu was caught off guard. In a flash, Qi Yunzhao's sword pierced the brigand's chest. At that moment, Liang Zhiyu felt a cold grip on her foot. Another brigand was attempting to drag her down. In a panic, she thrust her arrow toward him, but Qi Yunzhao had already swung his sword at the brigand's neck. Blood sprang forth as the brigand fell lifeless into the river. More brigands emerged from the water, clambering aboard the vessel, brandishing their knives at Qi Yunzhao. Despite his remarkable martial prowess, he found it increasingly difficult to fend off the onslaught of over 20 armed brigands, especially given the confined space of the boat and his need to protect Liang Zhiyu. The small vessel had become precariously unstable, now carrying nearly 10 individuals. Liang Zhiyu lost her footing and began to topple overboard just as a brigand seized the opportunity, raising his blade to strike her shoulder. In the midst of battling two brigands, Qi Yunzhao sensed her peril and swiftly turned to pull her back onto the boat, severing the brigand's arm with a single stroke and sending him tumbling into the water. However, this maneuver left him open to attack from two brigands who struck viciously at his back. Qi Yunzhao, quick to react, turned to block their blows. But the brigands were ferocious. Their sharp blades shattered his sword and inflicted a deep gash in his right shoulder, exposing bone and causing blood to flow freely. Injured and weakened, Qi Yunzhao dropped his sword, collapsing against the side of the boat. "Your Highness!" Liang Zhiyu exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of him. The brigands, eyeing the exquisite young woman before them, leered with malicious intent.
"Fear not, my dear.
We seek only wealth and beauty, not blood. If you accompany us willingly, we shall release you at dawn. What say you?" At this declaration, Qi Yunzhao's gaze turned fierce and menacing. Liang Zhiyu, wholly unconvinced by their deceitful words, retorted defiantly, "You shall not lay a finger on me." The brigands, incensed by her resistance, barked, "You invite punishment for refusing our hospitality." Ignoring Liang Zhiyu's struggles, one of them lunged to tear at her clothing. With her eyes shut tightly, she fought back desperately, despair washing over her. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a ghastly scream as a scent of blood filled the atmosphere. The brigand's grip on her collar slackened. She opened her eyes in shock to find the brigand before her, features contorted in rage and disbelief. Mouth agape as an arrow protruded from his throat, he had met his end by the very arrow she had intended for her defense. The archer was none other than Qi Yunzhao, who now bore an imposing and formidable countenance, his eyes glinting coldly, causing the remaining 8 brigands to shudder. Momentarily frozen in fear. Seizing this moment, Qi Yunzhao clasped Liang Zhiyu's waist tightly and leapt into the water. Chapter 28. Escape. Liang Zhiyu was unprepared and, lacking swimming skills, inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls of water. Yet, she knew panic would not serve her now. She forced herself to remain calm and adapt to the underwater environment. Qi Yunzhao took her hand, signaling her to relax and simply follow his lead. Complying, Liang Zhiyu swam alongside him as they made their way toward the shore, slipping into the cover of the trees. The forest, overgrown with wild grasses and dense foliage by day, provided ample concealment, making it even easier for them to hide under the cover of night. Liang Zhiyu supported Qi Yunzhao, and together they sheltered behind a thicket, successfully evading the brigands' pursuit. As the silhouettes of their pursuers faded into the distance, a weight lifted from Liang Zhiyu's heart, and she quickly turned her attention to Qi Yunzhao's injuries. She discovered that his right sleeve was soaked in blood, and a considerable pool of it had formed on the ground. In a flurry of anxiety, she tore a strip from her skirt, clumsily attempting to bandage him. However, the wound was too deep. Her rudimentary efforts yielded little success, and blood continued to seep through. Just as she was about to rip another piece of cloth, Qi Yunzhao stopped her. "It's futile. Without proper medicine, this wound cannot be staunched. What should we do?" Liang Zhiyu exclaimed, her heart racing and tears threatening to spill. She berated herself for the predicament she had caused. "It's my fault. I've already endangered Qiu Shuang, and now I've put His Highness in jeopardy." Qi Yunzhao, pale and noticeably weakened, observed her self-reproachful demeanor and mustered his strength to reassure her. "Do not blame yourself. I've heard tales of a folk remedy known as thistle. Its serrated leaves are covered in grayish-white hairs, and its flowers resemble purple dandelions. It grows abundantly in the hills and fields. Please help me find some nearby. Upon hearing of a potential remedy, Liang Zhiyu's spirits lifted. Yes, I will find it. Your Highness, wait here. I will bring it back. But do not wander too far. If danger arises, I need to be able to find you. Qi Yinzhao's complexion grew increasingly pale. Liang Zhiyu nodded and, guided by the moonlight filtering through the branches, began her search on the grassy ground. Her urgency, coupled with the darkness, led her to inadvertently scrape her hands on thorns and sharp branches, leaving her palms bloodied and bruised. Fortune smiled upon her, for within a short span of time, she discovered thistle near a stone, its jagged leaves and purple flowers unmistakable. She quickly uprooted it and rushed back to Qi Yinzhao, where she followed his instructions to crush the leaves with a stone and apply them to his wound, wrapping it with strips of cloth. With the remedy, the bleeding finally began to subside.
Now,
They only needed to devise a means to reunite with Qi Yunzhao's subordinates to escape this perilous situation. Liang Zhiyu helped Qi Yunzhao to his feet, and they staggered towards the riverbank, the location where they had released the signal flares. Qi Yunzhao's subordinates would surely come as commanded. After a day and night of turmoil in the river, Liang Zhiyu was utterly exhausted. Drenched in cold water and beset by the frigid night winds, she felt dizzy and disoriented. Qi Yunzhao, having lost a considerable amount of blood, was too weak to stand, his weight leaning heavily on her shoulder. They had run to the riverbank in about 15 minutes, yet retracing their steps took them half an hour without sight of the shore. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Liang Zhiyu finally spotted flickering lights ahead. It was Qi Yunzhao's subordinates, brandishing torches as they scoured the riverbank for them. Relief washed over her, but darkness enveloped her vision as she gradually lost consciousness. Upon being brought back to the estate, Liang Zhiyu remained in a deep slumber for 2 days and nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, she finally awoke. As her eyes fluttered open, she saw the worried face of Qiu Shuang. "Heaven be praised. Madam, you have finally awakened," Qiu Shuang cried, rushing outside to inform others. "Come quickly, the madam is awake." Upon Qiu Shuang's return, her first question was about Qi Yunzhao's condition. "How is His Highness, the Prince of Heng?" She recalled that Qi Yunzhao had sustained serious injuries while rescuing her, and she was anxious to know his status. Qiu Shuang lifted a bowl of medicinal porridge, feeding it to her while responding, "His Highness is well. He awakened the next day. However, I overheard the accompanying military physician mention that he has injured his tendons and bones, and it will take at least a month before he can wield a sword again." "And where is His Highness now?" Liang Zhiyu inquired. After regaining consciousness, His Highness left 2 subordinates to guard Wei Xiaoman and led a team to eliminate the bandits. "Yesterday, I heard that he had apprehended the bandit leader and was bringing him back to the Ministry of Justice for punishment. The 2 subordinates will help manage matters at the estate before escorting you back to the capital. By the way, His Highness also sent word that he has endured worse injuries on the battlefield, and it was due to his inadequate efforts against the bandits that you found yourself in danger, so you need not blame yourself." As Qiu Shuang relayed this, she marveled at Qi Yunzhao's humility. His Highness truly is a paragon of virtue. Our encounter with the bandits had nothing to do with him. Not only did he save us, but he also made such remarks to console you. No wonder everyone in the capital speaks of His Highness's character and looks as unparalleled. She sighed. If only the Duke could possess even half of His Highness's integrity, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. Qiu Shuang was aware of Liang Zhiyu's estrangement from Song Yanji, but she was oblivious to the plans Liang Zhiyu had devised for their separation, believing instead that Liang Zhiyu would be trapped in the Duke's residence for life, prompting her to feel a pang of sympathy for her. Liang Zhiyu, understanding her thoughts, smiled faintly and remained silent. What qualifications did Song Yanji possess to be compared with the resplendent Qi Yunzhao? "By the way, are you and Huan unharmed?" Liang Zhiyu asked. "We are all well. After you drew the bandits away, we reached the estate without obstruction. However, it was quite perilous. Just as we arrived, several formidable masked figures burst into the inner courtyard, heading straight for Wei Xiaoman's room to kill her. Fortunately, His Highness's subordinates happened to arrive just in time to fend off the attackers. Otherwise, the estate's guards might not have been able to withstand them." Qiu Shuang recounted the experience, her face still pale with fear. "His Highness's deputy, named Yi Bei, has a kind heart. Upon hearing we encountered bandits on the way, He voluntarily left a few men to guard Wei Xiaoman alongside Hua and for our protection. He was just about to lead the other subordinates to track the bandits when he saw His Highness's signal firework and hurried to the riverbank. Worried something had happened to you. I followed him out of concern for you, and that is how we discovered you and His Highness unconscious by the riverbank. Qiu Shuang placed the empty bowl aside and took out a handkerchief to wipe Liang Zhiyu's mouth. Rest assured, madam. I have instructed everyone at the estate to keep silent about matters related to His Highness. The two subordinates left to guard Wei Xiaoman have changed into servant clothing, and everyone believes they are guards escorting you from the Duke's residence, so no one suspects anything. Having spent considerable time with Liang Zhiyu, Qiu Shuang had learned to be meticulous in all matters. Liang Zhiyu nodded approvingly at this foresight. Chapter 29. Assassination. Let us go see Wei Xiaoman. Liang Zhiyu was about to rise from her bed when Qiu Shuang pressed her back down. Madam, you have just awakened. You should rest a while longer. After all, Wei Xiaoman is being watched by His Highness's men. As Liang Zhiyu dressed, she explained, You do not understand. It is precisely because this involves His Highness that I must act swiftly. The assassins from the other day were undoubtedly sent by the old lady and the Duke. They will not rest until Wei Xiaoman is dead. We must complete our business and send His Highness's people away as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we are not careful, they will discover us. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shuang ceased her objections and hurriedly helped Liang Zhiyu dress. After expressing her gratitude to His Highness's two subordinates, Liang Zhiyu entered an inconspicuous room. Wei Xiaoman, clad in coarse linen, appeared emaciated, her eyes vacant as she sat on the bed. Upon seeing Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang enter, a flicker of light seemed to spark in her eyes. Sister, how patient you are. It has been nearly 2 months. And today is the first time you have deigned to visit me. It seems you are truly not in a hurry about that secret. Her words dripped with sarcasm, and Liang Zhiyu recognized her pretense, but paid it little mind. Sister, you know that ever since your confinement, the old lady in the residence has been keeping a close watch on you. Despite my best efforts, I could only sneak away to this estate to exchange a few words with you. Without further ado, she directly inquired, What is the secret you wish to exchange? Wei Xiaoman shot her a glance, but remained silent. Liang Zhiyu, understanding her, sat at the table, allowing Qiu Shuang to pour her a cup of tea. After taking a sip, she slowly said, Tang Long took a large sum of silver and vanished without a trace, abandoning even his daughter. I felt pity for Tinger and redeemed her from the brothel, burned her contract, and sent her to a farming family to live as a proper citizen. In this way, I have fulfilled my promise. Now, what is that secret? Wei Xiaoman scoffed, Sister. You promised to protect my life, yet as soon as I arrived at the estate, someone came to kill me. Is this what you call fulfilling a promise? You must understand. The ones who want to kill you are sent by the old lady and the Duke. If it weren't for me, you would likely have already been discarded in a mass grave. Sister, when I asked you to protect my life, I meant I wanted to live in peace. Living in constant fear is hardly peace. Liang Zhiyu took another sip of tea and replied, Once you tell me everything, I will immediately send you to my family's estate, where we will only say you died of illness here, allowing you to live in peace without fear in the future. As you know, our family does not easily engage in matters of life and death. Wei Xiaoman, aware of Liang Zhiyu's insistence on the secret, began to negotiate. You must first send me away to a safe place, and only then will I speak. Liang Zhiyu remained silent, focused on her tea. Wei Xiaoman pressed on, Sister. If I tell you the secret now, and you withdraw your protection, what will become of me? You know how much you despise me. I do despise you. But to be honest, you are currently useful to me, and I do not intend to kill you. Liang Zhiyu, seeing Wei Xiaoman's audacity, decided to be forthright. I have been busy lately, and lack patience. If you trust me, tell me the so-called secret in full today. If you do not trust me, I need not waste my efforts. I will withdraw my protection and leave your fate to the winds. I possess the ability to uncover your past, as well as the secrets you utter, though it may require some time. With that, she shattered the teacup and rose to depart. Wei Xiaoman believed her to be merely posturing. She snorted lightly, turning her head aside, resolute in her silence. Little did she know that Liang Zhiyu had indeed left with Qiu Shuang. After waiting for a considerable time, without seeing them return, an unsettling thought crept into Wei Xiaoman's mind. Had they truly departed? Just as she contemplated approaching the door to ascertain the truth, a swift arrow struck, whizzing past her neck and embedding itself into the wall. It was a fatal threat. Wei Xiaoman, terrified, felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground, clutching her chest and crying out for help. Outside, the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed, suggesting that a violent confrontation was underway. Once silence enveloped the scene, Liang Zhiyu, accompanied by Hua and Fu Wen, entered nonchalantly. It appears my people left just before the assailants arrived. Fortunately, Hua and the others returned to retrieve something. Otherwise, dear sister, you would have been in grave peril. Liang Zhiyu resumed her previous seat, pouring herself a cup of tea with a pristine teacup, addressing the frightened Wei Xiaoman on the floor. At this moment, Wei Xiaoman, still shaken by the arrow, clutched Liang Zhiyu's leg, weeping profusely. Sister, save me. Sister, please. I beg you, send me away quickly. Observing her plight, Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang exchanged a discreet smile. The Prince of Heng's men not only possessed exceptional archery skills, but also excelled in disguise. Liang Zhiyu had shattered her teacup as a signal. And this assassination act had thoroughly terrified Wei Xiaoman. Had you spoken sooner, you would not have endured such torment. Wei Xiaoman wiped her tears, sniffled, and looked up at Liang Zhiyu, saying, Sister, we agreed that once our affairs were settled today, you would take me to your family estate and ensure my protection at all times. Liang Zhiyu took a sip of tea, tacitly accepting the arrangement. You are aware that I was acquainted with the Duke before your marriage, yet the old lady, that wretched woman, disdained me, fixated on marrying you, the sole daughter of the Grand Tutor. Thus, I harbored resentment and jealousy towards you, often scheming against you. I understand. No need to elaborate, Wei Xiaoman interrupted, wiping another tear, unexpectedly breaking into laughter. But you must not be aware, the Duke harbors no less hatred for you than I do. He knows I have wronged you, yet he still supports me. Do you know why? Noticing Liang Zhiyu's silence, she continued unabated. Logically, as a noblewoman, you should be well matched with the Duke. He should have married you as his rightful wife, and even if he did not favor you, he ought to treat you with respect and not chastise you over trifles. How could he so blatantly favor a concubine over his wife to this extent? I imagine you are quite perplexed, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wei Xiaoman erupted into a maniacal laugh, her shrill voice causing Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang to frown, discomfort settling within them. I fear if I do not speak, you will never grasp the truth. Ha ha ha. She appeared almost deranged, lunging at Liang Zhiyu, seizing her shoulders and, gritting her teeth, whispered each word into her ear with deliberate clarity. Each syllable plunged Liang Zhiyu's heart into an abyss of disbelief. Chapter 30. Misunderstanding. On the day you wed the Duke, after partaking in the ceremonial cup of wine, did you not succumb to intoxication and drift into slumber? When you awoke the following day, did you not discover that you had consummated your marriage with the Duke? Liang Zhiyu, pale-lipped and trembling, retorted, You are insane. You speak nonsense. Ha ha ha. Wei Xiaoman laughed at her reaction. The onlooking Qiu Shuang and others remained oblivious to her words, puzzled by her demeanor. Liang Zhiyu steadied herself, dismissing Qiu Shuang and the others, and urged Wei Xiaoman continue. Are you not curious as to how a single cup of wine could render you unconscious? Allow me to enlighten you. On your wedding day, unable to contain my fury, I bribed the stewardess and infiltrated the estate disguised as a maid. As the stewardess prepared the ceremonial wine, I seized the opportunity to lace your cup with a potent aphrodisiac. After the guests had left the bridal chamber, I devised a way to send your personal maid away while simultaneously introducing a drunken male guest into the room. Naturally, to ensure the deed was accomplished, I administered a powerful drug to that male guest, positioning him beside you. Sister, you should not feel aggrieved. That male guest was quite handsome. Ha ha ha. Liang Zhiyu's heart turned to ice. She could neither dare nor wish to accept this reality. Sensing her despair, Wei Xiaoman felt a cruel satisfaction, driving the dagger deeper. Sister, do not blame me. Blame that duplicitous Song Yanji. He initially promised to find a way to marry me as his rightful wife, yet ultimately wed you instead. How could I resign myself to being a concubine? Do you know? While you were entangled with that male guest, I was also in a secluded chamber with Song Yanji, celebrating our wedding night. When he returned to find you in the throes of passion with another man, the fury in his eyes is a memory etched in my mind. Ha ha ha. Liang Zhiyu lost all semblance of reason, gripping her throat tightly, shaking her violently as she screamed, Silence. Silence. I will kill you. Even as Wei Xiaoman struggled for breath, she persisted in provoking her with words. You intend to kill me? then you shall never reclaim your biological son. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhiyu loosened her grip. The midwife who had delivered her child was dead. For the sake of her Xinger, she could not eliminate Wei Xiaoman, the living witness. Wei Xiaoman broke free, coughing violently, reveling in Liang Zhiyu's helplessness. If my instincts serve me correctly, you must have long suspected that Xinger is indeed your child. Though I do not comprehend how you came to this realization. However, I surmise that you spare my life in hopes of one day swapping the identities of the two children. Thus, regardless of how much you despise me, you cannot kill me now. On the contrary, you must assign someone to protect me.
Ha ha ha.
Liang Zhiyu's complexion turned ashen, desperately suppressing the murderous intent boiling within her. The more anguished she appeared, the more exhilarated Wei Xiaoman felt. Initially, I thought that given the scandal on your wedding night, Song Yanji would certainly have cast you aside. To my surprise, that wretched woman from Shouentang also learned of it and spoke to Song Yanji throughout the night, not knowing what kind of concoction she had fed him, ultimately leading him to decide against repudiating you. The following morning, they both acted as if nothing had transpired, quietly eliminating the maid who discovered the truth. Wei Xiaoman settled back on the bed, leisurely arranging her garments. As for what followed, you are already aware. After that night of passion, you found yourself with child. Do you realize how furious Song Yanji became when he learned of this? He wreaked havoc in my Miaoshui pavilion, tearing it apart.
Ha ha ha.
Upon your giving birth, he wished to personally put that illegitimate child to death. You never could have guessed that this scheme to swap children was his idea, right? Sister, I have elucidated the entire sequence of events for you.
Now,
shall we take our leave? Wei Xiaoman swiftly gathered her belongings, her demeanor returning to normal as she expressed her desire to depart without further delay. Allow me to pose one final question. Who was that man? At this moment, Liang Zhiyu found this mystery the only one unresolved. Wei Xiaoman smiled meaningfully. Oh, dear sister. Are you reminiscing about your one-night husband? Liang Zhiyu glared at her fiercely, remaining silent. Sister, you are aware that I am without refuge and must rely on you. If I divulge everything to you and lose my value, what then? Wei Xiaoman made her intentions clear, resolutely refusing to divulge any information. At that moment, Liang Zhiyu's mind was a tumult of confusion, overwhelmed with countless thoughts, and she could no longer muster the strength to engage with her. With a curt remark that someone would come to fetch her later, she departed. On the return journey, two subordinates of His Highness the Prince of Hung trailed behind Liang Zhiyu's carriage at a distance, ensuring their safe passage back to the city. Inside the carriage, Liang Zhiyu sat in a daze, speechless. She had never anticipated that the root of the tragedy from her previous life stemmed from this very situation. Seeing her in such a state, Qiu Shuang dared not utter a word. The silence persisted until they were a mile or two from the city gate, at which point the prince's subordinates quietly withdrew. Within the Duke Wen's residence, the matriarch, old Madame Wang, and Song Yanji sat in the hall, seemingly awaiting Liang Zhiyu's return. Where have you been? Song Yanji's face was ashen, clearly aware that she had left the city under false pretenses to seek out Wei Xiaoman. Did not Zhiyu inform the Duke through Xiahua? There were discrepancies in the accounts of the tenants on the outskirts of the city, and I went to investigate. What issues did you uncover? Liang Zhiyu had no desire to engage in further trivial conversation. There are indeed some minor discrepancies, but I have sorted them out. So there is no need for the Duke to worry. Song Yanji was not inclined to let the matter drop. You went to inspect the estates, yet coincidentally ended up at the one where Wei Xiaoman resided? This was clearly intentional. Speak. What were you seeking her for? Where have you hidden her? This was a confrontation. Duke, I merely happened upon Wei Xiaoman while inspecting the estate. I had no prior knowledge of her being sent there by my mother-in-law. As for where I might have hidden her, that is preposterous. I had no intention of acknowledging her upon my arrival at the estate, and yet, mere days later, I heard that Wei Xiaoman had injured a guard and fled, ultimately drowning after falling into the river. It is said that when she was retrieved, her body was swollen and unrecognizable, now resting in a charity burial ground. Before returning, Liang Zhiyu had already arranged for Wei Xiaoman's faked death, specifically to handle the inquiries from old Madame Wang and Song Yanji, ensuring her words were impeccable. Even if they suspected the truth, they would have no grounds for interrogation. She had intended to inform her mother-in-law and the Duke about the matter the following day, but now that it had been broached, she asked the Duke whether he intended to send someone to retrieve Wei Xiaoman's remains for a proper burial, considering she was still, on the surface, a concubine of the Duke Wen's household. This statement struck at Song Yanji's heart. How could he possibly bring back a woman who had deceived him for burial? Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracked audibly. Observing his growing agitation, old Madame Wang interjected, since she was a concubine of the Duke Wen's household. Let us fetch her.
You?
You must be weary from your journey. Rest well. I will have Mama Li take care of this matter, so you need not trouble yourself. She did not believe that Wei Xiaoman had drowned due to an accident, but to confirm her suspicions, she sought an opportunity to have Mama Li verify the body. Liang Zhiyu was well aware of her intentions, thus the body she provided was flawless, leaving no room for suspicion. Once her mother-in-law had spoken, Liang Zhiyu relinquished control over the situation, no longer engaging them in conversation, and departed directly. For over half a month, Liang Zhiyu remained confined to the Qiyun Pavilion, claiming illness and refusing to see anyone. During this time, a significant event transpired within the Duke Wen's residence. Chapter 31. The concubine Song Yanji had taken a concubine named Chen Miaojuan, a distant cousin, age 16, who had come to the capital seeking refuge due to her family's decline. While ostensibly looking after his cousin, Song Yanji was, in truth, captivated by her beauty and had made her his concubine. For reasons unknown, he had settled her in the Miaoshui Pavilion, with only Wei Xiaoman's former maid remaining, while all other servants were assigned to attend to the new concubine. As Liang Zhiyu had not left the Qiyun Pavilion during the past month, Chen Miaojuan's ceremonial tea as a concubine was delayed by half a month. Madam, please enjoy this tea. Chen Miaojuan, clad in an elegant pale pink gown, with willow-like brows and gentle eyes, knelt before her, offering a cup. Upon her entrance, Liang Zhiyu had been unwell and had not had the chance to meet this new concubine. After such a long time, she need not have specially honored her with this cup of tea. However, upon hearing that Liang Zhiyu's health had improved, Chen Miaojuan had come early to the Qiyun Pavilion to present the tea respectfully. Liang Zhiyu accepted the cup, taking a small sip, and offered a few customary words of advice regarding the rules she should observe, thus acknowledging her position. Noticing that Chen Miaojuan had no intention of leaving, Liang Zhiyu inquired, Sister Chen, are there any matters you wish to discuss? Chen Miaojuan appeared hesitant, wringing her handkerchief as she mulled over her words, finally speaking, Sister. There is something I hope you can clarify for me. Liang Zhiyu replied coolly, What is it? Chen Miaojuan fidgeted with her handkerchief, looking fearful. I have heard that this Miaoshui Pavilion previously housed a Lady Wei, who, due to a mishap, was sent to the estate to recuperate by the old lady, only to accidentally drown after falling into the water. I wonder if she harbored any resentment or attachment to the world. Lately, I have been plagued by strange dreams. Intrigued, Liang Zhiyu asked, Oh? What kind of dreams? Chen Miaojuan, clutching her handkerchief, recalled, In my dreams, I am in the Miaoshui Pavilion, sometimes in the courtyard, sometimes inside. And I always hear a woman's voice saying something. At times, she seems to say, Get away, do not take my place. Other times, she claims she was wronged, that her murderer is within the Duke Wen's residence. Covering her heart, Chen Miaojuan appeared quite frightened. Sister, do you think this Lady Wei was truly wronged? Otherwise, why would she harbor such resentment? Liang Zhiyu smiled gently, offering her comfort. Sister Chen, perhaps you have been influenced by the servant's idle chatter, causing you to dream such thoughts. It is well known that Wei Xiaoman drowned after her fall into the water. How could anyone have harmed her? If you remain uneasy, I can visit the Xianghua Temple tomorrow to invite a monk to perform a ritual at the Miaoshui Pavilion. Upon hearing of the ritual, Chen Miaojuan quickly declined. No need to trouble yourself, sister. As a newcomer, it would be inappropriate for me to disturb the entire household due to my own worries. Perhaps, as you say, I am overthinking it. I shall drink a bowl of calming tea before bed tonight, and it may resolve itself. Seeing her reluctance, Liang Zhiyu did not press further. If you still feel unsettled in the future, you must inform me. Ensuring the peace of our household is my responsibility as the mistress. Chen Miaojuan rose to express her gratitude. Sister, your diligence for the Duke Wen's residence and your kindness to the concubines is a fortune for me. No need for formalities. Liang Zhiyu replied. The two exchanged casual conversation until lunchtime, when Chen Miaojuan finally took her leave. This Chen concubine, while a cousin of the Duke, seems quite respectful and does not appear to be a troublemaker, in stark contrast to that Wei Xiaoman, remarked Xia Hua as she served the dishes. Is that so? I do not share the same sentiment, Liang Zhiyu replied, tasting a piece of crystal meat, unimpressed. Do you find her difficult to deal with? She has yet to meet Wei Xiaoman, and simply residing in the Miaoshui pavilion, she has already begun to have strange dreams. How could she possibly stir up trouble? Xia Hua inadvertently spoke the crux of the matter, remaining oblivious. Xia Hua, you have inadvertently revealed the key. Are you not aware of the issue with this Qin concubine?
Ah?
Xia Hua appeared puzzled, prompting Liang Zhiyu to suppress a laugh at her naivety. She has never met Wei Xiaoman. If Wei Xiaoman were to haunt someone for revenge, why would she seek out an unfamiliar person in her dreams? With this nudge, Xia Hua finally grasped the implication. Madam, do you mean to suggest that Qin concubine is lying? Why would she fabricate such a tale about dreaming of a ghost? Isn't that simply asking for trouble? Unaware of Wei Xiaoman's feigned death, Xia Hua had not considered the matter deeply. Liang Zhiyu did not wish for her to become too embroiled in the matter, so she tactfully diverted the conversation. Regardless of whether Qin Miaojuan spoke truthfully or not, the reasons behind her deceit are of little concern. We need only acknowledge that discussions of the supernatural are but airy fantasies. Seeking divine intervention is merely an act of solace that should not be overly pondered. Qin Miaojuan, who appears timid and cautious, speaks in a manner that is half-truth, leaving one perplexed as to her true intentions. Moreover, her familial ties to the old lady Wang compel Liang Zhiyu to maintain a vigilant watch over her. Xiahua, where is Ling Liang currently serving? Ling Liang? It seems she is still at Miaoshui Pavilion, attending to the new concubine, though she remains in the courtyard and cannot enter the inner chambers. In the coming days, find an opportunity to engage her in conversation, encouraging her to be attentive to this new concubine. She should serve Qin concubine just as she did Wei concubine. Xiahua nodded in understanding. Yes, my lady. After finishing her lunch, Liang Zhiyu noticed the sun was pleasant and warm, prompting her to have Xiahua set up a lounge chair in the courtyard. She took the two children outside to bask in the sunlight. Nestled in the chair, with the slumbering Song Xinghan in her arms, she gently rocked with the movement of the chair. The child bore no resemblance to Song Yanji, a fact she had regrettably overlooked until now. Liang Zhiyu closed her eyes, allowing the warm sunlight to envelop her, as she endeavored to recall the events of her wedding night. Yet, she could not summon any useful clues. In the darkness, her consciousness faded, obscuring the visage of that person, and leaving her unable to recall any particulars. Xinger, tell me, who is your father? Why did he vanish without a trace after that night? Why did Song Yanji refrain from pursuing the matter further? Do you think he has perished? Liang Zhiyu murmured, stroking Song Xinghan's head. The small child, blissfully unaware of his mother's anguish, slept soundly in her embrace. Naturally, her inquiries went unanswered. My lady, I have found what you asked for. Qiushuang hurried into the courtyard, clutching a red ledger, and immediately approached Liang Zhiyu, whispering urgently. Chapter 32. A gesture of goodwill. This red ledger contained the guest list from the day Liang Zhiyu wed, compiled by the Duke of Wen's household. As the wedding arrangements were managed by old lady Wang, and with the passage of over a year, it took Qiushuang considerable effort to procure it. My lady, you must look quickly. I took it when Granny Li was not paying attention, and I need to return it afterward. Liang Zhiyu placed Song Xinghan back in the cradle and opened the ledger, examining its pages one by one. My lady, why the sudden interest in the guest list? There are certain matters I wish to clarify. Among the hundreds of guests, over 100 were male, ranging from royal princes to lower-ranking officials, all recorded in the list. Wei Xiaoman claimed that the person in question was among those present at the banquet, thus he must be one of these men. However, despite the list, there were no leads to confirm anything. With a sigh of resignation, Liang Zhiyu returned the ledger to Qiushuang. Please put this list back. To discover the identity of the one who wronged me, I must find a way to extract the truth from Wei Xiaoman. Since Zhuangzi's return, old lady Wang had sent numerous maidservants to Qiyun Pavilion. Out of respect for her mother-in-law, Liang Zhiyu could not refuse, and her courtyard soon became filled with old lady Wang's spies. Under such close scrutiny, Liang Zhiyu found it impossible to communicate with the Liang Taisher household, let alone seek out Wei Xiaoman. During this time, Qin Miaojuan became a frequent visitor to Qiyun Pavilion, coming more often than anyone else. Several times, maidservants sent by old lady Wang, emboldened by their status, quarreled with other maidservants of Qiyun Pavilion, but Qin Miaojuan intervened each time, promoting harmony. Consequently, even Qiushuang and Xiahua began to believe that the new concubine truly respected the mistress. Liang Zhiyu, however, merely smiled in silence, refraining from comment. Was a woman capable of entering the Duke of Wen's household and repeatedly extending gestures of goodwill truly as simple as she appeared? Perhaps sensing the opportune moment, Chen Miaojuan finally revealed her true intentions one day during her visit. Sister, I have a request and I seek your assistance. Chen Miaojuan knelt before Liang Zhiyu, her hands resting on her knees, pleading earnestly. Sister Chen, please rise. If there are matters within the household that are inconvenient, simply inform me. There is no need for such formalities. Chen Miaojuan showed no intention of standing, instead breaking into tears. Sister, I wish to leave the Duke of Wen's household. I implore your help. I know you are the only one who can assist me here. Liang Ziyu's expression remained unchanged as she gently declined. Sister, you jest. You are the Duke's newly acquired concubine. If you wish to depart, you must seek the Duke's permission or that of your relative, the old lady. As a mistress who is not favored, what influence do I have? Seeing her refusal, Chen Miaojuan's tears flowed even more freely. Sister, you do not understand. Although the old lady claims kinship, we have only met twice prior to my entry into the Duke's household. How could such a distant relative genuinely consider my plight? I did not wish to enter the Duke's household, but my family's fortunes have declined. My parents have passed, and my elder brother has gotten into trouble, leaving our vast estate precariously close to ruin. The old lady took pity on me, providing a substantial sum of silver to alleviate my immediate crisis, with the condition that I bear children for the Duke. Woe is me! As Chen Miaojuan recounted her tale, she collapsed onto Liang Ziyu's lap, weeping profusely. After a long while, she continued, before entering the household, I was deeply in love with Lu Lang, the son of the county magistrate. But due to my parents' sudden illness and death, the engagement was delayed. Who knew as she spoke, tears streamed down her face once more, evoking sympathy from Qiu Shuang and Xiaohua, who stood nearby. I lament the whims of fate. Lu Lang and I were fated to be together, yet ultimately separated. I had resolved to sever my feelings for him. However, I recently learned that after my departure, he fell ill with longing and soon passed away. I have wronged him while living in luxury here, unable to find peace day or night. Now, I only wish to leave this place. Even if I cannot marry him, I do not wish to become another's concubine. I long to find a secluded village where I can live out the rest of my days, thus honoring his love for me. Chen Miaojuan gazed earnestly at Liang Zhiyu, imploring, I heard from the maids in the old lady's courtyard that Wei concubine is not dead, but was quietly sent away by you. And even the old lady does not know where she is gone. Sister, if you could manage to send Wei concubine away, surely you can do the same for me. I beseech you, have mercy on me. Chen Miaojuan, looking frail and pitiful, wept earnestly, appearing utterly sincere. Liang Zhiyu replied, Sister, from whom did you hear such idle gossip? Wei concubine perished in the river. It was the old lady who sent someone to retrieve her body for burial, and the funeral was less than a month ago. I do not know which gossiping maid spread such baseless rumors. I lack the means to simply arrange for your departure, as you are a registered concubine with ties to the old lady. In this matter, I am truly powerless. Liang Ziyu's words were clear. Yet Chen Miaojuan was not ready to concede, continuing to bow and plead. Sister, I implore you, help me. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Just give the word, and I shall comply with whatever you ask. I cannot bear to live in this household another day. By the end of her plea, Chen Miaojuan was utterly heart-wrenching. Qiu Shuang and Xiaohua, moved by the scene, stepped forward to assist her. Yet, the more they tried to help, the more determined she became, banging her forehead against the ground. Liang Zhiyu, seeing blood begin to seep from her forehead, could not bear to watch any longer. Please rise, and let us tend to your wound before we discuss this matter further. Upon hearing this, Chen Miaojuan's eyes sparkled with hope as she ignored the blood on her forehead and lunged toward Liang Zhiyu. Sister, does this mean you agree to help me? Liang Zhiyu, however, could not simply lower her guard based on Chen Miaojuan's words alone. Madame Wei has indeed passed away. Do not lend credence to rumors. I lack the ability to make a living person vanish. Your request places me in a difficult position, as the mistress of the household, to release you, a concubine, from my husband and mother-in-law, solely for your affection towards an outsider, is quite perplexing. Upon hearing this, Chen Miaojuan immediately attempted to bow, but was firmly restrained by Liang Zhiyu. Do not rush. I have yet to finish my thoughts. This matter is exceedingly delicate and poses great risk for me. In the vernacular of the common folk, I would be exerting effort for little reward. Should it be exposed, my reputation would suffer, and I would find it challenging to maintain my standing in the Duke's residence. Although my acquaintance with you spans but a month, and our bond is not particularly profound, I recall how you have often spoken well of me in front of the old lady and the Duke. Let us do this. I shall take a few days to contemplate whether assisting you is worthwhile. If I deem it beneficial, I could devise a means to facilitate your departure. It is not an insurmountable task, would you agree? The implication in Liang Zhiyu's words was clear. Should she wish for assistance, tangible benefits must be offered in return. Chen Miaojuan, being astute, grasped the situation immediately and made a promise. I am willing to serve my sister. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Satisfied with this response, Liang Zhiyu nodded in approval. Due to the misunderstanding arising from Madame Wei's miscarriage, I have found myself at odds with the Duke. I now wish to mend our marital relationship, but I am uncertain if the Duke shares this sentiment. I hope that when you serve the Duke, you will relay his thoughts to me. This was a request for her to act as an informant, conveying news regarding Song Yanji. Without hesitation, Chen Miaojuan agreed. I understand. You need not worry. I shall inform you of the Duke's thoughts in detail. With their agreement established, Liang Zhiyu instructed Xiaohua to tend to her wounds and personally escorted her to the entrance of Qiyun Pavilion. As they watched Chen Miaojuan's figure recede, Xiaohua, supporting Liang Zhiyu back inside, could not help but exclaim, I initially thought that Madame Chen was unlike Madame Wei and would alleviate some of your concerns regarding internal affairs. Who would have guessed she would make such unreasonable demands? Madam, why did you acquiesce? This is quite troublesome. Furthermore, it seems you do not wish to reconcile with the Duke. Xiaohua perceived Liang Zhiyu's desire to mend relations with Song Yanji as mere pleasantries, while the candid Xiaohua naively believed her. Liang Zhiyu exchanged a knowing glance with Qiu Shuang and teased her. Xiaohua has become perceptive, even noticing my reluctance to be with the Duke. Alas, she remains somewhat naive, unable to discern my diplomatic language. Xiaohua, feeling slighted by the jest, retorted, Madam, you tease me again. I shall ignore you henceforth. Although she spoke thus, she turned her head away while still firmly holding Liang Zhiyu's arm, revealing her true feelings. Noticing her feigned anger, Liang Zhiyu quickly softened her tone. Are you truly upset, Xiaohua?
Please do not be angry.
There are many delicious treats in the house. I shall prepare some for you. Flour cakes, flaky pastries, milk tea. Would you like some? Xiaohua, who adored snacks, instantly forgot her displeasure upon hearing of the treats.
Eat, eat.
Madam treats Xiaohua the best. How could I bear to ignore you? As they conversed, they returned indoors. Liang Zhiyu ordered a selection of flour cakes, flaky pastries, and milk tea, closed the door, and sat down with Xiaohua and Qiu Shuang to enjoy the delicacies. Once they had eaten their fill, Liang Zhiyu revealed her plans. Xiaohua, they say one is indebted when receiving favors. You have enjoyed my treats and sipped my tea. Will you assist me with a task? Xiaohua, with a piece of flaky pastry in her mouth, nodded vigorously. Whatever Madam wishes, I shall do. No need for treats or milk tea. Wiping the crumbs from her mouth, Liang Zhiyu carefully instructed her, You are quite straightforward, and the matrons and maidservants in the household are willing to confide in you. During your leisure with them, whether over wine or tea, inquire about Madame Chen's background. Details are essential. We must ascertain the truth of her claims. After consuming the last two pastries, Xiaohua confidently assured Liang Zhiyu to await her good news. With that, she joyfully rushed to Showan Hall to gather information. Once Xiaohua left, Qiu Shuang finally voiced her doubts. Madam seems particularly cheerful today. More specifically, you seem happier since Madame Chen's departure. Do you believe she can be of assistance? Liang Zhiyu smiled faintly. Indeed, I am pleased because a long-cherished desire is on the verge of realization. A long-cherished desire? Since Zhuangzi's return, Liang Zhiyu had been brooding for over half a month, burdened by worries. Only after receiving the guest list and meeting Chen Miaojuan did her spirits lift somewhat, prompting her to joke with Xiaohua and the others. However, Qiu Shuang remained unaware of Liang Zhiyu's circumstances and the reasons for her transformation, which caused her concern. Madam, what troubles you lately? Qiu Shuang asked, fearful that Liang Zhiyu was harboring something that might harm her. Faced with Qiu Shuang's concerned gaze, Liang Zhiyu offered no further explanation, merely assuring her to rest easy. What she anticipated would take days to uncover, Xiaohua returned that very night with news. It appeared that Chen Miaojuan's parents had intended to arrange a marriage with the son of a county magistrate, but before the betrothal could be formalized, they tragically passed away. Her elder brother was imprisoned due to a brawl, and the family's fortune suffered greatly. The elderly matriarch had spent a considerable sum to stabilize the situation, thus allowing Chen Miaojuan to enter the duke's residence as a concubine. As for whether that magistrate's son had died due to illness, it remained obscure. Only by visiting Chen Miaojuan's family could one ascertain the truth. These revelations aligned with Chen Miaojuan's account. After pondering for a long while, Liang Zhiyu found no inconsistencies and tentatively chose to trust this concubine. In the stillness of the night, beneath a luminous moon and sparse stars, the silvery moonlight streamed through the window into Miaoshui Pavilion. Song Yanji reclined at an angle on the bed, his gaze flickering between darkness and light, elusive and enigmatic. Nestled in his embrace, Chen Miaojuan, in stark contrast to her usual delicate demeanor, playfully remarked, "In my view, Liang Zhiyu is not so formidable. My heartfelt display today, coupled with the old lady's arrangements, surely has won her over." A cold smile graced Song Yanji's lips. She has always been skeptical of single narratives. My mother anticipated she would have Xiaohua investigate. Thus, she devised her plans ahead of time. Regardless of whom Xiaohua inquires with, the outcome will be the same. Liang Zhiyu may pride herself on her cleverness, yet she did not foresee our advance. In a coy tone, Chen Miaojuan asked, "Now that I have gained her trust, what shall the Duke require of me next?" Lifting her chin with a satisfied expression, Song Yanji replied, "Since she has asked you to convey my messages, you shall do so. However, these messages will be those I wish her to know." Flattering him, Chen Miaojuan effusively praised, "The Duke is truly wise." Song Yanji, delighted by her flattery, felt his spirits lift, and his tone grew more triumphant. "Of course, when you visit Qiyin Pavilion, keep an eye out for me." Liang Zhiyu's father is a high-ranking court official. Often, the emperor's thoughts and the future political landscape may be known to the esteemed Liang Taisher ahead of time. Recently, there have been conflicts between the Supervisory Commission and the Ministry of Rights, which have been reported to the officials. I hear the emperor might consider transferring officials from the Supervisory Commission to the 6 ministries, though I cannot confirm its veracity. As I have fallen out with her, it is inappropriate to inquire directly, so be astute and find a way to convey my intentions to her. With a sly smile, Chen Miaojuan responded, "What the Duke wishes tonight, Liang Zhiyu will surely know by tomorrow." Chapter 34. The game. Chen Miaojuan was exceptionally capable. Each time she visited Qiyin Pavilion for tea, she managed to divulge a wealth of information to Liang Zhiyu. For instance, the venerable Lady Wang had been relentlessly pursuing Wei Xiaoman's whereabouts for a month. But to no avail. She had now reluctantly accepted the notion of Wei Xiaoman's tragic demise by drowning. Additionally, Song Yanji was beset by misfortunes in his career, fretting over rumors that the emperor intended to abolish the office of supervision. Liang Zhiyu discreetly had Xiaohua verify these tidings, all of which proved accurate. "Sister, the Duke of State is presently troubled by political affairs. If you could offer him some guidance, it would surely benefit your conjugal bond," Chen Miaojuan cautiously suggested while playing chess with Liang Zhiyu in the pavilion. Liang Zhiyu regarded her with a penetrating gaze. Choosing not to respond, matters of the court are best suited for men. As a woman confined to the inner chambers, what understanding could I possibly possess? Chen Miaojuan, mindful of Song Yanji's instructions, pressed further. "Sister, although you may not comprehend these affairs, your father is Master Liang, a confidant of the emperor. Decisions regarding the potential dissolution of the Office of Supervision and the fates of the existing officials, whether they are to be promoted, demoted, or dismissed, directly concern your husband. Surely, Master Liang would share a word or two with you." Liang Zhiyu, preoccupied with her pastries, remained silent for a long while. Chen Miaojuan felt a pang of anxiety. Had she been too transparent in her intentions? With a sigh, Liang Zhiyu finally spoke. "Sister, you are unaware that I have quarreled with the Duke. The old lady keeps a vigilant eye on me, ensuring I have no pressing matters that would permit me to leave the house. The maids in this courtyard even require repeated inquiries before I can take a stroll from Qiyin Pavilion to the garden. It has been ages since I last visited my family. Even if my father understands the emperor's intentions, I cannot defy my mother-in-law and leave the house at this juncture." With that, she placed a piece on the chessboard and cast a meaningful glance at Chen Miaojuan. Understanding the implication, Chen Miaojuan nodded earnestly. "Sister, fret not. The old lady's suspicions regarding you have dissipated due to the matter of concubine Wei. I shall persuade Lady Wang, and those maids who have caused you distress will not remain for long." That very day, Chun Miaojuan reported to Lady Wang the misbehavior of the maids assigned to Qian Pavilion, who had grown arrogant due to their favor. With her eloquence, she succinctly articulated the detrimental effects their discord would have on the household. The following afternoon, Mama Li, a confidant of Lady Wang, arrived at Qian Pavilion to escort all the troublesome maids away. Even Xiahua and Qiushuang could not help but exclaim in awe at Chun Miaojuan's prowess in charming the old lady. Once Lady Wang's spies were eliminated, Liang Zhiyu wasted no time in heading to the Liang family estate. Previously, she had been compelled to place Wei Xiaoman under her mother's name at a property, and had only managed to send a letter asking her mother to keep a discreet watch over her. However, she had not yet divulged the full circumstances. Upon her return to the Liang estate, she promptly recounted the entire saga to Master Liang and Elder Madame Chang, including how she had been ensnared by Wei Xiaoman on her wedding night, leading to the exchange of their children by Song Yanzi. The two elderly figures, having learned of their daughter's tribulations, were deeply pained. Elder Madam, he wept bitterly, lamenting, "We were blind and foolish, allowing our daughter to marry that scoundrel Song Yanji. How could we let our dear Yuru endure such suffering?" Liang Zhiyu buried her head in her mother's embrace, absorbing each heart-wrenching word. The weight of past grievances and present injustices slicing through her heart like a dagger. Master Liang, a stalwart strategist in the court, appeared to age 10 years in that moment, standing by silently, tears streaming down his face. "My dear, tomorrow I shall inform the family elders, and on the following day, your mother and I will visit the Duke of State's residence to secure your separation from Song Yanji," Master Liang declared, his anger clouding his judgment. Liang Zhiyu quickly interjected, "Father, do not be hasty. If we propose a separation too suddenly, the Duke's household may retaliate, leveraging my past indiscretions against you. Though Wei Xiaoman orchestrated the scheme, I was the one who lost my virtue first, and he swapped the children later. If word were to spread, the consequences would be dire. For the Duke of State and his family, it would merely be gossip, a fleeting jest that could tarnish their reputation but leave their foundation intact. Yet for our family, it would mean disgrace, with the Liang lineage subjected to scorn. To preserve our honor, I might be forced to take the veil, and a white silk would be the only escape." Master Liang, upon hearing his daughter's words, felt helpless and nearly fainted from the surge of emotions. "Elder Madam," he, choked with sorrow, wailed, "But Yuru, what wrong have you committed? You are the victim, yet you must bear the burden of suffering. What kind of world is this?" Seeing her parents in such anguish, Liang Zhiyu's heart ached. She dried her tears and spoke gently, "Father, mother, do not worry. I have a plan in mind that will compel Song Yanji to reveal the true identities of the children and agree to our separation, ensuring he never speaks of that wedding night again." This visit was to confirm a crucial matter with her father. Liang Zhiyu, having asked Master Liang and Elder Madam He to dismiss all others, spent half a day with them, and no one knew of their conversation. This news swiftly reached the ears of Lady Wang and Song Yanji. Within the Showan Hall, Lady Wang handed Song Yanji a letter. "I obtained this from a former associate of your father. It is the list of personnel adjustments for the Office of Supervision, as dictated by the Emperor. In a few days, this list will be submitted to the Emperor and made public." As Song Yanji opened it, he was struck with shock. His name was prominently listed among those to be dismissed. Lady Wang's expression soured as she reproached him. "I had thought that with your official position, the Duke of State's household would regain its standing, but the Emperor's whims are unpredictable. In just over 2 months, the Office of Supervision is to be dissolved, leaving us with no recourse. We have been outmaneuvered by Liang Zhiyu. She must have anticipated the office's short-lived existence, which is why she's so readily agreed to advocate for your position. That wretched woman harbors a truly venomous heart." Lady Wang's voice brimmed with animosity, and at that moment, she harbored thoughts of vengeance against Liang Zhiyu. The veins in Song Yanji's forehead throbbed as he tore the list to shreds, glaring at the scattered pieces of paper on the ground, and vowed darkly, "I will use this last opportunity to make her life a living hell." "We must urge Miaojuan to expedite her actions," Lady Wang remarked coldly, standing by. Chapter 35. The interrogation in the days that followed. Chun Miaojuan received accurate information and successfully eliminated Lady Wang's spies, garnering the unanimous approval of Xiahua and Qiushuang. Each time, she visited Qian Pavilion, Xiahua and Qiushuang would present freshly made pastries and the finest tea in her honor. Liang Zhiyu seemed to have lowered her guard, and the probing nature of their conversations diminished. On occasions when she was in good spirits, she would even engage in playful banter with Chen Miaojuan. Remembering Song Yanji's orders, Chen Miaojuan purchased 2 exquisitely crafted flower mallets at the marketplace under the pretense of gifting them to the children, cleverly bringing along her maid to gather information at Qiyun Pavilion. Unlike her usual demeanor, she appeared pale with a hint of illness. When Liang Zhiyu inquired with genuine concern about her health, Chen Miaojuan merely replied that she had been troubled by restless thoughts and dreams, leading to her one appearance, and assured her there was no need for worry. While amusing the 2 children, Chen Miaojuan subtly brought up Song Yanji. Sister, you have been in the Duke's residence for over half a month, yet he has never taken the initiative to visit the children. In our esteemed families, children are cherished through their mothers. If you and the Duke grow distant, naturally, your children will not receive his affection. Sister believes that regardless of past events, for the sake of the children's future, you ought to take the initiative to win the Duke's favor. Liang Zhiyu, holding the flower mallet and eliciting laughter from Song Xinghan, appeared indifferent to Chen Miaojuan's remarks. I am the only daughter of the Grand Tutor and the matriarch of the Wen State Duke's residence. My child, born as a favored son of heaven, remains dignified and noble even without the Duke's affection. As for marital love, how many couples in this world are truly inseparable? Most simply maintain a respectful distance, harboring gratitude without love. As long as my relationship with the Duke appears acceptable to outsiders, it matters not whether we harbor any resentment. This notion of wifely affection is foreign to me, and upon meeting Liang Zhiyu, I was momentarily at a loss for words in response to her indifference.
Yet,
a thought crossed my mind, prompting me to speak. Sister, it is not as simple as that. Currently, the Wen State Duke's residence has only Wen'er and Xing'er as children. However, I perceive that the Duke is not one to remain faithful. Who knows how many concubines he will take in the future, as more illegitimate children arise. If the legitimate son does not receive favor, will he not endure a fate worse than that of a commoner in this household? In my humble opinion, I believe that only with harmony between you and the Duke can your children find peace and fulfillment in the future. Liang Zhiyu listened quietly, her gaze fixed, remaining mute while continuing to play with Song Xinghan. Seeing her silence, I grew anxious. Had I revealed my intentions too plainly? Realizing this, I hastily clarified, Sister, I should not speak so freely about your relationship with the Duke. But I cannot help but think of how I might assist you before I inevitably leave the Wen State Duke's residence. While speaking, I feigned a weak cough and attempted to rise, only to collapse back into my seat, feeling utterly drained. If I have troubled you, dear sister, I shall not intrude any further, I murmured. Liang Zhiyu quickly supported me, concern etched on her face. What troubles you, Chenmei? You do not seem like one who has merely lost sleep. Would you like me to summon a physician? I pressed my hand to my heart, waving it weakly to indicate I was fine, unwilling to elaborate. The maid, Qiao Qiao, who had remained silent, could no longer hold back her empathy and began to lament. Aunt, you are in such a state, yet you refuse to speak? As she knelt before Liang Zhiyu, tears brimming in her eyes, she recounted the struggles of Chenmei. Madam, Aunt has tirelessly sought ways to reconcile you with the Duke, often losing sleep in her efforts, sighing in despair. As she spoke, tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Ignoring her need for a handkerchief, she continued with a quivering voice, Aunt frequently visits Qiyun Pavilion. Both the old lady and the Duke have grown suspicious of her. In her quest to gather information, she has been cautious with every word and action, fearful that any slip might hinder her efforts on your behalf. Suddenly recalling something, Qiao Qiao broke down again. In her devotion to you, Aunt always places your needs first. After each encounter with the Duke, she quietly consumes contraceptive medicine, not wishing to bear a child that might compete for the Duke's affection. This medicine is excessively cold and harmful to her health. She has been taking it for half a month, and her body can no longer withstand it, leaving her in such a fragile state. Qiao Qiao, cease your words. Chenmei managed to scold her, barely holding herself upright and pressing her hand to her heart. I have warned you countless times not to speak of such matters before the madam. Have you disregarded my instructions? Upon hearing Qiao Qiao's revelations, Liang Zhiyu and others were taken aback by the mention of the contraceptive medicine. Chenmei, I know your intentions are genuine, but must it come to this? Seeing Liang Zhiyu's sympathy, Chenmei seized the opportunity to express, to speak candidly, I do harbor a personal desire in wanting you and the Duke to cultivate affection. You are aware that my heart belongs solely to Lu Lang. Each time I share a bed with the Duke, I feel immense guilt towards Lu Lang. I hope that if you and the Duke are harmonious, he will spend more time in Qian Pavilion and less in my Miaoshui Pavilion. After articulating her thoughts, Chen Mei grasped Liang Zhiyu's hand, her expression filled with concern. Sister, you do not bear ill will towards me for having such a selfish wish, do you? Liang Zhiyu reassured her, of course not. Gratitude washed over Chen Mei as she continued, this Wen State Duke's residence feels like a prison to me. I am constantly yearning to assist you and facilitate my departure. My consumption of contraceptive medicine serves 3 purposes. First, to avoid bearing a child with someone I do not love. Second, to ensure that my child does not sway my resolve to leave this place. And third, as Qiao mentioned, to prevent my child from competing for the Duke's affection. Sister, you must trust me. My intentions are as clear as day. If I were to deceive you with a single word, may I be struck by heavenly wrath and suffer endlessly. Seeing her frail form and earnest words, she even swore an oath to the heavens to affirm her sincerity. Liang Zhiyu, moved by her fervor, quickly covered her mouth, admonishing, do not speak such nonsense. When have I ever doubted you? Why invoke dire oaths? Such words should never escape your lips again. Chapter 36. Conspiracy with a deep sigh. Liang Zhiyu dismissed all the maids and, for the first time, took Chen Mei's hand with intent. Sister, having shared so much, allow me to speak from my heart as well. You entered the residence later than I, and thus only see my estrangement from the Duke. You may wonder why we have grown apart, but do you truly understand? Chen Mei feigned ignorance, shaking her head. The truth is, I too am uncertain. The only time I felt close to the Duke was on our wedding day, after drinking the bridal cup. I fell into a deep slumber and have no recollection of our wedding night. Since then, the Duke has been indifferent to me, lavishing affection upon concubine Wei. Perhaps he found me uninteresting due to my unconsciousness on our wedding night. Later, upon giving birth to Wenner, I thought our lives would continue in a mundane fashion. Little did I know, concubine Wei, frail and unable to carry her child, suffered a miscarriage, and the Duke suspected my involvement. Despite having the physician Kong testify on my behalf, he remained unconvinced. As I recounted these events, Liang Zhiyu sighed repeatedly, remaining silent for a long moment before continuing. Eventually, Wei's husband and daughter confronted us, revealing her deceit, and she was sent away to the countryside. Yet, since then, the Duke has ignored me, harboring resentment. Initially, at my mother-in-law's behest, I sought a minor official position for the Duke through my father, hoping to ease our relationship. However, when concubine Wei suddenly passed, it seemed too coincidental. I was inspecting tenant accounts at the time, and the Duke, from the depths of his heart, believed I had caused her demise or hidden her away. Filled with grievances, Liang Zhiyu turned to Chen Mei and inquired, Sister, why would I ever hide concubine Wei? Chen Mei refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question, have you shared these feelings with the Duke? Perhaps if you voiced everything, the chasm between you could be bridged? With a melancholic expression, Liang Zhiyu replied, the Duke resents me and has no desire to hear a single word from me. I have learned from my father that due to the inefficacy of Prince Rong, the Supervisory Office and the Ministry of Revenue have been embroiled in constant conflict, leading the Emperor to decide to dissolve the Supervisory Office. The Duke, being new to the political arena, is naturally unfamiliar with the 6 ministries, resulting in no achievements over the past 2 months. Prince Rong has no intention of retaining him, and it is highly likely that this hard-won official position will be lost. Having gleaned some pertinent information, Chen Mei felt a surge of delight and probed further, but he is still the Duke. Does the Emperor not consider the long-standing contributions of the Song family? Liang Zhiyu responded, Sister, you do not understand. The Supervisory Office serves as the Emperor's test of Prince Rong's suitability for the position of Crown Prince, and all officials within the Supervisory Office are perceived as those promoted by him. In the early years, the Emperor personally led his troops into battle, sustaining numerous injuries. In recent years, his old ailments have frequently resurfaced, and his health has deteriorated day by day. The need to establish a successor is now urgent. The inevitable dissolution of the Inspectorate signifies that the Emperor believes Prince Rong has failed this crucial test.
Consequently,
the fate of the realm may very well be entrusted to Prince Ning. Chen Miaojuan was taken aback, exclaiming, Sister, do you mean that the future crown prince will be His Highness Prince Ning? Liang Zhiyu quickly restrained her, hushing her with a lowered voice. Do not speak so loudly. This is a matter of national importance. Chen Miaojuan promptly silenced herself, suppressing her overwhelming joy. Prince Ning is to become the crown prince. This news is of utmost significance to the Duke. Liang Zhiyu seemed oblivious to her excitement and continued to lament. Now that Prince Rong has fallen out of favor with the Emperor, even my father's pleas to the Emperor cannot save the positions of the Inspectorate and the Duke. Even if he manages to retain his position, Prince Ning will not permit those associated with Prince Rong to hold important offices. Within 3 months, if my father loses his position, both he and the matriarch will surely think I am playing tricks on them. Sister Chun, even if I wish to explain, I doubt the Duke and the matriarch will believe me. Just as Chun Miaojuan was unsure how to respond, Liang Zhiyu sighed heavily. Thus, I have given up on expecting affection in marriage. If I can simply return to the indifferent state of our newlywed days, maintaining a facade of cordiality while focusing solely on the children, that would suffice for me. It turned out that Liang Zhiyu harbored such thoughts, but unfortunately, the Duke only wished to utilize her as his legitimate wife. Though Chun Miaojuan found Liang Zhiyu's words unworthy of respect, she still feigned a gentle and concerned demeanor. Sister, your perspective is misguided. A life lived in indifference may be lived, but a life filled with mutual affection is also a possibility. The difference lies in the former being devoid of joy, while the latter brings happiness until old age. If only you would take the initiative to resolve the Duke's unresolved feelings, then you would achieve the latter. Liang Zhiyu appeared bewildered. How can one untangle deeply rooted emotional knots? Chun Miaojuan had awaited this question, promptly steering the conversation back to the matter of official positions. Did you not just mention that the Duke would certainly believe you were not earnest in seeking an official appointment for him, and thus think you were toying with him? Why not appeal to Master Liang, finding a way to persuade the Emperor to assign the Duke to the 6 ministries, or another location? This way, his position would be secured, and the Duke and the matriarch would no longer misunderstand your intentions. You could also use this opportunity to spend more time with the Duke, finding a chance to clarify the matter concerning concubine Wei. Liang Zhiyu shook her head vigorously. You do not understand, sister. I had previously sought my father's assistance from the Grand Tutor's residence, but he stated that he was powerless in this matter. Any change hinges on the Emperor. Prince Rong and Prince Ning. Chun Miaojuan questioned. The key lies with the Emperor, Prince Rong, and Prince Ning? What do you mean? Liang Zhiyu shook her head in resignation. I am but a woman of the inner quarters, naturally unaware of the deeper implications. Just as Chun Miaojuan began to show disappointment, Liang Zhiyu suddenly said, however, I believe if we wish to retain the inspectorate or alter the handling of officials, there are 3 possibilities. What are the 3 possibilities? Sister, please tell me. Liang Zhiyu, deep in thought, replied, First, the Emperor changes his mind and wishes to give Prince Rong another chance, retaining the inspectorate. Second, Prince Rong has an epiphany, resolves the disputes with the inspectorate and the Ministry of Personnel, and regains the Emperor's favor. Third, Liang Zhiyu hesitated, leaving Chun Miaojuan anxious. What is the third? Sister, why do you falter at such a crucial point when there are no outsiders present? After much contemplation, Liang Zhiyu decided to refrain from delving too deeply into political matters, simply deflecting the third. I have not considered. I only feel it pertains to Prince Ning. Chapter 37. Climbing the rungs of power. Are you suggesting that the Emperor intends to establish Prince Ning as the crown prince? The words spoken by Liang Zhiyu during the day reached the ears of the old matriarch Wang and Song Yanji that evening, word for word. The old matriarch, cautious and skeptical, inquired, How could Liang Zhiyu dare to share such significant news with you? Chun Miaojuan, serving nearby, carefully responded. At first, she was particularly tight-lipped, so I resorted to the tactic of feigned injury, persistently steering her toward this topic. In a moment of emotional upheaval, she revealed some heartfelt thoughts. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch felt relieved. To gain her trust, we have orchestrated this for so long. It seems she has entirely let down her guard around you. While speaking, the old matriarch noticed that Song Yanji appeared distracted, seemingly not listening to their conversation. Yanji? Yanji! The old matriarch called out with irritation, jolting Song Yanji back to reality. Mother, what is it? Seeing him so absent-minded at such a critical juncture, the old matriarch, filled with anger, scolded, Your future is uncertain. And yet you cannot focus on serious matters. Song Yanji, sensing his mother's fury, quickly apologized. You are right, mother. It is my fault. The old matriarch, seeing his prompt admission of guilt, ceased her reproach and asked, What were you just thinking about? Song Yanji, unwilling to divulge the truth, replied, I was contemplating a case file related to the Ministry of Punishments, and my mind wandered. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch remarked, "Had you devoted this level of attention to the affairs of the 6 ministries earlier, you wouldn't be facing the risk of losing your position now." Song Yanji had no retort, his mind uncontrollably racing through the 3 questions he had just pondered. Did she truly know nothing of what transpired on their wedding night? Was she unaware of who had shared intimacy with her that day? If she genuinely did not know, then was it that person who orchestrated all of this from behind the scenes? The old matriarch remained indifferent to whether Liang Zhiyu was aware of the events of their wedding night, entirely absorbed in analyzing the current situation. The establishment of the inspectorate was the emperor's test of whether Prince Rong is fit to be the crown prince. It makes sense. As the legitimate eldest son, he should rightfully be the heir, yet his lack of ability has left this position unresolved for an extended period. Although my son may not be competent, the emperor, as both ruler and father, surely wishes to afford his son another chance. At this point, the old matriarch sighed deeply. It is a pity that Prince Rong has not seized this opportunity. The decision to dissolve the inspectorate indicates that the emperor is truly disappointed in him. Chun Miaojuan, standing by and absorbing every word, observed that the old matriarch's thoughts mirrored those of Liang Zhiyu. She asked, "Does the old matriarch also believe that the crown prince's position belongs to His Highness Prince Ning?" The old matriarch nodded slightly. At this moment, Song Yanji had returned to his senses, and upon hearing his mother's words, he expressed his concerns. The old man from the Grand Tutor's residence speaks the truth. To alter the current situation, the key lies with the Emperor, Prince Rong, and Prince Ning. If the Emperor still harbors hope for Prince Rong, or if Prince Rong can alter the Emperor's perception through his achievements, then perhaps there is a chance. However, as it stands, unless Prince Rong suddenly experiences an epiphany, it will be difficult to regain the Emperor's favor. Chun Miaojuan nodded in agreement. That is precisely what Liang Zhiyu concluded. However, I do not understand why she initially mentioned 3 methods but hesitated when discussing the third. The old matriarch and Song Yanji also found this puzzling. Song Yanji, deep in thought, reflected on the 3 pivotal figures, the Emperor, Prince Rong, and Prince Ning. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. "Mother, I have just realized something," he declared confidently. "What have you understood?" The old matriarch, intrigued by his newfound certainty, wondered what crucial insight he had gleaned that had eluded her. Given Prince Rong's ineptitude, if the emperor intends to establish Prince Ning as the crown prince, he must select capable ministers for him, removing obstacles and paving the way for his ascent to the throne. Due to my position in the supervisory general's office, I am perceived as someone favored by the Duke of Rome. Hence, the emperor intends to dismiss me, thereby clipping the wings of the Duke and gradually diminishing his capacity to resist the Duke of Ning. Song Yanji grew increasingly animated in his discourse, as if he had already discovered a means to avert his dismissal. What if I were not an ally of the Duke of Rome, but rather of the Duke of Ning? According to that list, many assistants in the Supervisory General's office have not only avoided dismissal, but have also been promoted to the Ministry of Rights or reassigned to the 6 ministries. Could it be that their relationships with the Duke of Ning played a role? This line of reasoning seemed quite plausible, prompting Chun Miaojuan to praise Song Yanji. So the key lies with the Duke of Ning. Indeed, the Duke is truly sagacious, and I would have never fathomed this. Song Yanji, for once, felt astute before his mother, and Chun Miaojuan's commendation sent him soaring with pride. He glanced at the old lady Wang, eagerly awaiting her praise. However, the old lady was not as self-satisfied as he, and her words extinguished his arrogance. How can one draw conclusions merely from conjecturing the situation? I ask you, what if those who were promoted or reassigned had no ties to the Duke of Ning? If the emperor truly determines the list based on merit, then you cannot presume anything from uncertainty. With just a few sentences, Song Yanji was left speechless, falling into a prolonged silence before finally inquiring, "What do you think, mother?" The old lady gazed out at the bright moon and, after a long contemplation, turned to Song Yanji and solemnly declared, "Yanji, you are now entrenched in the officialdom, and the conflict between the legitimate heir and the worthy will soon reach a decisive outcome. Regardless of the result, it will undoubtedly cause a stir in the court, and the Duke of Wen's household will inevitably become embroiled in this struggle." The old lady had never before discussed court matters with Song Yanji so gravely. This unusual demeanor left Song Yanji perplexed and increasingly anxious. "Mother, what do you mean by this?" The old lady ordered all her confidants, including Chun Miaojuan, to leave and close the doors and windows tightly. Once she confirmed that they were alone, she earnestly addressed Song Yanji, son, regardless of how the emperor drafts the list. It is difficult for us to alter it. Even if you are correct, it is too late for you to curry favor with the Duke of Ning. What we must now consider are the matters ahead. Song Yanji remained bewildered, his expression reflecting confusion. Observing this, the old lady patiently explained, since we already know that the Duke of Ning will become the crown prince, he is destined to be the future emperor. If you align yourself with him now, aiding his ascent to the throne, what does it matter if you lose your position? When the Duke of Ning first takes control of the realm, and the situation is still uncertain, he will surely need you, the Duke of Wen, along with other influential officials, to stabilize the court against the factions of the Duke of Rong and the Empress Dowager. At that time, will you still concern yourself with the trifling position of a sixth-rank assistant in the ministry? Chapter 38. Choosing sides. Is your intention to support the new sovereign rather than attempt to alter the emperor's will? Song Yanji's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never dared to contemplate such a notion before. The old lady nodded gravely. Mother, you must be mad. The emperor has yet to name an heir. His intentions are ever-changing. What if we choose incorrectly? Witnessing Song Yanji's indecisiveness, the old lady felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. If the emperor had already named an heir, would I need to speak to you in such depth? Allegiance to the new sovereign is a gamble that concerns the fortune of our family.
Had it been in the past,
I would never have let you be involved in the struggle for the throne, but alas, the circumstances leave us no choice. Song Yanji did not grasp the urgency conveyed by the old lady, perplexly asking, Mother, must we truly tread this path? The old lady's eyes brimmed with tears as she sorrowfully replied, You are the only son of the Duke of Wen, the sole heir for 3 generations. If the Wen family has only you holding a title and serving in the capital, what hope is there for the family's revival? Yet you have failed in the imperial examinations multiple times and have severed ties with the Liang family, losing their support. After finally securing a minor official position, you are dismissed within 3 months. Tell me, how will you return to the court after losing your position? Through examinations? By shamelessly seeking another appointment? Are you not aware that our family has long since fallen from grace? The old lady's voice trembled with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. If you refuse to consider the path of loyalty to the new sovereign, then tell me, what other options remain? With her succinct words, the old lady laid bare the predicament and future of the Duke of Wen's household. Having been born into privilege, Song Yanji had never contemplated the decline of his family. Faced with this stark reality, he felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. He could only kneel before the old lady, tears streaming down his face. Mother, I am powerless. Being his mother, the old lady had long since resolved to dedicate her life to his well-being. She helped him rise and spoke earnestly, My son, I understand your concerns, but there is no time for hesitation now. We have foreseen the emperor's inclinations, and this presents you with a rare opportunity. It is a divine favor bestowed upon the Wen family, and we must seize it firmly. Do you understand? At that moment, Song Yanji realized there was no alternative unless he could endure the decline of the Duke of Wen's household and the accompanying ridicule from other noble families. Both of these outcomes were intolerable to him. Mother, while I am inclined to serve under the Duke of Ning, I have no prior relations with him. How can I pledge my allegiance? Observing that Song Yanji had swiftly accepted the reality and was beginning to contemplate his next steps, the old lady felt a surge of relief, her tone returning to its previous gentleness. Rest assured, as long as you wish to ally yourself, your mother will devise countless methods for you. With that, the old lady lowered her head in deep thought. Among their acquaintances, who were connected to the Duke of Ning, suddenly, she looked up and noticed a pot of peonies on the tea table, an idea forming in her mind. To meet the Duke of Ning, one need not rely solely on others for introductions. Gatherings of nobles, be they banquets, poetry events, or flower fairs, all present opportunities to encounter the Duke or the women of his household. I have heard that the Empress will host a floral poetry gathering in 3 days at the palace, inviting many marquises and high officials to attend with their families due to the Emperor's limited offspring and few relatives. Prompted by the old lady's question, Song Yanji recalled this event. The invitations had already been sent to the Duke of Wen's residence, but he had been so busy lately that he had momentarily forgotten. Indeed, the Empress is to hold a floral poetry gathering, and the invitations have reached the Duke of Wen's household. Are you suggesting we use this occasion to converse with the Duke of Ning? The old lady nodded slowly. This is an excellent opportunity to meet the Duke of Ning directly. However, since it is the Empress hosting the event, and both the Duke of Rome and the Duke of Hung will be present, might they discover our intentions? If you can successfully enter the Duke of Ning's circle, it is inevitable that the Duke of Rome and others will find out sooner or later. Knowing a day earlier or later makes little difference. Song Yanji thought this to be true. The old lady then reminded him, to attend the floral poetry gathering, you must be accompanied by a lady to maintain decorum. It has been a while since you last saw Liang Zhiyu, has it not? Tomorrow, go to Qian Pavilion, sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding regarding Wei Xiaoman's miscarriage, and invite her to accompany you to the palace. Yes, mother. Song Yanji agreed readily, his decisive attitude surprising the old lady. Unbeknownst to her, Song Yanji had already been contemplating an excuse to visit Liang Zhiyu after hearing Chen Yaojuan's words. The old lady's suggestion aligned perfectly with his intentions. The next afternoon, while Liang Zhiyu was discussing plans to go out for drinks with Qiu Shuang and others, she suddenly received news. Song Yanji was coming to Qian Pavilion for dinner. It had been ages since he last visited Qian Pavilion. The news left Xia Hua in disbelief, grasping the messenger's arm and repeatedly asking, "You must be mistaken. He is coming to Qian Pavilion, not Miaoshui Pavilion?" The young servant, unable to escape her grasp, could only repeatedly assure her, "Sister Xia Hua, I did not mishear. The Duke said he would come to Qian Pavilion for dinner." After enduring this ordeal 5 or 6 times, Xia Hua finally came to believe that the Duke was indeed willing to visit his wife. In stark contrast to Xia Hua's astonishment, Liang Zhiyu appeared to be somewhat displeased, as if her pleasant mood had been disrupted. Not only was she unable to go out and enjoy a drink, but she also had to contend with Song Yanji, which might lead to yet another conflict, complete with the clattering of dishes. "Qiu Shuang, please have the kitchen prepare dinner," Liang Zhiyu instructed. Leaning closer to Qiu Shuang's ear, she whispered something, and afterward, her mood seemed to brighten. An hour later, Song Yanji arrived at Qian Pavilion, bearing a jade hairpin. To everyone's surprise, he approached Liang Zhiyu and offered her an apology, his tone gentle and composed. A stark contrast to his previous temperamental outbursts. Unable to contain her curiosity, Liang Zhiyu asked, "What performance is the Duke putting on today?" Noticing her teasing, Song Yanji felt a twinge of irritation but masked it well.
Madam, you jest.
"I have learned the circumstances surrounding Wei Xiaoman's matter. I should have apologized to you sooner, but I have been burdened with official duties. Today, I finally found the time to visit. I hope you can understand and not hold it against me." Hearing this, Liang Zhiyu couldn't help but laugh, feigning confusion as she replied, "What official business could be so pressing that you have not spoken to your own wife for several months?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, and Song Yanji's expression darkened considerably. Liang Zhiyu had no intention of genuinely provoking him, so she instructed Qiu Shuang, "You may serve the dishes now." Believing that Liang Zhiyu would not pursue the matter further, Song Yanji felt a momentary sense of relief. However, just as he prepared to broach the topic of the Baihua Poetry Conference, he caught sight of the dishes on the table and became infuriated. "Liang Zhiyu, what is the meaning of this?" The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup: crispy fried chicken, fried spring goose, honey tofu, and shepherd's purse dumplings, accompanied by a spicy fish soup. Each dish was exquisite in flavor and presentation, but was precisely what Song Yanji detested. "Is the kitchen selection not to your liking?" Liang Zhiyu inquired knowingly. Song Yanji's expression turned sour, and though he refrained from further comment, he hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Liang Zhiyu took the initiative to serve him a bowl of spicy fish soup, placing it before him. "This is silverfish transported from Yangzhou, raised in the local lake water, exceptionally fresh. Do try it, Duke." Reluctantly, Song Yanji tasted a spoonful, then quickly set the bowl down. "The Empress will host the Baihua Poetry Conference in 2 days. I hope you'll accompany me to the palace, madam." Liang Zhiyu savored a piece of crispy chicken without responding. Song Yanji frowned slightly. "What is it? Are you unwilling?" Liang Zhiyu retorted. "Do I appear to be eager?" Taken aback by her bluntness, Song Yanji momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Is it that Chen Mei's service displeases you? Why would you choose to bring me, the one who irks you, to the palace instead of her?" Song Yanji replied, "At a poetry gathering hosted by the Empress, it is inappropriate for a concubine to attend." Liang Zhiyu nodded slightly. "That is indeed true. But I have yet to hear of a lord who neglects his main wife for months on end." Each of her statements left Song Yanji speechless. As he faced repeated verbal jabs, Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang exchanged glances, biting their hands to suppress their laughter. "Madam, are you still blaming me?" After a long pause, Song Yanji managed to utter this line. How could I dare blame the Duke? One word from me could provoke you into smashing tables and dishes. I certainly lack the funds to replace what you might destroy, Liang Zhiyu remarked, causing Song Yanji to realize that the bowl and plates before him were of the servant standard. This was a veiled jab at his notorious temper. At that moment, Qiu Shuang could hardly contain her laughter and quickly pulled Xia Hua outside, leaving the two of them alone in the inner chamber. Noticing that Song Yanji was still suppressing his anger, Liang Zhiyu added fuel to the fire. Duke, please help yourself. The dishes will become cold and unappetizing. Aren't these your favorites? Song Yanji clenched his fists, struggling to control his urge to lash out. She is doing this on purpose, he thought. Relishing the irony of the situation, Liang Zhiyu saw that she had toyed with him enough and said, the Duke hasn't visited Qiyun Pavilion in quite some time. You seem to treat me as a stranger. As the Duke, you should bring your wife along to the banquet without needing to ask if I am willing. Am I not your rightful wife? Just as he was about to erupt, Song Yanji's anger subsided significantly, but he felt conflicted, unable to express his frustration. His face fluctuated between hues of blue and white, unsure whether to reprimand or concede. Finally, he disregarded his aversion to the fishy aroma and drained the bowl of spicy fish soup, declaring himself satisfied before departing without a backward glance. Seeing him leave Qiyun Pavilion in haste, Liang Zhiyu smiled to herself, feeling quite pleased as she began her dinner. Only after Song Yanji had departed did Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang dare to return to the inner chamber. What happened today? Am I imagining things? Madam, you and the Duke were both quite unusual, Xia Hua began to inquire the moment she entered. Without looking up from her meal, Liang Zhiyu replied, What do you mean by unusual? Your words today were increasingly sarcastic. My goodness, the Duke's expression grew darker and darker. It terrified me, Xia Hua exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart. I was constantly worried he would throw the dishes. Qiu Shuang added, the most unusual aspect was the Duke. Typically, if you utter a word that displeases him, everything on the table would have been smashed to the ground. Today, you openly provoked him. Yet, he even drank the fish soup he despises before leaving? Xia Hua nodded vigorously. Indeed, it was highly unusual. Unable to stifle her laughter at their serious discussion, Liang Zhiyu found the two girls quite endearing.
What is so unusual about it?
When one is in a position of need, one must swallow their pride. Would he smash my bowl and ruin my meal, then expect me to willingly accompany him to the palace? Upon hearing this, Xia Hua understood. Realizing why Liang Zhiyu had dared to tease the Duke, she was aware of his need. However, Qiu Shuang's perceptive nature detected something amiss. Hesitantly, she asked, Madam, you have teased the Duke before, but then you were genuinely upset, angry that he favored his concubine over you. Yet today, I can't shake the feeling. What do you feel? Liang Zhiyu inquired. I feel that you seem to be a bit jealous, not genuinely angry. It appears you are lamenting that the Duke took so long to apologize, and that he has not visited Qiyun Pavilion in months, all while favoring Qinyang. Qiu Shuang articulated, her words trailing off as she feared overstepping.
What?
Xia Hua exclaimed. Qiu Shuang, have you lost your mind? How could our madam feel jealous over that man? Qiu Shuang looked aggrieved. She had not intended to speak out, but with Liang Zhiyu prompting her, she felt compelled to express her thoughts. Moreover, it was not mere conjecture. Today's behavior was indeed strikingly different from the past confrontations with the Duke. Liang Zhiyu, however, remained unfazed. The Duke is my husband. If he neglects my courtyard and favors Qinyang, it would be unnatural for me not to feel a twinge of jealousy.
Ah?
But madam, you previously stated that when the Duke does not visit our courtyard, you feel more at ease, Xia Hua remarked in disbelief. Qiu Shuang was equally taken aback. Her impression of Liang Zhiyu had always been one of rejection toward the Duke. How could such feelings rekindle over a single dinner? Once, after a gentle persuasion from Sister Chen, I came to a realization. Having married into the Duke of Wen's household, it is not prudent to maintain a standoffish relationship with the Duke. It is unthinkable to be in constant conflict with my husband, and since divorce is not an option, and the Duke is willing to lower his pride, I too shall let go of past grievances. A harmonious atmosphere will undoubtedly make our future more bearable. Liang Zhiyu calmly set down her bowl and chopsticks, delicately wiped her lips with a silk handkerchief, seemingly oblivious to the bewildered expressions of the two maidservants. She simply declared her fullness and proceeded to another room to tend to the child, Summer Flower and Autumn Frost, who were silently clearing the table, felt that their mistress had truly lost her senses today. Chapter 40. Testing the waters. The news of Song Yanji dining at Qiyun Pavilion was a rarity within the Duke of Wen's household. By the following day, it had spread throughout the estate. Chun Miaojuan, who was unpinning her hairpins in Miaoshui Pavilion, was informed by Qiao Qiao of this unusual development. Is this true? Chun Miaojuan asked incredulously. Indeed, I heard it from Ah Gui in the kitchen. To ensure accuracy, even asked Miss Summerflower, Qiao Qiao replied. For months, the Duke has shown nothing but disdain for that person at Qiyun Pavilion. What could have prompted such a sudden change? Is it related to his official duties? Chun Miaojuan, having been dispatched by old lady Wang the previous night, was unaware of the final arrangements made between the mother and son. She was utterly perplexed. Is it possible that Liang Zhiyu would agree to share a meal with the Duke? Did Summerflower mention anything else? Qiao Qiao inquired. What concerns me is that I heard the Duke invited the lady from Qiyun Pavilion to accompany him to the palace for the Empress's poetry gathering. And that lady, surprisingly, merely expressed some jealousy, lamenting the Duke's neglect, before readily agreeing to accompany him to the palace. Chun Miaojuan felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing that Liang Zhiyu had indeed shown jealousy. You mean to say Liang Zhiyu is upset about the Duke's neglect?
Indeed.
Qiao Qiao responded. Wasn't she previously indifferent to it all? What could have caused this sudden change of heart? And I worry she may be plotting something. Chun Miaojuan was more troubled by the possibility that Liang Zhiyu might have taken her words to heart and was now intent on reconciling with the Duke. Qiao Qiao panicked. If she reconciles with the Duke, what will become of you? She is the only daughter of the Liang Grand Tutor, if she sets her mind to it. Will there be any place left for you in the Duke's household? Chun Miaojuan removed the last hairpin, gripping it tightly in her hand. The Duke did not stay at Qiyun Pavilion last night, did he? Qiao Qiao hastily replied. No. He merely had a meal before returning to his own quarters. Chun Miaojuan exhaled a sigh of relief and coldly stated, regardless of whether she is the Grand Tutor's only daughter or the current princess, no one shall obstruct my path. Her initial intention of reconciling with Liang Zhiyu was to gain her trust. Now that her objective had been achieved, if Liang Zhiyu genuinely heeded her advice and desired to mend ties with Song Yanji, then she would have to take action against Liang Zhiyu. The next day, the cautious Chun Miaojuan personally visited Qiyun Pavilion, continuously probing Liang Zhiyu's thoughts. To her astonishment, Liang Zhiyu seemed genuinely inclined to reconcile with Song Yanji. I have been at odds with the Duke for quite some time, and I initially thought we could simply coexist without confrontation. Who would have thought that the Duke would come to me yesterday, taking the initiative to apologize? I expressed my displeasure, yet he remained unperturbed. You see, it makes sense. I cannot deprive my child of their father's affection. Thus, I have come to terms with it. If the Duke wishes to be amicable, then I shall reciprocate. And we can be a loving couple. As Liang Zhiyu spoke, her face glowed with hope, a sight that pierced Chun Miaojuan's heart with pain. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of joy, grasping Liang Zhiyu's hand and saying, that is precisely how it should be. Dear sister, your willingness to embrace this is reassuring. I will feel at ease when you leave the estate. Liang Zhiyu returned the grip with an expression of anticipation. I must thank you, sister, for helping me resolve my misunderstandings with the Duke. Chun Miaojuan forced a smile and replied, there is no need for such courtesy. Suddenly, Liang Zhiyu seemed to recall something, saying, by the way, I had promised to find a way to help you leave. I am currently making arrangements, and I should be able to ensure a smooth departure within a month. What? Chun Miaojuan was taken aback. She had merely fabricated a lie to gain Liang Zhiyu's trust, never expecting her to genuinely plan for her departure. Sister, there is no rush. I promise to assist you in reconciling with the Duke. Now that your relationship has just begun to thaw, how could I allow you to leave? If I depart, who will keep you informed of the Duke's sentiments? Chun Miaojuan hastily interjected, fearing that if she did not speak quickly enough, Liang Zhiyu would indeed send her away. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhiyu conceded. You are right. To truly mend my relationship with the Duke and return to our former affectionate days will require more time. Therefore, I must trouble you to remain in the estate for a while longer, and I can only apologize to that infatuated young man for now. Chun Miaojuan finally felt a sense of relief, forcing a smile as she continued conversing with her. That night, a blanket of dark clouds obscured the bright moon, casting shadows over the Duke of Wen's estate, where every corner remained shrouded in mystery. Within Qiyun Pavilion, Liang Zhiyu and Miaoshui Pavilion, the candlelight burned brightly. Each of the three women harbored their own secrets and plans, making sleep elusive. Madam, it's late and the dew is heavy. You are dressed too lightly. Be cautious of catching a chill. Autumn Frost noticed Liang Zhiyu lost in thought by the window, gazing at the dark clouds, and draped a cloak over her shoulders. You must accompany the Duke to the Empress's poetry gathering tomorrow. You should rest early. Liang Zhiyu turned to smile at her before looking up at the night sky. Autumn Frost, do you think my recent change in demeanor is peculiar? Seeing her inquire, Autumn Frost no longer suppressed her curiosity and tentatively asked, Madam, are you truly intent on reconciling with the Duke? Isn't it a good thing to mend ties with the Duke? Autumn Frost spoke candidly. If the Duke genuinely cherishes you, then it is indeed a positive development. However, I do not believe he is worthy of your lifelong devotion. Forgive my frankness, but the Duke possesses neither talent nor responsibility. He is hardly a suitable match. As Liang Zhiyu observed the clouds gradually dissipating to reveal the moonlight, she smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of the dawn.
Indeed.
Song Yanji is not a suitable match for me. How could I possibly seek to reconcile with him? All of this is merely a pretext for seeking a divorce. And what of your recent behavior towards the Duke and Aunt Chen? Autumn Frost watched Liang Zhiyu, who was now smiling and gazing at the moon as it emerged, feeling increasingly perplexed about her intentions. The clouds were finally swept away by the wind, revealing the moon, which illuminated the courtyard with its silvery light. Liang Zhiyu lowered her gaze to see the moonlight reflecting off the white walls, casting an icy blue hue. And she suddenly recalled Song Xinghan's full moon banquet and the moon-white Reborn by Qi Yunqiao. The night was clear and the moon bright, creating a serene atmosphere that suited him perfectly. Chapter 41. The Poetry Gathering. The 100 Flowers Poetry Gathering arrived as scheduled. In the imperial garden, flowers bloomed in abundance, and the air was filled with the songs of birds, creating a picturesque scene that inspired poetic musings with every step. The Empress had arranged a banquet at the viewing platform in the garden to host all the guests. The Empress, accompanied by Prince Rong Qi Yunyang, Princess Rong Hai, and Prince Heng Qi Yunqiao, had taken their seats early. Sitting in the honored position, she greeted the prominent officials and their families with a warm smile.
Concubine Su,
adorned in a resplendent crimson robe reserved for the Empress, wore a pearl crown and sat alongside Princess Qingruolin and Princess Fuan Qi Ruoying on the right, engaged in quiet conversation. Her lavish attire and makeup outshone even the Empress's own crimson phoenix robe. The favored concubine outshone the Empress, showing no hesitation in her demeanor. The ministers and their families present could not help but feel a sense of dismay, realizing the audacity of concubine Su in openly disrespecting the Empress. Amidst the varied thoughts of the attendees, only the Emperor's younger brother, the poetically inclined Prince Shu, and his wife, Lady Rong, seated to the left, continually praised the splendid array of blossoms. As the appointed hour arrived, all the invited officials and their wives were seated, save for Prince Ning and his wife, whose places remained conspicuously empty. The Empress, noticing their absence, displayed her displeasure and inquired of the steward eunuch beside her, "Has His Highness Prince Ning not yet arrived?" Before the steward could respond, concubine Su interjected. Recently, His Majesty entrusted many duties to Sienner. He must be preoccupied with state affairs, hence the delay. I apologize on behalf of Sienner to Your Majesty. Though appearing to excuse her son, concubine Su subtly flaunted Prince Ning's trust from the Emperor, contrasting him with Prince Rong, who was free enough to arrive early. The insinuation was clear to all present. Although the Empress and Prince Rong felt a twinge of annoyance, they maintained their composure, seemingly unwilling to engage in conflict. Princess Qi also spoke up for Prince Ning. "My second brother is either discussing state matters with father or advising the ministers. Unlike the elder and third brothers, who have the leisure to accompany Your Majesty, enjoying poetry and the beauty of spring." Upon hearing this, the Empress's and Prince Rong's expressions turned serious, while Prince Heng, who had been drinking, looked at Qi Ruolin with a raised brow. The festivities momentarily halted as all eyes turned toward the Empress, awaiting her reaction.
Concubine Su's Weebly Justice Gidulin, Silencer.
Such nonsensical talk is utterly inappropriate. Immediately, she pulled Qi Ruolin down to kneel, begging for the Empress's forgiveness. "Please pardon my daughter, as she has indulged in too much wine and spoken foolishly." The phrase discussing state affairs implies a harmonious exchange between sovereign and subjects. However, Prince Ning is merely a prince, not a sovereign, and thus unworthy of such terminology. Qi Ruolin, Aware of Prince Rong's recent reprimand from the emperor due to the chief inspector's matter and Prince Ning's rising influence, spoke in a moment of misplaced confidence, even uttering words of great disrespect. With a stern countenance, the empress declared, Princess Qi Ruolin's disrespectful words warrant a penalty of 6 months' salary reduction, and following the conclusion of the poetry gathering, she shall be confined for 3 months. Qi Ruolin, wishing to defend herself, was discreetly pulled back by concubine Su. Realizing the cue, she fell silent and, with a glance of understanding toward concubine Su, bowed her head in gratitude, saying, I thank your majesty for your mercy. The poetry gathering commenced, and the empress and concubine Su engaged in a subtle verbal duel before the gathered ministers and their families, concluding with Princess Qi's indiscretion, leaving the outcome undetermined. Observers understood that this poetry event was a stage for the empress and concubine Su to display their rivalry, compelling the ministers to choose sides in advance. In a previous life, Liang Zhiyu had witnessed a similar spectacle. Adhering to her father's counsel, she had admonished Song Yanji upon returning home to refrain from taking sides, for remaining a neutral minister was the wisest course of action. Consequently, Song Yanji had navigated the strife between Prince Rong and Prince Ning, thereby safeguarding his household during a tumultuous palace upheaval. This time, she had exerted considerable effort to observe which Prince Song Yanji would ultimately choose to serve. The differing fates tied to Prince Rong and Prince Ning intrigued her greatly. Song Yanji, indifferent to the empress and concubine Su's contest, found his thoughts fixed on Prince Ning's absence, his interest in the poetry gathering waning. He could not help but worry. Would Prince Ning truly not attend today? Liang Zhiyu, aware of his distraction, deliberately inquired, What captivates your attention, my lord? Startled by her question, Song Yanji cleared his throat awkwardly and replied nonchalantly, Nothing of significance. Liang Zhiyu refrained from pressing further. Just as she was about to sip the fragrant wine bestowed by the empress, suddenly, a palace servant announced loudly, His Highness Prince Ning and Princess Ning have arrived. The other principal guests of the poetry gathering had finally made their entrance. Dressed in a deep purple ceremonial robe, Prince Qi Yunxian strode in with an air of elegance, accompanied by Princess Yu, and together they approached the empress to offer their apologies. We have arrived late. Please forgive us, your majesty. Concubine Su's disregard for the empress was mirrored by her children's lack of respect. The empress, as the rightful matriarch of all princes and princesses, was addressed merely as your majesty by Princess Qi and Prince Ning, omitting any reference to mother, thereby showing a lack of regard for their legitimate matron. Prince Qi Yunxian, arriving late without a valid explanation, was dismissive in his apology, merely uttering, Please forgive us, your majesty. Before the empress could respond, he and Princess Yu took their seats directly. Observing their blatant disregard for decorum, Prince Rong spoke up. Brother, having been steeped in the classics since childhood, how is it that you have forgotten the principles of filial piety? To honor one's parents and respect one's elder brothers is paramount. Arriving late without informing our mother of the reasons and showing no remorse before seating yourself, is this the way of filial respect? Prince Qi Yunxian, having deliberately delayed his arrival to align with concubine Su against the empress, was prepared for Prince Rong's rebuke. Elder brother, you misspeak. I was not late without cause, rather. Father summoned me an hour ago for urgent matters, which delayed me. Before I went to see father, I instructed our fifth sister to inform the empress on my behalf. Did she not relay my message? Although Prince Qi Yunxian's meeting with the emperor was genuine, he exaggerated the time taken for a matter that could have been resolved in a quarter of an hour and fabricated the story about Princess Fuan delivering a message, leaving no room for doubt. Princess Fuan Qi Ruoying, quick-witted, stepped forward to plead on behalf of her brother. Your Majesty, I was so enamored by the blooming flowers in the imperial garden that I momentarily forgot to convey my brother's message. I apologize for my oversight and ask that you do not hold it against him. Though the empress recognized their scheming, she could not express her displeasure and chose to let the matter pass. If it was indeed your father who summoned you, then state affairs take precedence. Fuan's oversight is unintentional, and I shall not hold it against either of you. With that, the empress raised her wine cup and addressed all present. As spring blossoms flourish and the scenery is resplendent, how could we gather without the joy of poetry and wine? Now that everyone is assembled, let the poetry gathering commence. Chapter 42. The Poetry Gathering 2. As the poetry gathering officially commenced, the attendees first engaged in several rounds of a poetry game before the main event, the poetry contest. The empress instructed everyone present to select a flower from the 4 seasons and compose a verse, with the finest lines earning the winner a prized calligraphy piece by Li Bai, known as Shengyang Tai Tai. Such an artifact was highly sought after by scholars, and upon hearing this, the guests were eager to participate. Prince Ning was the first to rise, composing an impromptu poem titled Spring Sees the Camellia. In the distance, the mountains blush with red, for the camellia blooms at its peak. With 1,000 charms, it surpasses all, winning the dragon's heart of the emperor. On the surface, he praised the camellia, but the underlying meaning was a metaphor for concubine Su, suggesting that although she hailed from humble origins as a tea picker, she wore the empress's exclusive crimson and adorned herself more splendidly than the empress, thus eclipsing all others in the harem and winning the emperor's favor more so than the empress herself. Eager to curry favor with Prince Ning, Song Yanji was the first to applaud. Bravo! What a splendid line, surpassing all others. He continued, Your Highness not only exhibits quick wit, composing verse in an instant, but also captures the beauty of the camellia with utmost precision. I am truly in awe. Liang Zhiyu observed Song Yanji's overt flattery of Prince Ning with delight, realizing that he had fallen into her trap. This declaration would undoubtedly raise the empress's and Prince Rong's suspicions. Prince Ning's veiled allusion to concubine Su overshadowing the empress displeased the latter, causing her smile to gradually fade. The Prince of Heng, wishing to spare his mother the embarrassment of public scrutiny, rose to speak. 2 years ago, I had the fortune to spend some time in Hangzhou, where I was privileged to behold the exquisite camellia varieties known as the 18 Scholars. They are indeed resplendent in their floral elegance. Yet when compared to the nearby Fengdanbai, they still fall slightly short. One of my companions, a scholar, once penned, the national color and heavenly fragrance of the peony flower claim the best of the court's beauty. The shadows of flowers sway in the morning sun, their timeless allure celebrated through the ages. It is universally acknowledged that the peony reigns as the king of flowers, the epitome of national beauty. The phrase national color and heavenly fragrance aptly likens the empress to the king of flowers, revered by the people and destined to leave a lasting legacy alongside the emperor. Although Prince Rong lacks the ability to compose poetry spontaneously, he borrowed a line from the Tang poet Pyrixiu, stating, As the last petals fall, their fragrance begins to unfold. A name renowned as the king of flowers, truly unmatched in beauty, it claims the title of the finest fragrance in the world. The verses of Pyrixia's ode to the peony encapsulate the grace of the peony king eloquently. In response to the poetic jibes from the princes Heng and Rong, Prince Ning remained silent, sipping his wine with an air of calm. However, Song Yanji, lacking Ning's composure, felt his pride wounded in front of the assembly and, clearing his throat awkwardly, directed his ire towards Prince Heng. Your Highness, the rules of today's poetry gathering dictate that one must select a flower and compose a poem. By reciting the works of others, you inadvertently glorify them before the empress, thus violating the rules and losing your opportunity. Is this not a case of exerting effort without reward? Liang Zhiyu found this quite amusing, noting that Song Yanji had adopted a rather sarcastic tone. His words implied that Prince Heng, in seeking to curry favor for Prince Rong with the empress, was merely a secondary son, forever distant from the throne, rendering his efforts futile. Prince Heng, unfazed, sought his mother's approval, expressing, I humbly admit my oversight in forgetting the rules of the poetry gathering. I beseech the empress to allow me to compose a poem on the spot, entitled White Plum. Upon receiving her nod, he recited, In the snow, the cold plum remains untarnished by dust, unconcerned with worldly matters that cause disturbance. Proudly, it stands on the branch, laughter lingering, as its subtle fragrance wafts through the spring snow. At the conclusion of his poem, all present could not help but admire its dual meanings. A splendid work. Song Yanji, begrudgingly silent, could only sulk into his drink. Li Taifu's only daughter, Li Raoshuang, having been smitten by Prince Heng at the polo match, immediately praised, in his poetry, one can discern the character of a person. It is said that His Highness, Prince Heng, possesses a noble spirit akin to the plum blossom, withstanding the frost.
Today, I have finally witnessed this.
The phrase subtle fragrance wafts through the spring snow carries a double entendre. It refers both to the winter snow and the plum blossom scent heralding the arrival of spring, uniquely embodying the elegance of spring amidst the snow. And it alludes to the spring snow from the Chun's fragrance compendium, suggesting that the plum blossom's aroma is sought after by countless descendants, truly incomparable. Whether Rauschwang's interpretation holds true remains uncertain. Prince Heng nodded slightly. Miss Li speaks wisely. Receiving the prince's acknowledgement, Li Rauschwang's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head slightly, attempting to conceal her bashfulness. Such a demeanor made it evident to all that she harbored affections for Prince Heng. The Empress, observing this, felt elated, with both a son and daughter in her favor. Should Li Rauschwang marry into the Qi Yun dynasty, Prince Rong would indirectly gain the support of the Li family. Prince Heng, seemingly aware of his mother's thoughts, felt a flicker of disappointment in his gaze and chose to remain silent. Other princes and princesses subsequently presented poems inspired by chrysanthemums, peonies, and other renowned blooms, leading the gathering to the turn of the ministers and their families. Song Yanji, eager to express loyalty to Prince Ning and salvage his earlier humiliation, was the first to declare, like His Highness Prince Ning, I too cherish the camellia blossom. Allow me to compose a poem titled Appreciating the Camellia. Everyone speaks of the flower king's beauty, yet they know not that the camellia is no ordinary bloom. I willingly play the supporting role to enhance its splendor, as it consumes the flames from 1,000 miles away. Song Yanji's poetic talent was mediocre at best, and this particular piece was no exception, lacking both beauty and depth. Nevertheless, its underlying sentiment was crystal clear. He was willing to be the green leaves that support Prince Ning, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to his service. Prince Ning, understanding this, offered praise. Lord Wengua, your poem appreciating the camellia may lack in lyrical beauty, but that line about how everyone speaks of the flower king's beauty, yet they know not that the camellia is exceptional, is indeed a remarkable line. Lord Wengua does not follow the crowd, and I respect that. Their mutual flattery made it evident to all present that Lord Wengua was openly aligning himself with Prince Ning. However, the assembly's gaze soon shifted to Liang Zhiyu, who was intently observing the poetry contest. Sensing the attention around her, Liang Zhiyu understood the implications. Compared to the diminishing influence of Lord Wengua, the crowd was far more concerned about whether the esteemed Liang Taisher, trusted by the emperor, would similarly side with Prince Ning. After all, Liang Taisher's decisions often mirrored the emperor's will. Liang Zhiyu, being the only daughter of Liang Taisher, aligning with Prince Ning would unmistakably signal where the crown prince's fate lay. This question weighed heavily on everyone's minds, creating palpable tension among the Empress, Prince Rong, and Prince Ning, leaving the gathering enveloped in silence save for the distant chirping of birds. The Empress first commented on Song Yanji's appreciating the camellia, pointing out its repetitive phrasing and uneven rhythm. Then, shifting her focus, she addressed Liang Zhiyu. I wonder what Lady Wengua thinks of this poem? Her implication was clear. Would Liang Taisher's household align with Lord Wengua's, thereby opposing Prince Rong in the future? As Chapter 43 unfolds, Liang Zhiyu rose slowly, bowing to the Empress. Her response, though seemingly off-topic, struck a chord with the Empress. She expressed, in matters of taste, one sees what one wishes to see. Some may praise this poem for its talent, while others may deem it rather mediocre. Just as flowers appeal differently to various eyes, those who admire the camellia perceive its beauty, while detractors may find it gaudy compared to the grandeur and elegance of the peony. Should the Empress inquire about my preference, I am particularly fond of the lotus that blossoms in water, untainted by mud, unbothered by the lotus leaves that vie for glory. Together, they complement one another. Echoing the famous line, Mr. Yang's endless green of the lotus leaves reflects the sunlit red of the blooming lotus, Liang Zhiyu's words were laden with meaning, indicating that the Liang Taisher household wished to remain loyal subjects, serving the sovereign without entanglement in factional disputes. The Empress and Prince Rong, hearing her response, felt their worries ease and nodded in satisfaction. Had both Liang Taisher and Lord Wengua sided with Prince Ning, the remaining ministers would likely follow suit, significantly jeopardizing their position. Concubine Su and Prince Ning, upon hearing Song Yanji's words, initially believed he was representing the Liang Taisher and Lord Wengua in pledging allegiance, filling them with satisfaction. However, Liang Zhiyu's subsequent remarks revealed that Liang Taisher had not taken a side, leaving them displeased. Unaware of the implications, Princess Qi, who was confused, boldly declared, so the rumors of discord between Lord Wengua and his wife are indeed true. Lord Wengua has expressed his sentiments so plainly, yet his wife seems to have disregarded his dignity. Though her voice was low, all present, including nobles and dignitaries, heard her words, leading to murmurs that rendered Song Yanji embarrassed. Liang Zhiyu, witnessing his discomfort, felt a sense of satisfaction and offered hollow reassurances, explaining that Liang Zhiyu had never declared support for any prince, thus she could not publicly take a side. Song Yanji, feeling humiliated, gulped down his drink, casting her a displeased glance. Unbeknownst to them, their whispered exchanges were observed by Prince Heng, whose discreet attentiveness to Liang Zhiyu did not go unnoticed by Li Raoxuang. Seeing the prince she admired keeping a constant watch on Liang Zhiyu, she concealed her hands within her voluminous sleeves, her nails etching deep grooves into the table surface. As the poetry contest concluded, among the numerous compositions, all agreed that Prince Heng's White Plum stood out the most. The Empress awarded him with the original manuscript of Li Baixingyang Tai Tai, and additionally bestowed upon Liang Zhiyu a renowned painting titled Lotus Emerging from Water. I have heard that your esteemed mother, old Madame He, has long cherished the works of this master artist and would spare no expense to acquire them. Today, I present this painting to you. Whether you choose to gift it to your mother or keep it for yourself is entirely at your discretion. The Empress has evidently prepared the Lotus Emerging from Water painting in advance, intending to publicly cultivate goodwill with the Liang family. Although Liang Zhiyu has already indicated that the Liang family does not wish to involve itself in the contest for the heir, the audience remains curious about how Liang Zhiyu will respond to such imperial favor. Will she outright refuse or graciously accept? A direct refusal could easily offend the Empress in front of everyone, while an acceptance would make it difficult for the Liang family to maintain its neutrality in the future. Liang Zhiyu accepted the painting with both hands and promptly knelt to express her gratitude. I am deeply thankful to His Majesty and Her Majesty for their profound kindness. I understand that this lotus emerging from water is a cherished treasure of His Majesty, and today, Her Majesty bestows it upon me, reflecting the kindness extended to the Liang family. My father, mother, and I pledge our unwavering loyalty to His Majesty and the court, not to betray the heavenly grace. By accepting the painting, Liang Zhiyu not only avoids offending the Empress, but also reiterates the Liang family's position with her declaration of loyalty, leaving no room for doubt. The Empress, understanding the delicate balance, did not take offense, particularly since the elder Liang had subtly rebuffed her on multiple occasions. With Duke Wen having openly sided with Prince Ning, Liang Zhiyu's statement indicated that the Liang family would steadfastly maintain its neutrality, a result that was still deemed acceptable. The tense poetic contest concluded, and the Empress permitted everyone to enjoy the flowers in the imperial garden without formality. Song Yanji, disinclined to engage with Liang Zhiyu, was solely intent on conversing with Prince Ning. Liang Zhiyu, recognizing the situation, sought to provide them with an opportunity for privacy and wandered alone to admire the crabapple blossoms on the opposite side of the lake. Just as Liang Zhiyu observed that Song Yanji had finally found Prince Ning and was engaged in conversation beneath the corridor, Prince Rong, accompanied by Prince Heng, approached Liang Zhiyu to reminisce. Sister Yu, it has been a long time. Your eloquence surpasses that of yesteryear. Their reunion was a pretense, as the true aim was to reconfirm the elder Liang's disinterest in party disputes. Liang Zhiyu, aware of their intent, graciously responded, Your Highness, you jest. I have always been tongue-tied, often receiving scoldings from my father. Seizing the moment, Prince Rong inquired, How has the elder Liang fared during his time at home? Liang Zhiyu replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My father has devoted many years to the court, and now, with age, his health has declined. He has long contemplated retirement. However, having served His Majesty for many years, the bond between them is exceptional, and he has yet to withdraw, primarily due to the uncertainty surrounding the crown prince and the instability of the court. Once the emperor's intentions are firmly established, my father will petition His Majesty for retirement and return home to enjoy peace. Upon hearing this, Prince Rong felt reassured. Then I shall not press further. Please remind the elder Liang to take care of his health. Although lacking exceptional governance skills, Prince Rong possessed respect for his subjects and compassion for the common folk, qualities the elder Liang had previously acknowledged, and which Liang Zhiyu wholeheartedly agreed with. She offered a respectful gesture of gratitude to Prince Rong and kindly cautioned, While my husband may lack virtue, ability, and responsibility, and has pledged loyalty to Prince Ning, I still wish to say to Your Highness that dismissing him from his office is not a wise course of action. I hope you can intercede with His Majesty to request a demotion rather than a dismissal. Prince Rong, taken aback, had never encountered a woman openly denigrating her husband, pondering the evident rift between them. Yet, he was intrigued by her request and queried, You have stated he is now aligned with Prince Ning. Why should I plead on his behalf? She elaborated, Firstly, he remains Duke Wen, and while the former duke may have passed, many of his loyal followers still reside in the capital. If he were to be dismissed within 3 months, they would surely harbor grievances, and many noble families would perceive His Majesty as ungrateful and lacking in sincerity. Your Highness, the matters of noble houses are closely tied to court politics. Leaving room for maneuvering is likely the Emperor's intent. Secondly, if my husband were to be directly dismissed, he would fully align with Prince Ning, who would then support him in rising to power. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to demote him and send him away from the capital, thus depriving Prince Ning of his support. After considering her words, Prince Rong fell silent and turned to observe Song Yanji, who was animatedly conversing with Prince Ning, displaying a skeptical expression. Noticing Prince Rong's hesitance, Prince Hung timely interjected, "Is this also the elder Liang's sentiment?" Liang Zhiyu solemnly affirmed, "This is indeed my father's belief." With that assurance, Prince Rong nodded, "I understand." However, he was puzzled. "What I do not comprehend is why the Liang family clearly states its neutrality in party disputes, yet subtly advises me otherwise." Liang Zhiyu sighed softly and feigned concern, responding, "I am not assisting you, Your Highness, but rather seeking to aid the Duke Wen's household. The Duke has been obstinate, and my attempts at persuasion have proven futile. This is my only recourse. I hope Your Highness can help us distance ourselves from the capital and its conflicts." Her reasoning resonated, and Prince Rong did not doubt her sincerity. Yet, Liang Zhiyu had one more small favor to request. Just then, she noticed an irate Song Yanji approaching them and glanced back at Prince Ning, who also appeared displeased. Perhaps having seen her conversing alone with Princes Rong and Hung, Prince Ning had shown displeasure toward Song Yanji. Thus, she hastily sought assurance from Prince Rong and found an excuse to disperse the two princes. "What were you discussing with the two princes just now?" Song Yanji confronted Liang Zhiyu coldly. "Nothing of significance. We were merely remarking on how the crabapple blossoms are not as splendid as last year," Liang Zhiyu casually replied. Song Yanji retorted with indignation. "You are alone without any maids or attendants, conversing with two men. What kind of decorum is that?" Liang Zhiyu, sensing his restrained anger, replied dismissively, "In the imperial garden, surrounded by many guests, my conversation with the two princes was not in a secluded corner. Naturally, I am not concerned about idle gossip." Observing the rising ire in Song Yanji's eyes, she pretended to bow slightly, saying, "However, the Duke is correct. Speaking alone with the two princes is indeed inappropriate. I will certainly be more mindful in the future." This only served to further ignite Song Yanji's frustration. Liang Zhiyu smiled faintly, ignoring the displeasure radiating from him, and turned back to her enjoyment of the flowers, her spirits high. Her plans were progressing smoothly, and there was no need to squabble with Song Yanji at this juncture. Chapter 44. The scheme after the poetry gathering concluded, everyone departed in high spirits. Upon returning to her residence, Song Yanji went directly to Shoan Hall to report to the matriarch, detailing the events of the day as poetry meeting. "Mother, although I expressed my sincerity to His Highness the Prince Ning today, Liang Zhiyu publicly indicated that the Liang family does not wish to involve itself, which seemed to displease Prince Ning. While we were admiring the flowers, he hinted at using our connection to win over the elder Liang. What should we do?" The matriarch replied, "One reason the elder Liang enjoys the emperor's trust is his unwavering loyalty to the court and his refusal to engage in the heir succession dispute. At the poetry gathering, the emperor sought to cultivate him publicly, and Liang Zhiyu astutely recognized that maintaining neutrality was the wisest response. She is quite clever." After a moment, she sighed and continued, "It is unfortunate that her current sentiments toward you are not as warm as before, unlike earlier times, if she were to support you from behind. Along with the Liang family's assistance, the Duke Wen's household could surely regain its former glory." Song Yanji remarked, "Recently, I sensed a thaw in her demeanor toward me, and I heard from Miaojuan that she intends to rekindle our friendship. However, at today's gathering, she publicly put me in a difficult position, leaving me utterly perplexed by her intentions." The matriarch replied, "Regardless of her previous behavior toward Wei Xiaoman, she is ultimately a member of the Duke Wen's household and has always believed that Song Xinghan is your child. Historically, a woman regards her husband's family as paramount, living the latter half of her life for her husband and children. She is no different." Perhaps Miaojuan's words touched her heart, prompting her to genuinely consider reconciliation with you. Madame Wang had already set her sights on the influence of Liang Zhiyu's family. If Liang Zhiyu were to rekindle her relationship with Song Yanji, she would naturally welcome it. for she could always issue a divorce decree once the old master of Liang passed away, or if the Duke of Wen's household gained prominence. Thus, her words leaned towards the reconciliation of the two. Noticing Song Yanji's apparent disapproval, Madame Wang shifted the conversation to Prince Ning. However, with the household currently at peace, there was no need to expend energy on Liang Zhiyu. The most pressing matter was to cultivate relations with His Royal Highness, Prince Ning. Although you pledged your allegiance to him in the presence of the Empress and Prince Rong today, his cautious nature means he will not easily trust you at this juncture. Therefore, Yanji, remember this well. You must never meet with those aligned with Prince Rong in private. Should Prince Ning's people discover this, he would undoubtedly become suspicious. Song Yanji assured her, I shall certainly heed my mother's counsel. Meanwhile, within Qian Pavilion, as Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang entered the hall, they found Chen Miaojuan waiting eagerly for their return. Sister Chen, is there a matter that requires my attention? Why are you here waiting for me? Since she had overheard Liang Ziyu's intentions to mend her relationship with Song Yanji, Chen Miaojuan had been anxious about the potential revival of their bond. Thus, she had arrived early at Qian Pavilion to ascertain whether any developments occurred between them at the poetry gathering that might have deepened their feelings. Liang Zhiyu, sensing her unease, disclosed that Song Yanji had publicly pledged allegiance to Prince Ning at the gathering.
What?
The Duke has actually aligned himself with His Royal Highness, Prince Ning? Chen Miaojuan thought, realizing that Madame Wang had sent her away that night to discuss supporting the future crown prince with Song Yanji. However, it was quite strange. Why had the Duke suddenly shifted his allegiance to Prince Ning? I had intended to find an opportunity to speak with him regarding the crown prince's likely ascension. Could it be that the Duke received some intelligence in the court? Liang Zhiyu feigned ignorance, prompting Chen Miaojuan to awkwardly provide an excuse. Perhaps it was the old madam who learned something from the old Duke's former associates. This rationale was flimsy at best, but Liang Zhiyu pretended not to notice any discrepancies, maintaining her composure as she replied, that seems to be the only possibility. Eager to change the subject, Chen Miaojuan suddenly knelt to apologize, saying, It is also my fault. These past few days, the Duke and the old madam have consistently sent me away, and I have failed to uncover what they were discussing in secret. I truly feel I have let you down, sister. Liang Zhiyu helped her up, gently saying, Sister Chen, you have done your utmost. How could I possibly blame you? What concerns me now is that I was unaware of the Duke's alignment with Prince Ning. Thus, at the poetry gathering, I publicly stated that the Liang Taisher household would not partake in factional disputes, putting the Duke in a difficult position. Additionally, during the flower viewing, Prince Rong and Prince Heng came to reminisce with me, and the Duke happened to witness this, which likely displeased him. Sister Chen, what should I do now? Upon hearing that Liang Zhiyu had angered Song Yanji, Chen Miaojuan felt a sense of satisfaction, though she maintained a facade of concern. Sister, do not worry. Later, I will prepare some wine and delicacies to send to the Duke and, on the way, gauge his sentiments. Liang Zhiyu gratefully took her hands and said, Thank you, Sister Chen. She continued, In fact, I intended to clarify matters with Prince Rong, as the position of Inspector General currently held by the Duke was proposed by him to the Emperor. However, now that the Duke has aligned with Prince Ning, Prince Rong will surely harbor resentment. I thought it best for the Duke to thoroughly clear things up with Prince Rong, so that in the future, he might fare better in his dealings with Prince Ning. Who would have guessed the Duke would approach me? I can only arrange to meet Prince Rong at Lucian Tower tomorrow morning. Once I have clarified matters with Prince Rong, I shall return to explain to the Duke and help him strategize. I believe that will resolve our misunderstandings. Hearing this, Chen Miaojuan was naturally disinclined to see their reconciliation and queried, Sister, did you not say that the Liang Taisher household would not engage in factional disputes? Liang Zhiyu smiled. My maternal family will certainly not partake. However, as I am now a member of the Duke of Wen's household, I must subtly scheme for my husband and children. Chen Miaojuan felt a sense of foreboding. If what she said were true, wouldn't Liang Zhiyu and the Duke soon reconcile? After exchanging a few casual remarks with Liang Zhiyu, Chen Miaojuan excused herself from Qian Pavilion and hurried to Shouan Hall to glean the truth from Song Yanji. Coincidentally, as she arrived, Madame Wang had just cautioned Song Yanji not to meet with those aligned with Prince Rong in secret. Unaware of their previous conversation, Chen Miaojuan hesitated to inquire and simply stated that she had just come from Qian Pavilion to relay what she had discussed with Liang Zhiyu, omitting the part about the meeting with Prince Rong. Upon hearing that Liang Zhiyu was genuinely willing to reconcile for the sake of her children, both Madame Wang and Song Yanji felt a significant sense of relief. Song Yanji also shared with her his allegiance to Prince Ning and the events at the poetry gathering, indicating that should Prince Ning ascend to the throne, the Duke of Wen's household would attain unparalleled glory. Seeing Liang Zhiyu's sentiments confirmed by Song Yanji, Chen Miaojuan cautiously probed, now that the Duke has aligned himself with Prince Ning, surely he will no longer require the Liang Taisher household. What does he intend to do with his wife? Song Yanji replied, not at all. Prince Ning still hopes that I can win over the Liang Taisher household. As for Liang Zhiyu, if she sincerely assists me, I would not mind allowing her to remain as the nominal Duchess of Wen. With Song Yanji's words, Chen Miaojuan refrained from mentioning Liang Ziyu's upcoming meeting with Prince Rong, her mind swirling with alternative schemes. As the evening meal approached, Chen Miaojuan's maid, Qiao Qiao, stealthily entered the kitchen, tampering with the food meant for Qiyun Pavilion. The following morning, Qiu Shuang sent for a physician, claiming that the mistress had fallen ill upon rising. Chen Miaojuan, having barely touched her breakfast, hastily rushed to Qiyun Pavilion. Sister, are you well? Where do you feel unwell? Liang Zhiyu lay pale upon her bed, weakly responding. Thank you for your concern, sister. After dinner yesterday, I felt unwell, thinking it was mere fatigue. However, upon waking this morning, I was utterly drained and found myself unable to rise. Alas, I fear I cannot attend today's meeting with Prince Rong. I will have Qiu Shuang visit Lucian Tower later to apologize on my behalf. Chen Miaojuan urgently dissuaded her. Sister cannot miss this meeting. It is crucial for resolving misunderstandings with the Duke. Liang Zhiyu weakly protested, but in my current state, how can I possibly attend the meeting at Lucian Tower? Seizing the opportunity, Chen Miaojuan offered, if my sister does not mind, I am willing to go to Lucian Tower in your stead to meet His Royal Highness, Prince Rong. Once you are well, I will accompany you to explain things to the Duke and testify on your behalf to help you reconcile. Liang Zhiyu pondered for a moment before agreeing, providing several messages she wished to be conveyed. Chen Miaojuan committed these to memory, careful not to overlook anything. And after leaving Qiyun Pavilion, she took her maid Qiao Qiao and hurried to Lucian Tower. Once she had departed, Qiu Shuang promptly closed the door, and Liang Zhiyu sat up in bed, wiping her face with a damp silk handkerchief, instantly revitalizing her appearance, the previously painted sickly visage disappearing without a trace. Unexpectedly, feigning illness proved to be quite exhausting. It turned out that the previous evening, before dinner, Xia Hua had accidentally shattered a plate of snow haze soup, and upon inspection, some brown powder was discovered in the dish, which, upon closer examination, was a poison that could induce weakness and lethargy. Liang Zhiyu had intended to feign illness to send Chen Miaojuan to the meeting, thus she decided to turn the tables and, along with Qiu Shuang, staged this act.
Now,
Chen Miaojuan believed she had succeeded in her scheme and was en route to her appointment, blissfully unaware that Prince Ning harbored ambitious designs on the throne. With informants scattered throughout the city, intent on controlling the actions of the officials. The meeting between the Duke of Wen's household and Prince Rong at the city's largest establishment, Lucian Tower, would undoubtedly not escape his notice. As long as Chen Miaojuan can successfully keep her appointment today, her plans from the past few months will have reached fruition. What remains is the time to confront Song Yanji and the elderly Lady Wang. The naive Chen Miaojuan, unaware of Liang Zhiyu's meticulous schemes, hastily invited Song Yanji to rest at Miaoshui Pavilion that very night after their meeting with the Prince of Rong, eager to take credit for the affair, fearing that Liang Zhiyu might claim part of the merit. However, to her surprise, instead of the expected praise for her attentiveness, Song Yanji erupted in anger, overturning all the food and drink and berating her. You fool! Why did you take matters into your own hands? Do you realize you have jeopardized my important affairs? Before Chen Miaojuan could explain, he dramatically waved his sleeve and stormed back to Liang Zhiyuan, leaving her dumbfounded. He was well aware of the numerous spies of the Ning Wang and spent a restless night in anxiety. At dawn the next day, Song Yanji hurriedly took a carriage to the Ning Wang's residence, seeking an audience with the prince to clarify that he was unaware of the situation. However, he was dismissed repeatedly by the servants of the Ning Wang's mansion and ultimately received a scathing remark from the steward. Your Excellency, while the Ning Wang is eager for talented individuals, he does not welcome someone like you, who straddles both sides of the fence. We cannot afford you. Please do not return here. This message, undoubtedly a directive from the Ning Wang, extinguished Song Yanji's last glimmer of hope. Despondent, he returned to the Duke of Wen's residence, clinging to a final thread of hope, and hurried to Shouan Hall to discuss a remedy with Lady Wang. After all, He had lost favor with the emperor and offended both the queen and the Prince of Rome. The Ningguang represented the last chance for revitalizing the Duke of Wen's house. What did you say? Lady Wang gasped upon hearing of his rejection by the Ningguang's residence, nearly fainting from the shock. Song Yanji knelt before her, recounting the entire sequence of events and lamenting, "I simply cannot fathom why Miao Juan would choose to meet with the Prince of Rome at Lucien Tower. It was just a brief encounter, and yet the Ningguang turned against us overnight." Unbeknownst to Song Yanji, the crux of the matter eluded him. While Lady Wang had already grasped the situation. "We have truly fallen into Liang Zhiyu's trap." "What trap?" Song Yanji raised his head, bewildered. Lady Wang, frustrated by his dullness, wished she had never given birth to such a foolish son. She raised her cane and struck his shoulder, angrily exclaiming, "What sin have I committed to bear a son so simple-minded, toyed with by a woman without realizing it, endangering the entire Duke of Wen's house? Li Mama, go fetch the lady and concubine Chen, no matter how they resist. Even if you must bind them, bring them here." Li Mama had never seen such a terrifying expression on Lady Wang's face and dared not offer any counsel. Hastily heading to Qiyun Pavilion and Miaoshui Pavilion to bring them back, Liang Zhiyu approached leisurely, accompanied by Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang, while Chen Miaojuan was dragged in with a look of panic. "Mother, I did not know you summoned Zhiyu and Sister Chen here. What is the matter? Why is the Duke kneeling on the ground?" Lady Wang looked at Liang Zhiyu, her teeth clenched in rage, gripping her cane tightly, suppressing the urge to strike her. "You kneel?" Liang Zhiyu retorted. "Why should I kneel?" This flippant response ignited Lady Wang's fury. "Why should you kneel?" "Liang Zhiyu, the eldest daughter of the Grand Preceptor's house. How formidable you are. I, who have been wise all my life, have been foolish just once, and have fallen into your hands." At this juncture, Yanji's career prospects were nearly obliterated, and the Duke of Wen's house faced a dark future. "Why do you feign ignorance? I ask you, was it not your intention to have Yanji appointed to the position of Inspector General? Was it not you who spread the rumor that the Ningguang would become the crown prince, luring us to pledge our loyalty to him? Was it not you who orchestrated Miao Juan's sudden meeting with the Prince of Rome, ensuring it was discovered by the Ningguang's people?" Lady Wang, in a fit of rage, delineated Liang Zhiyu's every scheme, leaving Song Yanji and Chen Miaojuan utterly astonished. A matriarch, plotting for months solely to sabotage her husband's career. What could possibly be her motive? Seeing that Lady Wang had unraveled the entire plot, Liang Zhiyu decided to drop her pretense and leisurely took a seat, smiling as she confessed, "You are correct. It was all my doing." In Chapter 46, Liang Zhiyu laid bare her strategies before Lady Wang and Song Yanji, articulating her meticulous plans that ensnared them, each word piercing their hearts. "When my mother-in-law asked me to plead for an official position for the Duke, I already knew that the Inspector General was superfluous and that its abolition was only a matter of time. Thus, I had my father recommend the Duke for the position." "Duke, do not glare at me. The Emperor had also offered you a chance. If you had genuine talent and worked diligently in the Inspector General's office, you could still have been transferred to the 6 ministries. Unfortunately, you squandered your position, showed little interest in affairs of state, and indulged in carnal pleasures. Even if the official document has not yet been issued, your downfall was predictable." As Liang Zhiyu observed Song Yanji's clenched fists, she continued, "I was initially troubled, unsure how to ensnare you, only to discover that you brought in a concubine who feigned weakness and sympathy to curry my favor. Upon seeing her, I realized you were orchestrating this behind the scenes, so I played along, using Sister Chen to inform you that the Duke would be dismissed and that the Inspector General was merely a test from the Emperor for the Prince of Rome, as well as the false rumor of the Ningguang becoming the crown prince." "What did you say? The Emperor favors the Ningguang as the crown prince? That's mere fabrication?" Lady Wang and Song Yanji were both astonished, having fallen prey to Liang Zhiyu's deception in their haste. Liang Zhiyu scoffed, "Of course it is false information. Even if I were privy to the Emperor's intentions, would I divulge it to a mere concubine? Mother, how foolish you were. So eager to restore the Duke of Wen's house that you believed my words. Then when you told me you wished to reconcile with the Duke, was that also a lie?" Chen Miaojuan inquired. "Indeed, it was a deception. If I did not feign such intentions, how could you have trusted my words?" Lady Wang pointed a trembling finger at Liang Zhiyu, overcome with rage and speechless. Liang Zhiyu continued, "I had assumed that you and the Duke would privately cultivate a good relationship with the Ningguang. Yet you acted so rashly, openly aligning yourselves during the poetry gathering, which truly surprised me. After the Duke openly sought favor with the Ningguang, I intentionally did not avoid suspicion during the flower viewing, reminiscing with the Prince of Rong and inviting him to the largest tavern in the capital, aiming to incite the Ningguang's doubts regarding the Duke. My bond with the Prince of Rong is one of old friends. A casual meeting should not have raised any suspicion from the Ningguang. Thus, I exploited Sister Chen's eagerness for recognition, pretending to be poisoned by her, sending her to visit Lucian Tower, ensuring the Ningguang's people would discover it. Chun Miaojuan trembled in fear, apprehensive that Lady Wang and Song Yanji might flay her alive at that moment. Liang Zhiyu glanced at her before addressing Song Yanji. The Duke, having just pledged allegiance to the Ningguang, finds his wife and concubine conversing privately with the Prince of Rong. Not only would the Ningguang suspect your intentions, but even the typically magnanimous Prince of Rong would be unable to suppress his doubts about you. With a crash, Song Yanji, unable to articulate his anger, smashed a teacup in frustration. Liang Zhiyu, smiling, slowly said, "The Duke, lacking talent, has never garnered the Emperor's favor. Following this incident, you will have offended both the Queen and the Prince of Rong at the poetry gathering, and will be cast aside by the Ningguang and the faction of Consort Su. Once the decree to abolish the Inspector General is issued, you, Song Yanji, will be doomed to a life of mere title without power as the Duke of Wen. The Duke of Wen's house, unrecognized by the current emperor and disliked by the future crown prince, will gradually decline starting from your generation. The downfall of the Duke of Wen's house is precisely what they dread the most." Madame Wang trembled with her hand over her heart, succumbing to a surge of anxiety, and collapsed, only to be caught by the grim-faced Song Yanji. Chun Miaojuan, already terrified, slumped to the ground, realizing her fate was irreversibly sealed. After a moment, Madame Wang regained her composure, pointing at Liang Zhiyu with bloodshot eyes, demanding, "What is the purpose behind this elaborate scheme of yours? After the Duke of Wen has offended both the Prince of Rong and the Prince of Ning, what advantage do you gain from this, as the matron of the household? What benefit does it bring to your children of the Wen lineage?" Liang Zhiyu retorted, "What advantage do I gain as the matron mother-in-law? You and Song Yanji have never regarded me as the mistress of the Duke of Wen's residence. Since my marriage, you have merely been playing a role, deceiving and exploiting me. As for my child, you sought to eliminate him before he even drew breath. I yearn to take him far from this place." Madame Wang's eyes widened in dawning realization. Liang Zhiyu, suppressing her fury, continued, "Indeed, my actions are purely an act of vengeance against the entire Duke of Wen's household. For I despise you all. I loathe you, Song Yanji, with your insincere flattery and treachery. You have been entangled with Wei Xiaoman while soliciting my hand in marriage, even indulging with her on our wedding night, leaving me alone in the bridal chamber, where I was drugged and violated by a stranger. You have ruined my life, and your malice extends to permitting Wei Xiaoman to harm my unborn child, seeking to take 2 lives in one fell swoop. After your plot failed, you even dared to switch the 2 children, intending to place my own child, Xing'e, in the care of Wei Xiaoman, forcing me to raise the offspring of my enemy." Her gaze pierced like a dagger into Song Yanji, filled with profound hatred, as she articulated each word with deliberate precision. Song Yanji had never witnessed such a fierce demeanor in her. He was taken aback by her knowledge of the entire truth, momentarily rendered speechless. "And you?" The venerable matron of the Duke of Wen's household, feigning righteousness and virtue. "You are fully aware of all that transpires, cognizant of your son's infidelities with the singer, and of the events of our wedding night. Yet you turn a blind eye. In your quest for support from my family, you have trapped me here, stripping away the bond between mother and child. Your actions are so reprehensible that you might as well have commanded Song Yanji to divorce me." Madame Wang and Song Yanji's foreheads pulsed with rage, their eyes glinting with icy animosity. Chun Miaojuan, already trembling with fear, quaked at the thought of the secrets she now possessed, fearing for her life. "So this is why you seek revenge against us, orchestrating such an elaborate trap to bury the entire Duke of Wen's household along with your future? You wretched woman, how ruthless you are. I should never have allowed you into our home." Madame Wang glared at Liang Zhiyu, her voice dripping with venom. "Is that all?" Liang Zhiyu's fury intensified. "Madam, you truly do not feel the sting of your own actions until it pricks you. The Duke of Wen has ruined my life and my child's future, and you dare to suggest it is merely because of these grievances?" Chapter 47. Negotiation 1. In truth, I do not wish to sever ties entirely. Should you agree to my 3 conditions, I may be able to assist the Duke in finding another path. Madame Wang inquired, What path do you propose? Liang Zhiyu countered. Shouldn't you first inquire about my conditions? Madame Wang was rendered speechless. Liang Zhiyu continued, firstly, accompany me to the Kaifeng prefecture to report the incident, clarifying that during the birth of my child and Wei Xiaoman's, the midwife made an error in switching the two infants. I request that the magistrate publicly investigate to rectify the identities of the two children, and finally, that the Duke of Wen's household petition the court to announce this to the world. Secondly, I ask for you to summon the elders of the family and invite my parents to the residence, for I wish to divorce the Duke, severing all ties between the Liang and Wen families. Thirdly, you must reveal to me the identity of the man who was in the bridal chamber on our wedding night. I know you are aware of his identity. Madame Wang, enraged, spat blood, pointing her cane at Liang Zhiyu, exclaiming, "You shall not succeed. Why should we believe you?" Liang Zhiyu replied, "Why should you trust me? Can you not see the current situation? Your son lacks the intellect for scholarship and the physique for martial prowess. He has no chance for future promotions. Having offended both prominent candidates for the throne, you have no choice but to trust me. Agree to my terms, and I can at least ensure the Duke retains a position, albeit of lower rank and perhaps not in the capital, yet he will have a title. Should fortune favor the Prince of Rome, he may yet seek assistance from others to regain his position in court. While the prospects for the Duke's elevation are slim, having any official title will prevent him from becoming the first Duke of Wen to be dismissed within mere months of his appointment. If his descendants strive diligently, there remains hope for the rejuvenation of the Duke of Wen's household. Naturally, if the Prince of Ning ascends, given his nature, betrayal will lead to his permanent exclusion. Even if the Duke manages to retain his position, the prospect of returning to the capital will be distant. These conditions were indeed difficult for Madame Wang and Song Yanji to dismiss. Madame Wang, cautious, feared it was yet another scheme, asking, in this situation, what means do you possess to secure Yanji's position? Even the venerable Master Liang would be at a loss. Liang Zhiyu replied, you need not worry. If you agree to my conditions, I have my methods. Madame Wang fell into contemplation. The current circumstances could not worsen. If what she said was true, there might be a glimmer of hope for Yanji and the Duke of Wen's household. Moreover, she held leverage over Liang Zhiyu due to her marital indiscretions and the existence of an illegitimate child. Perhaps out of fear of this leverage, she was willing to negotiate, and even if it meant losing face, they could ensure Liang Zhiyu's ruin. Resolute, Madame Wang began to feign ignorance, stating, your 3 conditions are truly unreasonable. Although you have strayed and bear another's child, we have treated you well during your pregnancy, considering the innocence of the child. As for the alleged switch of the infants, that is utterly unfounded. We had no knowledge of any error. You claim we swapped your child? Do you have any witnesses? Before Liang Zhiyu could respond, Madame Wang continued, I understand that no matter what we say, you will not believe us. If you insist on rectifying the children's identities, that can be arranged privately without involving the magistrate or the sovereign, as this is a family matter. We can simply exchange the 2 children discreetly. They are still very young, and few outsiders have seen them. We can simply sell off the servants who have seen them, and after a year or 2, should their appearances change, outsiders will no longer recognize them. Liang Zhiyu remained silent, contemplating her next move. Seeing her lack of rebuttal, Madame Wang pressed on. As for the divorce, since you bear another man's child and harbor hatred for us, it would be best to proceed with the separation. However, you must first help Yanji secure his position and leave all your dowry behind. You cannot take a single coin with you. To the outside world, we will state that you 2 simply could not harmonize, and we will not pursue further matters. The audacity of claiming all of the bride's dowry made Qin Miaojuan silently scorn Madame Wang's lack of shame. Liang Zhiyu remained silent, gesturing for Madame Wang to continue. Taking heart from Liang Zhiyu's demeanor, Madame Wang grew bolder. As for the 3rd condition, I cannot believe you would still have the gall to ask us. However, I will tell you plainly that on that night, Yanji and I did not see the man's face clearly. In our panic, he slipped away unnoticed. Such blatant deceit was riddled with inconsistencies. As Liang Zhiyu observed her conclusion, she slowly began to applaud. Madam, your acting is truly remarkable, your scheming exquisite. And what a brazen display of shamelessness. Subsequently, with a fierce tone, she declared, the 1st condition is non-negotiable. From the emperor to the commoners, all must know that Xing'er is my biological child. As for witnesses, if you cannot find any, I shall provide one. I will bring Wei Xiaoman to testify in court. If you wish to retain a semblance of dignity and do not want the mastermind Song Yanji to be exposed, then cease your bargaining with me on this matter.
What?
Wei Xiaoman is still alive. Both the old matriarch and Song Yanji's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation. It was indeed Liang Zhiyu who had secretly swapped identities and hidden Wei Xiaoman. The old matriarch steeled herself and threatened, "If you insist on escalating this matter, I shall no longer consider your reputation. We will publicly disclose your scandalous behavior on your wedding night. And we shall ensure that both the Duke of Wen S and the Liang Grand Preceptor S estates are utterly ruined. Choose wisely. You know what lies in your heart." Liang Zhiyu scoffed. "Utterly ruined? If you dare to speak of this, I shall take my own life in court to preserve the Liang Grand Preceptor S honor." However, the daughter of the disgraced former official, now reduced to a military concubine, and not just any concubine but one involved in treason. This would surely provoke the emperor's wrath. If I were to reveal this before my demise, who knows whether the emperor would revoke your titles or merely demote them. What did you say? The daughter of a treasonous official? The old matriarch and Song Yanji felt as though they had been struck by lightning, frozen in shock. Liang Zhiyu calmly continued, "You are unaware, aren't you? Wei Xiaoman is not an orphan but the sole daughter of Bai Sisi, a right-hand general who participated in treason years ago. After her father's involvement, she was condemned to be a military concubine. En route to the military camp, she encountered bandits, seized the opportunity to escape, and assumed another's identity, living on as Wei Xiaoman. The old matriarch's vision darkened, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious." Chapter 48. Negotiations to Mother. Mother. Old matriarch. Are you alright? Old matriarch. Song Yanji and Chen Miaojuan rushed to assist the old matriarch, frantically pinching her acupoints. After a moment, the old matriarch gradually regained consciousness. Her right hand weakly pointing at Liang Zhiyu, her mouth moving but unable to articulate words. Seeing that she was not gravely harmed, Liang Zhiyu inquired, "It seems, old matriarch, you have no objections to the first condition?" The old matriarch's hand continued to point at her, but she ultimately fell silent, tacitly consenting. Liang Zhiyu proceeded, "As for the second condition, since you have made your stance clear, I shall express mine. I can accept preserving your official position first, followed by a divorce. But I require a written agreement to prevent any subsequent denial. Furthermore, regarding my dowry, if you insist on forcibly seizing it, I would not mind letting the entire capital know that the Duke of Wen's estate has fallen so low that it must rely on its daughter-in-law's dowry to survive." "You." The old matriarch struggled to rise, vile woman. Liang Zhiyu paid no heed to her insults and continued, "As for the third condition, do you think I am a naive child easily deceived? Old matriarch, and you, the esteemed duke, your initial restraint was not solely due to my family's influence. Part of it was undoubtedly related to that individual's identity, was it not? You wished to harm Xing'er, but dared only to disguise it as a difficult birth. After Xing'er was born, you hesitated to act. If I am not mistaken, that person's status must surpass yours. Even if you, especially you, Duke, harbored deep resentment, you would not dare to act openly against Xing'er, would you?" The subject of the wedding night seemed to trigger a fierce anger in Song Yanji, who, upon hearing Liang Zhiyu's words, felt his long-suppressed fury ready to erupt. "Yanji, remain calm." The old matriarch grasped his hand firmly. "You need not resort to such underhanded tactics to extract our confessions. In the darkness of the night, we truly could not discern the person's identity." Realizing the old matriarch had caught on to her intent, Liang Zhiyu ceased her probing and directly asked, "So, old matriarch, does this mean you refuse to agree to the third condition?" The old matriarch, uncertain of how to respond, understood that the identity of that individual must remain undisclosed. If Liang Zhiyu were to establish a connection with that person, the Liang Grand Preceptor's power would likely escalate even further. "Zhiyu, despite the turmoil between you and Yanji, we have concealed your scandal for the sake of your reputation. After all, you were once a couple, and there remains some affection, does there not?" Liang Zhiyu scoffed inwardly at the notion of their supposed protection. If not for the damage to the Duke of Wen's reputation, would they have bothered to conceal it? In light of this sentiment, allow me and Yanji a few days to deliberate, and we will thoroughly examine the guest list from the wedding day and interrogate all the servants to uncover any leads. For now, asking us to agree to your third condition is truly beyond our means." Liang Zhiyu admired the old matriarch's ability to bend and yield. "Old matriarch, I truly respect you. When you are angry, you call me a vile woman, yet when you need something from me, you refer to me as Zhiyu. This is the very definition of turning one's face faster than turning a page, is it not? If I were to deny you the time to contemplate, would you not resort to insults once again? Her words left the old matriarch in an awkward silence, speechless. Liang Zhiyu's cold gaze swept over the tense-faced old matriarch, the sharp-eyed Song Yanji and Chen Miaojuan, who dared not speak. It seemed that no matter how she argued with them today, a satisfactory resolution would remain elusive. Old matriarch, while your feigned kindness has been evident, I shall accept this insincere affection. I grant you 1 day to contemplate, and you must respond by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, if the decree for your demotion arrives in a day or two, I shall be left with no recourse. Liang Zhiyu had previously requested Prince Rong to intercede with the emperor on her behalf, confident in preserving Song Yanji's position. However, the decree from the Inspector General would arrive within 3 days. She needed the old matriarch and Song Yanji to agree to all her conditions before then, or she would lose her leverage in negotiations. Noticing the old matriarch's indecision, Liang Zhiyu impatiently urged, "What? Are you still unwilling?" If they continued to delay, she would have to consider other alternatives. After a prolonged silence, the old matriarch seemed to have made a decision and was about to speak when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Unbeknownst to anyone, Song Yanji had grasped a shard of porcelain in his hand. Seizing the moment when Liang Zhiyu was unobservant, he suddenly dashed behind her, one hand gripping her tightly while the other pressed the sharp porcelain against her delicate neck. "Yanji, what are you doing?" the old matriarch cried out in alarm. Chen Miaojuan covered her mouth in fear. Hearing the old matriarch's scream, Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang, who had been waiting outside, immediately burst into the room. "Madam, Duke, what are you doing?" Liang Zhiyu struggled to break free but found herself unable to escape, the porcelain shard slicing a shallow wound on her neck. Droplets of blood trickling down and staining Song Yanji's fingers. "Duke, release her. Madam might lose her life." Qiu Shuang shouted desperately. "Lose her life? I want her life." Song Yanji suddenly revealed a fierce expression, pressing the shard deeper into Liang Zhiyu's neck. "Yanji, stop!" the old matriarch screamed hysterically. Perhaps the old matriarch's plea resonated, for in that critical moment, Song Yanji halted. The cold sensation of the porcelain against Liang Zhiyu's neck persisted, but fortunately, it did not penetrate further. Seizing the opportunity, the old matriarch summoned all her strength to raise her cane and struck down Song Yanji's hand, causing the shard to clatter to the ground. With a clink, the porcelain fell silent. Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang rushed forward to pull Liang Zhiyu away, shielding her behind them and applying a handkerchief to staunch the bleeding wound. Madame Wang pulled Song Yanji aside, offering him a few words of comfort and instructing Chen Miaojuan to keep an eye on him. She then turned her attention to Liang Zhiyu, who was tending to her wounds, her expression contemplative. After a prolonged silence, Madame Wang spoke. "Zhiyu, I have come to a resolution. Both my son and I are now at your mercy. Any further resistance would be futile. If you wish to reclaim your biological son, seek a divorce, and discover the identity of that individual, I shall acquiesce to all 3 conditions. Tomorrow, I will formalize an agreement with Yanji. On the day the imperial edict is proclaimed, should he not be dismissed from his post, within 3 days, I shall accompany him to the Kaifeng prefecture to restore the identities of the 2 children and submit a memorial to the court, announcing it to the world. Simultaneously, I will convene the elders of our clan to formally facilitate your divorce, and I shall reveal the identity of that person to you. From that moment forth, the Wen and Liang families shall have no further entanglements." "Very well. At the hour of the snake tomorrow, I wish to witness the execution of the agreement. By noon, I shall return to the Liang Taisher's residence to fulfill my promises." Having spoken, Liang Zhiyu turned and departed with Xia Hua and Qiu Shuang. Madame Wang fixed her gaze on her retreating figure, a murderous intent brewing within her. The crux of the matter hinges on whether Liang Zhiyu can survive until that time. Chapter 49. The ambush. With the agreement reached, Liang Zhiyu swiftly dispatched Xia Hua to deliver a letter back to the Liang Taisher's residence, conveying that all was proceeding smoothly. This action seemed unremarkable to Madame Wang and Song Yanji, as Liang Zhiyu was merely a woman of the inner chambers. Ultimately, matters within the court required the intervention of Liang Taisher. Thus, the following day, they formally executed the agreement in Liang Zhiyu's presence. 3 days later, The announcement of the disbandment of the Inspector General was dispatched to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Song Yenji was demoted to a 7th-rank civil official and assigned to Jizhou within a month. With the matter of the Inspector General settled, it was time for Madame Wang and Song Yenji to fulfill their promises. On the day of the proclamation, Madame Wang summoned Liang Zhiyu to the Showan Hall. Although Yenji's official position was not illustrious and he wielded no real power in Jizhou, you have nonetheless fulfilled your part of the bargain. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you and Yenji to the Kaifeng prefecture to verify the identities of the 2 children. As for that witness, Wei Xiaoman, you may bring her here now. Liang Zhiyu replied, there is no rush. What time does the matron intend to arrive at the Kaifeng prefecture tomorrow? By then, I shall certainly be able to bring Wei Xiaoman. Madame Wang responded, at the hour of the pig. Liang Zhiyu, confident, stated, I shall send someone to fetch Wei Xiaoman early tomorrow morning. Madame Wang nodded. That will suffice. Liang Zhiyu inquired, when shall the Duke and I proceed with the divorce? Madame Wang replied, if the magistrate can resolve the cases of Heir and Xinger on that day, I shall convene the elders of the Wen family and your parents the day after tomorrow to discuss the divorce. As for that person's name, you shall be informed before you leave my residence. Liang Zhiyu nodded, everything proceeding as anticipated. In the dead of night, the residence of the Duke of Wen was engulfed in darkness, with everyone lost in slumber, save for Showan Hall, where a solitary candle flickered weakly. Song Yenji, seated nearby, asked with unease, Mother, do you truly intend to uphold that agreement? Madame Wang replied, of course not. Surprised, Song Yenji pressed. Then why did you tell Liang Zhiyu that you would accompany her to the Kaifeng prefecture tomorrow to restore the identities of the 2 children? Madame Wang answered darkly. While we have promised her, should she be unable to bring Wei Xiaoman to the Kaifeng prefecture tomorrow, then her first condition shall naturally remain unfulfilled. And that will be her failing, not ours. A glimmer of hope ignited in Song Yenji's eyes as he asked, do you plan to eliminate Wei Xiaoman on the way? Madame Wang nodded slowly. Song Yenji then queried, but Liang Zhiyu still holds the leverage of Wei Xiaoman's identity as a military prostitute. If she threatens us with it, what shall we do? Madame Wang scoffed, if the person is blown to pieces, how can anyone verify their identity? With no witnesses to testify, what threats remain? Even if she were to argue this matter before the emperor, I have my own explanations ready. Upon hearing of his mother's meticulous planning, Song Yenji felt a wave of relief wash over him, eagerly anticipating Liang Zhiyu's frantic demeanor the following day. On the morrow, at the break of dawn, Liang Zhiyu dispatched a dozen guards and a carriage to fetch Wei Xiaoman. Standing at the entrance of the Duke of Wen's residence, Song Yenji observed the slowly departing convoy with a cold smile. As noon passed, the convoy returning with Wei Xiaoman was delayed, causing Liang Zhiyu, who awaited within the residence, to feel a creeping unease. Beside her, Madame Wang feigned concern, inquiring, why have those sent to fetch Wei Xiaoman not returned? Could something have happened on the way? Liang Zhiyu reassured her, I dispatched skilled guards. There will be no issues. Inwardly, Madame Wang and Song Yenji reveled in their delight, leisurely sipping tea. Observing their demeanor, Liang Zhiyu proposed, Madam, as the hour approaches, to avoid wasting time, why don't we head to the Kaifeng prefecture and wait? I shall send Xia Hua to the city gate now. If the convoy returns, they can head straight to the Kaifeng prefecture. Madame Wang hesitated. A delay of a moment is not critical. Let us wait here and go together. Liang Zhiyu countered. I cannot help but notice the leisurely manner in which you and the Duke appear to believe we shall not reach the Kaifeng prefecture today. Madame Wang replied. You think too much. Liang Zhiyu pressed, if that is the case, the hour is nearly upon us. Why does the matron continue to procrastinate? To avoid raising her suspicions, Madame Wang could only acquiesce. If you doubt us, then let us depart immediately. However, I hope your people will bring Wei Xiaoman to the Kaifeng prefecture on time to avoid our journey being in vain. The 3 of them took Heir and Xinger, each boarding 2 carriages, and made their way to the Kaifeng prefecture, waiting inside for Wei Xiaoman. As the appointed hour arrived, rather than Wei Xiaoman, they were met by Hua and the leader of the escorting guards. Rushing to Liang Zhiyu's carriage atop a swift steed, he reported, disheveled, Madam, I have failed in my duties. We were ambushed in the small grove outside the city gate by a group of bandits disguised as officials. They blew Wei Xiaoman to pieces, leaving no trace. Liang Zhiyu gasped, what? Aside from Wei Xiaoman, were you all unharmed? Huan replied, we were all safe. Those men had a clear target and fled after detonating the carriage. Madame Wang and Song Yanji, within the adjacent carriage, overheard their exchange. Madame Wang leaned out, feigning great regret as she lamented, "Alas, it is fate. Encountering bandits at such a critical juncture seems to be the will of heaven. Let us return home for now and deliberate further." Liang Zhiyu was not one to depart easily. She thrust Xing'er into Qiu Shuang's arms. Immediately alighting from the carriage and rushing to the drum of justice at the Kaifeng prefecture, drumming with all her might.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
"What are you doing?" Upon seeing her beat the drum, Madame Wang, fearing the arrival of the constables, rushed to disembark the carriage and stop her. Song Yanji had already leapt down, seizing the drumstick from Liang Ziyu's grasp. "What madness is this? There are no witnesses left. Without Wei Xiaoman, do not expect us to comply." Liang Zhiyu replied calmly. "Even in the absence of Wei Xiaoman, you too are witnesses, are you not?" Song Yanji retorted. "Without Wei Xiaoman, how could we possibly heed your words? Dream on." Just as Song Yanji was trying to drag Liang Zhiyu away, two constables emerged, questioning why they were beating the drum. Liang Zhiyu promptly replied, "I am Liang Zhiyu, daughter of Liang Taisher. These two are the Duke of Wen and the matron of the Duke's residence. We have grievances to report to the magistrate." Upon hearing this, the constables naturally led them inside. Madame Wang and Song Yanji could no longer forcibly remove Liang Zhiyu, so they reluctantly followed the constables into the court, planning to assess the situation. Upon seeing the magistrate, Liang Zhiyu seized the opportunity to explain the case, requesting Magistrate Cui to verify the matter before the court. However, she still honored her promise and did not reveal that Song Yanji was the mastermind behind it all. Upon hearing that the midwife involved in the case had died, and that Liang Zhiyu had no other material evidence to prove the child's identity, Master Cui naturally inquired whether there were any other witnesses. Both Old Lady Wang and Song Yanji remained tight-lipped in response to Master Cui's questioning, only claiming that there was some misunderstanding and that they did not wish to trouble the magistrate. Just as the three were at a stalemate in the court, Master Cui, feeling a headache from the impasse, was informed that a maid from the Duke of Wen's residence, Xia Hua, had brought in a new witness. Upon hearing this, Liang Ziyu's lips curled into a slight smile. She had finally arrived. Chapter 50. Victory quickly, bring her in, Master Cui commanded, seeing a turning point in the standoff. The officer, having received the order, hurriedly left and soon returned with a frail woman dressed in coarse cloth. The woman was Wei Xiaoman. It turned out that Liang Zhiyu had long harbored suspicions about Old Lady Wang's sudden willingness to cooperate. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced that Old Lady Wang would surely eliminate the threat posed by Wei Xiaoman. As long as Wei Xiaoman was dead, the matter of the military prostitute would vanish without a trace, and both she and Song Yanji would no longer be bound by Liang Zhiyu's influence. Therefore, a few days prior, she had instructed Xia Hua to send a letter to the residence of Grand Tutor Liang, clearly stating that she requested Old Lady He to quietly transfer Wei Xiaoman from the village to the Grand Tutor's residence, awaiting her next arrangement. Before setting off, she had ostensibly sent Xia Hua to the city gate to wait for the escorting team for Wei Xiaoman, but in reality, she discreetly instructed Xia Hua to head to the Grand Tutor's residence to fetch Wei Xiaoman immediately. Meanwhile, the carriage guarded by a dozen men contained only a dummy made of blood packets and cloth strips. Seeing Wei Xiaoman walk in unharmed, Old Lady Wang was taken aback, trembling as she pointed at her, incredulously exclaiming, You are supposed to be dead." Wei Xiaoman sneered, "Didn't he expect this, did you? Old lady, I am very much alive and standing right before you." Song Yanji was equally stunned, staring intently at Wei Xiaoman and asking, "Are you a ghost?" "Of course. I am human. I am the only living witness to this case," Wei Xiaoman declared, then immediately knelt and addressed Master Cui on the dais. "I am Wei Xiaoman, a concubine of the Duke of Wen, taken into his household over a year ago. I gave birth on the same day as the Duke's legitimate wife, and I can attest that the two children, Song Wenhan and Song Xinghan, born the same day, were indeed switched by the midwife." Master Cui urged, "Please elaborate." Wei Xiaoman recounted that after giving birth, while her consciousness was still intact, she saw the midwife cleaning the blood from the child's face and noticed a small black mole on the sole of the child's left foot. However, a few days later, when she was able to bathe the child, she discovered that the mole had vanished. Initially, she thought nothing of it, believing it to be a result of her weakened state. It was not until a year later, while chatting with the lady, that she found out the lady's child had the same small black mole in the exact location she had previously seen. Afterward, she inquired with the midwives who had assisted in the delivery, and they both confessed, leaving behind written statements admitting that they had accidentally switched the children during bathing, fearing the Duke's wrath, which is why they remained silent. Having said this, Wei Xiaoman produced 2 written statements from her bosom and presented them. These are the documents from the 2 midwives, written in their own hands and stamped with their seals. If you do not believe me, you may summon their families for identification. Master Cui accepted the 2 documents, scrutinizing the contents and confirming the accuracy of Wei Xiaoman's claims. If these documents are genuine, they indeed support your assertions. However, knowing the truth, why have you remained silent until today? Wei Xiaoman replied, though the children were switched. My own child became the legitimate offspring of the lady, destined to inherit the title of heir. Thus, I acted out of selfishness and did not disclose this matter. However, I have felt immense guilt, and after losing my second child and falling gravely ill, I believed this to be heaven's retribution upon me. While I was recovering, I accidentally fell into the water and was rescued by a nearby peasant woman. It was only recently that I encountered the lady again, which provided me the opportunity to reveal this matter in court. This narrative was a carefully crafted concoction by Liang Zhiyu and Wei Xiaoman. Half-truths that clarified the fact of the children's switch, while artfully concealing Song Yanji's actions, seamless in execution. From the moment Wei Xiaoman entered, Song Yanji glared at her with malice, and upon hearing her confident declarations and the presentation of documents he had never seen before, he was consumed by rage and blurted, "This is impossible. Those documents must be false." The 2 midwives had been discreetly eliminated by him. How could they have left behind any documents? Liang Zhiyu immediately countered, "How can the Duke be so certain they are false? Were you not completely unaware of this matter?" This statement served as a veiled threat, warning him not to disrupt her plans in court. If he dared, she would expose him as the instigator behind it all. Wei Xiaoman added with a sardonic tone, "Didn't he expect this, did you, Duke? I sought out those 2 midwives while you were completely in the dark, and even obtained the documents." She had originally worried that Song Yanji might tire of her one day and wanted to have leverage over him. She had discreetly approached the midwives for the documents, never anticipating they would become crucial evidence in Liang Ziyu's campaign against Song Yanji. As Song Yanji attempted to speak again, he was abruptly restrained by old lady Wang. "It's of no use. Silence. Silence." Master Cui struck the wooden board to interrupt their dialogue. Before he could inquire further, old lady Wang interjected, "Master Cui, there is no need for further verification of these documents. The 2 midwives had mentioned this matter to me previously, but at the time, I thought they were speaking nonsense and did not take it to heart. When I finally thought to investigate, they had already passed away. Alas, I have always harbored doubts. But with the midwives deceased, I found it difficult to confirm, which is why I delayed until today. It was only when Wei Xiaoman mentioned the documents from those 2 midwives that I finally confirmed that my 2 grandsons were indeed switched at birth. The world has long believed that Song Xinghan, born to Wei Xiaoman, is Zhiyu's biological child, while Song Wenhan is hers. At this point, old lady Wang had come to understand the situation clearly. Their actions were entirely at Liang Zhiyu's behest, and any attempt to alter the course of events was now futile. Observing the 4 individuals in the court, the old lady of the Duke of Wen, the Duke himself, his wife, and the concubine, 3 of whom acknowledged the identity swap of the 2 children, only the Duke remained silent. Master Cui then asked Duke of Wen, "What is your opinion?" Song Yanji felt a tightness in his chest, deeply resentful, yet he coldly acquiesced, "Since my mother has said so, as her son, I cannot disbelieve her." Upon this declaration, Master Cui made his decision, pronouncing, in the Duke of Wen's residence, the legitimate son Song Xinghan and the illegitimate son Song Wenhan, due to the midwife's negligence at birth, had their identities swapped. After thorough verification of both witnesses and material evidence, the identities of the 2 sons have been confirmed. Furthermore, due to the sensitive nature of their identities, which involve matters of succession, I shall report this case and its evidence to the central authority for the Emperor's review. Do any of you have objections?
No objections.
With the case concluded, Liang Zhiyu exited the Kaifeng prefecture, tightly embracing Song Xinghan, tears brimming in her eyes. Her heart overwhelmed with myriad emotions. The truth of her being the biological mother of Xing'er would soon be revealed to the world. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoman's gaze remained fixed on Song Wenhan, who was being lifted into the carriage by old lady Wang, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Son, Perhaps only in death can I finally do something for you. Chapter 51. Disappearance. On the way to the Grand Tutor Liang's residence, Wei Xiaoman sat in the carriage, her hands bound behind her back, facing Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang. She cast a glance at Song Xinghan, cradled in Liang Zhiyu's arms, and spoke, "Sister, I have honored my promise to appear in court, as you requested. Now that I have fulfilled my end of the bargain, should you not also uphold your commitment to grant me my freedom?" Liang Zhiyu replied, "There is no rush. After I formally depart the Duke of Wen's residence, I will ensure your release." Wei Xiaoman scoffed, expressing her disbelief. Liang Zhiyu elucidated, "Old Madame Wang and the Duke are aware of your identity as a military courtesan and wish to eliminate you as a threat. If I were to release you now, would it not be akin to sending a sheep into the jaws of a tiger? If you can exhibit a modicum of patience, I will return to the Grand Tutor's residence, arrange everything, and escort you to a secluded village. There, you may live the remainder of your life in peace." Surely, I need not elaborate further on the importance of this plan. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoman fell silent, though her mind concocted alternative schemes. Reduced to this state, what was a worthless life? What mattered if she were to die? Yet, before her demise, she was resolute in ensuring that the cold-hearted Song Yanji and his wife accompanied her to the grave. After settling Wei Xiaoman, Liang Zhiyu approached the elder Liang and Madame He, carrying Song Xinghan, and recounted the events that transpired at the Kaifeng court. "Father, mother, Xinghan has finally been vindicated." Tears glistened in Madame He's eyes as she carefully accepted Song Xinghan, rendered speechless by emotion. Meanwhile, elder Liang softly comforted her. Observing her parents, Liang Zhiyu was overwhelmed with mixed feelings and recalled the matter of divorce, prompting her to advise, "Father, mother, tomorrow the Duke of Wen's residence will send someone over. I ask that you discuss my divorce from Song Yanji with them. After tomorrow, we shall have no further ties with the Duke of Wen's residence." Madame He nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. After tomorrow, my dear Yuer shall be free from that vile place." Liang Zhiyu continued, "Tonight, Xinghan and I will remain at the Grand Tutor's residence to converse with you both. Tomorrow, we will accompany you to the Duke of Wen's residence for the divorce. Does that sound agreeable?" Upon hearing this, elder Liang and Madame He were naturally filled with joy. "Of course. If you were to stay at the Duke of Wen's residence tonight, your father and I would be quite uneasy." With Liang Zhiyu and Song Xinghan returned, Madame He busied herself preparing a sumptuous feast to welcome them home. Just as Liang Zhiyu and the others were enjoying a delightful dinner, the steward, Granny Li, hurriedly entered. "Elders, miss, someone from the Duke of Wen's residence has arrived, stating that the old madam requests your return." Liang Zhiyu replied, displeased, "Request my return? Go inform them that I have taken residence at the Grand Tutor's and shall accompany my parents to discuss important matters at the Duke of Wen's residence tomorrow." Granny Li said, "It seems they anticipated your response and have sent me to convey old Madame Wang's message. She promised to tell you the name of an individual before you leave the Duke of Wen's residence, and she is now waiting for your return. If you do not return and miss this opportunity, do not blame her." Liang Zhiyu furrowed her brow, contemplating. After much deliberation, she entrusted Song Xinghan to elder Liang and Madame He, leaving Xia Hua to care for the child. She resolved to return to the Duke of Wen's residence with Qiu Shuang to ascertain what tricks old Madame Wang was up to. Are you truly set on leaving?" Old Madame Wang grasped her hand, worry etched on her face. "I can't shake the feeling that her request for your return is ill-intentioned. I am quite anxious." Liang Zhiyu nodded, gently reassuring her, "Mother, please do not worry. Now that Xinghan's identity is established, I believe that although Song Yanji may resist this divorce, it is an inevitability. What means does she possess to alter this outcome? I suspect tonight she aims to leverage the secret of Xinghan's true parentage to coerce me. As long as we protect Wei Xiaoman and remain resolute in the divorce matter, she will find herself powerless. Once my parents arrive tomorrow, the divorce is certain." Though unease lingered in Madame He's heart, she could only urge her daughter to exercise caution in light of her steadfast decision. When Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang returned to the Duke of Wen's residence, it was already the third watch of the night. She hurried to the Showan Hall, only to be informed by Granny Li that old Madame Wang had retired early due to feeling unwell after dinner, suggesting that Liang Zhiyu address any matters the following day. Doubt crept into Liang Zhiyu's mind. Typically, old Madame Wang did not retire until much later. Next, she proceeded to Lingji courtyard, hoping to glean information from Song Yanji. only to discover he was out drinking and absent from the estate. They had specifically sent someone to summon her back, yet now they deliberately avoided her. Her suspicion deepened, leaving her baffled by their intentions. Restless with unease, Liang Zhiyu returned to Qiyun Pavilion, where sleep eluded her. In the dead of night, while lying in bed, she pondered old Madame Wang's motives when she suddenly perceived something amiss. Even though it was the middle of the night, a flickering light was visible by the window. She quickly threw off her covers and opened the window, only to be met with the sight of a neighboring empty room engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing forth, and the fire spreading rapidly. Fire! Fire!
Fire!
Liang Zhiyu shouted, rousing the slumbering Qiu Shuang as she hastily donned her outer garments and dashed outside. The servants within Qiyun Pavilion were roused from their slumber, frantically shouting that the place was ablaze, while scrambling to fetch buckets of water in a desperate bid to extinguish the flames. Yet, the conflagration grew increasingly fierce, and the rescuers became ever more frantic. At that moment, two burly men clad in servant garb, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats, stealthily approached, circling behind Liang Zhiyu, who stood in a relatively safe corner. Noticing the lack of manpower, Liang Zhiyu instructed Qiu Shuang to summon more people from the courtyard to assist in the firefighting efforts. But before she could finish, a hand suddenly clamped over her mouth, stifling her cries. She felt a sharp pain at the back of her head and lost consciousness in an instant. Just as Qiu Shuang was about to run to the courtyard for help, she sensed something was amiss. Turning back, she saw a burly man hoisting the unconscious Liang Zhiyu over his shoulder, preparing to carry her away. She opened her mouth to scream for assistance, but another burly man struck her with a heavy blow, rendering her unconscious and hoisting her onto his shoulder as well. The fire in Qiyun Pavilion raged with increasing intensity, and amidst the chaos, no one noticed that Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang had vanished without a trace. With the assistance of the military patrol and fire brigade, the fire at Qiyun Pavilion was finally extinguished after raging for more than half an hour. Exhausted, the servants collapsed upon the ground, too weary to utter a word. Meanwhile, old Madame Wang and Song Yanji finally arrived on the scene, feigning shock as they exclaimed, "What has happened? Where is the lady? Is she unharmed?" It was only after old Madame Wang's outcry that the servants realized the lady had discovered the fire. Yet during the rescue efforts, her presence had gone unnoticed, and even Qiu Shuang, who was always at her side, was also missing. This was indeed a grave situation. Old Madame Wang hurriedly dismissed the military patrol and fire brigade, commanding all the household staff to search for Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang throughout the night, while ordering that the people in Qiyun Pavilion be confined to the courtyard, ensuring that no word of the incident leaked. The entire household searched tirelessly through the night, yet found no trace of Liang Zhiyu or Qiu Shuang. Old Madame Wang publicly declared that, due to the shock from the fire, Liang Zhiyu had fallen gravely ill, unable to rise from her bed, and was hence unfit to receive visitors. Even elder Liang and Madame He, who sought to inquire after their daughter, were forcibly kept outside the estate, unable to glean any information. As a result, the divorce matter between the Liang and Song families was indefinitely postponed. Chapter 52. Captivity. Unable to see his daughter, elder Liang was naturally consumed with anxiety, vigilantly awaiting an explanation from Song Yanji at the Duke of Wen's residence. Meanwhile, Madame He, worried for her daughter's safety, fell ill herself. Consequently, elder Liang found himself stretched thin, having to assign personnel to monitor the Duke of Wen's residence while simultaneously attending to his ailing wife, struggling to devise a suitable plan. The nobility of the capital had already begun to gossip about the scandal involving the identities of Song Xinghan and Song Wenhan being switched, and now, with news of the Duke of Wen's matriarch falling gravely ill and elder Liang being denied entry, speculation only intensified. Within the esteemed Lu Xian Tower, numerous scions of influential families congregated to partake in libations, and amidst the convivial exchange of cups, the conversation veered towards a certain matter. One individual speculated, "Do you reckon the wife of the Duke of Wen was disfigured in the great fire, rendering her too ashamed to show her face, and thus she remains hidden within the Duke's residence?" Another chimed in, "I suspect the Duke himself fears that the venerable Master Liang might blame him for his daughter's plight. Hence he feigns a grave illness to delay their meeting." A third voice countered, "I beg to differ. It has long been rumored that the Duke and his wife are estranged. Perhaps the affair regarding the swapped children harbors deeper secrets. It is well known that the Duke dotes on his concubine, Lady Wei. Could it be that she employed some beguiling ruse to ensnare the Duke's senses?" resulting in the exchange of the two infants. When the wife discovered the truth, she was likely incensed, and upon encountering the fire, succumbed to a grave ailment. Another retorted, "Your conjecture is utterly far-fetched. I maintain that the Duke would not stoop to such depths. Rather, it is the concubine who raises suspicion. She may have orchestrated the swap unbeknownst to anyone, for such an exchange would elevate her own child to the status of a legitimate heir, thus affording them the right to inherit the title. Moreover, I have heard that the concubine is currently residing not in the Duke's household, but rather at Master Liang's abode. Does that not strike you as peculiar?" The group engaged in a spirited exchange of theories, oblivious to the two men at the adjacent elegant table, whose expressions betrayed their displeasure. Suddenly, a hidden bolt whizzed through the screen, embedding itself in the column beside them, its metallic tip clanging ominously, sending the young gentleman tumbling to the ground in fright. One audacious soul exclaimed, "Who dares? Which scoundrel has shot at us?" Receiving no reply, the onlookers turned their gaze toward the neighboring table, where they glimpsed a glimpse of a pale, moonlit garment through the cracks of the screen. Their revelry thoroughly disrupted, the young gentry rose in indignation to seek an explanation, only to be met by another arrow that struck down the original bolt with unerring precision. It was then they realized that the individuals next door were not to be trifled with, and they hastily offered their apologies, jostling each other as they departed. Inside the adjacent table, Yi Bei noticed the somber demeanor of Qi Yunzhao, who appeared to be weighed down by some grave concern, and inquired, "Your Highness, shall I investigate the matter?" Qi Yunzhao's gaze remained fixed on his teacup, his silence speaking volumes. Understanding his unspoken command, Yi Bei promptly seized the dagger from the table and departed. Rumors swirled through the capital. The atmosphere at Master Liang's residence was fraught with tension, while the gates of the Duke of Wen's estate remained firmly shut. Unbeknownst to them, Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang, trapped in a dimly lit chamber, were entirely ignorant of the unfolding events. After being knocked unconscious and taken away that night, they awakened in this damp and darkened confines. The secret chamber was exceedingly cramped, devoid of any light, suffused with the musty scent of damp earth and decaying wood. Each day, one or two cloaked figures would descend from above, unlocking the iron grate at the top of the chamber to deliver stale food, providing the only fleeting glimpse of illumination. Should they require a change of attire, the masked figures would blindfold them with cloth and threaten them with a knife, ensuring they could not remove the blindfold themselves before a mute old woman escorted them outside. Days passed, and they remained oblivious to their location or the identity of their captors. Realizing she could no longer remain passive, Liang Zhiyu felt a surge of urgency. Her parents must be frantic with worry, and the situation outside was uncertain. She needed to devise a plan to escape. She and Qiu Shuang had previously attempted to find another route, only to discover that the sole exit was the iron grate above, which was constantly guarded. Liang Zhiyu surmised that their captors, who bound their eyes and remained silent, must be individuals known to them. Otherwise, they would not fear recognition upon sight or sound. To confirm her suspicions, during yet another instance of being blindfolded and led away for a change of clothing, Liang Zhiyu discerned from the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves that she had been brought to a garden. As her toes brushed against small pebbles on the ground, an idea struck her. She feigned a stumble, using the momentum to push aside the knife's edge and lunged forward, colliding with the old woman leading the way.
Ouch!
The woman exclaimed in pain. Liang Zhiyu felt a surge of triumph. The sound of her voice was indeed familiar. "What are you doing?" The cloaked figure yanked Liang Zhiyu back, the blade perilously close to her throat, scolding, "Do not attempt any tricks." Liang Zhiyu, clutching her hand where the blade had grazed her, explained, "I meant no harm, kind sir. I could not see, and I stumbled over the stones by accident." The cloaked figure, upon noticing the pebbles on the ground, seemed to relent. Seeing the old woman signal for him to proceed, he shoved Liang Zhiyu forward, barking, "Behave. Keep moving." With a growing realization regarding the identity of this old woman, Liang Zhiyu refrained from any further bold actions. Back in the secret chamber, she hastily removed the blindfold, pondering deeply. She now knew who had orchestrated her abduction, but how would she escape? Observing Liang Zhiyu's pensive demeanor upon her return, Qiu Shuang, concerned, approached her and inquired, "Madam, are you well?" Liang Zhiyu replied, "I am fine. I am merely contemplating our escape." Qiu Shuang lamented, "We have searched every nook and cranny of this chamber. The only exit is the iron grate above, which is locked and under constant watch. Unless our captors have a change of heart and willingly open the grate, or Master Liang arrives with a rescue party to break it open, we are utterly powerless. Unless they willingly open the iron grate? Liang Zhiyu murmured, reflecting on Qiu Shuang's words, seemingly lost in thought. Madam, what are you saying? Qiu Shuang pressed. Liang Zhiyu's mind raced as she recalled the old woman she had knocked into, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Qiu Shuang. Perhaps we can try to let our captors be the ones to free us. Chapter 53. The Escape Help. Someone please. My lady has fainted. Quickly, summon a doctor. Qiu Shuang banged on the iron grate, her cries echoing in the dark. The cloaked figure above lifted the cloth covering the door. Impatience evident in his tone as he asked, "What is it?" Qiu Shuang, filled with urgency, replied, "My lady has suddenly collapsed and cannot be roused. I beseech you to fetch a physician." The cloaked figure called for assistance, binding Qiu Shuang's hands and feet, then leaned down to examine Liang Zhiyu. After confirming she was indeed unconscious, he instructed Qiu Shuang, "Wait here." After more than an hour, the cloaked figure finally opened the iron grate once more, allowing a doctor to descend and examine Liang Zhiyu. Qiu Shuang protested. Why the lack of urgency? A physician requires proper conditions to diagnose, and in this darkness, how can he discern her condition? This place is dank and stifling. Our Lady, of noble lineage, may very well have fallen ill due to her prolonged confinement here. The accompanying physician concurred. The young lady speaks the truth. The darkness indeed hampers my judgment. It would be best to carry the patient above for a proper examination. The cloaked figure pondered briefly before descending to carry Liang Zhiyu above. With her eyes tightly shut, Liang Zhiyu felt herself placed on a straw mat. Seizing the moment while the physician checked her pulse, she swiftly grasped his hand and drew a hairpin from her head, pressing it against his throat. "Do not move." She trembled, threatening the cloaked figure. This was her first attempt at holding someone hostage. The cloaked figure, noticing her anxiety, burst into laughter. "You think to use a doctor as leverage? You have chosen poorly. Should he perish, it would be of little consequence. There are ample ways to cover it up." He spoke and immediately raised his knife, lunging towards the doctor, who was being held captive. Liang Zhiyu swiftly released the doctor, pushing him away just in time to spare him from peril. Realizing that he had lost his hostage, Liang Zhiyu promptly pressed the hairpin against her own neck, threatening, "Your master tasked you with guarding me, but he never ordered my death, did he? If I were to perish now, how would you explain that to him?" This tactic proved effective, as the cloaked figure hesitated momentarily. It was during this fleeting opportunity that Liang Zhiyu observed her surroundings. The room was a dusty shed, and the secret chamber where she was confined lay beneath it in the southeast corner, its iron-barred entrance concealed by a black cloth and a box filled with tattered scrolls, artfully disguised. Suddenly, Liang Zhiyu declared, "Bring your master to me. I already know who he is." The cloaked figure remained motionless, clearly skeptical. Liang Zhiyu continued, "If I am not mistaken, this is the residence of the Duke of Wen." Although she had never set foot in this room before and found the furnishings unfamiliar, she deduced its identity from the earlier blackout and the familiar voice of the old matron. Indeed, no sooner had she uttered this than the door of the shed creaked open, revealing the solemn-faced old lady Wang and Song Yanji, who entered slowly. "Indeed, it is you. I knew it would not be so easy for you to relent." Song Yanji, upon seeing Liang Zhiyu in such a disheveled state, spoke with an air of arrogance. "Do you think I care for your life, Liang Zhiyu?" She taunted. "You do not care, but does your mother not? If it were not for that, I would not be here now." Liang Zhiyu turned to old lady Wang, speaking calmly. The old lady replied with a hint of regret, "Indeed, you are clever. Too bad you cannot be of use to the Duke of Wen." It became clear that old lady Wang and Song Yanji had completely severed ties with the Liang family and no longer felt the need for restraint. They had planned to disguise themselves as robbers amidst the chaos of a fire, abducting Liang Zhiyu to violate her and then dispose of her disheveled corpse before the Liang residence, ensuring her demise would be both tragic and scandalous, serving as a means to satiate their resentment. Even if the old Master Liang harbored doubt afterward, as long as they destroyed the evidence in advance and maintained their silence, it would merely remain an unsolved case. However, upon learning of the fire, old Master Liang had rushed over without delay, refusing to leave despite repeated rebuffs and humiliation, causing her to reconsider. Initially, she had urged Song Yanji to endure the shame of his wife's infidelity and the existence of his illegitimate son, Star, to prevent him from losing Liang Taisher as his esteemed father-in-law. Now, With divorce seemingly inevitable, she had contemplated killing Liang Zhiyu to vent her frustrations, but realized that as long as they held Liang Zhiyu, they could manipulate old Master Liang, compelling him to support Song Yanji as the emperor's right-hand man or use the Liang residence as leverage to re-enter the camps of Prince Ning or Prince Rong with ease. Having deduced that old Lady Wang was behind her abduction, Liang Zhiyu understood this dynamic as well. Thus, she was certain that old Lady Wang would go to great lengths to ensure her safety, thus leveraging her own life as a threat. If the old lady and the Duke truly cared for her, she would wholeheartedly assist the Duke in rising to prominence, but alas. As Liang Zhiyu spoke, she moved closer to the door of the shed. Old Lady Wang, aware of her intentions, responded without concern, "There is no need for regret. You are in my grasp now, and the Liang residence will be at my disposal henceforth." With her grip tightening around the gold hairpin, Liang Zhiyu backed away, slowly distancing herself from the shed. "If you can find me, my father will report to the court, demanding justice for your crimes." Old Lady Wang chuckled softly. "Your life rests in my hands. Old Master Liang would not dare act rashly." At that moment, Liang Zhiyu had exited the shed and found herself in the courtyard. Realizing she was in Song Yanji's Lingji courtyard, the usual servants were nowhere to be seen, and only 4 cloaked figures with knives faced her. Step by step, Liang Zhiyu retreated towards the main gate of Lingji courtyard, pursued closely by old Lady Wang, Song Yanji, and the 5 cloaked figures. If she could just pass through the gate and navigate the garden and front courtyard, she would be able to escape the estate. Each entrance to the Duke of Wen's residence was likely monitored by old Master Liang's men, so if she managed to break free and call out for help, she could summon assistance. Liang Zhiyu mentally charted her escape route, hastening her pace. Just as she was about to open the gate, she heard old Lady Wang's cold voice. "If you wish to spare that girl Qiushuang's life, do not open that door."
Qiushuang.
Liang Zhiyu paused, realizing they were using her maid as leverage against her. Chapter 54. Qiushuang. Old Lady Wang waved her hand, and one of the cloaked figures promptly obeyed, bringing Qiushuang from the secret chamber. "Madam, don't worry about me. You must escape." Liang Zhiyu had previously analyzed the situation with Qiushuang, understanding that if she capitulated, it would mean the Liang residence would forever be at the mercy of the Duke of Wen. She quickly shouted, "Qiushuang, stop." No sooner had Qiushuang finished her plea than she was slapped by the cloaked figure. A glinting knife was then held to her throat. Old Lady Wang addressed Liang Zhiyu. "If you drop the hairpin in your hand, we will remove the knife from Qiushuang's neck. Her fate is yours to decide." Liang Zhiyu found herself with no choice. She could not afford to lose Qiushuang. Without a moment's hesitation, she slowly released her grip on the gold hairpin. Seeing Liang Zhiyu's movement, Qiushuang panicked and began to struggle violently, hurling herself against the cloaked figures, desperately trying to break free. "Don't worry about me, madam. Run," she cried. Liang Zhiyu watched as the sharp blade wavered perilously close to Qiushuang's neck with every struggle, urgently calling out, "Qiushuang, stop. Don't move." But Qiushuang only intensified her efforts, toppling Song Yanji, who had attempted to restrain her, and even causing old Lady Wang to stumble. Witnessing this, Liang Zhiyu threw her hairpin to the ground and shouted at old Lady Wang, "Make them take the knife away. I've thrown the hairpin. Quickly remove it." Old Lady Wang, momentarily taken aback, immediately commanded the cloaked figure to retract the knife. She then instructed 2 others to help subdue Qiushuang while the remaining 2 bound Liang Zhiyu's hands behind her back. Old Lady Wang approached Liang Zhiyu and said, "You had a chance to escape, but alas, your heart was not ruthless enough, allowing a mere servant to become your weakness." She ordered her subordinates to strip Liang Zhiyu of her remaining hairpins and even her jade bracelets. Qiushuang, now calmer, realized that Liang Zhiyu had willingly surrendered for her sake and felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "Madam, I am so sorry." Liang Zhiyu smiled bitterly and gently shook her head. "We need not dwell on this." Song Yanji, rising from the ground in a fit of rage, approached and slapped Liang Zhiyu, sending her crashing to the floor. "You are already in our grasp. Do you think you can still escape us?" This was the first time Liang Zhiyu had ever been struck in her life, and her right cheek immediately swelled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Slowly, Liang Zhiyu turned her head and glared fiercely at Song Yanji. Under the weight of her piercing gaze, Song Yanji, furious, grabbed Liang Zhiyu by the hair, preparing to deliver another blow, but old Lady Wang intervened. "Yanji, do not act on impulse. After all, she is old Master Liang's only daughter. Wanton humiliation may invite unforeseen consequences. However, Song Yanji had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Liang Zhiyu, fueled by the bitterness of betrayal, the resentment of an illegitimate child, and the contempt of having been toyed with for his own gain. This gnawing hatred consumed his heart day and night. Now that Liang Zhiyu had finally fallen into his grasp, to be at his mercy, how could he easily let her go? Just as he was reluctantly releasing Liang Zhiyu, he turned and caught sight of Qiu Shuang, silently weeping in guilt, and a sinister idea took root in his mind. A malicious smile crept across his lips as he approached Qiu Shuang, scrutinizing her with a lecherous gaze. A sense of foreboding surged within Liang Zhiyu. Song Yanji, what do you intend to do? Keep your distance from her. Ignoring Liang Zhiyu's warning, Song Yanji seized Qiu Shuang and pulled her into his embrace, burying his head in her neck, greedily inhaling her scent in a grotesque manner. Qiu Shuang's pupils constricted, her eyes widening in horror, her complexion draining of color, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Your Grace, what do you want? Liang Zhiyu struggled fiercely, shouting at Song Yanji, get away from her. Yet, two masked figures in black restrained her, rendering her powerless. The old matriarch, witnessing this, instantly grasped Song Yanji's intentions and frowned, admonishing, Yanji, do not act recklessly at this moment. Ironically, her words only served to incite Song Yanji's fury. The greed in his eyes morphed into a sinister glare as he cast a sideways glance at the old matriarch, coldly retorting, Mother, I have always heeded your words, enduring and suppressing my rage. You must know how close I am to madness with this hatred. For so long, I have loathed her, and now that Liang Zhiyu is finally within our grasp, you forbid me from humiliating her. Am I not entitled to vent my frustrations on her maid before her? Seeing Song Yanji twisted by malice, the old matriarch fell silent, signaling for the masked figures to take Liang Zhiyu back to the secret chamber before leaving indifferently. Liang Zhiyu, on the brink of collapse, struggled desperately. But the two masked figures, experienced in their restraint, held her firmly. Song Yanji, stop. You will face divine retribution.
Stop.
If you dare to harm Qiu Shuang, I will ensure your demise. Song Yanji, you beast.
Stop. Please stop.
Liang Zhiyu screamed hysterically, begging Song Yanji to release Qiu Shuang, but with each moment of her anguish, Song Yanji felt an exhilaration swell within him. He relished in Liang Zhiyu's helplessness, wishing for her to witness the torment, powerless and yearning for death. Bound, Qiu Shuang pleaded incessantly, Your Grace, I beg you, let me go.
Please.
Song Yanji seized Qiu Shuang's hair and violently slammed her head against a nearby pillar. Blood gushed from her forehead, her eyes glazed over, and she immediately lost strength, consciousness fading as she weakly continued to plead, Please spare me. At that moment, Liang Zhiyu felt utterly helpless, tears streaming down her face as she cried out for help, hoping someone outside would hear her. Help! Please, someone help us. Annoyed, Song Yanji clicked his tongue, and the masked figures immediately stuffed a cloth into her mouth. Muffled cries escaped Liang Zhiyu, her face streaked with tears, shaking her head vigorously, her bound hands digging into her palms, blood oozing, regret flooding her heart. The two masked figures dragged her back into the storage room mercilessly. In despair, Liang Zhiyu could only watch as the half-conscious Qiu Shuang was dragged by Song Yanji into another room.
Bang!
The door slammed shut, and a tragedy was unfolding. Chapter 55. Escape. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qiu Shuang was eventually returned. She was covered in blood, her clothing tattered, her eyes vacant, and her hands and face marred by bruises and scratches. It seemed as if her spirit had been lost. No matter how Liang Zhiyu called out, she appeared to hear nothing, merely staring blankly ahead. Liang Zhiyu held her tightly, resentment towards herself gnawing at her insides. Why did she think she was clever? Why did she believe that the old matriarch and Song Yanji would not harm Qiu Shuang? Why had she not considered the situation more thoroughly?
Why?
I'm sorry. Qiu Shuang, I'm so sorry.
Yet, none of it mattered now.
No matter what she did, even if she killed Song Yanji in a fit of rage, it would not reverse the situation. Liang Zhiyu clutched the half-dead Qiu Shuang tightly, and in the silence of the dark underground chamber, the subdued cries of the two echoed for what felt like an eternity. The old matriarch, seemingly punishing Liang Zhiyu, had not sent anyone with food for a long time. Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang had not had a drop to drink, lost in the pitch-black chamber, day and night indistinguishable. How long had it been? 2 days and 2 nights? Or even longer? Liang Zhiyu was both hungry and thirsty, her lips cracked, her throat felt as if it were ablaze. And her entire body was weak, rendering her unable to speak. Qiu Shuang's condition was even more dire. Her body burned with fever, completely unconscious. Weakly leaning against Liang Zhiyu's shoulder, her breath faint. Qiu Shuang, she called with great difficulty. But Qiu Shuang offered no reply. If this continued, Qiu Shuang would not last much longer. Liang Zhiyu summoned every ounce of strength, crawling to the iron gate, knocking and calling out with difficulty, "Someone, please bring us a bowl of water and something to eat." The black cloth on the iron gate was suddenly torn aside, revealing a face obscured by darkness. What? The esteemed Miss Liang finds herself in need of assistance. At this moment, Liang Zhiyu could scarcely pay heed to the contempt in his words. Desperately grasping the iron gate and pleading, "Please, good sir, grant us a bowl of water. Someone will perish if this continues." The masked figure in black impatiently replied, "The old matriarch has decreed that food will be provided after 3 days and nights. The time has not yet come. Now return." With that, he promptly covered the black cloth again, disregarding Liang Zhiyu's arduous pleas. Weakened, Liang Zhiyu returned to Qiu Shuang's side, feeling her fever escalate. In a faint voice, Qiu Shuang whispered, "Water." Uttering that word seemed to drain Qiu Shuang of all her strength. No matter how Liang Zhiyu called out, she received no response.
Qiu Shuang,
"I will not let you die." Determined, Liang Zhiyu rubbed her palm against the previous cut inflicted by a knife. The wound was shallow, having begun to heal. She pressed her nail against the scab forming, gritting her teeth as she sliced deeper, reopening the wound as fresh blood flowed forth. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she allowed the blood to drip into Qiu Shuang's mouth. If only they could endure a little longer, if only they could survive. There would surely be another chance to escape. Liang Zhiyu was already on the verge of collapse as she fed her blood to Qiu Shuang, her body growing heavier. With great difficulty, she lifted her head, gazing into the darkness towards the iron gate, contemplating how to escape. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a sound of clashing swords echoed from above in the chamber.
Bang!
The iron gate swung open. Liang Zhiyu vaguely saw 2 figures in black, hastening towards them with torches in hand. Were they servants of the old matriarch or rescuers? Upon seeing their dire state, the 2 immediately retrieved water pouches from their waists, carefully feeding them. One of them, while offering water, noticed Liang Zhiyu's wound, their movements pausing momentarily. Upon seeing the dried blood at Qiu Shuang's lips, they seemed to understand, and a cold air of hostility emanated from them. "Master, we must leave," the other urged. Nodding, he swiftly scooped Liang Zhiyu into his arms and exited the chamber. The other followed closely, carefully avoiding Qiu Shuang's bruises and injuries as they lifted her as well. Liang Zhiyu, her consciousness beginning to blur, could no longer discern whether they were friends or foes, surrendering herself to their grasp. Her head rested weakly against the shoulder of one, and she felt an oddly familiar presence. Struggling to discern her surroundings, she realized that she and Qiu Shuang had been taken far from the Duke of Wen's residence. Traversing an empty street, she raised her head slightly and, with great difficulty, noticed a small, faint red mole nestled between the man's brows. It was he who had discerned his identity, and at that moment, the heavy burden in Liang Zhiyu's heart finally lifted. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "To the Grand Preceptor's residence." With those words, she succumbed to a deep slumber. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself in the familiar confines of her own room. Surrounding her were Grand Preceptor Liang, old Madame He, and Xia Hua, who cradled a child in her arms, all with slightly reddened eyes, as if they had recently wept. "Mother," Liang Zhiyu managed to utter with great effort. Upon seeing her awake, old Madame He hurriedly grasped her hand, her voice trembling with emotion. "Ah, I am here. I am here." Grand Preceptor Liang leaned in closer, his expression urgent. "Yuer, how do you feel? Where is Qiu Shuang?" Old Madame He's eyes dimmed momentarily as she choked out, "Qiu Shuang is fine. Do not worry." Liang Zhiyu, agitated, insisted, "Where is Qiu Shuang now? I must find her." With that, she struggled to rise. Old Madame He and Grand Preceptor Liang immediately restrained her. "Yuer, Qiu Shuang is still in slumber. Dr. Kong and Nurse Li are attending to her. If you go now, Dr. Kong will be distracted caring for you, which would only complicate matters." Hearing this, Liang Zhiyu quieted down. Father, mother, where are the ones who saved me? Upon hearing this, Grand Preceptor Liang exchanged a glance with old Madam He before responding. He is unable to come here. He is in another room. I wish to see him now. Grand Preceptor Liang interjected. Heir, your body has not yet recovered. Allow your mother and I to express our gratitude on your behalf. He has saved me multiple times. Yet I have never had the chance to thank him in person. Now that I have awakened, it is both a matter of sentiment and reason that I cannot let my parents convey my gratitude. Seeing her determination, Grand Preceptor Liang and old Madam He ceased their objections. In that case, we shall accompany you, they declared. After all, he has saved my daughter numerous times. We must express our thanks in person. As they approached another room, Qi Yunzhao and Yi Beizhao had long been waiting there. Sister Yu, how is your health? Qi Yunzhao inquired as soon as she entered. Liang Zhiyu performed a courtesy. Thank you, Your Highness, I am well. Grand Preceptor Liang stepped forward and knelt, expressing his gratitude. This old minister is deeply grateful to Your Highness for rescuing my daughter on numerous occasions. Such grace and virtue shall be eternally remembered. Should Your Highness require anything of me in the future, as long as it does not involve party strife, I shall do my utmost without hesitation. Qi Yunzhao quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, Grand Preceptor, please do not. You have been my mentor. There is no need for such formality. My rescue of Sister Yu was driven by personal motives, and thus, you need not thank me. Grand Preceptor Liang inquired. Personal motives? Qi Yunzhao replied. There are many rumors in the capital regarding the affairs of the Liang and Wen families. Although I do not know the details, having witnessed Sister Yu's differing stance from the Duke of Wen at the poetry gathering, I surmised that her illness was not a simple matter. Grand Preceptor Liang nodded slowly. Your Highness is wise. Qi Yunzhao glanced at Liang Zhiyu and continued, in the span of a few days. After the Duke of Wen publicly pledged allegiance to Prince Ning, the matter of the Duke's 2 sons being switched was reported, and a fire broke out in the dead of night, with the matriarch gravely ill and unable to emerge. These events are surely interconnected, are they not? Realizing he had discerned much of the truth, Liang Zhiyu no longer concealed her knowledge. Your Highness is correct. Some of these matters were orchestrated by me. The Duke of Wen's sudden defection to Prince Ning was my doing. She then recounted how she had manipulated Song Yanji into publicly aligning with Prince Ning to coerce him into exchanging the children's identities and her desire to divorce him. You wish to divorce him? Qi Yunzhao's tone was filled with surprise, laced with an unrecognized hint of joy. Liang Zhiyu, unaware of his sentiment, nodded. Indeed, since our marriage, we have been like strangers. Had it not been for old Madame Wang and his machinations to imprison me and Qiu Shuang, I would have sought a divorce the very next day after regaining the children's identities. At this point, Liang Zhiyu recalled the sufferings endured by Qiu Shuang, her heart brimming with resentment as she declared, I never expected them to be so malicious, deliberately setting a fire, seizing me when I was off guard, intending to use me to manipulate my father and pave the way for his ambitions. With that, feelings of guilt toward Qiu Shuang surged within her, and she wept silently. Old Madame He, noticing her distress, quickly stepped forward to support her shoulders, softly comforting her. Heir, it is all right now. Everything is fine. Qi Yunzhao instinctively reached into his sleeve to retrieve a plain silk handkerchief to dry her tears, but paused midway, silently returning the handkerchief. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Grand Preceptor Liang, who suddenly harbored a troubling suspicion that filled him with alarm. Liang Zhiyu remained oblivious to the unusual behavior of Qi Yunzhao and Grand Preceptor Liang. After regaining her composure with her mother's comforting presence, she earnestly thanked Qi Yunzhao. Your Highness, every time I faced danger, it was you who extended a helping hand. At Dunhua Temple and in Qingshan Town, you saved my life. This time, you not only rescued me and Qiu Shuang, but also safeguarded our Grand Preceptor's residence. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I can only assure you that should you ever require my assistance in the future, just speak the word, and I would go to any lengths for you. She added, as for my father, he is aging and will request to resign from service to the Emperor in a few years. I implore you not to involve him in the strife between Prince Rong and Prince Ning. Upon hearing her words, Qi Yunzhao chuckled softly, retorting, it seems I never asked the Grand Preceptor for assistance in my brother's affairs, did I? Liang Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. Then what did your Highness mean by personal motives? Qi Yunzhao's smile deepened. My motive for saving you was simply to prevent the Duke of Wen from using you as leverage to coerce the Grand Preceptor into siding with Prince Ning. The Grand Preceptor remaining neutral is already sufficient for my mother and brother, and for me, it is the best outcome. After saying this, Qi Yunzhao turned to Grand Preceptor Liang. Moreover, I believe the Grand Preceptor's neutrality is also what His Majesty wishes to see, is it not? Grand Preceptor Liang remained silent, but his eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Qi Yunzhao smiled again, and then turned back to Liang Zhiyu. Thus, rescuing you was merely assisting my brother. You need not thank me. Even so, Liang Zhiyu solemnly replied, regardless of your highness's intentions. I only know that you saved me, and I will not forget this kindness. Seeing her steadfastness, Qi Yunzhao refrained from further discussion, nodding slightly in understanding. As unspoken sentiments lingered in the air. Sister Yu, there is something I am uncertain whether I should say to you. Your Highness, please speak. Do you understand how you fell into the trap set by old Madame Wang and the Duke of Wen? Liang Zhiyu was at a loss for how to respond. Was it her lack of caution? Her insufficient wisdom? Or her negligence in defense? The suddenness of the events had left her unable to contemplate this question since her capture. Every step prior had been within her control. She had anticipated things unfolding according to her design, only to discover that they had exploited her oversight. Not at all. In truth, you were very vigilant. I am certain you were always on guard against them. However, your heart lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Liang Zhiyu looked at Qi Yunzhao, puzzled. Not ruthless enough? Qi Yunzhao affirmed, precisely, because you lacked the venomous intent. You could not fathom the depths of cruelty the adversary might resort to. You are clever and cautious, methodically ensnaring the Duke of Wen in a web of schemes, intertwining both overt and covert tactics, leading him and old Madame Wang into traps unbeknownst to them. You had considered what to do if they were not ensnared, and how they might counter your measures. You accounted for every contingency. Yet, you overlooked a crucial point. What if they were even more ruthless, more deranged, and more unrestrained than you imagined? How would you respond? Seeing Liang Zhiyu fall silent, Qi Yunzhao countered. Although I am unaware of the intricacies involving the Duke of Wen's residence, I cannot help but wonder if you have ever contemplated taking their lives. Faced with this inquiry, Liang Zhiyu fell into deep contemplation. In the early days of her rebirth, she harbored an intense hatred for them, even wishing to see them torn to pieces. Yet, upon discovering the truth of her wedding night, her animosity had indeed diminished somewhat. Eventually, her sole desire became to part ways with Song Yanji, taking Xing'e with her, allowing the Duke of Wen's residence to wither away on its own, seemingly never once considering the prospect of ending their lives. Liang Zhiyu nodded, tacitly acknowledging this. Qi Yunzhao understood her unspoken thoughts and solemnly remarked, therefore, despite your meticulous calculations, you have never truly believed they would seek to kill you or engage in even more malevolent deeds. Sister Yu, the palace is rife with intrigues among the concubines, where every step and scheme aims at the other's demise. Many within the estate are similarly inclined. Those as kind-hearted as you, willing to leave room for others, are exceedingly rare. I hope that henceforth, in all your stratagems, you will approach your adversaries with the utmost ruthlessness. This, indeed, is the best way to safeguard both yourself and those around you. Liang Zhiyu's thoughts became tumultuous as she raised her gaze to Qi Yunzhao, noticing the weight of earnestness in his eyes, which stirred gentle affections within her heart. Your Highness, the words you have shared with me today seem more plentiful than ever before.
I have gained much from your insights.
In this perilous political landscape, may you preserve your well-being as you strive for the Prince of Rome. Qi Yunzhao regarded Liang Zhiyu, his eyes shimmering with a gentle light that was both captivating and alluring. Chapter 57. Separation after bidding farewell to Qi Yunzhao and Yi Bei. The members of the Liang family spent a sleepless night. The elderly Master Liang paced restlessly in his study, reflecting on Qi Yunzhao's demeanor towards his daughter. A sense of unease settling in his heart. Noticing his prolonged absence, Madam, he came to inquire. My lord, your daughter has returned. Is there anything that still concerns you? Master Liang sighed deeply and replied, I harbor doubts and am deeply unsettled. I fear for you. He hesitated, contemplating his thoughts, before continuing, perhaps I am merely overthinking. How could this possibly be? Madam, he reassured him, if your worry pertains to her relationship with His Highness the Prince of Hung, I believe we ought not to meddle in the affairs of our children. If they are truly fated, how can we obstruct our daughter's happiness? Master Liang lamented. Alas, The Prince of Hung possesses lofty aspirations, unmatched intelligence, strategic acumen, and military power. For many years, the emperor's efforts have been in vain. Only he understands the court's intricacies. Unfortunately, he has a legitimate heir who shows no interest in the throne. In these tumultuous times, with fierce political strife, the Prince of Hung wields military authority and aligns with the faction of the Prince of Rong. I fear that should Yor become involved with him, she may be drawn into the struggle for power. Madam, he comforted him, do not worry excessively. Perhaps we are merely overthinking. Perhaps His Highness the Prince of Hung regards Yor as nothing more than a classmate? She then added, what troubles me more is whether our visit to the Duke of Wen's residence for the separation will proceed smoothly, and what of Xing'er's biological father? If we were to discover his identity, how would Yor and Xing'er respond? For now, we can only proceed step by step. Upon hearing this, Master Liang's brow furrowed deeper. He hoped fervently that Xing'er's father was not the person he feared. The moonlight shone brightly over the courtyard, illuminating Liang Zhiyu as she leaned against the window. Lost in memories of her encounters with Qi Yunzhao, from their childhood companionship in the palace to his repeated acts of saving her from peril, she feared her heart would uncontrollably linger for him. Amidst the political unrest, the Liang family and the Duke of Wen's residence teetered on the brink of severance, while the identity of Xing'er's father remained shrouded in mystery, leaving her uncertain about her future. Although she was aware from her previous life that the Prince of Ning instigated a coup, with the Prince of Hung steadfastly defending the throne for the Prince of Rong, she wished not to entangle the Liang family in such conflicts due to her own circumstances. In this precarious situation, she could neither dare nor afford to indulge her emotions. From this point forward, it would be best to avoid any encounters with Qi Yunzhao. The following morning, Liang Zhiyu, along with Master Liang and Madam He, set out for the Duke of Wen's residence. To their astonishment, the matter of separation unfolded with remarkable ease. The elderly Lady Wang and Song Yanji seemed to have anticipated their arrival, having summoned the clan elder of the Wen family in advance and prepared the separation document. Awaiting them in the hall, after Master Liang and Madam He reviewed the document and found no discrepancies, Song Yanji promptly took up the brush to sign, sealing it with his thumbprint, as previously agreed. Liang Zhiyu refrained from further words, swiftly inscribing her name and imprinting her seal, securing her copy of the separation document. Everything proceeded smoothly, and both families tacitly avoided mentioning the incident of Liang Zhiyu's abduction. Only Song Yanji, after safely storing the separation document, casually inquired, in the past, Qiu Shuang always accompanied you. Why is she absent on such a significant occasion? This nearly provoked Liang Zhiyu's repressed anger, but thankfully, Madam He intervened in time to prevent chaos. Before Liang Zhiyu departed, the elderly Lady Wang handed her a sealed letter. This is the name you requested. I keep my promise and present it to you. From now on, our two families shall go their separate ways, and we shall not inquire of each other. When we meet again, let it be as if we have never met. Her expression remained enigmatic, leaving her thoughts inscrutable. The seamlessness of the separation left Liang Zhiyu feeling a sense of loss. Inside the carriage on the return journey, Liang Zhiyu stared at the letter in her hand, feeling an unsettling sense of unreality mingled with fear and anxiety. What troubles you? Are you not going to open it and take a look? Madam, he inquired with concern. Liang Zhiyu responded with a heavy heart, Mother, I feel afraid. I do not know why, but I now find myself hesitant to see the name inside. She dreaded that the name would be one she could not accept. Madam, he gently patted her shoulder and said soothingly, Do not be afraid, Yor. If you are not ready, then do not open it just yet. We are not in a hurry. You may open it when you feel prepared. Liang Zhiyu nodded, carefully placing the letter back in her possession. Now that the separation is finalized, I am finally free of any ties to the Duke of Wen's residence. I yearn to return home swiftly and share this good news with Qiu Shuang. I wonder if she has awoken yet. Upon hearing Qiu Shuang's name, Master Liang and Madam He exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet they refrained from speaking. Upon returning to the Liang residence, Liang Zhiyu hurried to Qiu Shuang's quarters. Just as Physician Kong emerged with Xiahua, preparing to prescribe a new remedy. Uncle Kong, has Qiu Shuang awakened? How is her health? Liang Zhiyu rushed forward, her voice filled with urgency. Physician Kong hesitated before finally saying, She has awakened, and her condition is not critical, but you should see for yourself. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Liang Zhiyu's heart sank as she swiftly pushed open the door and rushed inside. Qiu Shuang sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her face devoid of expression. Her gaze vacantly fixed on the peony embroidered on the quilt. Liang Zhiyu sat beside her, attempting to call her name. Qiu Shuang, Qiu Shuang? Qiu Shuang turned her head in a daze, asking in confusion, "Were you calling me?" A wave of unease washed over Liang Zhiyu as she asked, "What are you looking at?" Qiu Shuang replied cheerfully, "I am looking at the flowers. Spring has arrived, and many flowers have bloomed. The peonies I planted have also blossomed. Look, aren't they beautiful?" Liang Ziyu's heart plummeted into despair, unable to accept this reality. "Qiu Shuang, you have lost your mind." Xia Hua, who had followed in, stood by, already in tears. "Why is this happening?" Liang Ziyu choked out, questioning the heavens and herself alike. "Miss, when Qiu Shuang was brought back last night, she was covered in blood, and not a single part of her was unharmed. She wept uncontrollably, crying out in despair, 'Do not touch me. Stay away.'" Dr. Kong speculated that Qiu Shuang had suffered at the hands of more than one assailant. Liang Ziyu felt as if all her strength had been drained. Collapsing beside her bed, her mind a blank canvas. Beyond Song Yanji, there were those masked figures in black. Chapter 58. Retribution in the past fortnight. 3 significant events had transpired in the capital, each fervently discussed by the populace, all closely tied to the Liang family. The first incident involved the second son of the Duke of Wen, who mistakenly reported a matter to the court, causing a stir among officials and the common folk alike. The second event saw the only daughter of the venerable Master Liang resolutely divorce the Duke of Wen, returning home with her child, who would bear her surname, Xinghe, severing ties between the Liang and Wen families. The third matter concerned Master Liang adopting his daughter's personal maid as a goddaughter and expending substantial funds to seek medical treatment for her. The final incident was instigated by Liang Ziyu's plea to Master Liang and old Madame He, with the harm done to Qiu Shuang. Liang Ziyu could only strive to ensure her future security. Of course, she had not forgotten her desire for vengeance. One day, after coaxing the restless Qiu Shuang to sleep, Liang Ziyu ventured alone to the chamber where Wei Xiaoman was confined. She placed the prepared silver and land deed upon the table and said to Wei Xiaoman, "I have divorced Song Yanji. Here is the deed and silver, 2 acres of fertile land and a small courtyard. Though it is in a remote area, it is quite safe. You can leave the Master Liang's residence without obstruction." Wei Xiaoman glanced at the items on the table, surprised that Liang Ziyu had let her off so easily. "Do you not hate me? I devised a scheme that caused you to lose your purity, collaborated with Song Yanji to swap your child, and even tried to blame the miscarriage on you. You simply let me go?" Liang Ziyu replied calmly, "Of course I hate you." Confused, Wei Xiaoman asked, "Then why release me? If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly seek your life. Surely, you do not harbor some ulterior motive?" Liang Zhiyu stated, "What need have I to kill you? You have lost the wealth and honor you coveted most, and the anguish of eternal separation from your own son is a fate worse than death. Is that not a greater form of retribution? Moreover, your existence, your true identity, poses a latent threat to the Duke of Wen's household. Should you die, I would lose my leverage over them. Therefore, why would I wish for your demise? Letting you live serves as the most fitting punishment for you and Song Yanji." Wei Xiaoman scoffed, "I do not suffer in such a manner. The very thought that after your divorce, my Wen'er becomes the sole heir to the Duke of Wen's title and will rightfully inherit fills me with joy. Do you think I would easily agree to your proposal to go to Kaifeng? It is because I know you have irrevocably decided to part ways with Song Yanji." Liang Ziyu disdainfully remarked, "How could the Duke of Wen allow a child born of a military prostitute to inherit the title? The heir can be born of a concubine, but never of a lowly status. Setting aside the fact that Song Yanji currently has a concubine, he will undoubtedly marry a noblewoman in the future. At that time, the Duke of Wen will have a legitimate heir, and your son will be forgotten." The triumphant expression on Wei Xiaoman's face evaporated instantly. She had contemplated this herself. Thus, she planned to kill Song Yanji after her release, ensuring that no other children would be born into the Duke of Wen's household. Securing a life of luxury for Song Wenhan. Liang Ziyu had already gleaned this intent from her eyes. Today, she was there to assist Wei Xiaoman. "You must have considered this. If Song Yanji were to die prematurely, leaving only Song Wenhan as the sole child, then all your delusions could become reality." Wei Xiaoman exclaimed, "How did you know?" Liang Ziyu replied, "It matters not how I know. What is important is that I am here to assist you. You come to aid me? Ha! What a jest. You Liang Zhiyu, are you not the one who has brought me to this state? Do you think I am foolish enough to trust you? Liang Zhiyu said indifferently, your current predicament is entirely of your own making. However, my offer to help you is sincere, and without my assistance, even if you leave the Master Liang's residence, you would likely be unable to enter the Duke of Wen's estate. Wei Xiaoman was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she could not even enter the Duke of Wen's estate, let alone kill Song Yanji. Liang Zhiyu continued, I will devise a means for you to approach Song Yanji again, but I implore you to ensure that he suffers unbearably. This is a transaction. Only through his profound suffering can you avenge Jiao Shuang. A chill ran down Wei Xiaoman's spine as she regarded Liang Zhiyu. It was a ferocity she had never before seen on her face. And what manner of suffering do you envisage? Liang Zhiyu leaned closer to Wei Xiaoman, whispering a few words into her ear. As Wei Xiaoman's expression transformed from confusion to fervor, she grinned and turned to Liang Zhiyu. Why did I not think of this before? I now realize you have truly shown me mercy in the past. Liang Zhiyu coldly replied, that is a price he must pay. Wei Xiaoman then inquired, how am I to enter the Duke of Wen's estate and be alone with Song Yanji? Quite simply, Liang Zhiyu explained. You need only go to the entrance of the Duke of Wen's estate and inform the servants that you have an important matter to discuss with him, one you overheard at the Master Liang's residence, which must be conveyed in person. If he expresses doubt, you should let the servants know it concerns Prince Ning. If he does not wish to be killed by the prince, he will have no choice but to let you in. After saying this, I believe he will agree to meet with you. Once you are in his presence, using your skills, it should not be difficult to find an excuse to send his attendants away. Wei Xiaoman was skeptical. Song Yanji may be easily deceived, but that old woman in the Duke of Wen's estate is no fool. I fear she might relay the message to her, and all would be revealed. Liang Zhiyu reassured her, you need not worry. I have already inquired, and tomorrow, old Madame Wang will be at Xianggui Temple for prayers, returning only in the evening. Whether you seize this opportunity is entirely up to you. With that, she placed a dagger in Wei Xiaoman's hand. I once heard a doctor say that during Hua Tuo's time, he created a medicine called mefizin, which, when taken with wine, could render a patient oblivious to pain, even if a knife were plunged into their flesh. This medicine is sold at a pharmacy in the eastern part of the city. If you intend to act tomorrow, you should purchase it today. Wei Xiaoman sneered, you are indeed thorough, planning how I might harm Song Yanji while ensuring I leave evidence against myself, which would point all accusations toward me and absolve you, Liang Zhiyu, of any involvement. Liang Zhiyu smiled faintly. Isn't this merely a lesson you imparted to me? When you framed me, you too left no stone unturned to plant evidence against me. The difference is that yours was a scheme, while mine is a straightforward strategy. You know well how to execute this and what consequences may arise. The decision to proceed lies with you. After a moment of contemplation, her thoughts drifting to the infant Song Wenhan, she nodded. I will go. Chapter 59. The outcome as discussions surrounding the Liang family had yet to wane. Another shocking piece of news emerged from the Duke of Wen's estate. From the palace to the noble houses and down to the bustling streets, taverns, and brothels, the tragic event was the talk of the town. The Duke of Wen had been deceived by his concubine, Wei, into drinking poison wine, leaving him unconscious and grievously injured in his lower regions. Not only had his spine been damaged, leaving him paralyzed, but he would also be unable to engage in intimate relations for the rest of his life. As Wei attempted to flee, she was discovered by the guards and, in the ensuing struggle, was beaten to death by a dozen of them. Her body was discarded in a mass grave. Witnesses recounted that, before her death, Wei brandished a knife as if driven mad, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Old Madame Wang, who had hurried back from Xianggui Temple upon hearing the news, fainted on the spot after listening to the doctor's account. The entire residence of the Duke of Wen was in disarray, with no one to take charge. Upon awakening, old Madame Wang did not visit the still unconscious Song Yanji, but instead took a carriage directly to the residence of Grand Tutor Liang. She incessantly struck the door with her cane, vociferously demanding that Liang Zhiyu and others come forth and render her son justice. Furthermore, she threatened to petition the emperor to hold Liang Zhiyu accountable for inciting Wei Xiaoman to harm others. Old Madame Wang's disregard for her usual decorum, as she cursed outside the Grand Tutor's residence, attracted a large crowd of onlookers. At that moment, Grand Tutor Liang had been summoned to the palace to meet the emperor, leaving only old Madame He and Liang Zhiyu to manage affairs within the estate. Infuriated by the report from Granny Li, old Madame He insisted that the guards drive old Madame Wang away. However, Liang Zhiyu restrained her mother, gently saying, "Mother, do not be agitated. I shall handle this." After whispering a few words to Granny Li, she sent her to confront old Madame Wang at the door. Left outside, old Madame Wang had been knocking on the door for nearly half an hour, her strength waning and breath labored, supported by Granny Li and rendered speechless. Upon seeing Granny Li open the door, she attempted to rush inside, only to be blocked by the guard stationed behind Granny Li. Granny Li remarked, "I thought a common street woman had come to the Grand Tutor's residence to cause a ruckus, yet it is the old Madame Wang of the Duke of Wen's household. What brings you here? Is it a lack of silver that compels you to beg for alms?" This sarcastic taunt enraged old Madame Wang, who pointed her cane at Granny Li and shouted, "You filthy harlot! What gives you the right to speak to me? Call out that shameless Liang Zhiyu. She incited Wei Xiaoman to harm the Duke of Wen and must be brought before the Emperor to answer for her crimes." Granny Li retorted, "Old Madame Wang, mind your words. Our young lady has severed ties with the Duke of Wen's household. You cannot blame her for your troubles. Should you continue to slander her, our Grand Tutor may also take legal action against you." Old Madame Wang, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. My son was injured by Wei Xiaoman, and I refuse to believe that Liang Zhiyu was not behind it." Granny Li laughed mockingly, continuing her taunts. "Old Madame Wang, have you lost your senses? A case must be based on evidence. Where are your witnesses? Where is your proof? With nothing but your words, to claim our young lady harmed the Duke is nothing but slander." Seeing old Madame Wang at a loss for words, Granny Li turned to the gathering crowd, proclaiming, "Come, see the old Madame Wang of the Duke of Wen's household. Her son has been injured by a concubine, and the entire household witnessed it. Did they not?
Now,
In her despair, she seeks to slander our young lady without any basis whatsoever." The crowd began to murmur, with some voices rising in defense of the Grand Tutor's residence, questioning old Madame Wang's integrity. "Old Madame Wang, the young lady has divorced the Duke. The true culprit has already been dealt with, and you come here to defame her? Is that not rather dishonorable?" Old Madame Wang, who was used to a position of superiority, had never before faced such public ridicule. Her features contorted with anger as she screamed, "Silence! All of you, be quiet! You lowly commoners dare speak to me? I am the old Madame of the Duke of Wen. You are not worthy to even serve me." In her frantic state, she resembled a madwoman, abandoning any semblance of the dignified demeanor expected of nobility. This only intensified the crowd's disdain, leading to further accusations against her. Sensing the situation escalating, Granny Li quickly signaled to her companions to escort old Madame Wang back to her carriage and leave hastily. Thus, the Duke of Wen's household was further embroiled in scandal. Granny Li, reveling in their misfortune, eagerly reported the incident to Liang Zhiyu and old Madame He. "Miss, you should have seen old Madame Wang's state. She was so incensed that she could hardly choose her words. It is likely she has never faced such humiliation in her life." Old Madame He felt a sense of relief, while Liang Zhiyu remained silent with a smile. She had further plans to execute, hoping that old Madame Wang could endure the unfolding events. After hearing that old Madame Wang returned home and fell ill, she was attended to by Chen Miaojuan. Liang Zhiyu instructed Xia Hua to find an opportunity to meet Ling Liang, who was preparing medicine for old Madame Wang, and discreetly delivered a letter to her. The following day, under the pretense of offering blessings for old Madame Wang and Song Yanji, Chen Miaojuan arrived at Shangwe Temple, dismissing all the servants and venturing alone into an unremarkable meditation room. "I knew you would come." Liang Zhiyu and Xia Hua had been waiting for her arrival. Uncertain, Chen Miaojuan asked, "Why have you summoned me? Please, speak plainly. My carriage awaits outside." Without hesitation, Liang Zhiyu directly inquired, "In light of the Duke's grave injuries and old Madame Wang's illness, what are your plans?" Chen Miaojuan countered, "What do you mean, Miss Liang? I intend to care for the Duke and the old Madame diligently, and once they recover, restore the Duke's household." Liang Zhiyu smiled and remarked, "It seems that you have perfected your act of feigned ignorance. You have added something to old Madame Wang's medicine, have you not? Surely, I can uncover that much." Taken aback, Chen Miaojuan stammered, "How did you know? Do you have spies within the Duke's household?" Liang Zhiyu, secretly pleased, realized she had been correct. Chen Miaojuan had indeed seized the opportunity to manipulate the household's affairs through old Madame Wang. "You need not concern yourself with how I know. Merely understand that I shall keep this matter confidential," she assured. Being perceptive, Chen Miaojuan understood that Liang Zhiyu was presenting her with conditions.
What do you want from me?
Liang Zhiyu stated, I wish for you to create a convenient opportunity for me on the night of the third day, at the hour of the pig, within the Duke's residence. I wish to speak with the old madam in private. Chen Miaojuan, wary, asked, What are your intentions? Will this implicate me? Liang Zhiyu replied, You need not fret. Simply ensure that the guards at Showen Hall and Lingziyuan are lax that night, leaving some openings. After that night, should anything occur within the Duke's household, you may investigate as you see fit. Uneasy, Chen Miaojuan inquired, What do you plan to do to the old madam and the Duke?
You need not know.
I can assure you that you will speak of today's events to no one. After that night, the authority over the Duke's household will belong to you. Chapter 60, Repercussions in the quiet of the night at Showen Hall. Old Madame Wang, tormented by nightmares, suddenly awoke, her thirst unbearable. Bring me someone. Pour me a glass of water. The creaking of the door in the stillness of the night was jarring. A graceful figure slowly entered and stood before old Madame Wang's bed. Do you wish for water? The voice startled old Madame Wang. It is you. How did you come to be here? Liang Zhiyu replied, Song Yanji has received his comeuppance, yet you have not. Thus, I am here. Old Madame Wang attempted to rise but found herself too weak, trembling as she pointed her finger at Liang Zhiyu in a fit of curses. You vile woman! With a heart as cold as a serpent's, you have brought ruin to the Duke's household and harmed my son. You are a shameless harlot, no different from the lowest of courtesans. I curse you to live a life of torment, to perish in disdain and contempt. In your next life, may you become a harlot, ridden by thousands and trampled by multitudes. The old lady Wang, consumed by fury, unleashed a torrent of insults she had accumulated over her lifetime. Liang Zhiyu, however, remained impassive, stating, I have come to pose two inquiries. Firstly, had that incident not occurred on the day of my marriage to Song Yanji, would you and he have treated me with sincerity? Old lady Wang found this question ludicrous, responding, Liang Zhiyu, I never imagined you would ask such a naive question today. My decision to have Yanji marry you stemmed solely from your family status. It was a means to an end, something you should have grasped long ago. Noticing Liang Zhiyu's silence, she continued, It is akin to wanting to savor a dish, requiring a pair of chopsticks. Whether those chopsticks are crafted from gold, silver, or precious ivory, you would not cherish them, for your desire lies solely in the dish itself. If those chopsticks fell to the ground and became soiled, you would simply discard them. Would you mourn for such chopsticks? There is only exploitation here, devoid of any genuine sentiment. This response was anticipated by Liang Zhiyu, who offered a bitter smile and proceeded to ask her second question. Secondly, when you witnessed Qiu Shuang being humiliated by Song Yanji, did you not feel the slightest pang of compassion? Upon learning that Qiu Shuang had lost her sanity, did you not experience any remorse? Old lady Wang laughed at this query. Are you out of your mind? A lowly servant. What does her purity matter? Should I feel remorse for her? Even if she lost her life, to us, it would merely be like crushing an ant. Why should we care? Just an ant. Why concern ourselves? After absorbing her response, Liang Zhiyu closed her eyes, her resolve solidifying. Hua, En, and Fu Wen entered the room at an unknown moment. At Liang Zhiyu's signal, they restrained the feeble old lady Wang. How dare you? What are you doing? She cried in terror. Huan silenced her, disregarding her venomous glare, and together with Fu Wen, they carried her to a storeroom in Lingji courtyard. Upon seeing the storeroom, old lady Wang's expression shifted dramatically, and she began to emit muffled sounds, attempting to attract attention. Liang Zhiyu stood aside, observing her struggle on the filthy ground with a cold gaze. There is no need for your futile efforts. Tonight, this courtyard is guarded by merely 2 night watchmen and the incapacitated Song Yanji, who has been rendered unconscious by our soporific. No matter how much you struggle now, no one will come to your aid. Leaning down, she looked disdainfully at old lady Wang and said, Is your predicament not a reflection of what I endured previously? Old lady Wang glared with a malevolent intensity, her eyes glistening with murderous intent, as if she wished to devour Liang Zhiyu at any moment. Liang Zhiyu regarded her coolly and replied, Are you inquiring about my intentions toward you? The malevolence in old lady Wang's eyes intensified. I merely wish for you to experience the torment that Qiu Shuang and I once suffered. You, in your pursuit of punishment, commanded the guards to deny us water for 3 days and nights, did you not? During that time, Qiu Shuang, battered and burning with fever, could only endure for 2 days and nights before succumbing. Liang Zhiyu revealed the scar on her palm, continuing, in order to save her, I pricked my own wound with my nails and fed her my blood, allowing her to survive. After saying this, Liang Zhiyu signaled for Hua and Fu and to move the heavy chest blocking the iron gate, allowing them to lower Old Lady Wang into the hidden chamber. With wide eyes, Old Lady Wang emitted louder muffled sounds. Hua and Fu, unperturbed by her age, seized her arms and legs, forcing her into the dark, damp underground chamber. Bound and discarded on the filthy floor, Old Lady Wang was left to her fate. Huan hesitantly asked, Miss, are you planning to kill her here? This question startled Fu, who knew that the miss never resorted to murder. Holding a candle, Liang Ziyu's exquisite visage flickered in the dim light. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, no killing. Let her remain here to fend for herself. Old Lady Wang was momentarily stunned, her hatred instantly replaced by fear. Muffled cries escaped her lips, tinged with desperation. Liang Zhiyu remained unmoved, coldly stating, by dawn, Mama Li will discover your absence, and Qin Miaojuan will summon all the servants to search for you. However, the only ones who know of this hidden chamber are you and Song Yanji. The masked figures who were here that night have long been dealt with. Whether you can survive this ordeal, or how long it will take for you to escape depends on how quickly your precious son remembers this place. With that, Liang Zhiyu and her companions ascended toward the iron gate, casting one last glance at the once mighty matriarch of the Duke of Wen's estate before locking the door behind them. In the darkness, Old Lady Wang writhed in despair, akin to a maggot struggling amidst decaying refuse. The following day, the matriarch of the Duke of Wen's estate was reported missing. Chen Miaojuan mobilized all the servants to search the premises, yet no trace was found. 3 days later, as Chen Miaojuan wheeled the paralyzed Song Yanji to Kaifeng Prefecture to request the posting of missing person notices, they still found nothing. 10 days later, the servants working in Lingji courtyard began to notice a faint, foul odor, and upon hearing this, Song Yanji frantically ordered the clearing of the storeroom, ultimately discovering the lifeless body of Old Lady Wang in the hidden chamber. Once a beacon of grandeur in the capital, the Duke of Wen's estate, with its master now incapacitated and the concubine taking charge, was inevitably on the path to decline. Chapter 62. A warning. Li Ro Shuang initially sought to create a heroic moment for Qi Yunxian, yet she was taken aback to discover that His Royal Highness, the Ning Wang, had no intention of rescuing anyone. Following her farce, Qi Yunxian inadvertently saved Liang Zhiyu, leaving him both frightened and regretful. After rescuing Liang Zhiyu, Qi Yunxian carried her directly into a chamber prepared by Princess Xu, while a gathering crowd stood at the door, uncertain of the circumstances within. Princess Xu and Old Lady He ushered the drenched Qi Yunxian outside, summoning Xiahua and the maidservants to attend to him. Upon hearing that Liang Ziyu's life was no longer in danger, but that she had yet to regain consciousness, the crowd gradually dispersed, save for the anxious Qi Yunxian, the guilt-ridden Li Ro Shuang, and Qi Yunyang, who persistently urged his sister to change her clothes. When Princess Xu announced that Liang Zhiyu had awakened, Li Ro Shuang hurriedly entered to apologize. Old Lady He, observing her demeanor, chose not to comment, finding an excuse to attend the banquet. Leaving the two of them alone in the room. Miss Liang, I sincerely apologize. It was my lack of balance that caused me to collide with you, leading to your fall into the lake. Liang Zhiyu distinctly remembered that after being bumped, she merely lost her footing. She had not fallen into the water until someone had pushed her. While it is true you collided with me, it was only a slight misstep. I would not have fallen into the water. The reason I did is that there was a hand hidden in the shadows that pushed me into the lake. If you were not the one who pushed me, there is no need for you to feel guilty, as it does not concern you. These words sent a chill through Li Ro Shuang, leaving her in a cold sweat. She was uncertain whether Liang Zhiyu had deduced anything, forcing herself to maintain composure as she replied, Is that so? Perhaps it was simply too crowded, and in the chaos, someone accidentally gave a push. But I believe it was unintentional. Noticing her evasion and the uncertainty in her voice, along with recalling that only she and Gu Iran were present by the lakeside, Liang Zhiyu understood the situation entirely. Her tone grew suddenly cold as she stated, If it was truly accidental, that would be for the best. However, if it was intentional, I will not let that person go unpunished. This served as a warning to Li Ro Shuang. Feeling the weight of her actions for the first time, she replied nervously, Of course, naturally. The birthday banquet of Princess Xu has commenced, and upon seeing that you are well, I feel at ease. I shall return to my seat now. Please take good care of yourself. After Li Raoshuang departed, Liang Zhiyu donned the attire prepared by Princess Xu and allowed Xia Hua to enhance her makeup, readying herself for the banquet. As she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Qi Yunchao and Qi Yunyang, who had been waiting outside. Qi Yunchao's clothes and hair were damp, as he, mindful of the reputation of women, could not enter and had remained outside in anticipation. Upon seeing Liang Zhiyu finally emerge, Qi Yunyang discreetly stepped away. Recalling Li Raoshuang's commendation of Qi Yunchao's poetry at the poetry gathering, Liang Zhiyu's heart ignited with an inexplicable anger. Believing that Li Raoshuang had pushed her into the water for Qi Yunchao's sake. What brings His Highness the Prince of Heng here? Why are you drenched? Upon uttering this question, she suddenly recalled something and could not continue. Xia Hua subtly reminded her, Miss, it was His Highness who saved you. You ought to express your gratitude first. Liang Zhiyu felt a wave of embarrassment. She had indeed surmised but could not retract her earlier words. Qi Yunchao seemed unperturbed, merely stating, as long as you are well, before attempting to depart. Liang Zhiyu hastily called out to him, stepping forward to sincerely say, I was disrespectful to your highness just now. Please forgive me. You have saved me once more, and I am truly grateful. Qi Yunchao replied. I did not find you disrespectful. Liang Zhiyu continued, while your highness may not deem it so, others might perceive it differently. Thus, my apology is necessary. Qi Yunchao, perplexed, asked, I do not understand. Liang Zhiyu replied, Your Highness need not understand. It suffices that I do. That night, Your Highness shared many heartfelt words with me, for which I am grateful, but it is merely gratitude. I trust you comprehend this, Your Highness. Qi Yunchao's gaze dimmed slightly as he softly responded, I understand. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she turned her back to him, inhaling gently before speaking, Your Highness. Both Prince Rong and Prince Ning had sought imperial consent for marriage, yet my father ultimately betrothed me to the Duke of Wen. Do you know why? It was to prevent you from being embroiled in court intrigues, wishing only for your peaceful existence. Qi Yunchao answered, Indeed, to sever ties with Song Yanji. I exerted much effort. Now that I have finally extricated myself from the Duke of Wen's household, living a tranquil life, I do not wish for the Liang Taisha residence to be drawn into another conflict. To me, all prior dangers stemmed from the Duke of Wen's household, yet post-divorce, the perils I now face may very well arise from your highness. The clarity of Qi Yunchao's eyes dulled, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, I understand. I apologize for the distress I have caused you. He slowly turned and walked away, his once graceful silhouette now imbued with solitude. Liang Zhiyu stood still, her gaze following him until he vanished. A myriad of complex emotions swirled within her, lamenting the twists of fate, the capriciousness of destiny, and her own indecisive heart, now devoid of direction. She recalled the secret letter locked within a box, which she had not dared to open even to this day, afraid to confront the reality it contained, just as she now feared to face her own heart. Chapter 61. The fall into water. The birthday banquet of Princess Xu has gathered the esteemed ladies of the capital and highborn maidens. Lady He, concerned for Liang Zhiyu's well-being following her divorce, decided to bring her along. Coincidentally, Princess Qi Ruolin and Princess Qi Ruoying also attended the banquet. Before the official commencement of the feast, Princess Xu and the guests congregated in the garden of the royal residence, admiring the chrysanthemums blooming in early autumn. After Princess Xu took Lady He aside for a private conversation, Qi Ruolin and Qi Ruoying approached, surrounded by other noble ladies. Oh, is this not the recently renowned Duchess of Wen? Qi Ruolin declared with an air of superiority. But the princess can no longer be addressed as the Duchess of Wen, for she has divorced him. Lu Tiantian, daughter of the Minister of Rights, chimed in. Qi Ruolin feigned sudden realization. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Sister Yu, your divorce has caused quite a stir. How could I have overlooked it? Liang Zhiyu responded with composure. Zhiyu pays her respects to Princess Qi Ruolin and Princess Qi Ruoying. Since Liang Zhiyu had married into the Duke of Wen's household, Qi Ruolin had harbored resentment over her refusal to choose Qi Yunxian, deeming it a slight against the Liang family for not selecting her second imperial brother and instead opting for the mediocre Song Yanji. Upon hearing of Liang Zhiyu's divorce, she relished the opportunity to mock her. Many noble ladies in the capital had already envied Liang Zhiyu for receiving the attention of two prominent princes. now. Seeing Princess Qi Wolin initiate the ridicule, they could not resist joining in. Miss Liang, your fortune is truly remarkable. Upon your divorce, the Duke of Wen has fallen ill, and his household has crumbled. What impeccable timing. Had you delayed even a moment, perhaps the divorce would not have materialized, Lu Tiantian remarked. Indeed, Miss Liang is indeed fortunate. Just the other day at Lucian Tower, I overheard someone say that the eldest daughter of the Liang Taisher household is a calamity. Ever since she married into the Duke of Wen's household, her family has been in disarray, ultimately leading to such a fate. I felt compelled to interject. Surely, this is mere baseless speculation from those of lowly character, is it not? Alas, Miss Liang, I sincerely apologize. I speak candidly and did not intend to label you a calamity. You bear no ill will, do you? Mo Zian, the second daughter of the Minister of Works, added. These highborn ladies took turns speaking, feigning concern for Liang Zhiyu while veiling their mockery in their words. Just as Liang Zhiyu was about to respond, the voice of Prince Ning cut through from behind. Such crude and vulgar remarks do not deserve to grace my ears.
Miss Montag.
Ought you not to exercise more discretion in your speech in such a setting? Qi Yunxian strode over, positioning himself beside Liang Zhiyu, confronting Mo Zian. It was evident he was defending Liang Zhiyu. In an instant, the haughty noble ladies transformed their demeanor, hastily offering apologies to Liang Zhiyu before discreetly taking their leave. Liang Zhiyu wished to distance herself from Qi Yunxian and merely expressed her gratitude before seeking an excuse to converse with Gu Yiran. Qi Wolin, noticing Liang Zhiyu's dismissive attitude towards Qi Yunxian, felt her disdain deepen and angrily pulled Qi Yunxian and Qi Ruoying to a secluded spot behind a rockery to vent her frustrations. Brother, why did you defend Liang Zhiyu just now? She rejected your proposal, flaunting her superiority, only to end up with the useless Song Yanji. Now that she is divorced, it is indeed satisfying. I cannot comprehend. Is it not enough that you have a princess for a sister-in-law? Must you elevate her to your concubine? Qi Yunxian retorted.
What is inappropriate about that?
Qi Wolin vehemently disagreed. It is certainly inappropriate. She has borne a son. How could one, rejected by the Duke of Wen, possibly become your concubine? Qi Yunxian countered. Though Liang Zhiyu was once married, should she wish to adopt her son out, I would consider her as a concubine. While there may be gossip within the capital, I am unbothered. Qi Wolin believed Qi Yunxian had lost his mind. Further persuasion would be futile. She turned to Qi Ruoying, saying, Fifth sister, you must persuade brother. He is clearly infatuated with Liang Zhiyu's beauty and has lost his senses. After a long silence, Qi Ruoying finally spoke. I believe brother's thoughts are quite sound. Liang Zhiyu has a child with the blood of the Duke of Wen. Those truly eminent families would certainly no longer consider marrying her. If our brother is willing to overlook past grievances and take her as a concubine, I trust the elder Liang Taisher would feel a sense of gratitude towards him, which would ultimately benefit his grand ambitions. Qi Wolin remarked, ultimately, my royal brother seeks the support of the Duke of Wen's household. If this is indeed the case, it would greatly benefit Liang Zhiyu. Once my brother ascends to the throne, she would at the very least become a favored concubine. After their conversation concluded, the three departed from the artificial hill.
Moments later,
Li Raoshuang, who had been hiding behind the hill, cautiously approached. She had initially come to search for a lost handkerchief, and while squatting behind the stones, she inadvertently overheard the conversation of Qi Yunxian and the others. Upon listening closely, she was alarmed to hear Qi Wolin mention the throne and other disrespectful remarks. Terrified, she covered her mouth tightly, concealing herself, fearful of being discovered by them, dreading the repercussions it might bring to her father, Li Taifu. Once she confirmed they had gone far, she dared to emerge from her hiding place. She dismissed the ambitions of Qi Yunxian regarding the throne, yet she firmly etched in her mind the notion of Liang Zhiyu being taken as a concubine. If Prince Ning truly took Liang Zhiyu as a concubine, then the heart of Prince Heng would belong solely to her. Li Raoshuang resolved to assist Prince Ning in facilitating this favorable outcome. Upon finding her handkerchief and returning to the gathering, she spotted Liang Zhiyu and Gu Yiran standing by the lakeside, contemplating a venerable banyan tree. Qi Yunxian stood 3 paces away, admiring the clusters of koi in the lake alongside the Minister of Works. Li Raoshuang scanned her surroundings for Qi Yunxiao and noticed him conversing with Prince Rong in a distant pavilion. Calculating the distance, she inhaled deeply, donned a smile, and approached Liang Zhiyu and Gu Yiran. Miss Liang, Miss Gu, what are you doing by the lake? She inquired. Suddenly, When she was merely half a pace away from Liang Zhiyu, she feigned a stumble, colliding forcefully into Liang Zhiyu and, in a swift motion, pushed her towards the lake. Liang Zhiyu, caught off guard, lost her balance and plunged into the water. Gu Wen hastily grasped her hand, but inadvertently fell into the lake as well. The sight of the two noble ladies falling into the water caused immediate chaos on the shore, and Li Raoshuang, trembling with fear, shouted, "Oh no! Miss Liang and Miss Gu have fallen into the water. Hurry, someone save them." Following her encounter with bandits, Liang Zhiyu had developed a profound fear of water. Struggling in panic, she choked on water and promptly lost consciousness, her body slowly sinking beneath the surface. Although Gu Wen possessed some swimming skills, her heart raced with anxiety as she flailed desperately in the water. Witnessing Liang Zhiyu struggle briefly before disappearing beneath the surface, Li Raoshuang's fear intensified. She quickly glanced at Qi Yunxian, hoping he would leap into the water to save them. However, Qi Yunxian seemed reluctant to dive in himself, instinctively calling upon a guard proficient in swimming, instructing him to rescue the ladies. Li Raoshuang did not anticipate the situation escalating in this manner. As she watched a guard enter the water, swimming towards Gu Wen, her heart raced with dread, fearing that this incident could indeed lead to Liang Zhiyu's demise. In this critical moment, a figure clad in moonlight leaped into the water, vanishing beneath the surface, leaving only ripples behind. It was Qi Yunxiao, who, upon hearing the commotion, recognized that Liang Zhiyu had fallen into the water and jumped in without a second thought. Gu Wen had already been rescued by the guard and was leaning against the banyan tree, coughing incessantly. Yet, Qi Yunxiao and the unconscious Liang Zhiyu had not resurfaced for a prolonged period, causing the onlookers' hearts to race, all but Qi Yunxian, who remained unconcerned, fearing the worst. Just as the guard prepared to dive in again to search for them below, a splash resonated from the lake's surface. It was Qi Yunxiao, alongside the unconscious Liang Zhiyu. Chapter 63. The concubine. After returning from the birthday banquet of the Princess of Shuwang, Liang Zhiyu was persistently downcast, often isolating herself in her room. Old Lady He, having heard of the banquet, assumed she was troubled by gossip and frequently offered her consolation. However, Liang Zhiyu merely denied this, not revealing the true source of her melancholia, which puzzled both Old Lady He and Xiahua. Meanwhile, numerous young men from lesser households in the capital sent their visiting cards to the Liang Taisher's residence, seeking to marry Liang Zhiyu. Aware that their intentions were insincere, Liang Taisher feigned illness, refusing even to meet them. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Liang Taisher's residence, Prince Ning, Qi Yunxian. Under the pretense of inquiring after the illness, Qi Yunxian presented a lavish gift and directly expressed his desire to take Liang Zhiyu as a concubine. Esteemed Taisher, these gold and jade ornaments are but a token of my esteem. If you could consent, when the formal contract is drawn, I shall surely present 1,000 taels of gold, 100 acres of fertile land, and other auspicious gifts, hosting a grand banquet to welcome Miss Yu as a concubine in my household. Liang Taisher responded tactfully, I am grateful for your kindness, Your Highness. However, my daughter has only recently parted ways with the Duke of Wen, and with the rumors still circulating in the capital, my wife is concerned for our daughter, who has suffered greatly in the Duke's household. Thus, we wish to keep her close for a few more years. The old man often lamented his hasty decision to marry her into the Duke's household, which led to the current predicament.
Now,
he was hesitant to decide on his daughter's marriage and intended to wait until she had healed before seeking a husband who would be understanding of her past. This was a veiled rejection. Qi Yunxian, well aware that Liang Taisher would not easily acquiesce, continued, I understand the love you and the old lady have for your daughter. Yet, I recognize that the impact of her separation from her husband is profound. Miss Yu not only has been married but also carries the bloodline of the Duke of Wen. In this capital, it is unlikely that any esteemed family would be willing to take her as a legitimate wife. Furthermore, the child is already over a year old. It would be best to find a relative within the Liang family to adopt the child. As the child grows older, Miss Yu will surely find it even harder to part with her. Can you bear to see your daughter suffer from the pointed fingers of society, destined to live a lonely life? Qi Yunxian's words directly intruded upon the private matters of another, exhibiting rudeness and arrogance. Liang Taisher's tone became displeased as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but my daughter's future is a matter for our family, and there is no need for Your Highness to trouble yourself. Qi Yunxian insisted, I, too, am aware of the affection you hold for Miss Yu. However, I do not wish to see her unable to hold her head high in the capital. If you could allow Miss Yu to be my concubine, even though she has been divorced, it would elevate her status among the many noble families in the capital. If you are concerned about her well-being in my household, I assure you that her position will be second only to that of the princess, and no one shall dare to mistreat her. Liang Zhiyu replied, Your Highness's good intentions are not lost on me. However, Miss Yu has a strong spirit. She treasures this child above all else. To ask her to relinquish the child in order to marry into the royal household may lead to despair. Your Highness is the highly favored second prince, and I understand that neither the Emperor nor Consort Su would permit a child of the Duke of Wen's bloodline to enter Prince Ning's household. Therefore, I shall pretend not to have heard Your Highness's proposal and will consider this visit merely a chance encounter while seeking to inquire about my illness. Qi Yunxian, facing repeated rebuffs, felt a surge of anger and spoke in a low voice. So, you are resolutely unwilling to bestow your daughter upon me? Aware that offending a prince was unwise, Liang Zhiyu, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, firmly rejected, I beg Your Highness for forgiveness. The Ning prince's household is simply beyond Miss Yu's reach. Qi Yunxian's expression darkened, and he was about to retort when a voice interjected, Your Highness. Liang Zhiyu entered gracefully, having overheard their conversation outside. Upon entering, she first bowed to Qi Yunxian and then said, Your Highness and my father are discussing important matters. I should not intrude, but this concerns my lifelong fate. May I request Your Highness to allow me to speak? Qi Yunxian suspected that Liang Zhiyu's arrival at this moment was perhaps a subtle intention to become his concubine. Thus, he remarked, It is essential to hear what Sister Yu has to say regarding the matters discussed with the Grand Tutor. Please speak. Liang Zhiyu, with unwavering directness, replied, Though it is customary for a woman's lifetime affairs to be decided by her parents, after experiencing a failed marriage, I have resolutely decided that should I marry again, it must be for a lifetime, with one partner only. This conviction is unshakable, even by my parents. The Grand Tutor, feeling uneasy, interjected, You must not speak so recklessly. Liang Zhiyu interrupted, Father, the world may deem me unconventional or rebellious, and His Highness may consider me ungrateful. However, I shall either remain unmarried for life or become the legitimate wife. My husband shall never take a concubine. She approached Qi Yunxian, bowing respectfully yet assertively, and declared, Your Highness, if you are truly sincere in your desire to marry me, please first dismiss the current princess and all concubines from your household, and then formally propose to me as the Princess of Ning with all due ceremony. If you cannot fulfill these conditions, even if my father accepts your betrothal gifts, I shall refuse to marry you. I would rather become a nun, accompanying the quiet light of the ancient Buddha, forever avoiding the worldly realm. Should you persist in your coercion, I shall take my own life with a white silk ribbon. In any case, I, Liang Zhiyu, will never be a concubine, nor will I share my husband. Her bold declaration left not only Prince Ning visibly displeased but also caused the Grand Tutor to worry for his daughter. Yet, Liang Zhiyu appeared undaunted, her gaze resolute as she awaited his response. Currently, the Princess of Ning is the sole granddaughter of the Duke, who has a storied military background and, much like the Grand Tutor, holds great esteem within the realm. Yu's father occupies a significant position in the military. When Qi Yunxian failed to win Liang Zhiyu's hand, he opted for Yu instead, a choice that, while less than ideal, still secured the support of the Duke's influence. In terms of military power, the Rong and Ning princes were evenly matched, with the Duke of Zhenghua supporting Prince Ning. Thus, Qi Yunxian could not simply dismiss the current princess for Liang Zhiyu. By making such extreme statements, Liang Zhiyu forced Qi Yunxian into a corner, compelling him to retreat without directing any ire towards the Grand Tutor. At that moment, Qi Yunxian's lips tightened, radiating a fierce anger. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Today I have been abrupt. Since the Grand Tutor is well, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for the Grand Tutor to see him off, he swept away in a flourish. Chapter 64. The secret letter after Qi Yunxian's departure. The Grand Tutor sighed deeply. Your words were so resolute that the Prince of Ning may now bear a grudge against you. Liang Zhiyu replied, The prince, harboring a narrow mind, has held resentment since 2 years ago when my father did not betroth me to him, and now that I have made my position clear, he sees our family as a thorn in his side. The Grand Tutor furrowed his brow. Father and daughter are one. Why must you draw his ire upon yourself? Perceiving that her father understood her thoughts, Liang Zhiyu stated, his desire to make me a concubine stems from two motives: to curry favor with you, and to humiliate me for not entering the prince's household initially. His narrow-mindedness suggests that even if I were to marry him, once he has exhausted the benefits of the Grand Tutor's family, he would cast me aside. It is better that I state my position clearly today and sever ties with him completely. At this point, Liang Zhiyu felt a pang of guilt as she apologized to the Grand Tutor. However, regarding my lifelong matters, I have caused you to offend the Prince of Ning, and for that, I feel deeply ashamed. The Grand Tutor dismissed her concerns. You need not blame yourself, for maintaining neutrality in the face of political strife is often seen as a fault. Moreover, it is my position that has made you a target of many. Alas, it is my failure as a father that has placed you in such a predicament and failed to protect you. Hearing her father say this, Liang Zhiyu felt a mix of sorrow and warmth. Noticing her recent melancholy, the Grand Tutor seized the moment to inquire, since returning from the birthday banquet of Princess Xu, you have appeared troubled and despondent. Did something occur at the banquet? Liang Zhiyu, attempting to conceal her feelings, replied, Nothing significant happened. I have simply been feeling a bit weary, causing concern for you and mother. Liang Zhiyu had a small habit of unconsciously glancing to her right when she lied. The Grand Tutor, observing her furtive glance towards a nearby vase, understood her unease and pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Was His Highness, the Prince of Hung, present at Princess Xu's banquet? What? Liang Ziyu's fingers curled slightly, and she felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. Recognizing her reaction, the Grand Tutor continued, I heard from your mother that you accidentally fell into the water at the banquet, and it was His Highness who rescued you. Did he say anything to you? With her head bowed, Liang Zhiyu softly replied, No, he did not. The Grand Tutor, observing his daughter's dejected demeanor, recalled how 2 years ago, Qi Yunxiao knelt before the throne, pleading with the emperor, and his thoughts became tumultuous. He sighed softly, saying, I have served the emperor my whole life and have no regrets towards the court, yet I feel an enduring guilt concerning my only daughter. 2 years ago, I made a grave mistake that affected your future. If you have someone you care for now, regardless of the challenges ahead, I will support your decision. Liang Zhiyu was taken aback and lifted her head in shock, realizing her father had already guessed her feelings. But I do not wish to implicate the Grand Tutor's residence. In her past life, after the emperor named the Rong prince as heir, the coup instigated by the Ning prince was devastating. The emperor and empress were trapped within the palace, while the heir was imprisoned in the East Palace. Many ministers who openly supported the Rong prince were slaughtered by the Ning prince's men under the pretext of treason. The Liang Grand Tutor's residence and the Duke of Wen's estate were spared due to their neutrality in the factional struggles. The Prince of Hung, who was supposed to quell the unrest at the frontier, received news mid-journey, rallied his troops, returned to the capital, broke through the gates, rescued the heir, and charged into the palace to protect the emperor. Originally, his army of 50,000 suffered heavy losses, with over 20,000 slain and many more injured, leaving fewer than 10,000 soldiers, all of whom bore wounds. Ultimately, the Prince of Hung and the heir narrowly defeated the Ning prince's elite guards, rescuing the emperor and empress. However, after being imprisoned for days, the emperor's old battle wounds re-emerged, and he succumbed within 3 days. With the support of the Prince of Hung and other ministers, the heir ascended the throne, ending the bloody coup. Liang Zhiyu understood that the Ning prince remained ambitious in this life. Unless the emperor named him heir, another tragic coup was inevitable. Alone, she could not alter the emperor's intentions or thwart the Ning prince's ambitions. Thus, her only course of action was to strive to keep the Liang Grand Tutor's residence neutral, avoiding entanglement in the turmoil. Between a father and daughter, the concept of implicating one another seemed trivial. If my beloved daughter truly loves someone, could I possibly tell her no? Noticing her furrowed brow, the Grand Tutor, sensing her unspoken concerns, decided to lay his stance bare. My family has a long-standing tradition as a clan of scholars, with each generation producing officials who serve the emperor. In my youth, I married only your mother, but she bore no children for many years. The elders of the Liang family urged me to take a concubine to ensure the continuation of our lineage, claiming that the reputation of our scholarly family must not end with me. I disregarded their counsel. For me, inheritance is not merely about bloodlines. I have many disciples in the court, and I frequently hold literary gatherings in the marketplace, sharing all I have learned with the common people. Every farmer and merchant is my student. As long as one person inherits my thoughts and teachings, that is the true legacy. Later, with your presence, both your mother and I were filled with joy. From your early years, I imparted knowledge of poetry and literature not with the intent of marrying you into a prestigious family, but rather to instill in you the virtues of self-cultivation, integrity, and wisdom, so that you might navigate life peacefully and smoothly. This alone suffices. Master Liang, with the same tenderness as in your childhood, gently caressed Liang Zhiyu's hair and remarked, "The weight of family responsibility is too great. How could I bear to have my daughter shoulder such a burden?" Liang Zhiyu gazed at her increasingly aged father, her heart a tumult of emotions. Master Liang continued, "If my dear Yu has a man she admires, do not hesitate. Do not linger in trepidation. 2 years ago, I erred in judgment, and I do not wish to jeopardize my daughter's happiness again." After a prolonged silence, Liang Zhiyu finally lifted her head, the clouds of despair dissipating from her face, and resolutely nodded, saying, "I understand. Thank you, father." In the deep of night, within the dimly lit Liang residence, only Liang Zhiyu's chamber remained aglow. She stared at a sealed letter, lost in thought. This letter had been entrusted to her by Madame Wang on the day of her divorce, containing the name of Xing's biological father. After much hesitation, she decided to open it. Before confronting her feelings, she must first acknowledge this reality. The letter contained but a single slender sheet of paper, upon which were inscribed 3 characters: Qi Yunyang. Chapter 65. Rivals. Upon returning to the Ningguang residence, Qi Yunxian was notably displeased. The Ningguang Fei, Lady Yu, observed this and, after some investigation, grasped the situation's context. As the primary consort, though she disdained her husband's inclination to take a concubine, she felt it necessary to exhibit a magnanimous spirit. "Your Highness, Master Liang's daughter has recently divorced. If you truly wish to take her as a concubine, you must approach this matter gradually and with patience," she advised. Qi Yunxian retorted, "Were it not for Master Liang's reputation, how could I possibly regard her? A mere girl, demanding that I divorce my wife and dismiss my concubines. Does she not realize who I am? Such audacity is intolerable." Lady Yu poured him a cup of tea and said, "Liang Zhiyu's impudent rejection of your Highness may be related to a rumor I have heard." Qi Yunxian raised an eyebrow. "A rumor?" Lady Yu took her seat with a measured demeanor and explained, "At the birthday banquet of Princess Xu, my cousin Li Raoshuang accidentally collided with Liang Zhiyu, causing her and a young lady from the Gu family to fall into the water. Do you recall?" "Indeed." Qi Yunxian nodded. "Is there something I am unaware of?" Lady Yu smiled faintly and continued, "The incident was sudden, and everyone was too preoccupied to notice. However, I distinctly observed from the bridge that Raoshuang, upon colliding with Liang Zhiyu, intentionally gave her a push, leading her to tumble into the water." Qi Yunxian was taken aback. "Li Raoshuang did this on purpose?"
Why?
Lady Yu replied, "I had sensed something peculiar about Raoshuang's gaze towards the third prince at the Baihua poetry gathering. After the birthday banquet, I inquired why she wished harm upon Liang Zhiyu. Initially, she was evasive, but eventually, she revealed her true feelings. It turns out that my cousin fell in love with the third prince at first sight, and, being a young woman, her jealousy clouded her judgment, leading her to push Liang Zhiyu into the lake. To avoid arousing suspicion in the Ningguang, Lady Yu artfully concealed Raoshuang's eavesdropping." Qi Yunxian pondered. "If that is the case, then the third prince's reckless dive to save her was motivated by more than mere altruism." Lady Yu added, "Indeed. I also heard Raoshuang mention that once everyone realized Liang Zhiyu was unharmed, they gradually departed, yet the third prince remained outside, despite the eldest prince's urging for him to change into dry clothes." Reflecting on this, Qi Yunxian considered the nature of the relationship between the third prince and Liang Zhiyu. It appeared to be quite significant. As Qi Yunxian fell into introspection, he realized that if Lady Yu's conjectures were indeed correct, the situation would be exceedingly unfavorable for him. Noticing his silence, Lady Yu continued, "After hearing from Raoshuang, I recalled something perhaps connected to the third prince. Do you remember? Before Liang Zhiyu divorced the Duke of Wen, after a fire at the Duke's residence, they claimed she was gravely frightened and bedridden, unable to meet anyone. At that time, Master Liang had been waiting desperately outside the Duke's residence, unable to gain entry. In my view," Lady Yu remarked, "this does not resemble an illness. Rather, it seems as though Liang Zhiyu was imprisoned." Qi Yunxian nodded slightly. "I found that peculiar as well." Lady Yu continued, "What is even stranger is that, Theoretically, Liang Zhiyu should have remained at the Duke's residence. Yet I heard that on the day of her divorce, she departed from the Liang residence to the Duke's house. When did she leave the Duke's residence so quietly? With Lady Yu's reminder, Qi Yunxian began to sense something amiss. If Liang Zhiyu had indeed been confined by the Duke, how did she manage to escape unobserved? To his knowledge, Master Liang was a civil servant without any clandestine forces to aid in a secret rescue, who could have infiltrated the Duke's residence to facilitate her escape. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the third prince was her rescuer? Lady Yu nodded slowly. I share that suspicion. For years, we have only focused on the eldest prince, unaware that the third prince has, unbeknownst to us, formed a close bond with Master Liang's daughter. Your Highness, this cannot be overlooked. Qi Yunxian tightened his grip on the teacup and said darkly, if the third prince is merely infatuated, that is one matter. But I fear Liang Zhiyu may harbor similar feelings. Should they unite, Master Liang would undoubtedly lean towards his son-in-law. The third prince is an ally of the eldest prince, which would effectively mean the eldest prince has secured the support of Master Liang. Lady Yu cautioned, the Emperor's old injuries have been flaring up with increasing frequency. And recently, court officials have been urging him to appoint an heir. Currently, the Empress Dowager is managing affairs adeptly, and the eldest prince, as the legitimate firstborn, has not erred greatly. Meanwhile, the third prince enjoys the support of many officials. If we do not suppress him soon, the position of heir apparent may well fall into his hands. Qi Yunxian's gaze darkened. He would never relinquish the title of heir to another. At this juncture, Qi Yunxian's confidant, He Huan, arrived to report on the situation at the Rongwang residence. Your Highness, 2 hours ago, the Hung Wang entered the Rongwang residence accompanied by his deputy, Yi Bei. An hour ago, Liang Zhiyu also entered the estate bearing a letter of greeting. We feared there might be a connection between these two events, and thus came to inform you. Qi Yunxian's expression grew even more somber. He waved He Huan away and turned to Lady Yu. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lady Yu replied, Liang Zhiyu has had little interaction with the Rongwang residence. The timing of this occurrence seems too coincidental. I fear we may be correct in our suspicions. Qi Yunxian's demeanor turned colder still, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Sensing his murderous intent, Lady Yu seized the opportunity to say, Your Highness, if we cannot possess the sword, it is better to destroy it than to let it fall into enemy hands. Indeed, Qi Yunxian concurred. The Liang residence must not be utilized by the Rongwang. Liang Zhiyu must be eliminated rather than allowed any association with the Rongwang faction. Lady Yu inquired, What do you intend to do, Your Highness? A smirk played on the corners of Ningguang's mouth. Did not Liang Zhiyu say? She would never consider giving her son away. In that case, even if my third prince were willing to accept this child, neither the Emperor nor the Empress would ever consent. How would the world perceive a prince marrying the former wife of the Duke of Wen and raising the Duke's son? Lady Yu asserted, Your Highness is wise. As long as the world remembers Liang Zhiyu's child as the blood of the Duke of Wen, then even if Master Liang earns the Emperor's favor, the Emperor will never agree to their union. Qi Yunxian's brows relaxed precisely. Lady Yu then had a thought. In that case, why not take this opportunity to suppress the third prince, thereby crippling the eldest prince's right-hand men? Qi Yunxian asked, What do you mean, my lady? You remarked, the sudden separation between Liang Zhiyu and Duke Wen has ignited a flurry of rumors in the capital. If the reason for their divorce is linked to the heavily armed Prince Hung, the officials at the censorate will surely not remain idle. Qi Yunxian concurred. Indeed, the third prince could not have developed such a close relationship with Liang Zhiyu overnight. There must have been prior interactions. And the cause of their divorce might very well involve him. You continued, if we could uncover some clues and leak the information to the public, suggesting that the third prince had been involved with Liang Zhiyu long ago, how could a prince with questionable morals lead an army into battle? However, these clues may be elusive. Prince Ning revealed a cruel smile. Although we may not find them, perhaps someone who harbors a deep hatred for Liang Zhiyu could assist us. You inquired, perplexed. Who could that be? The one who has been bedridden and incapacitated since the divorce, Duke Wen. Chapter 66. Seeking evidence, Liang Zhiyu made an unexpected visit to the Rong Prince's residence, merely to gauge Qi Yunyang's intentions. The old matriarch, Lady Wang, was shrewd and had set a trap for her long ago, leaving Liang Zhiyu skeptical about the secret letter she had received. Although she rarely visited, Princess Hai welcomed her warmly. Hai took her hand and led her into the hall, saying, What a coincidence. The third prince came to speak with His Highness an hour ago, and now the two brothers are enjoying drinks in the courtyard. Miss Liang. You will have to wait a moment. Liang Zhiyu was taken aback. Prince Heng is here too? Hai asked, is there something amiss? Liang Zhiyu concealed her unease. Not at all, it is simply that I may have disrupted their enjoyment. Hai smiled. How could that be? You are old friends with both princes. Perhaps this is an opportunity for a pleasant reunion. As they spoke, Qi Yunyang strode in with confidence, exclaiming, I apologize for my tardiness. Has my sister Zhiyu been waiting long? Liang Zhiyu promptly bowed and replied, Your Highness, not at all. It is I who have intruded. Qi Yunyang dismissed such formalities and directly asked, Have you come today for a particular matter? Liang Zhiyu responded, Although I currently have no ties to Duke Wen, your previous advocacy on my behalf before the Emperor was of great assistance, and I am here to express my gratitude. Recalling the favor Qi Yunyang had done for her previously, she found it fitting to use this as an excuse for her visit. Upon hearing her mention of the past, Qi Yunyang waved his hand dismissively. Ah, that matter. It was but a trivial effort. Besides, your reasoning at the time was sound. In aiding you, I also aided myself.
So there is no need for thanks.
However, I must admit, upon hearing of your decisive divorce from Duke Wen, I felt a sense of regret. You cared for him deeply, yet he did not cherish you. Seeing Qi Yunyang bring up Song Yanji, Liang Zhiyu seized the opportunity to shift the conversation to her wedding day. Your Highness and the princess may not be aware, but I met with Duke Wen twice before our marriage, during which he was courteous and attentive. Yet, inexplicably, after our wedding, he transformed overnight. As if I had wronged him in some way, I could not comprehend it, and he never spoke of it. Over time, our relationship soured, ultimately leading to this unavoidable separation. Noticing her sorrowful expression, Qi Yunyang was at a loss for words of comfort and instinctively glanced at Hai for assistance. Hai smiled gently and said to Liang Zhiyu, The past cannot be changed. Miss Liang need not dwell on bygone events. If Duke Wen is not your destined partner, the heavens shall surely provide you with a more suitable match. Qi Yunyang added, Sister Zhiyu, why concern yourself with a past union? There are countless admirable men in the world. With your kind heart, talent, and character, you need not fear finding a worthy husband. Liang Zhiyu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness and Princess, for your understanding. I seek nothing more than a peaceful and prosperous life from now on. Throughout their conversation, she was keenly observant of Qi Yunyang's every move. When discussing the wedding, his demeanor, speech, and actions were all natural and fluid, devoid of any hint of disquiet. Moreover, the affectionate exchange of glances between him and the princess revealed their deep bond, clearly indicating that Qi Yunyang was not the one she sought. The cunning old matriarch, Lady Wang, had indeed played a trick on her. Just as Liang Zhiyu's mind began to wander, Hai accidentally spilled a cup of tea onto Qi Yunyang's sleeve.
Oh, dear.
Your Highness, I am so sorry. I hope I did not scald you. Hai hurriedly grasped Qi Yunyang's arm. Inspecting it anxiously, it was my fault for dirtying your sleeve. Qi Yunyang waved his hand reassuringly. It's quite all right. The tea is warm. It is merely a soiled sleeve. Feeling embarrassed, Hai turned to Liang Zhiyu. Miss Liang, His Highness needs to change. And I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast at the pavilion in the lake. Please go ahead and wait for us there. We shall join you shortly. Having accomplished her purpose for the day, Liang Zhiyu was about to take her leave and said, I came to express my gratitude. How could I impose on Your Highness and the princess? I shall take my leave now. Hai immediately detained her, urging, Miss Liang, it is not easy for you to visit. I have had a feast prepared, so please, stay for lunch before leaving. It would be a favor to me. Uncertain of Hai's true intentions, but sensing no malice, Liang Zhiyu found it difficult to refuse and finally acquiesced. Then, I shall honor your request. Seeing her agreement, Hai quickly summoned 2 maidservants to escort Liang Zhiyu to the lake pavilion, while she accompanied Qi Yunyang to change. The maidservants led Liang Zhiyu to the lakeside, and one of them pointed to a tall, tiled pavilion in the center of the lake. Miss Liang, that is the pavilion. The princess has instructed us not to enter. So please proceed on your own. Liang Zhiyu found it strange. Aren't you coming with me? The maidservant replied with her head bowed. The princess has commanded us to wait here. We cannot enter the pavilion. Liang Zhiyu gazed towards the pavilion, which was veiled with drapes on all sides, obscuring her view of the interior, but she vaguely saw a figure seated within. Is the princess inside? Liang Zhiyu inquired. The maidservant replied, "We do not know." Unable to elicit further information, Liang Zhiyu cautiously approached the pavilion, slowly extending her hand to lift the veil. As she drew near, she halted, her hand suspended in midair as she recognized the figure within. Chapter 67. A drunken kiss. Inside the pavilion was not Princess Rong but Qi Yunxiao. He sat at a stone table, resting his forehead in one hand, eyes closed, a slight frown creasing his brow, his pale complexion tinged with a hint of pink. Clearly intoxicated. Faced with the unexpected encounter, Liang Zhiyu hesitated to turn away and tentatively called, "Prince Hum?" Only the gentle rustle of the drapes in the breeze responded, indicating that he was indeed in a deep stupor. Liang Zhiyu retreated slowly, but just as she turned to leave quietly, she felt a powerful grip on her arm. Before she could react, she was abruptly yanked forward, landing directly in Qi Yunxiao's embrace. His arms enveloped her firmly, tilting his head to regard her, his gaze, clouded by the effects of alcohol, held a disoriented yet rare tenderness, devoid of his usual coldness. Liang Zhiyu had never been so close to Qi Yunxiao, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. As she lifted her gaze to meet his, he suddenly drew near, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and kissing her. In that instant, Liang Zhiyu's mind went blank, enveloped by the intertwining sense of wine and plum blossoms that clung to him, rendering her unable to resist. It was only when Qi Yunxiao's kiss grew increasingly assertive, making it hard for her to breathe, that she regained her senses. She attempted to push him away, but he caught her hands, leaving her immobile. In a moment of desperation, Liang Zhiyu bit down hard on his lip. The pain radiated from her mouth, bringing a slight clarity to Qi Yunxiao's muddled mind. As he loosened his grip, Liang Zhiyu seized the opportunity to shove him away forcefully, instinctively slapping him across the face. With a resounding smack, Qi Yunxiao leaned weakly against a stone table, his breath quickening, a distinct red mark blooming on his pale face, and a fresh wound on his lip oozing crimson blood, as he struggled to recall his recent actions. Liang Zhiyu stepped back, her eyes brimming with tears, glaring at him, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. Qi Yunxiao looked at her in confusion, noticing the blood at her lips, seemingly recalling his own impolite behavior, disbelief etched across his face. He clenched his fist and gently shook his head, attempting to dispel the haze of inebriation and confusion from his mind. After a moment, the daze in his eyes began to fade. He pressed his forehead and sighed deeply, whispering an apology in a hoarse voice. "I am sorry." This was the first time Liang Zhiyu had been so affronted. Initially filled with rage, even the slap had not quenched her indignation. Yet, witnessing his remorseful demeanor, an inexplicable softness flooded her heart, causing her anger to dissipate. The two remained silent for a long while. Unable to suppress her concern, Liang Zhiyu finally asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Qi Yunxiao gently shook his head and repeated, "I am sorry." Liang Zhiyu chose not to say more, bowing her head in a gesture of respect before hastily departing from the pavilion. On the opposite bank of the lake, Qi Yunyang and Madame Hai were observing all that transpired at the pavilion. Qi Yunyang remarked with a chuckle, "So, the princess, upon receiving Sister Yu's invitation, instructed me to find a way to get Yunxiao intoxicated, all for this moment." Madame Hai smiled gracefully, responding, "Since the birthday banquet of Princess Xu, hasn't His Highness been speculating whether Yunxiao harbors feelings for this young lady from the Liang family? Today presents a perfect opportunity for me to subtly confirm this matter, while also facilitating a union between our third brother and Miss Liang, such a twofold benefit." Qi Yunyang affectionately remarked, "The princess is astute, devising such a clever plan in mere moments." Madame Hai replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness." Then, gazing thoughtfully at Liang Zhiyu's retreating figure, she mused, "It appears that Miss Liang also has feelings for Yunxiao, so His Highness can rest easy." Qi Yunyang inquired, "What leads you to believe that?" Madame Hai smiled mysteriously, "Your Highness, it is merely a woman's intuition. If she did not have feelings for Qi Yunxiao, she would have left immediately after being offended, rather than lingering, let alone showing concern in the end."
Observing Madame Hai's convinced smile,
Qi Yunyang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Turning to glance at Qi Yunxiao in the pavilion, he couldn't help but lament, "Over the past 2 years, our father and mother have sought many noble ladies for Yunxiao, yet he remains unengaged. It seems he has long had someone in his heart. As his elder brother, I should have recognized his feelings for Sister Yu sooner." when our mother wished to petition our father to arrange a marriage between me and Sister Yu. It is fortunate that both our father and the Grand Tutor disapproved. Otherwise, had I taken his beloved, it would have caused great distress for both brothers. Having said that, Qi Yunyang took Madame Hai's hand tenderly and said, "It is fortunate our father did not agree. Otherwise, I may never have met you."
Madame Hai.
Feeling a mix of shyness and joy, replied softly, "To marry His Royal Highness Rong is indeed a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes." Just as Qi Yunyang was in high spirits, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and his smile vanished. He spoke with concern. If Sister Yu and Yun Chao are mutually affectionate, it would indeed be a good thing. However, I worry she may already have a child with Duke Wen. Though she has changed her name and appears to have severed ties with the Duke's household, she is still of his bloodline. I fear our father and mother would not consent to their union. Madame Hai, recalling Liang Zhiyu's ambiguous demeanor towards Qi Yunchao, speculated that this might be the reason for her indecisiveness. Seeing Qi Yunyang share her concern, she gently reassured him, "Love arises from the heart, and it is not something Yunchao can control. If they truly love each other, we will do our utmost to speak in their favor before our father and mother. Our father is usually open-minded, and our mother values His Highness greatly. Together, we can advocate for them. It is not impossible for our father and mother to relent, so do not lose heart." As Qi Yunyang cherished his younger brother, he knew the path ahead would be challenging, but he would strive to help. With Madame Hai's comforting words, his burden felt lighter. Meanwhile, Liang Zhiyu hurried back to the main hall but found no sign of Qi Yunyang or Madame Hai. Ignoring the maid's protests, she boldly entered the courtyard. Just then, Qi Yunyang and Madame Hai concluded their conversation and were heading back to the main hall, only to encounter Liang Zhiyu in the corridor. Noticing the lingering anger in her eyes, Madame Hai understood she was still upset about being deceived into the pavilion. She quickly approached her, concerned. "Miss Liang, where have you been? His Highness and I have been waiting for you at the distant pavilion for quite some time. And we're just coming to find you." "The distant pavilion?" Liang Zhiyu immediately grasped that this was her scheme and asked, "Did the princess just mention the distant pavilion? Why did the maids take me to the pavilion in the lake instead?" Madame Hai feigned surprise. "The pavilion in the lake? Oh, dear, I tend to mix things up. I intended to invite you to wait at the distant pavilion, but I was thinking of our third prince drinking at the lake pavilion and mistakenly misspoke. That was my oversight." Liang Zhiyu understood that the princess was being deliberate, but she could not argue at that moment. Citing family matters as an excuse, she hastily bid farewell and fled the Rong Prince's residence. Chapter 68. Letter. Since that day, Qi Yunchao had been visiting Liang Taishi's residence under various pretenses. Officially, he claimed to be visiting his mentor, but in truth, he sought every opportunity to personally apologize to Liang Zhiyu for his previous rudeness. Yet, each time he was met with excuses from Liang Zhiyu, who refused to see him. Today, she was unwell and could not meet with the man. Tomorrow, it was because Xing Er was crying and she couldn't leave her. The day after, she was preoccupied with accompanying Qiu Shuang on the swings. Each excuse was different, and Qi Yunchao bore it all without anger. This left Liang Taishi and Madame He bewildered, wondering what transpired between the two. Days turned into weeks, with Liang Zhiyu steadfastly refusing to meet him. Qi Yunchao ceased his visits, opting instead to send letters of correspondence. Each envelope held a secret, while addressed to Liang Taishi. Within lay a smaller envelope meant for Liang Zhiyu. One after another, they contained heartfelt apologies, never ceasing. After reading each letter, Liang Zhiyu would burn them. And when questioned by Madame He and Xia Hua about their contents, she would remain tight-lipped, never responding to Qi Yunchao, which only deepened their confusion. However, today Xia Hua returned with 2 letters. One was an apology from Qi Yunchao, consistent in tone. The other, simply addressed to Liang Zhiyu, requested her presence at Xianggua Temple 3 days hence at noon, without any signature, and had mysteriously appeared at Liang Taishi's doorstep. "Did you truly not see who delivered this?" Liang Zhiyu inquired. Xia Hua nodded vigorously. "I didn't see a single soul. When I opened the door, the letter was just lying on the ground." Liang Zhiyu carefully compared the handwriting. It was neither Qi Yunchao's, nor seemed to belong to a man. The graceful script likely belonged to a woman. Who could this person be, and what was their intention in wanting to meet her at Xianggua Temple? Xia Hua gazed at Liang Zhiyu, who was lost in thought while holding 2 letters, and inquired, "Miss, shall we visit Xianggua Temple in 3 days?" "Of course we shall," Liang Zhiyu replied. And what of the letter from His Highness the Prince of Hung? Shall we respond? Naturally we shall not. Xia Hua pouted, pondering how increasingly inscrutable her mistress had become since the divorce. 3 days passed swiftly. On the appointed day, Liang Zhiyu and Xia Hua had already adorned Qiu Shuang and set forth in a carriage toward Xianggua Temple. The individual who had invited her to meet at the temple had delivered the letter in such a mysterious manner that it was clear he wished to remain undiscovered. Thus, Liang Zhiyu brought Qiu Shuang along, not only to prevent her from languishing in the manor without social interaction, which might benefit her health, but also to accompany her in a manner that would not raise any suspicions. The letter merely stated to meet at noon at Xianggua Temple, lacking any specific location or signal. Upon their arrival, Liang Zhiyu and Qiu Shuang alighted from the carriage, surveying their surroundings for any suspicious figures, ultimately deciding to enter the hall as usual to offer incense before emerging to enjoy the temple fair. Just as Liang Zhiyu was coaxing Qiu Shuang to enter and pay homage, she caught sight of a familiar carriage parked at a distance. Its owner had seemingly already entered the hall to offer incense, leaving 2 servants guarding the carriage. Upon recognizing the carriage and its attendants, Liang Zhiyu deduced the identity of her correspondent. Inside the great hall, throngs of devotees filled the space, enveloped in a haze of incense. Qiu Shuang, disliking the crowded and noisy environment, soon insisted on leaving. Liang Zhiyu respectfully completed her offerings and prayers for Qiu Shuang, depositing the incense funds into the merit box, and then instructed Xia Hua to take Qiu Shuang to explore the fair while she sought an audience with the abbot in the rear hall. Though Xia Hua was concerned about Liang Zhiyu's safety, she could not resist Qiu Shuang's persistent pleas to attend the fair, nor could she defy Liang Zhiyu's command. Thus she acquiesced and took Qiu Shuang outside. Alone, Liang Zhiyu traversed the great hall, distancing herself from the bustling devotees, and made her way to the courtyard behind the hall. Though the courtyard contained rockeries and pavilions offering some concealment, a few visitors meandered about, making it an unsuitable meeting place. She proceeded to the abbot's hall, where the abbot led the monks in chanting, with no one else present. After searching for quite some time without success, Liang Zhiyu began to doubt her assumptions. Just then, a young monk unexpectedly appeared, approaching her directly, with hands clasped together in greeting. Amipa, may I inquire if the benefactor's surname is Liang? Liang Zhiyu mirrored his gesture and nodded. Indeed, I am she. What brings you to seek me, little master? In a hushed tone, the young monk replied, within the scripture pavilion, an old acquaintance wishes to meet you. Before she could inquire further, the young monk hastily departed. Ensuring no one observed their exchange, Liang Zhiyu proceeded to the scripture pavilion. The pavilion comprised 2 levels, housing precious Buddhist texts and esteemed artworks, and was typically off-limits to visitors, guarded solely by the monks responsible for its upkeep. With the abbot leading the chanting in the hall, the pavilion was presently unattended, a fortunate circumstance for her. As she entered the pavilion, she found a delicate altar on the first floor, housing a solemn and compassionate statue of the Buddha. Seeing no one there, she ascended the wooden ladder to the second floor. The upper level was serene, with sunlight filtering through the windows, casting dappled shadows among the bookshelves and scriptures. A slender figure clad in a deep red garment stood quietly between the shelves, wearing a gentle smile as she awaited Liang Zhiyu. Sister, it has indeed been a long time, Chen Miaojuan spoke first. Liang Zhiyu, devoid of any overt emotion, coolly responded, it has been several months since we last met. Your demeanor has grown more refined, embodying the grace of a matriarch. Chen Miaojuan replied, Sister, you flatter me. I am but a concubine, now merely temporarily assuming the duties of the matriarch. I hardly deserve such praise from you. Wishing to dispense with pleasantries, Liang Zhiyu directly inquired. You did not summon me here merely to reminisce, did you? Speak plainly of your purpose. Chen Miaojuan said, If that is the case, I shall be forthright. A distinguished guest has recently arrived at the Duke of Wen's residence, engaging in lengthy discussions with the Duke. I believe you would be most interested in the content of their conversation. She hesitated, as if awaiting something. Liang Zhiyu asked, however, You require a quid pro quo to divulge this information, do you not? Chen Miaojuan affirmed, You are indeed astute. Liang Zhiyu regarded Chen Miaojuan, perplexed by what kind of esteemed guest could compel her to be so cautious. How can I ascertain whether the content of their discussion holds any significance for me? Now that Song Yanji has become incapacitated, what can he possibly offer? Though the Duke has fallen into disrepute, that guest possesses considerable influence. Even the esteemed master, Liang, must regard him with respect. Do you not wish to know more? Liang Zhiyu casually flipped through the shelf's copy of the Diamond Sutra, feigning disinterest. And who might that be? Chun Miaojuan stepped closer, whispering in her ear, Prince Ning. Chapter 69. Conspiracy. Liang Zhiyu's fingers paused on the scripture. What business could he possibly have with Song Yanji? Replacing the scripture, she slowly inquired, what is it you wish for me to assist you with? Seeing an opportunity, Chun Miaojuan swiftly replied, I need you to help me secure my current position. Liang Zhiyu remarked, position? With Song Yanji bedridden. You wield authority over the Duke of Wen's residence. Who could threaten your standing? Chun Miaojuan responded, not at present, but should the Duke take a new wife, she would undoubtedly assume control over the estate. Liang Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, which noble lady in the capital would consent to marrying such a waste? Even though Song Yanji had become crippled, given his temperament, he would never easily marry a woman of lowly status, as it would invite ridicule over his misfortunes. Chun Miaojuan asserted, if Prince Ning were to orchestrate it for the Duke, a noble lady would surely agree to the union. Liang Zhiyu remained skeptical. No one would wish to marry him. It would only invite mockery. Even if Prince Ning were willing to facilitate, I doubt those noble ladies would be inclined. Noticing her disbelief, Chun Miaojuan insisted, Sister, do not doubt this. The lady Prince Ning has in mind for the Duke is undoubtedly of the highest pedigree in the capital. Liang Zhiyu was taken aback, pondering who could possibly possess such a distinguished status. Chun Miaojuan revealed, it is none other than Princess Gong'an, the fourth daughter of the current emperor and Prince Ning's own sister. Liang Zhiyu was utterly astounded, contemplating Prince Ning's motivations for thrusting his own sister into such perilous circumstances.
How could this be?
I was equally shocked when I overheard it. Chun Miaojuan continued, the incident before your divorce has irrevocably eroded Prince Ning's trust in the Duke. Following your divorce and the death of the old matriarch, the Duke's estate holds no value for him. I truly cannot fathom what benefits the Duke could offer that would lead Prince Ning to make such a trade. Liang Zhiyu fell into deep thought, recognizing the truth in her words. Prince Ning was notoriously proud and had always looked down upon Song Yanji. Now, he was actively attempting to align his interests with his sister. This was certainly not a simple matter. Since you were eavesdropping, did you not catch any conditions mentioned by Prince Ning? Chun Miaojuan's expression faltered momentarily before she smiled and said, Sister, you know well that I was eavesdropping. I heard part of the conversation, but when I noticed a maid approaching from a distance, I feared being discovered by Prince Ning and the Duke, so I fled. The subsequent details remain unknown to me. Liang Zhiyu scrutinized her expressions and movements, sensing a hint of deception. Chun Miaojuan, feeling guilty, added, although I did not hear the latter part, I suspect that the content of Prince Ning and the Duke's private discussion must pertain to you. Thus, I discreetly arranged for a letter to be delivered, inviting my sister to meet here, hoping you would soon take heed of this information, which I trust would be beneficial to her. Liang Zhiyu remained silent, her scrutinizing gaze causing Chun Miaojuan to feel a twinge of unease. After a moment, Liang Zhiyu coldly remarked, beneficial? Not a single word you have conveyed pertains to me. If Prince Ning seeks Song Yanji, his true motives are unrelated to my affairs. Thus, what use is this message to me? You wish for my assistance, yet fail to articulate the crux of the matter. To assert that this information is advantageous to me based solely on your conjectures renders you unqualified for negotiation. With that, she turned to leave. Seeing her attempt to depart, Chun Miaojuan panicked and quickly blocked her path. Sister, please do not go. Although Prince Ning has no interest in the Duke of Wen's estate, he has long coveted the Liang Taishi's residence. I have heard that recently, Prince Ning visited Liang Taishi with intentions of taking you as a concubine, but you graciously declined. Consider this. His current visit to the Duke must not be coincidental. I suspect that Prince Ning likely seeks to obtain leverage over you through the Duke,
compelling you to comply.
You must know, dear sister, that you harbor certain secrets with the Duke. Should Prince Ning uncover the truth regarding your wedding night, the consequences would be dire. Liang Zhiyu shot her a cold glance and probed, how did you come to know of Prince Ning's intentions to take me as a concubine? A matter so clandestine? Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Chun Miaojuan hastily covered. When Prince Ning approached the Duke, he mentioned it, and I happened to overhear. This admission only solidified Liang Zhiyu's suspicion that Chun Miaojuan was deliberately concealing significant information, though she chose not to reveal her thoughts. Instead, she inquired coolly, are you suggesting that I assist you in sabotaging the Duke's betrothal to the princess? Chen Miaojuan nodded eagerly. Indeed. I know that only you can aid me in this matter. Furthermore, regardless of what Prince Ning intends to demand or do of the Duke, as long as the princess does not marry, the transaction will inevitably fail, and the Duke will not assist Prince Ning. In that case, you would be helping both me and yourself. Liang Zhiyu regarded her with a sidelong glance, disdain evident in her tone. After not seeing you for some time, dear sister, your skill in employing others as instruments has become remarkably refined. You wish to leverage a few ambiguous words to persuade me to resolve the princess's marriage dilemma, truly a masterful calculation. Feigning ignorance, Chen Miaojuan replied, I do not understand, sister. What you mean? Liang Zhiyu resolved to test her one last time, stating, I have divorced Song Yanji, and I am no longer connected to the Duke of Wen. Who the future lady of the Duke will be is not within my purview, and thus, I am powerless to assist you. Recognizing that without something of value to barter, her sister would never agree, Chen Miaojuan mentally deliberated before declaring, Sister, you must know that you can devise a solution to this dilemma. I understand that you do not trust me now, believing I am withholding information. Therefore, I swear to the Buddha that today, I will speak nothing but the truth to you. Should I utter even a single falsehood, I shall face divine retribution. If you are willing to lend a hand, I will diligently keep watch at the Duke's estate, providing you with any intelligence you require. Similar oaths had once been uttered by Wei Xiaoman when attempting to frame her. Similar promises had been made by Chen Miaojuan while acting as an informant for Song Yanji. Such familiar tactics left Liang Zhiyu skeptical. However, after numerous attempts to probe, Chen Miaojuan remained resolute in her silence, indicating her intent to conceal the truth and retain leverage for future developments. With this thought, Liang Zhiyu nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to Chen Miaojuan's request. Chapter 70. Intentions upon exiting Xianghua Temple, Liang Zhiyu lamented her earlier decision not to conclude Song Yanji's life. She had thought that with the passing of old Madame Wang, Song Yanji would be left reeling, devoid of purpose, and the Duke's estate would pose no further threat to her. Yet, leaving him alive remained a perilous gamble. Despite Chen Miaojuan's attempts to obscure critical information, Liang Zhiyu gleaned from her inadvertent revelations that Prince Ning had his sights set on her. What was his true aim? Why was he so fixated on the Taisha residence? Was he seeking to extract leverage from Song Yanji to coerce her into becoming his concubine, thereby controlling Liang Taisha and seizing his influence in the court? Could he truly sacrifice his own sister for such a motive? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Liang Zhiyu sensed an underlying dissonance. It could not be that the princess would be wed to the worthless Song Yanji. Even if the emperor were amenable, Consort Su would never permit it. While controlling Liang Taisha's influence would indeed bolster Prince Ning's ambitions, what rationale could unite Consort Su and Prince Ning in condemning the princess to a life devoid of happiness? It was as if Prince Ning were weaving an intricate web, with the Taisha residence merely a strand in his grand design. His true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to her, Liang Zhiyu had traversed the bustling temple fair and arrived at a marketplace. A cacophony of voices echoed from a distance, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. Among them stood an elderly woman clad in a tattered dress, brandishing a rattan whip as she struck a girl of 12 or 13 years. You wretched child! After all these years of raising you, if your brother is to marry, it is all on you. How dare you threaten me with death? Such ingratitude! What purpose do you serve? As she continued to beat the girl, her ceaseless tirade drew the crowd's protests. The girl, bruised and battered, knelt helplessly on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Through the murmurs of the bystanders, Liang Zhiyu learned that the woman was the girl's mother, intent on selling her daughter to a brothel to procure funds for her son's wedding. The girl, resolute in her defiance, had repeatedly attempted to take her own life, cutting her wrists, throwing herself against pillars, leaping into rivers, and starving herself, only to be saved each time by her mother. Today, she had seized an opportunity to escape, but was captured by her mother at the marketplace, resulting in this tragic scene. Furious upon hearing this, Liang Zhiyu stepped in front of the girl, seizing the rattan whip just before it struck her. The girl's mother, taken aback, shouted, "Who are you? Get out of the way." Liang Zhiyu retorted, "How can there be such a heartless mother in this world, willing to sell her own daughter for money? You are unworthy of the title." Noticing Liang Zhiyu's fine attire and jeweled adornments, the elderly woman hesitated to offend her, replying defiantly, "Miss, my daughter's fate is none of your concern. You appear to come from a well-to-do family. I suggest you mind your own business." Liang Zhiyu plucked a gold hairpin from her hair and presented it to the woman, inquiring, "Will this hairpin suffice to purchase your daughter as my maid?" Upon seeing the glint of gold, the woman immediately dropped the whip and snatched the pin, her gaze fixated on it. "This is enough. She is now yours." Without a second thought, she turned to leave, ignoring her daughter entirely. Liang Zhiyu cautioned, "Deliver the contract of sale for your daughter to the Taisha residence by the hour of you, or I shall report to the authorities that my hairpin was stolen." The woman, alarmed, repeatedly assured Liang Zhiyu, "I will ensure it is delivered on time. Please, rest assured." With that, she hurried off, never once glancing back at her daughter. Liang Zhiyu cast a glance at the frail girl beside her, and for some reason, she thought of Wei Xiaoman's daughter, Tinger, lamenting that this woman was even more despicable than Wei Xiaoman herself. Although Wei Xiaoman possessed a wicked heart, she had gone to great lengths to rescue her daughter from a brothel. To secure Song Wenhan's position as the heir of the duke's estate, she had reluctantly entrusted him to Liang Zhiyu's care, ultimately sacrificing herself to protect her son's claim. The title of heir? Liang Zhiyu, reflecting on the matter at hand, suddenly experienced a flash of insight as she grasped a pivotal element. If it were necessary to sacrifice Tinger's lifelong happiness to preserve Song Wenhan's status as heir, what choice would Wei Xiaoman make? After weighing the pros and cons, she might indeed forsake her daughter's joy for the sake of her son's power. After all, once her son attained prominence, the benefits to her and her daughter would be manifold. In other words, for Consort Su, the compelling reason to be willing to sacrifice her daughter must surely be Prince Ning. It was the throne that Prince Ning had long coveted. Liang Zhiyu finally began to untangle her thoughts, but another question arose in her mind. The crux of the matter was that even if Prince Ning seized control over all of Liang Taisher's influence in the court through Liang Zhiyu's leverage, it would not guarantee his ascension to the throne. Ultimately, the decision of which prince to designate as heir rested solely with the emperor. No matter how favored Liang Taisher might be, his council could only exert a limited influence, not an absolute sway over the choice of heir. If Prince Ning did not possess a comprehensive plan, with complete assurance that he could secure the position of heir after the fact, Consort Su would never consent to Princess Gong'an's marriage into the Duke of Wen's household. What schemes had Prince Ning devised? Who was he targeting? What role would she play in this? As Liang Zhiyu pondered these questions, she led the girl towards Xianghua Temple, hoping to reunite with Xia Hua and the others. The girl, feeling anxious, silently followed behind her. It was not until she noticed Liang Zhiyu had turned at the same intersection 3 times that she cautiously extended her grimy hand to tug at her sleeve. "Miss, you've passed this spot 3 times. So absorbed in her thoughts, Liang Zhiyu only then realized that she seemed to have wandered for quite a while without reaching Xianghua Temple. She looked around and found the surrounding roads and buildings unfamiliar. With a hint of apology, she said, "I'm sorry, I seem to have lost my way." The girl stared at her wide-eyed, seemingly incredulous. After a long pause, she timidly asked, "Miss, are you troubled by something?" Liang Zhiyu replied, "Not at all. Why do you ask?" The girl responded, "I see you deep in thought, as if something is bothering you, so I wanted to help you. To repay you for saving me." Liang Zhiyu nodded and said, "There are a few matters I cannot seem to comprehend, but they might be beyond your understanding." Seeing the girl's hopeful gaze dim, she felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's thought, she said, "How about you help me come up with a solution? Imagine a family with 3 daughters, each beautiful and capable, but their parents are very poor, possessing only a valuable jade hairpin, to be given as a dowry to one of the daughters. If you were one of these daughters, particularly desperate for that hairpin, to the point of needing it at all costs, what would you devise to ensure your parents would give it to you?" The girl listened intently and, after a serious contemplation, seemed unable to conjure a useful solution. Finally, she said dejectedly, "I'm sorry, I can't think of anything." Liang Zhiyu smiled, smoothed the girl's disheveled hair, and reassured her, "It's all right. I've been pondering for a long time and haven't found an answer either." The girl gazed at Liang Zhiyu and suddenly asked, "Do you have other siblings at home?" Liang Zhiyu replied, "No, I was merely speaking hypothetically. My parents have only one child, me." The girl, taking this to heart, earnestly said, "Then you need not worry, for no one can take that hairpin from you. Everything your parents own will belong solely to you." Noticing the girl's earnestness, Liang Zhiyu was about to reach out to pat her head but suddenly halted. It seemed she had grasped Prince Ning's ultimate intention. Chapter 71. The choice. The emperor's thoughts were elusive. Prince Rong and Prince Ning had been locked in a fierce rivalry for many years, with neither yielding to the other. For Prince Ning, the most surefire way to secure the position of heir was to eliminate all competitors. Should Prince Rong and Prince Hung commit grave errors, thus losing the emperor's favor, or worse yet, their lives, the title of heir would naturally fall into Prince Ning's hands. Liang Zhiyu felt a slight sweat forming in her palms. This conjecture left her utterly astonished. The schemes Prince Ning had orchestrated were aimed squarely at Prince Rong and Prince Hung, with the ultimate goal being the throne. If he truly managed to extract Liang Zhiyu's secret from Song Yanji, the Liang Taisha residence would likely become a mere pawn in this grand design.
Miss?
Noticing her lost in thought for an extended period, the girl gently tugged at her sleeve.
What?
Liang Zhiyu snapped back to reality and saw the girl pointing in a certain direction. Following her gaze, Liang Zhiyu spotted the carriage from the Taisha residence. With Xiahua displaying an expression of helplessness, while Qiu Shuang appeared oblivious to the unfolding events. Miss, you haven't lost your way again, have you? Who is this girl? She asked someone I just bought, intending to take her back to the residence to accompany Qiu Shuang in the future. Liang Zhiyu consciously sidestepped the girl's initial question. Noticing Xiahua's impending complaints, she hurriedly handed the timid girl over to her. By the way, this girl has endured much suffering. I'm entrusting her to you. Please take her to see a doctor, buy her some clean clothes and shoes, and then return to the residence. Qiu Shuang and I will head back first. Without waiting for Xiahua to respond, Liang Zhiyu quickly pulled Qiu Shuang into the carriage, leaving behind a grumbling Xiahua and the quiet, obedient girl as they drove away. At this point, it seemed increasingly difficult for the Liang Taisha residents to remain uninvolved in the political strife. Of course, she hoped fervently that her suspicions were unfounded. After much reflection, Liang Zhiyu resolved to discuss the matter with Liang Taisha, whether to support Prince Rong or Prince Ning, or to explore other avenues to escape the predicament, required a joint decision with Liang Taisha. With a heart full of remorse towards her father, Liang Zhiyu recounted today's events and her speculations to Liang Taisha, apologizing sincerely. I'm sorry, father. It is because of me that the Taisha residence has become embroiled in this. Liang Taisha merely stroked his beard, unable to suppress a deep sigh. This is not your fault. No one can remain neutral forever. A passive stance is unsustainable for our Taisha residents as well. Seeing Liang Zhiyu still silent with guilt, Liang Taisha inquired, if it were up to you, which prince would you choose to support? Liang Zhiyu had never contemplated this question and shook her head gently. I don't know. Liang Taisha asked, if I were to support Prince Rong's ascension to the throne, how would you feel about that? The recollection of the previous life, where officials who had backed Prince Rong were annihilated during the coup, sent a chill down her spine. Did not wish for her father to take such risks. If her father supported Prince Rong, it would mean opposing Prince Ning, who was ruthless. Should he fail to obtain the imperial throne, he would likely unleash a bloodbath in the capital. Liang Taisha appeared surprised and asked, are you worried about something, Yue? How could one speak of the coup from the previous life in this one? Who would believe it? Liang Zhiyu was at a loss for words. Father, if it came to you supporting Prince Ning, would you be willing? Liang Taisha remained silent for a long time before finally reflecting. Prince Ning possesses talent, but lacks the temperament of a true sovereign. Should he ascend, the court would inevitably be rife with infighting, leading to a corrupt atmosphere detrimental to our dynasty. Supporting him would weigh heavily on my conscience. If Prince Ning were to gain power in the future, he would likely suppress the Taisha residents fiercely and might even threaten your life. Would you not regret this? To alleviate the emperor's burdens and support the next rightful ruler is to serve the court loyally. I would die without regret. Upon hearing her father's words, Liang Zhiyu understood his inner choice. Father, rest assured, no matter what, I will not allow Prince Ning and Song Yanji to succeed. Since Prince Rong is the sovereign you have chosen, I will do my utmost to assist him. What do you intend to do? Liang Zhiyu recalled the words Qi Yun had once shared with her. I hope that in all your future strategies, you will approach your enemies with the most ruthless mindset. This is the best way to protect yourself and those around you. Song Yanji harbored a deep-seated desire for her demise, while Prince Ning sought to use the Liang minister's residence as a stepping stone. First, it was imperative to dismantle the transaction between Prince Ning and Song Yanji, ensuring that Princess Gong'an could not wed. In doing so, Song Yanji would be unlikely to divulge my secrets to Prince Ning. Then, Liang Zhiyu paused, inhaled deeply, and slowly articulated, We must find a way to eliminate Song Yanji, the informant. With only Chen Miaojuan, who is unaware of the truth, remaining, no one would place credence in her words. She possesses neither evidence nor the inclination to speak out. Finally, we must ascertain the identity of Xing'er's biological father. Until now, we have always been at a disadvantage. Knowing who he is will guide our next steps. Liang Zhiyu nodded in agreement, stating, "Your is correct. From this moment forth, I shall covertly support Prince Rong. I suspect Prince Ning will soon catch wind of our plans. Thus, we must act swiftly. There is one more matter." Liang Zhiyu hesitated. "What is it?" Liang Zhiyu inquired, puzzled. Liang Zhiyu cleared his throat, composed himself, and stroked his beard. "Prince Heng has sent you over a dozen letters. Are you still sulking and refusing to respond?" Liang Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively retorted, "I am not sulking at all." Liang Zhiyu chuckled. "Yuer, if you truly wished for him to cease sending letters, you would have me clarify matters with him. Yet you never mention it. You receive his letters and do not reply, day after day. How could this not be seen as sulking?" Liang Zhiyu lowered her head to conceal her emotions. "I do not. Go and clarify things with him. If you previously hesitated due to concerns about the Liang minister's residence not engaging in party disputes, there is no longer a need for such reservations." Liang Zhiyu suddenly spoke with gravity. "In this affair, both the emperor and I have erred. Now that we have an opportunity to rectify our mistakes, it is not too late." Liang Zhiyu was perplexed. "Father, what are you speaking of?" Liang Zhiyu gazed at his daughter and sighed deeply, recounting an incident from 2 years prior. An hour later, Liang Zhiyu returned to her chamber and took up her pen to write a letter to Qi Yunqiao. "On the day after tomorrow at the hour of the snake, beneath the banyan tree by the lake in Dunhua Temple, there is urgent business to discuss. I hope to meet with you." Chapter 72. The Promise Within Dunhua Temple, beneath the ancient banyan tree, Qi Yunqiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Having waited for quite some time, Liang Zhiyu approached alone, walking slowly and bowed respectfully. "Prince Heng, I hope you are well." Qi Yunqiao turned, momentarily startled. Before replying, "Sister Yu, you look well." After exchanging pleasantries, Liang Zhiyu suddenly felt a wave of timidity, casting her gaze down at the ripples by the lake. Despite having rehearsed countless words the night before, she found herself at a loss for speech upon seeing him. Qi Yunqiao, believing she was still upset over the previous incident at the Prince Rong's residence, was unsure of what to say. Thus, they remained in silence, exchanging glances for an extended period. Finally, Qi Yunqiao broke the silence. "On that day at the Prince Rong's residence, I was the one who offended you. I apologize." In truth, Liang Zhiyu had long since moved past the incident and looked up to respond. "That day, Your Highness was intoxicated. The actions taken under the influence were not your intent. Therefore, I do not hold it against you." She paused, meeting Qi Yunqiao's gaze, and continued, "I have come today to clarify 2 matters with Your Highness." Noticing her rare display of determination intertwined with a hint of concern, Qi Yunqiao instinctively nodded. "Please, go on." Liang Zhiyu took a deep breath and voiced the matter she dreaded the most. "It is well known that 2 years ago, I married into the family of the Duke of Wen and bore a child for Song Yanji. After our separation, this child was renamed Liang Xinghe." As she uttered these words, she tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief in her hand, then continued, "Regarding my decision to bring my child back to the Liang family and change their surname to mine, the entire capital is perplexed. It is rare for children to follow their mother after a divorce, especially when it involves the Duke of Wen. I presume Your Highness also finds this quite puzzling." Qi Yunqiao furrowed his brow, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Liang Zhiyu remained silent for a long while before finally revealing, "The reason they allowed me to take the child is that the child is not Song Yanji's."
What?
Qi Yunqiao exclaimed, his voice trembling, his expression shifting dramatically with disbelief and shock, leaving him momentarily dazed. Liang Zhiyu turned away, unable to bear his gaze, and spoke haltingly. "On the day of my wedding, I was ensnared by the Wei family and lost my senses, during which I was defiled by a male guest. Xing'er was conceived that very night. Both the matriarch and Song Yanji, for the sake of their reputation, chose to endure in silence and conspired to deceive me. On the day I gave birth alongside the Wei family, our 2 children were switched by Song Yanji. Initially, I was filled with resentment and confusion until one day, I learned the truth from Wei's lips. At last, I understood why Song Yanji never visited me after marriage, and why he permitted his concubines to falsely accuse me. A wave of bitterness surged within Liang Zhiyu. Her throat tightened, rendering her speechless and unable to glance back at the person behind her. After much hesitation, she resolved to disclose the most secret and tragic matter to the one she cherished, feeling utterly drained and unable to witness Qi Yunchao's reaction. Behind her, Qi Yunchao lowered his gaze, appearing lost in thought, his mind occupied with unknown musings. After a long while, he managed to muster a bittersweet yet relieved smile, murmuring, "So it is." Liang Zhiyu felt a sense of disorientation. After divulging this matter, she was left feeling utterly exhausted. Suddenly, she sensed warm hands resting on her shoulders, gently enveloping her in an embrace, their fingertips trembling slightly, as if carefully cradling a precious treasure, wishing to keep her forever by their side. Surrounded by warmth, their heartbeats intertwined, filling the void within her heart with an increasing sense of happiness. "Your Highness, do you care not?" Qi Yunchao buried half of his face in her hair, his eyes brimming with profound affection and remorse, his voice slightly hoarse. "How could I not? This was all his fault. What is the other matter you wish to discuss with me?" Qi Yunchao's warm voice broke through her drifting thoughts. As Liang Zhiyu extricated herself from his embrace, she turned and grasped the collar of his robe, tightening her arms to draw them closer together. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a flicker of fervent affection as she gazed steadfastly at him. Liang Zhiyu had once married into the family of the Duke of Wen and was raising a child. Even if His Highness did not mind her past or Xingou's origins, the world would surely gossip and mock him. And neither the Emperor nor the Empress would permit their union. Obstacles lay thickly between them. "Your Highness, if you—" "I will not," Qi Yunchao interrupted. In his gaze, which was so near, there was a determination Liang Zhiyu had never encountered before. "I care not for what the world says. All I desire is you, Your Highness." As if sensing all her worries, Qi Yunchao took her hand and pressed it to his heart, gently promising, "I will petition my father and mother to bless our marriage with formal rites, to wed you as my one and only princess, and together we shall raise Xing'er." Though she understood the challenges that lay ahead, Liang Zhiyu felt warmth unfurling within her heart at his words. Just hearing him say this was enough. Regardless of the outcome, his willingness to strive for it was sufficient for her. Qi Yunchao observed her shifting emotions, resolute in his decision to reveal the secret he had long kept hidden. "Where? I have something to wait." Liang Zhiyu suddenly interjected. "Your Highness, you and Prince Rong must exercise caution regarding Prince Ning in the coming days."
What?
Qi Yunchao asked, puzzled. Now that they had shared their hearts, Liang Zhiyu divulged the collusion between Prince Ning and Song Yanji. If Prince Ning truly facilitates the union between Song Yanji and Princess Gong'an, I fear that the next step will involve leveraging Xing'er's origins to threaten our ministerial residence. Qi Yunchao fell into deep thought, his expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The fourth princess has always been proud, even if father were to issue an edict. She may not consent to marry the Duke of Wen. Consort Su and the second prince may resort to extreme measures to compel her. I will ask my mother to keep a close watch on Consort Su and intervene before she acts." "Extraordinary measures," Liang Zhiyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that Prince Ning and concubine Su might be secretly undermining the princess's reputation to coerce her into marrying?" Qi Yunchao gently nodded. How terrifying it is that, in the pursuit of their son's ambitions, they could so readily destroy their daughter's happiness. The yearning for imperial power is a sentiment that only those entrenched within its grasp can truly comprehend. Liang Zhiyu sighed deeply, lamenting the plight of women. Even a princess, born of noble lineage, cannot escape being a pawn in men's quests for power. Qi Yunchao seemed to read her thoughts, tenderly adjusting the stray strands of her hair. Though he uttered not a word, his actions spoke volumes. Once he had tidied her hair, he slowly began, "There is something I wish to share with you." Liang Zhiyu smiled lightly. "What is it?" Just as Qi Yunchao was about to respond, a sudden glint in his eyes caused him to swiftly embrace Liang Zhiyu. Darting to the right, with a whoosh, a cold glimmering arrow zipped past their ears, embedding itself into a nearby banyan tree. Chapter 73. Assassination. Qi Yunchao shielded Liang Zhiyu behind him, drawing his sword and warily scanning the direction from which the dark arrow had come. "What is happening?" Liang Zhiyu grasped his arm, her voice tinged with anxiety. No sooner had she spoken than another arrow flew towards them, which Qi Yunchao deftly severed with his blade. Their assailants were intent on taking their lives. To avoid detection, Liang Zhiyu had only brought a single coachman and Xia Hua when she left. The carriage and coachman waited at the foot of the mountain, while Xia Hua remained in the main hall conversing with the temple monks. Qi Yunqiao had come with only Yi Bei, who was currently on lookout in the front hall. They were being followed. Qi Yunqiao deflected 2 more arrows, succinctly stating, "We're being tracked." A surge of fear gripped Liang Zhiyu as she suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The commotion in the courtyard alerted Yi Bei, who rushed over, brandishing his sword to protect Qi Yunqiao, clashing with their attackers and breaking the arrows raining down upon them. Before they could react, several masked assailants leapt down from the eaves, cornering the 3 of them by the lake, leaving them no avenue for escape. Yi Bei wasted no words, swinging his sword forward to engage the nearest foes in fierce combat.
Qi Yunqiao shielded Liang Zhiyu while simultaneously assisting Yi Bei,
driving back those who attempted to flank them and forcing a gap in the encirclement. "Your Highness, flee!" Yi Bei shouted after fending off a formidable opponent. Qi Yunqiao understood immediately, retaliating with a swift strike that silenced one of the assailants. Then, with a deft leap, he scooped up Liang Zhiyu and soared onto the roof, heading towards the secluded meditation room in the back mountains. A few of the adversaries attempted to pursue, but Yi Bei held them at bay, allowing them to escape. With an ethereal grace, Qi Yunqiao led Liang Zhiyu into a meditation chamber, moving directly to the bedside. He swept aside the bedding, rotated the incense burner on the altar, and a dark steel plate beneath the bed swiftly opened, revealing a concealed passage. He lightly tapped on the steel plate 3 times, and it yielded, unveiling a hidden tunnel. "Your Highness, what is this?" Liang Zhiyu inquired. Qi Yunqiao had no time to elaborate, hastily urging her into the passage. "There are torches, provisions, and water within. If I do not return in 3 hours, follow the tunnel to its end. On the wall at the end, to the right, there is a plum blossom-shaped mechanism. Turn it left 3 times, then right twice, and the stone wall will open, leading to a hidden path down the mountain. No one knows of this route. Once you descend, find a way back to the Grand Tutor's residence, and do not mention that you saw me today." As he spoke, he reached to press the mechanism. Liang Zhiyu grasped his hand tightly. "Your Highness, what about you?" Qi Yunqiao replied, "The assassins are highly skilled. Yi Bei cannot hold them off for long. I must return. Wait for me here. I will certainly come back." Liang Zhiyu longed to accompany him, yet understood that her presence would only distract him, so she reluctantly released her grip. "You must return." Qi Yunqiao nodded gently. With a thunderous sound, the steel plate closed, and Qi Yunqiao's visage vanished from sight, plunging the tunnel back into darkness. Liang Zhiyu groped for a box, retrieving a torch and tightly gripping its light as she crouched to regain her composure. This entire situation felt amiss.
who had sent someone to follow them.
Why were they targeted for assassination? Setting aside Liang Zhiyu's status as the Grand Tutor's daughter, Qi Yunqiao's position as a prince made their targeting a grave offense punishable by the annihilation of entire clans.
Who possessed such audacity?
Was it Prince Ning? Suddenly, Liang Zhiyu recalled something. Words from Qin Miaojuan and the girl at the market. It was all too coincidental. How could Prince Ning have approached Song Yanji first regarding the proposal of marrying Princess Gong'an? It must be that Song Yanji had presented what Prince Ning desired before the latter would concede to offer his own sister in marriage. Song Yanji might have already disclosed her secrets to Prince Ning, and the two had exchanged benefits long ago. She had been deceived by Qin Miaojuan, or rather, had been ensnared in a web woven by Prince Ning, Song Yanji, and Qin Miaojuan together. At the birthday banquet of Princess Xu, Qi Yunqiao's affections for her had not escaped the notice of Prince Rong, nor could they have eluded the watchful gaze of Prince Ning. It was unclear when Prince Ning had abandoned his attempts to win over the Liang residents and instead devised the scheme against Qi Yunqiao and Liang Zhiyu. Through Qin Miaojuan's veiled hints and the orchestration of individuals resembling the whipped girl near the temple fair, he had meticulously guided Liang Zhiyu's thoughts astray. Such half-truths and misleading setups were designed to ensnare her unwittingly. If she suspected Prince Ning would take action, she would not remain idle and would surely convey this information to Qi Yunqiao. Once Liang Zhiyu and Qi Yunqiao met, the skilled assassins he had arranged could strike without detection. Even if the emperor sought to investigate the matter thoroughly, the discovery of the third prince clandestinely meeting the daughter of the Grand Tutor would inhibit further inquiry to preserve the royal reputation. Understanding the crux of the situation, Liang Zhiyu felt an urgent need to inform Qi Yunqiao that Prince Ning sought his life and that there were likely more skilled assassins lurking in the shadows. However, the passage was sealed from within, and despite her prolonged search, she could find no mechanism to open it. Time passed, the torch extinguished, and the tunnel was once again enveloped in darkness. In her anxiety, Liang Zhiyu's thoughts were consumed by Qi Yunqiao's safety, oblivious to the extinguished flame. Just then, with a resounding crash, the steel plate opened again. Who is it? The sudden burst of light disoriented Liang Zhiyu, and as she squinted to discern the blurred figure, she warily inquired, "Miss Liang, it is I." It was Yi Bei's voice. Rushing forward, Liang Zhiyu was met with the sight of Yi Bei. His face marred with blood, and his left arm bleeding profusely. Her heart sank, and she trembled as she asked, "What about His Highness?" Yi Bei pressed his hand against his wound, his expression grave. "There were too many skilled fighters. His Highness led them away to allow me to bring you to safety." Liang Zhiyu's anxiety escalated. "How many are there?" Yi Bei's expression grew more serious as he rasped, "Initially, over 20. I fought valiantly alongside His Highness, nearly eliminating them all. But then dozens more arrived, each a master in their own right. Fearing that the number of assassins would increase, His Highness chose to divert them outside the temple, permitting me to escort you away." A chill ran through Liang Zhiyu's fingertips, a wave of disquiet overwhelming her, nearly suffocating her. She fell into a daze, only aware that Yi Bei was leading her forward, completely oblivious to her surroundings. It wasn't until she spotted Xia Hua and a group of monks rushing towards her that she felt a buzzing in her ears, gradually losing consciousness. Chapter 74. Disappearance. Qi Yunqiao vanished while paying homage at Dunhua Temple, falling into an ambush. This news swiftly reached the palace, prompting the emperor to order an exhaustive investigation by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Only the skilled attackers of the Qiyun dynasty had withdrawn, and the monks at Dunhua Temple, along with a few pilgrims, had not witnessed the unfolding of events, leaving the matter shrouded in mystery. The Dali Temple discovered traces of a struggle and some bloodstains at the edge of a cliff, flanked on both sides. The cliff was unfathomably deep, shrouded in mist, with jagged rocks protruding sharply. Despite several attempts to descend for a search, the treacherous terrain thwarted Dali Temple's efforts. Thus, they were compelled to take a circuitous route through another canyon to reach the cliff base, ultimately finding only remnants of Qiyun dynasty's garments and a pool of blood. Based on the evidence, the Ministry of Justice and Dali Temple surmised that Qiyun dynasty had likely perished in the abyss, his remains devoured by wild beasts, leaving no trace behind. The emperor, filled with fury, commanded the Ministry of Justice and Dali Temple to thoroughly investigate the mastermind behind the incident. The empress was overwhelmed with grief and fell ill. Prince Rong, in a state of agitation, continuously dispatched men to search, refusing to accept Qiyun dynasty's demise. After ensuring Liang Zhiyu and her companions returned to the Grand Tutor's residence, Yi Bei ventured alone in search of Qiyun dynasty. Yet news of him remained elusive for days. Liang Zhiyu and Xia Hua intended to interrogate a certain girl but discovered she had already departed from the Grand Tutor's residence. For half a month, neither Dali Temple, the Prince Rong's residence, nor Yi Bei yielded any further results or traces suggesting Qiyun dynasty might still be alive. The Grand Tutor informed Liang Zhiyu that the emperor had ordered preparations for a coffin at the Prince Heng's residence, intending to erect a ceremonial burial mound for Qiyun dynasty. Unwilling to accept this grim reality, Liang Zhiyu isolated herself in her room, neglecting food and drink, shunning all company. The atmosphere surrounding the Empress's palace, Prince Rong's residence, and the Grand Tutor's estate was heavy with sorrow, whereas the Prince Ning's residence stood in stark contrast. During court, Qi Yunxian expressed profound sorrow over the findings of the Ministry of Justice and Dali Temple, requesting the emperor to increase manpower for the ongoing search. However, upon returning home, he instructed his servants to prepare a lavish feast, displaying a surprisingly jovial demeanor as he drank heartily with Yushur. Observing Qi Yunxian's lively spirit, Yushur raised her glass to toast, saying, "I congratulate your highness on successfully severing Prince Rong's support. He has lost the backing of the third prince and military influence, significantly diminishing his power. Given time, he shall prove no match for you." Qi Yunxian, narrowing his eyes, downed his drink and lamented, "It is regrettable that we could not execute our original plan to eliminate Liang Zhiyu simultaneously at Dunhua Temple, and Dali Temple failed to find any evidence of her presence there on that day. Had they discovered their bodies together, revealing their secret rendezvous, I could have dealt a blow to the Grand Tutor in one fell swoop. It is truly unfortunate that Liang Zhiyu escaped, Yu Shi remarked, the third prince's deputy. Yi Bei is indeed a capable aide. He must have erased any traces of Liang Zhiyu's clandestine meeting with the third prince. Qi Yunxian nodded. The third prince is astute, not only cultivating capable subordinates like Yi Bei, but also having prepared an escape route at Dunhua Temple as a precaution. We must not underestimate his ability. It is precisely because of his scheming that the eldest prince, that useless fool, could stand against me in court. Now that he is gone, we shall face no obstacles in dealing with the eldest prince. Yu Shi raised her glass again, declaring, I toast your highness. May you ascend to the position of crown prince soon. After finishing her drink, she continued, you need not worry about Liang Zhiyu. Although the assassination plan at Dunhua Temple failed, I have a scheme to deal with her. Qi Yunxian inquired. Oh, what plan do you have, my lady? Yu Shi slowly explained, the other day, I visited the palace to see the empress and learned that she is recovering, yet she remains troubled by the third prince's demise. Typically, we believe she favors the eldest prince and disregards her younger son, but now that the third prince is gone, she is surely filled with regret for her previous neglect, tormented by guilt, and wishing to compensate 1,000-fold if he were to return safely. Just imagine. If the empress were to discover that the third prince's death was caused by Liang Zhiyu, how would she react? Qi Yunxian smirked maliciously. She would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her, directing all her fury upon her. The more she lashes out at Liang Zhiyu, the more she can assuage her guilt as a mother. Yu Shi nodded with a smile. With her son dead, the empress has lost her composure. She will only focus on venting her anger, disregarding the alliance between the Grand Tutor and Prince Rong. Thus, if we discreetly inform the empress, the trust between Prince Rong and the Grand Tutor will inevitably crumble. Qi Yunxian laughed heartily. This plan is brilliant. You are indeed my wise consort. Yu Shi blushed modestly, raising her glass as she replied, it is my duty to alleviate your highness's burdens. Qi Yunxian felt elated, stating, with your plan, Prince Rong's faction will turn against one another, leaving them no time to focus on anything else. Our next steps will be easier to implement, and soon, Prince Rong will bear the blame for betraying his own kin, securing the crown prince position for me. Yu Shi smiled. Your highness considers every detail. Each step of the plan is well within control. However, the Duke of Wen is a crucial element of our scheme, yet he has made it clear he will only assist us after the Princess of Wen is married. According to the Dowager Empress, the fourth princess has been weeping and throwing tantrums in her palace, insisting on fasting until she is allowed to marry a man of her choosing instead of that useless Duke of Wen. How do you intend to persuade the princess? Qi Yunxian scoffed coldly. Song Yanji has become the laughingstock of the city. He dares to hope for the princess's hand in marriage to restore the already tarnished reputation of the Duke of Wen's house. If it weren't necessary for him to testify against the third prince and Liang Zhiyu's illegitimate child, I would have killed him already. Though Yu Shi was ruthless. As a woman, she did not wish to see the Princess of Anne's happiness dashed. Tentatively, she asked, have you thought of other means to persuade the Duke of Wen? Allowing the princess not to marry? Qi Yunxian remained silent for a moment, suddenly revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. There is no other option. Even if the fourth princess resists, she must marry into the Duke of Wen's house. Once I eliminate Prince Rong, I shall kill that despicable Song Yanji and compensate her properly. Yu Shi softly asked, what if the princess firmly refuses and the emperor does not agree? Qi Yunxian coldly replied, when a princess's reputation is ruined, not even the Duke of Wen, let alone a commoner, would hesitate to marry her if they are willing. Hearing this, a chill ran through Yu Shi. Chapter 75. Punishment. Since the Grand Tutor informed Liang Zhiyu that the Prince Heng's residence was making preparations for Qiyun dynasty's funeral, she had remained confined to her room day and night. Besides the news regarding Qiyun dynasty, she was oblivious to everything else. Today, Eunuch Wu, who served the empress, arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence bearing an imperial decree. Liang Zhiyu, hopeful for news of Qiyun dynasty, quickly tidied her appearance and went out to greet him, only to find that the empress summoned her to the palace for an audience. The Grand Tutor and Madam he inquired with Eunuch Wu but learned nothing. The empress had decreed that, despite any doubts, Liang Zhiyu must attend, so she changed her attire and accompanied Eunuch Wu into the palace. Upon reaching the Sinang Palace, Eunuch Wu suddenly informed her that the empress was napping in her chambers and requested Liang Zhiyu to wait outside, which turned into an hour-long ordeal. Under the scorching midday sun, Liang Zhiyu, already pale from worry and sleeplessness, became even more ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After what felt like an eternity, when the Empress finally awoke from her slumber, Liang Zhiyu entered the palace, mustering her strength to bow and pay her respects. The Empress, seated in the hall, regarded Liang Zhiyu with an icy gaze, her expression devoid of warmth as she looked down upon the kneeling figure. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "I summoned you today to clarify a matter, and I wish for you to answer truthfully." Although she had spoken, there was no indication of allowing Liang Zhiyu to rise. Sensing the matter pertained to Qiyun dynasty, Liang Zhiyu lowered her head and replied, "Your Majesty, please ask." The queen commanded all present in the main hall to leave, leaving only Liang Zhiyu before her. She approached her and coldly inquired, "I have heard that the reason for Chao visiting Dunhua Temple was to see you? When he encountered the assassin, it was also to protect you, as he single-handedly diverted the assassin's attention." The queen's questions were grounded in truth, leaving Liang Zhiyu speechless. And she could only respond sorrowfully, yes. Witnessing her admission, the queen was overwhelmed with grief, recalling events from 2 years prior, and her anger surged. "It is because of you. 2 years ago, my Chao defied both me and His Majesty for the first time, kneeling outside the Chongjing Hall for an entire night.
Now,
He has fallen from a cliff, leaving no trace." "What do you mean, Your Majesty? What defiance? What Chongjing Hall? What happened 2 years ago?" Liang Zhiyu asked, bewildered. Seeing her confusion, the queen sighed deeply and recounted a past incident. It turned out that 2 years ago, in an effort to win over the esteemed Master Liang, the queen had repeatedly mentioned a marriage decree between the Rong Wang and Liang Zhiyu before the emperor. Upon hearing this, Qi Yunqiao, for the first and only time, earnestly requested that she and His Majesty refrain from this decree, confessing his desire to wed Liang Zhiyu. To consolidate the power of the Rong Wang, the queen immediately rejected him, admonishing him not to indulge in foolish fantasies of courting the future wife of the Rong Wang. The emperor, hesitant, feared that the brothers would fall into discord over a woman. Consequently, Qi Yunqiao knelt outside the Chongjing Hall for an entire night. In the end, the emperor summoned Master Liang, who intervened and dispelled Qi Yunqiao's intentions, leading him to relent. Thus, the emperor, wishing to prevent his 3 sons from competing for the same woman and causing familial strife, tacitly allowed Master Liang to arrange for Liang Zhiyu to marry into the Wenguogong family. This matter was known only to His Majesty, the Queen, and your father. Otherwise, do you think if His Majesty insisted on marrying you to a certain prince, Master Liang could truly negotiate to marry you to the Wenguogong? Liang Zhiyu's heart trembled. Her lips pressed tightly together in self-reproach, leaving her speechless. It turned out that Qi Yunqiao's feelings for her ran far deeper than she had imagined. The queen paused, regaining her composure before continuing. After your marriage to the Wenguogong, His Majesty bestowed him military power, dispatching him to the border for training, not only to hone his skills but also to distance him from the capital, allowing him to gradually forget you. Who would have thought that upon his return, he still rejected the princesses I and His Majesty selected for him, delaying marriage? I secretly investigated and discovered he had gifted the cherished Qinglong jade pendant to your child. Realizing he had never let you go, to sever his attachment, I invited noble ladies to a polo match, using my dowry as an incentive, compelling him to choose a princess openly. At this point, the queen cast a glance at Liang Zhiyu, letting out a gentle sigh, yet he still publicly refused the marriage, spurning my goodwill. Later, when you and the Wenguogong parted ways, he disregarded your tarnished reputation and continued to hold you dear. I thought to myself, very well. If he is so determined to have you, I will persuade His Majesty to decree you as his concubine, fulfilling his long-held wish. Liang Zhiyu's heart ached profoundly, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. As the queen reminisced, her heart was already heavy with sorrow, and seeing Liang Zhiyu kneeling in silence, she felt an unbearable anguish. Reflecting on her youngest son, who had met his untimely demise because of this person, his body likely devoured by the wolves and leopards of the mountains, leaving no remains. The turbulent waves of anger and guilt intertwined within her, clouding her remaining reason. The queen's eyes reddened, one hand tightly gripping Liang Zhiyu's slender neck, while with the other, she drew a hairpin from her head, pressing it against her pulse. A simple thrust would spill her blood and bring her life to an end. The queen appeared entranced, fixating on the sharp pin and murmuring, "Chao has never asked anything of me. The only time he pleaded was for you. Now that he is dead, I must fulfill his wish. Liang Zhiyu felt her breath growing increasingly labored, struggling to pry free from the queen's grasp but finding no strength. Your Majesty. She attempted to rouse the now distraught queen. The daughter of the master was summoned to the Sinang palace for an audience. However, she encountered an assassin's ambush while shielding me from a fatal blow, resulting in her unfortunate demise. I shall petition His Majesty to posthumously honor you as the Princess of Huayan, granting you a burial in the royal mausoleum. The queen, overwhelmed with grief, lost her grip on reason, her hold tightening further, and she began to speak incoherently. Liang Zhiyu's vision blurred, and just as she prepared to close her eyes and accept her fate, a voice from Eunuch Wu brought a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, the Princess of Rome seeks an audience outside the hall, claiming it is urgent. Eunuch Wu rushed into the hall and was instantly struck with fear upon witnessing the scene. Kneeling and repeatedly bowing. Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. Hearing that the Princess of Rome sought an audience, the queen regained a measure of clarity, slowly loosening her grip. Liang Zhiyu seized the opportunity to break free, retreating a few steps, gasping for air while keeping a vigilant eye on the queen's actions. The queen, having fully regained her composure, arranged her attire and returned to her throne as if nothing had transpired. After calmly sipping tea, she instructed Eunuch Wu, invite the Princess of Rome in. Chapter 76. The rescue lady Hai hurriedly entered the hall and bowed before the queen. The queen's demeanor had returned to normal, and she queried with displeasure, no need for formalities. What matters are so pressing that you seek me? Lady Hai rose slowly, not rushing to answer, but gazing quizzically at the kneeling Liang Zhiyu and the trembling Eunuch Wu on the ground. She began to piece together the recent events. The queen, noticing her gaze, said to Liang Zhiyu, you may rise. She then signaled for Eunuch Wu to exit. Lady Hai spoke. The prince heard that mother has been feeling better.
So, he sent me to the palace to check on you.
The queen furrowed her brow slightly. Is this what you term urgent? Lady Hai bowed again and replied. Aside from matters concerning the third prince, the prince's greatest concern is mother's health. For us, how can this not be of utmost urgency? Seeing her sweet words, the queen's expression softened a bit. Lady Hai then inquired, why did mother suddenly summon the daughter of Master Liang today? The queen did not answer directly, merely stating, a beauty brings disaster. If not for your third prince's desire to see her, he would not have lost his life at Dunhua Temple. Lady Hai pondered for a moment and then understood somewhat, asking, does mother imply that the third prince went to Dunhua Temple to see Miss Liang, which led to the ambush? The queen sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. Lady Hai expressed her confusion. Miss Liang was also at Dunhua Temple that day? Why has the Dali Temple never mentioned this? The queen lamented. You and Yang have focused solely on the Dali Temple, inquiring daily about the results. Yet no one thought to clarify why Chao went to Dunhua Temple alone. If not for my informant inadvertently spotting Master Liang's carriage at the foot of the mountain, I might not know that my Chao lost his life for a woman. Upon hearing that the queen had discovered Master Liang's carriage at the mountain's base, Liang Zhiyu sensed something was amiss. The meeting with Qi Yun Chao was highly clandestine. She had specifically instructed Xia Hua to hire an ordinary carriage that day, and the three of them had donned commoner's attire, making it impossible to discern they were from the Liang family. Lady Hai, noticing Liang Zhiyu's furrowed brow, also sensed something was off. After careful consideration, she began to grasp the key points. It is indeed peculiar that both the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court meticulously interrogated the monks at the temple, as well as the visitors who paid their respects that day, and even spoke with the villagers at the foot of the mountain. Given the conspicuous presence of the carriage from the residence of Grand Tutor Liang, it stands to reason that the Supreme Court should have uncovered this matter long ago. Why have neither I nor the prince ever mentioned it? Noticing the intention of Lady Hai to assist, Liang Zhiyu hastily clarified, Your Majesty, it is most inappropriate for me to meet with His Highness the Prince of Hung privately. Hence, I traveled in an ordinary carriage that day and did not employ the carriage from the Grand Tutor's residence. Upon hearing this, the Empress calmed down, feeling that their reasoning was sound, and began to suspect that someone had deliberately allowed her to become aware of this matter. With Lady Hai's subtle prompting, Liang Zhiyu followed this line of thought and quickly grasped the crux of the situation. She articulated her hypothesis. Your Majesty, apart from myself and His Highness the Prince of Hung, the only others aware of this meeting were my personal maid, Xia Hua, and His Highness's deputy, Yi Bei. No one else was privy to it, not even the monks of Dunhua Temple, whom I had sent away to the main hall, leaving them completely uninformed. Afterward, Yi Bei returned to erase all traces of my presence that day, which is why the Supreme Court has yet to uncover my involvement. Liang Zhiyu continued her analysis. Your Majesty and the Princess Consort, upon careful reflection, aside from myself and His Highness, the only one who could be aware of this is the mastermind behind it all. After listening to her speculation, the Empress suddenly realized her folly in being manipulated as a pawn by the unseen hand. Lady Hai added, Mother, with the incident involving the third prince, the prince's influence in the military has been severely diminished. If you, in a moment of rage, were to harm the daughter of Grand Tutor Liang and create discord with the Grand Tutor's residence, would that not sever the prince's support? This is precisely what the mastermind desires. Liang Zhiyu fully disclosed the conspiracy involving Prince Ning and Song Yanji, stating, Prince Ning and Duke Wen conspired to use me as bait to eliminate His Highness the Prince of Heng.
Now,
he is sowing discord between your Majesty and the Grand Tutor's residence, clearly with ulterior motives. The Empress, filled with righteous indignation, declared, Though Prince Ning is not of my blood, he is still my kin. I never imagined he would resort to such treachery against his own flesh and blood for the sake of the crown. A wolf in sheep's clothing. If our dynasty were to fall into his hands, how could we face the common people? At the same time, she directed her ire towards Liang Zhiyu, sternly stating, Had you not been so easily deceived by Prince Ning, falling into his carefully laid trap and carelessly summoned my son to Dunhua Temple, he would not have faced such peril. In this matter, while Prince Ning bears unforgivable guilt, you too share in the blame. Witnessing the Empress losing her composure in her grief and anger, Lady Hai quickly intervened. Mother, please temper your anger. In truth, Miss Liang was unwittingly drawn into this situation. Prince Ning's scheme was designed to ensnare the third prince, and Miss Liang, out of concern for him, lost her judgment and was merely used. The Empress was well aware of this logic. However, at that moment, she needed a scapegoat to vent her frustrations. Liang Zhiyu knelt once more, bowing to the Empress. His Highness the Prince of Heng has gone missing, because of me. I swear to your Majesty that I will not rest until Prince Ning and Duke Wen, the architects of this treachery, pay the price for their actions. The Empress regarded her with disdain, deeming her ambitions foolish, and coldly replied, I am the Empress, revered by the realm. The Crown Prince is the legitimate son of the Emperor. Currently, we are powerless against Prince Ning. How can a mere daughter of the Grand Tutor seek vengeance for my son? Instinctively, Liang Zhiyu clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, her fingertips digging into her palms as she resolutely declared, I shall, in my own way, dismantle all that they covet. Prince Ning desires imperial power. Let him forever be denied the throne. Song Yanji longs to restore the prestige of Duke Wen. I shall ensure he is mired in disgrace. Although the Empress doubted her capabilities, she could not help but soften a little upon hearing such solemn words. With a gentle sigh, she said, You may rise. Liang Zhiyu complied and rose, reminding the Empress, Your Majesty, while we are unaware of the depth of Prince Ning's schemes, I suspect that His Highness the Prince of Heng is not his ultimate target. Rather, his true aim is to eliminate His Highness the Crown Prince. Lady Hai concurred with this speculation, stating, Mother, this reasoning holds merit. Based on my understanding of Prince Ning, this is likely just the first step of his grand plan. The Empress lamented, While it is easy to dodge an open attack, it is the hidden arrows that are difficult to defend against. We do not yet know what Prince Ning's next move will be. The situation is precarious. Liang Zhiyu cautioned, regardless of Prince Ning's intentions, he must utilize Duke Wen to fulfill his prior commitments, which include marrying Princess Gongan to him. If we can thwart this plan, we can disrupt his subsequent moves. The Empress, not fully considering the implications, retorted, Duke Wen is already a man of no power or influence. He poses no threat to us. Why would Prince Ning seek to ally with him? Liang Zhiyu, aware of the implications of Song Yanji holding leverage over her, hesitated to respond, unsure of how to answer. Lady Hai, sensing this, quickly interjected, Prince Ning must have agreed to Duke Wen's unreasonable demands, indicating that he is a crucial piece in his forthcoming plans. Although we may not comprehend the intricacies, causing discord between him and Prince Ning can only benefit us. Liang Zhiyu and Lady Hai made compelling points, and after some consideration, the Empress accepted their counsel. Given Lin's temperament, it was unlikely she would willingly marry Duke Wen, and the Emperor would certainly disapprove of such a union. Consort Su and Prince Ning would undoubtedly employ underhanded tactics to compel her into this marriage. I shall ensure to dispatch more personnel in the coming days to monitor Consort Su and Princess Gongin closely, to discern their true intentions. Chapter 77. An alliance. Upon exiting the Empress's chamber, Liang Zhiyu expressed her gratitude to Lady Hai. I thank you, Princess Consort. Had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have perished in Sinang Palace. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Lady Hai assisted her to her feet, saying, Miss Liang, there is no need for such formalities. I acted on behalf of another. It was a matter of loyalty, and you need not express your thanks. It turns out that after Liang Zhiyu entered the palace with eunuch Wu, Grand Tutor Liang sensed something amiss. Fearing that the Empress, in her grief over her lost child, might act rashly, he promptly sought out Prince Rong to request that he visit the Empress and ensure her safety. Coincidentally, Prince Rong was not at home. Upon hearing the full context, Lady Hai did not hesitate and rushed to Sinang Palace. Initially, she intended to uncover the reason for the Empress summoning Liang Zhiyu, but instead stumbled upon a perilous scene. Had Lady Hai hesitated even a moment longer, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lady Hai, being astute, deduced from the intricate details that someone was attempting to manipulate the Empress to eliminate her enemies, exploiting the situation to sow discord between Prince Rong and Grand Tutor Liang. Thus, before the Empress, she collaborated with Liang Zhiyu to reveal Prince Ning's machinations while also devising countermeasures. After listening to Lady Hai's account, Liang Zhiyu remarked, though Princess Consort acts on my father's behalf, I believe that even without his request, you would have entered the palace to rescue me without hesitation. I shall forever cherish this kindness. Lady Hai, picking up on her sentiment, replied, Prince Rong and Grand Tutor Liang are now in the same boat, indistinguishable from one another. My assistance to you also aids the prince. With Prince Ning coveting the throne, we must unite and not allow minor schemes to fracture our alliance. Liang Zhiyu understood her implication and assured, with your intentions, my father and I shall do our utmost to assist His Highness Prince Rong. However, I fear that my previous credulity in trusting others and summoning His Highness the Prince of Hung to Dunhua Temple may cause Prince Rong to shift his ire towards my father. Lady Hai immediately grasped the situation, stating, the prince will surely understand that this matter was orchestrated by Prince Ning from the shadows and will not blame Grand Tutor Liang's residence. On the contrary, the prince will likely see you, Miss Liang, as someone who was once close to Duke Wen. If you can lend your support to help the prince eliminate obstacles like Duke Wen and weaken Prince Ning's influence, it would be most advantageous. Liang Zhiyu vowed, my family and I are one with the Grand Tutor's residence. We will certainly provide our full support to the prince. Hai smiled and remarked, this is indeed splendid. Despite their differing intentions, the two shared a common goal, to eliminate Song Yanji. Liang Zhiyu stated, if we wish to remove the Duke of Wen, I require your Highness's assistance with a matter, which I would ask the princess to convey. Hai inquired, what matter is that? Liang Zhiyu replied, not long after the Duke of Wen's marriage, he took a singer as a concubine, causing quite a stir in the capital. I wonder if the princess has heard of this? Hai answered, I have heard whispers of it, but was not that concubine already deceased? What relevance does her demise have to the Duke of Wen? Liang Zhiyu moved closer to Hai and whispered, what you may not know is that this concubine was no ordinary singer. She was Bai Sisi, the daughter of Zhengyu Wulong, who had long been involved in treason. After the Bai family was confiscated, she and her mother were exiled to serve as military prostitutes, but during their journey, they encountered bandits and soldiers, and in the chaos, Bai Sisi managed to escape. I was taken aback and urgently asked, how did she become a singer and ultimately the Duke's concubine? Liang Zhiyu calmly explained, Bai Sisi is quite clever. After her escape, she somehow assumed the identity of Wei Xiaoman and joined a musical troupe, earning her living as a singer. Later, she entangled herself with Song Yanji and, leveraging her pregnancy, entered the Duke of Wen's mansion. Such audacity allowed her to evade the pursuit of the authorities.
High question.
Are you suggesting we expose the Duke for harboring a traitor? While this is a clever strategy, the fact remains that Bai Sisi is dead, and without her testimony, the Duke will surely concoct an excuse, leaving us in a precarious situation. Liang Zhiyu replied calmly, precisely because there are no witnesses. I wish to request that His Highness the Prince of Rong secretly seek out Bai Sisi's mother and acquaintances familiar with Wei Xiaoman in the military camp. With their testimonies, coupled with the confession Bai Sisi left behind before her death, we shall surely bring down Song Yanzi. Hai nodded slowly. As long as the Duke of Wen is dead, Prince Ning will be unable to proceed with his plans. ensuring the prince's temporary safety and granting him ample time to gather evidence against those who attempted to assassinate the third prince. Rest assured, the prince and I will find the witnesses and solidify this accusation. Upon hearing the mention of Qi Yunchao, Liang Zhiyu's heart, which had only just begun to calm, suddenly ached, and she asked with difficulty, "Has the Prince of Rome found any news regarding the Prince of Hung after all this time?"
Deep down,
She had yet to accept Qi Yunchao's demise. Hai looked away, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. The prince has dispatched all the household soldiers to search Mount Gu and the valley, but they have found no trace of the third prince. It is feared, as His Majesty has said, that a memorial will be held at the Prince of Heng's residence in 3 days. If Miss Liang desires, you may attend to pay your respects. Liang Zhiyu maintained a facade of indifference, yet her heart surged with resentment. Besides utilizing Wei Xiaoman to undermine Song Yanji, a more sinister plot began to take root within her mind. Chapter 78. The Princess 3 days later. When Liang Zhiyu arrived at the Prince of Heng's residence to pay her respects, she unexpectedly encountered an unwelcome figure at the entrance. The haughty Cheerwolin, clutching a soiled corner of her scholarly robe, was vehemently scolding a kneeling young servant. "You wretched thing! How dare you offend me? Beware! I shall inform my father and mother, and they will decree the extermination of your entire clan." Dressed in a strikingly vibrant gown, she exhibited no signs of mourning, appearing anything but somber. It turned out that upon exiting the Prince of Hung's residence, she had inadvertently collided with the carriage of the Duke of Wen, which had lost control, resulting in a mishap. Although the coachman had managed to rein in the horses in time, the wheels had unfortunately rolled over her skirt, leaving an unsightly mark. Meanwhile, Song Yanji, who had been absent from public view since his paralysis, now sat in a wooden wheelchair, his visage weathered, eyes devoid of light, seemingly aged by years. Yet, he gazed at Qi Wolin with an unusual, almost ravenous intensity. Qi Wolin quickly sensed his gaze and felt a wave of revulsion, redirecting her ire toward him. "How dare you, Duke of Wen, regard me with such impudent eyes?" She found it repulsive to be scrutinized in such a blatant manner by a person rendered incapable. Strangely, Song Yanji did not react with anger or retort. Instead, he wore a crude smile, further inciting Qi Wolin's fury. Unable to vent her frustration on the Duke, she turned her wrath upon the innocent servant, delivering a series of vicious kicks. Her actions drew significant attention, with numerous nobles and passers-by halting to observe the scene, whispering among themselves. Qi Wolin's maid urgently implored her to cease, fearing a loss of royal dignity, but she disregarded the counsel and kicked harder. As the servant bled and clutched his abdomen in plea, Liang Zhiyu could no longer stand by in silence and interjected, "Your Highness, while this servant may have offended you, today you are here to mourn the Prince of Hung. Is it appropriate to chastise him here?" Upon recognizing Liang Zhiyu, Qi Wolin snapped. "Since when do you have the authority to meddle in my affairs?" She scoffed. "If it weren't for my mother insisting I come, I wouldn't set foot in this ill-fated place. It's utterly vexing. Nothing ever goes right." Liang Zhiyu, hearing her words, felt a chill in her eyes and retorted. "I had believed that His Majesty named you Gongan because you were gracious and composed, but upon seeing you today, it appears the Emperor had deeper intentions." Qi Wolin, puzzled, asked,
What do you mean by that?
Liang Zhiyu disdainfully glanced at her and coldly responded, "You, princess, are unruly and arrogant, speaking disrespectfully at your brother's funeral. It is only fitting that His Majesty reminds you of your title, so you remain mindful of your conduct." "You!" Qi Wolin pointed furiously at Liang Zhiyu, about to erupt when she was interrupted by the arrival of Qi Yungang and Hai. "Fourth sister, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to cause a scene at your brother's funeral?" Dressed in mourning attire, Qi Yungang and Hai had been overseeing the funeral arrangements when they heard of Qi Wolin's disturbance. Qi Yungang, already burdened with grief, was incensed to see Qi Wolin making a ruckus in her vibrant attire and declaring the Prince of Heng's residence a place of ill fortune. "If you do not wish to be here, then return to the palace this instant." Qi Wolin, incensed by his words, disregarded all propriety and shouted back, "Fine. I shall leave right now. What do I care for the third prince? I recognize only the second prince. The others, whether dead or alive, are of no consequence to me." Her audacious words left everyone present in shock. Qi Yungang, furious, stepped forward to reprimand her on behalf of the emperor, but was halted by Hai. "Your Highness, do not let your anger consume you. Do not stoop to the level of the princess." Seeing Qi Yungang attempt to chastise her publicly, Qi Wolin's embarrassment transformed into rage. Neither my father nor my mother would dare strike me, and my second brother has never lifted a finger against me. You, elder brother, wish to hit me? She declared. I will return to the palace and tell father. After uttering this, she turned to Liang Zhiyu. And you, the daughter of a mere grand master, how dare you speak to me with such insolence? I shall ensure my father demotes your father. Ignoring the pleas of her maid, she climbed into her carriage and left in a huff. As the royal farce drew to a close, Hai hastily invited everyone into the residence to pay their respects and subtly urged them not to spread news of the day's events. The attending nobles, aware of the gravity of the situation, assured her they would not take it to heart. The onlookers, appeased with silver, gradually dispersed. Liang Zhiyu watched Qi Wolin's carriage fade into the distance, preparing to turn back inside when she noticed Song Yanji still staring intently in the direction of Qi Wolin's departure. His expression inscrutable, leaving her with a sense of unease, as if Qi Wolin's presence here today had been orchestrated by unseen hands. Upon entering the residence, her unease grew, prompting her to discreetly seek out Yi Bei. She instructed him to swiftly take an alternate route back to the palace, to follow Qi Wolin's carriage and protect her in secret until she witnessed her safely enter the palace gates before returning. In the solemn and reverent hall of mourning, white drapes adorned the space, with the words of mourning prominently displayed above, and a coffin crafted from golden silk nanmu stood at the center. The flickering candles cast a wavering light, while on either side, a throng of weeping servants knelt, their eyes swollen with grief. Liang Zhiyu, supported by Xia Hua, approached the coffin slowly, her expression devoid of sorrow or joy, her heart feeling hollow as if she were but a shell of a person. Just as she reached out to trace the intricate patterns on the coffin, she was gently restrained by Madame Hai. Miss Liang, your complexion appears rather pale. Allow me to escort you to a side room for a moment. With so many eyes around, should she fail to suppress her emotions, the situation could turn dire. Liang Zhiyu quickly grasped Madame Hai's intent and nodded lightly. I have been overly fatigued of late, and I truly appreciate your kindness, princess. Madame Hai led her to a side chamber, dismissing the others and leaving only Xia Hua. She asked softly, are you all right? Liang Zhiyu shook her head gently. I apologize for troubling the princess. Please go about your duties. I wish to remain here alone for a while, to accompany him on his final journey. Before I leave, I will surely inform you and His Royal Highness. Madame Hai patted her shoulder and said, very well. I shall instruct others to keep away. If you require anything, do not hesitate to have Xia Hua inform me. Liang Zhiyu nodded. Thank you for your understanding, princess. Seeing this, Madame Hai felt reassured and went back to handle matters in the hall of mourning. As night fell, the mourners gradually departed. After a long day, Qi Yunyang and Madame Hai also arrived at the side chamber. Sister Yu, it is late. Dwelling on memories only deepens the sorrow. It would be best to return and rest. You appear unwell, Qi Yunyang remarked. Liang Zhiyu bowed slightly. Thank you for your concern, Your Royal Highness. I remain here for two reasons, to pay my respects to His Highness the Heng Wang and to await Yi Bei's return.
Qi Yunyang inquired curiously, awaiting Yi Bei?
It was then that he noticed Yi Bei, who had been on guard outside, was nowhere to be seen. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Bei, looking anxious and travel-worn, rushed in and reported, Your Highness, Princess, the Gongan princess has been abducted in broad daylight. Liang Zhiyu's heart sank. Trouble had indeed arisen. Yi Bei continued, following Miss Liang's instructions, I tracked the Gongan princess's carriage along Yanglu Street. Unexpectedly, the carriage altered its course, seemingly heading towards the Ningwang's residence. While passing through the quiet Xiuxiang alley, a group of over 10 men in black suddenly emerged from both sides, incapacitating the princess and abducting her. I attempted to intervene, but the assailants were skilled fighters, and I alone could not hold them off. Liang Zhiyu pressed, Did you ascertain where the princess was taken?
Yi Bei replied,
I could find no trace. They were prepared. One group took the princess, while another engaged me in combat, preventing me from dividing my attention. Once the princess vanished, they disappeared without a trace. The news of the princess's abduction had already reached the palace, and the emperor ordered a city-wide lockdown. Armed patrols now scoured the streets, searching every household for the princess. Qi Yunyang exclaimed in fury. In broad daylight, the imperial princess has been brazenly abducted. Who possesses such audacity? Yi Bei shared his suspicions. During my encounter with the assailants, I sense their martial arts were strikingly similar to those of the black-clad men from Dunhua Temple. I suspect the same individuals responsible for the princess's abduction are behind the assassination attempt on His Highness the Hung Wang. Hearing this, Qi Yunyang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Could it be the second prince again? Madame Hai interjected quickly. Your Highness, if the second prince is indeed capable of such cruelty against the Yun dynasty, he must truly be prepared to disregard the reputation of the fourth princess. Liang Zhiyu lamented. While we anticipated he would use her reputation to coerce the princess into marrying the Duke of Wen, we never imagined he would have the audacity to abduct her in plain sight. The Ningguang has become increasingly bold, Madame Hai stated. Our immediate priority is to locate the fourth princess. Currently, our father and the Empress Dowager have only dispatched people to search the city. They have yet to announce the princess's disappearance to the public. If we can find her in time, there may still be a chance for resolution. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Where was the fourth princess now? Miss Liang, do you believe she is at the Ningguang's residence or the Duke of Wen's? Liang Zhiyu shook her head helplessly. I fear it may be beyond salvation. Whether the princess is at the Ningguang's or Duke of Wen's residence, we have no evidence. The emperor would never permit a search of the princely or ducal estates. Even if we were to force our way in, we cannot ascertain whether there are secret chambers or passages within. If we fail to locate the princess, the Ningguang may turn against us, placing us in an even more precarious position. Given the circumstances, Madame Hai sighed deeply, conceding, it appears the second prince has gained the upper hand in this matter. We are left powerless. Should news of the princess's abduction spread, the fourth princess's reputation will undoubtedly suffer. She will have only two paths ahead. Either hope that some family in the capital is willing to marry a tainted princess, or have our father decree her to a monastery where she may live a life of solitude, preserving her dignity for the rest of her days. Liang Zhiyu remarked. To shave her head and become a nun, living a life of asceticism in a temple, how could the pampered Gong'an princess endure such isolation? In this scenario, if Song Yanji were to petition the emperor for the Gong'an princess's hand, I fear she would prefer to marry a cripple rather than lose her freedom.
Madame Hai sighed.
The second prince is resolute. This is where the prince has consistently fallen short. Alas, the prince has sent people to search for Bai Cici's mother and anyone acquainted with Wei Xiaoman, but amidst the vast populace, we cannot foresee when we might find results. If the fourth princess has been abducted, I fear it will not be long before the Duke of Wen petitions the emperor for a marriage decree. In this game, we are ultimately destined to lose. Liang Zhiyu lowered her gaze, her fingers brushing over a silk handkerchief as she spoke with composure. The princess has just been abducted, yet the emperor's marriage decree has yet to be issued. We may not necessarily be defeated. Madame Hai and Qi Yunyang exchanged glances, sensing a flicker of hope. What do you mean, Miss Liang? Do you have a countermeasure in mind? Liang Zhiyu replied. I merely believe that the Gong'an princess might endure a husband who is a cripple, unable to fulfill marital duties, living a life akin to a widow. Yet she could never tolerate a husband afflicted with a shameful illness, subjecting her to constant ridicule and scorn. Even if, hypothetically, the Gong'an princess could bear it, Song Yanji would not dare to petition the emperor for her hand. I fear that if he were to speak up, the emperor would rebuke him for his lack of virtue, stripping him of his title as punishment. Qi Yunyang, puzzled, asked, afflicted with a shameful illness?
Madame Hai exclaimed.
Miss Liang means we could secretly devise a plan to ensure the Duke of Wen contracts some repulsive affliction? But hasn't the Duke already? Liang Ziyu's tone remained calm. As if discussing an ordinary matter, it is not us, but rather someone who wishes to prevent him from marrying the princess, hoping for his swift demise. According to her, Song Yanji remained unable to accept the reality, endlessly seeking rare herbs and ancient remedies in hopes of one day becoming a normal man. Recently, he had found a shaman in Miaozhong. She was unsure what medicine he had given him, but his condition seemed to improve. This could well be one of the reasons he dared to fervently pursue the Gong'an princess from Ningguang. Qi Yunyang and Madame Hai exchanged incredulous looks. Sister Yu, even so, if we truly manipulate the Duke of Wen's actions, would we not become as despicable as the second prince? Madame Hai grasped his hand. Your Highness, Liang Zhiyu understood Qi Yunyang's sentiments. In the past, she would have scorned such underhanded tactics, but now, it was the only viable option. Your Highness, your actions have always been straightforward and honorable, eschewing deceit, because the Hung Wang has been by your side, devising numerous strategies and shielding you from the Ningguang's hidden daggers, allowing you to remain unencumbered. You currently find yourself in a precarious position, with Prince Ning relentlessly closing in. If you cannot retaliate in kind, this time you risk losing His Highness Prince Hung, and next time, you may forfeit the princess. The lives of countless individuals in the Rhone Prince's residence, and the title of Crown Prince that rightfully belongs to you. Liang Zhiyu has overstepped her bounds, and Qi Yunyang's expression darkens considerably. Hai's heart fills with concern for her. Chapter 80. The affliction. Qi Yunyang furrows his brow, his expression grave, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Finally, he sighs deeply, murmuring, "You are right." Upon hearing this, Hai feels a weight lift from her heart, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, and turns to Liang Zhiyu, inquiring, "May I ask how Miss Liang intends to proceed? Do you require our assistance?" Liang Zhiyu replies, "No, to err on the side of caution, His Highness the Rhone Prince must not intervene. This matter can be entrusted solely to me. Neither the prince nor the princess need to worry. I only require the covert assistance of one individual to succeed." Seeing her resolve, Qi Yunyang and Hai cease further inquiries, only advising her to exercise caution. After all, if this scheme were to be discovered, it would be a grave crime of conspiracy against the Duke of Wen, and neither Qi Yunyang nor Elder Master Liang could protect her. Liang Zhiyu nods slightly, her mind already formulating a plan. As their conversation unfolds, night deepens, the streets desolate, with only the watchman's voice echoing the hour. After exiting the Rhone Prince's residence, Liang Zhiyu instructs Hua and to survey the surroundings, confirming that no one follows the carriage before veering off to a secluded courtyard in the west of the city. This place was originally a temporary refuge for Tang Long and Ting Er, now vacant since resolving matters with Wei Xiaoman. Today, it welcomes a special guest. Clad in inconspicuous gray attire and wearing a hood, Chen Miaojuan awaits her in the courtyard. It turns out that the one who wishes to prevent Song Yanji from marrying the princess and hopes for a swift demise is indeed Chen Miaojuan. Though she had previously conspired with Song Yanji and Prince Ning to deceive Liang Zhiyu, leading her into a trap to summon Qi Yunjiao to Dunhua Temple, Liang Zhiyu understands that she did not speak entirely in error. If the princess were to marry Song Yanji, there would be no place for her in the Duke of Wen's residence. Her desire to see him wed to Princess Gong and is genuine. This realization becomes a reason to leverage Chen Miaojuan, prompting Liang Zhiyu to communicate covertly through Ling Long, thus learning of Song Yanji's health status and arranging this meeting. Chen Miaojuan's true nature has been revealed. She sheds her fragile facade and directly asks, "I have divulged all you wish to know. How will you assist me?" Liang Zhiyu refrains from answering directly, instead posing a question. "Do you recall Wei Xiaoman? Have you ever considered why she was willing to risk her life to injure Song Yanji?" Perceiving the evasion, Chen Miaojuan grows increasingly impatient. "I am here to seek your guidance, not to reminisce." Liang Zhiyu, undeterred by her agitation, continues, because she understood that if Song Yanji were rendered incapable of procreation, her child, Song Wenhan, would become the sole heir of the Duke of Wen's residence. No matter how much they may despise her, old Madame Wang and Song Yanji would spare no effort to protect Song Wenhan and elevate him to the position of heir. Chen Miaojuan begins to grasp the implication, hesitantly asking, "Are you suggesting that I must kill the Duke?" Since Song Yanji's paralysis, he is taken to spending nights in her chamber, despite being incapable of intimacy, having learned from somewhere the twisted behavior of palace eunuchs, subjecting her to various humiliations to satiate his own distorted sense of self-worth. Although Chen Miaojuan harbors a desire for his demise, she cannot easily target the Duke of Wen. "If you wish for me to kill him, the risk is too great. If discovered, you will remain unscathed," but Liang Zhiyu understands her hesitation and leans closer, whispering, "Not at all. What I mean is," upon hearing this, Chen Miaojuan's pupils constrict, and she turns to Liang Zhiyu, trembling. "How is this any different from asking me to kill him? If discovered, I will still face the death penalty. Moreover, how could he ever seek out such a woman?" Liang Zhiyu responds coolly, "Rest assured, I will ensure thorough preparations. Should the matter come to light, I guarantee the authorities will find no trace leading back to you." Though Chen Miaojuan instinctively resists, the memories of Song Yanji's inhumane torment stir her into action. Ultimately, she grits her teeth and softly asks, "What must I do?" Liang Zhiyu smirks disdainfully and whispers coldly, "I have heard that the physician in question possesses a peculiar method of treatment, employing venoms from spiders and centipedes, and has even proposed the absurd remedy of yin-yang supplementation, which you had previously interrupted." Chen Miaojuan gasps in shock. "How do you know this?" Ling Long was unaware of such secrets. Do you have other spies within the Duke of Wen's residence? Liang Zhiyu pays no heed to her inquiries and continues. It is said that this physician is quite avaricious. You merely need to offer him a monetary incentive and find an opportunity to mention this remedy in front of Song Yanji. However, you must emphasize that the medicinal ingredients require specific conditions to be effective. Eager to recover, Song Yanji will undoubtedly wish to try it. At that point, you can feign reluctance to stop him. As for the rest, I have my own arrangements. Chun Miaojuan, sensing Liang Zhiyu's meticulous preparation, cautiously probes. I cannot believe in the existence of yin-yang supplementation. That physician cannot possibly be in your employ, concocting this absurd treatment on purpose. Can he? Liang Zhiyu scoffs coldly. I have exerted considerable effort to bring him to the brink of despair. Why would I then seek a physician to heal him? That physician is indeed capable of curing him, albeit somewhat greedy. With just a bit of silver, he agreed to fabricate the notion of yin-yang supplementation to deceive Song Yanji. Observing Liang Zhiyu's icy demeanor, a sense of dread envelopes Chun Miaojuan. This young lady from the Liang family seems to have grown even more ruthless. What conditions must the medicinal ingredients meet? Chun Miaojuan cautiously inquires. Liang Zhiyu produces a slip of paper from her sleeve and hands it to her. Chun Miaojuan accepts it gingerly and, upon reading its contents, her expression darkens considerably. The note reads, born on an ominous year, month, day, and hour, from a brothel, the daughter of a widow. Can the Duke of Wen find a woman who meets these criteria? Chun Miaojuan asks. Liang Zhiyu replies coldly, you need not worry. I will ensure Song Yanji finds this woman. With her assurance, Chun Miaojuan silently commits the contents of the note to memory, then tears it to shreds, scattering the remnants to the wind as she departs. As she reaches the door, Chun Miaojuan suddenly halts, hesitating for a moment before turning back to ask Miss Liang. Though I have my own motives, I am genuinely assisting you now. Once the plan succeeds, will you leave me a way out? Liang Zhiyu fixes a cold, piercing gaze upon her, replying mercilessly, that depends on your choices. If you can leave before the Duke of Wen's residence is raided, you shall indeed have a path to survive. Chapter 81. The Affliction 2. Following Liang Zhiyu's instructions, Chun Miaojuan discreetly compensates the physician. The physician, already greedy and aware that the concept of yin-yang supplementation is mere fabrication, has no particular preference regarding the type of woman sought and readily agrees to Chun Miaojuan's terms, presenting the conditions laid out by Liang Zhiyu to Song Yanji. Under the physician's care, Song Yanji's condition improves, and eager to recover swiftly, he hastily consents. Soon after, the Duke of Wen discreetly sends individuals to search for women matching the criteria, and the news reaches Liang Zhiyu's ears. Following her original plan, Liang Zhiyu gradually guides Song Yanji's people. With her covert assistance, Song Yanji quickly locates the woman in a village in Qingshan town. The woman, born in an ominous year, month, day, and hour, was 24 years old when she sang in the Wanhua Tower in Yangzhou before being purchased by a wealthy merchant to lead a proper life. However, after the merchant squandered his fortune and soon passed away, she sought refuge with her aunt in Qingshan town, where she has lived for over 2 years. As a widow from a distant land, Wan Yang's striking beauty attracted the attention of many rascals in the village. On a stormy night, several burly men broke into her home, disregarding her desperate resistance and violating her, leaving her afflicted with a venereal disease. Due to the shame associated with this ailment, Wan Yang ventured alone to a pharmacy in the capital to procure medicine, only to be spotted by Liang Zhiyu's informants, positioned in various apothecaries. Liang Zhiyu, seeking to exchange the healing of Wan Yang by renowned physicians for her cooperation in a scheme, approached her with this proposition. With little money and feeling like life was unbearable after her affliction, Wan Yang gratefully agreed. Consequently, Liang Zhiyu crafted a note detailing Wan Yang's situation and delivered it to Chun Miaojuan, guiding Song Yanji to find her. Upon locating the suitable Wan Yang, Song Yanji took her that very night to the Duke of Wen's residence, sweet-talking her into becoming his concubine, promising her a life of wealth and splendor. Fearful that she might leave if displeased, a sorcerer provided Song Yanji with a special potion, allowing him to indulge with Wan Yang for 3 days. Trusting in this arrangement, he spent 3 nights within her chamber. However, after this period, Song Yanji abruptly turned his back on her, dismissing her with 100 taels and ordering her discreetly return to Qingshan town, intending to eliminate her en route. Naturally, this news reached Liang Zhiyu through her informants, who were instructed to rescue Wan Yang midway and send her to a secluded estate for recuperation. Not only did Wanyang survive, but she was also spirited away by a mysterious benefactor, leaving her furious. Yet soon, her focus shifted as a confidential letter from Qi Yunxian arrived at the Duke of Wen's residence. The contents of this letter were privy only to him, and even Chen Miaojuan's repeated inquiries yielded no insight, eluding Liang Zhiyu's network of informants. However, when the informants relayed this information to Liang Zhiyu at a tea house, she quickly deduced its significance. The officials had been searching the streets for days, and a resolution was imperative. Otherwise, the Duke of Wen might hastily seek out the mastermind behind these events. Has there been any unusual activity from Song Yanji in recent days? Liang Zhiyu inquired, sipping her tea leisurely. The Duke intends to visit Dunhua Temple to worship tomorrow and has instructed me to prepare incense and offerings today, replied a pale young servant before her. He was the same servant who had accompanied Song Yanji to the Wang family estate and inadvertently collided with Princess Gong'an at the entrance. And he had been placed as an informant in Song Yanji's household before Liang Zhiyu's separation. I have resided in the Duke of Wen's estate for nearly 2 years and have never seen him seek divine favor. Something must be amiss tomorrow. Keep a close watch on him, and if anything arises, do not act rashly. Remember to conceal your identity, she cautioned. Yes, my lady. The servant nodded respectfully. To avoid arousing suspicion, he quickly departed the tea house. Half an hour later, a steward from the Rongwang residence also arrived at the tea house, purposefully dropping a folding fan as he passed by Liang Zhiyu. She picked it up and, upon opening it, discovered a note containing good news written in code by Qi Yunyang. The false Wei Xiaoman, also known as by Cici, had been located by Qi Yunyang in the northwest military camp. Her birth mother still remembered her and was willing to testify in the capital to escape the military. The real Wei Xiaoman, although an orphan, had been adopted by a couple from her village before mysteriously disappearing. That couple was still alive and vividly recalled that Wei Xiaoman had once broken her leg, causing her to walk with a slight limp. With both witness and material evidence in hand, Liang Zhiyu felt a weight lift from her heart, finally seeing a chance to avenge Qi Yunzhao. Thus, she inscribed a coded message on the back of the fan, indicating that her plans were progressing smoothly and requesting Qi Yunyang to hold his position until Princess Gong'an was located, at which point they would discuss how to strike decisively. After a brief wait, the steward returned seeking the lost fan, allowing Liang Zhiyu to successfully relay the message to Qi Yunyang. The following day, as Liang Zhiyu had anticipated, Song Yanji returned from Dunhua Temple after worship, passing by a dilapidated city god temple. While resting inside, he unexpectedly discovered the unconscious Princess Gong'an, hidden beneath a pile of straw, disheveled and barely clothed. Initially mistaking her for a virtuous woman abducted by bandits, he immediately took her by carriage to the Kaifeng prefecture to report the incident. This revelation shocked the entire capital, as the populace realized that the individual the officials had been searching for was none other than Princess Gong'an. The news of her abduction spread rapidly throughout the capital, with discussions erupting in every street and alley about her ordeal, leaving the emperor and the prefect of Kaifeng unable to intervene in time. All of this was orchestrated behind the scenes by Qi Yunxian and Song Yanji. Liang Zhiyu learned from the Hai family that, after awakening in the palace, Princess Gong'an vehemently rejected the idea of being examined by physicians for injuries, furiously asserting that she had suffered no harm during her abduction and questioned why she should prove her innocence due to the public speculation. Despite her earnest attempts to defend her honor, no one in the capital believed in her innocence, leading to her complete ruin. With the first step of his plan to marry the princess successfully executed, Song Yanji was in high spirits, completely oblivious to Wanyang's disappearance. The sorcerer he had sought out for a hefty sum had indeed proven capable. Not only did he restore Song Yanji's fertility, but he also employed specialized acupuncture techniques, reawakening sensation in his legs. As Song Yanji realized he might soon stand unassisted, he grew increasingly self-satisfied, failing to notice that Chen Miaojuan had been avoiding sharing a chamber with him under various pretexts. Meanwhile, the sorcerer quickly discerned the anomalies in Song Yanji's condition. After one particular pulse examination, the sorcerer's expression shifted, and the next day, he concocted an excuse to return to the deep mountains of Miaojing in search of poisonous herbs, leaving behind a prescription and instructing Song Yanji to take it for 10 days before disappearing with his riches. Lost in the excitement of being able to stand with the aid of a cane, Song Yanji remained oblivious to the unusual circumstances surrounding him. With the royal autumn hunt approaching, Qi Yunxian believed it presented an opportune moment to formally propose to the emperor for the princess's hand. secretly notifying Song Yanji to prepare all necessary arrangements. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Miaojuan had discreetly informed Liang Zhiyu of these developments. As the enemy moved, so would she. Liang Zhiyu relayed this information to Qi Yunyang and the Hai family. The three of them had gathered sufficient evidence and were prepared to topple the Duke of Wen's estate during the autumn hunt. Chapter 82. The Autumn Hunt this year. The emperor graciously permitted the autumn hunt to take place within the royal hunting grounds, allowing ministers to bring their families along. In the crisp autumn air, the mountains and forests were adorned in golden hues, with the imperial guards fully armed, forming ranks to protect the distributed encampments. In the center of the hunting grounds, numerous sons of noble families sat atop their horses, bow drawn and arrows nocked, eager to take aim at the forest. Dressed in light-colored military attire, Liang Zhiyu arrived early at the hunting grounds with Master Liang, intending to rest in the tent before participating in the ceremonial rites preceding the hunt. While conversing with Master Liang inside the tent, she suddenly heard a chorus of mocking voices outside. Exiting the tent to investigate, she found Song Yanji, leaning on his cane, his complexion grim, glaring at the assembled crowd. The participants of the autumn hunt were predominantly martial generals, and their families were equally outspoken. Observing Song Yanji's presence with a cane, they found it utterly absurd, especially given the decline of the Duke of Wen's estate. They surrounded him, relentlessly mocking. "Duke, with your impaired mobility, what brings you to the autumn hunt? Do you intend to shoot a ferocious tiger from a wheelchair? Such words are unkind. The Duke has long been unwell and seldom appears in public. It's a rare occasion. He shouldn't miss it. Even if he cannot participate, like the rest of us ladies, he can enjoy the view from the platform. Indeed, even if he cannot ride and hunt, drinking and appreciating the scenery is still a significant pleasure." In the heyday of the Duke of Wen's estate, Song Yanji had never endured such humiliation. His face flushed with anger. He turned away, mentally noting each person who had mocked him, preparing to settle the score in the future. At that moment, he spotted Liang Zhiyu outside the crowd, and a sudden smile graced his lips as he spoke in a chilling tone. "What does it matter if I cannot participate in this year's autumn hunt? In a few days, my legs will be restored to their full strength, and come next autumn, I shall ride with vigor once more. The Wang family may be in a weakened state today, subjected to the mockery of opportunists like you, but mark my words, I shall rise again, and repay this insolence 100-fold." Though he currently held no official title and clung to the empty honor of being a mere noble, his threats only incited laughter among the onlookers. Yet, Song Yanji disregarded the cacophony of mockery and strode through the throng to stand before Liang Zhiyu. Glaring ominously, he inquired, "Miss Liang, where is your foolish half-sister? Such a grand affair as the royal autumn hunt surely warrants her attendance, doesn't it?" His audacity in mentioning Qiu Shuang shocked the crowd. Liang Zhiyu pressed her lips tightly together, an uncontrollable fury igniting in her eyes as she stared defiantly at the shameless Song Yanji. However, aware of the curious gazes directed her way, she suppressed her anger, allowing it to dissipate and transform into a veneer of disdain. With a sarcastic tone, she replied, "My sister, since her unfortunate encounter with filth, has been gravely ill, and the physician advises her to avoid such foul company for a chance at recovery. I had long heard that the Duke of Wen would be present today, so I could not possibly bring her along, lest to defend her sensibilities and worsen her condition." Upon hearing this, Song Yanji's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking as he struggled to contain his rage, almost reaching out to strike her. However, Liang Zhiyu, perceiving his intent, feigned a courteous bow and stated, "Duke of Wen, the ceremony for the autumn hunt is about to commence. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave to avoid any breach of decorum before His Majesty." Before departing, she added with a sly smile, "Oh, and do take your time. With your mobility issues, it's perfectly acceptable to move at a slower pace. His Majesty is known for his kindness and will not hold it against you." Seeing Song Yanji's face flush with indignation, yet unable to retaliate openly, Liang Zhiyu chuckled softly, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she made her way to the ceremonial grounds. The ceremony marked the most solemn aspect of the autumn hunt, and the ministers had already seated their families on either side of the platform, awaiting the arrival of the Emperor and Empress. Amidst the throng, the Emperor, donned in dark ceremonial robes, approached with the Empress, while the favored consort Su accompanied Princess Gong'an and Princess Fuan to take their places beside them. As the emperor and empress ascended the high platform to offer prayers to the heavens, beseeching divine protection for the dynasty. The prayer concluded with the emperor receiving a golden bow and silver arrows, shooting an arrow skyward. As the arrow's feathers faded from sight, it signified the official commencement of the autumn hunt. With a resounding clash of steel, the royal relatives and noble scions, led by Qi Yunyang and Qi Yunxian, eagerly surged into the hunting grounds in pursuit of their quarry. Before sunset, the victor would be determined by who returned with the most formidable beasts. During this time, the emperor, his consorts, and the ministers were not idle. This year, the Ministry of Rites had ingeniously arranged not only sword dances and elegant music for entertainment, but also refined games such as tossing pots and striking balls. Thus, the autumn hunt transformed from its traditionally somber atmosphere, captivating many young ladies who were eager to participate. However, Cheerwolin sat alone at a table. Her eyes devoid of light, her countenance shrouded in gloom, entirely devoid of the regal demeanor expected of a princess. Ever since the street robbery incident, she had secluded herself within the palace, reluctant to face anyone, and had only been compelled to attend by Consort Su. Her previous arrogance had garnered much discontent among the noble ladies, and now, witnessing her embarrassment, several gathered to appear as if they were discussing trivial matters while, in truth, they whispered about the fallen grace of Princess Gongan. Qi Wolin, sensitive to the atmosphere, perceived every conversation as a mockery aimed at her, and when she attempted to leave, Consort Su blocked her path, further compounding her distress. Song Yenji, raising his wine cup and leaning against the table, fixated intently on Qi Wolin, resembling a predatory wolf eyeing its prey. As sunlight waned, dusk approached unnoticed. The men who had ventured deep into the woods began to return, proudly presenting their catches to the attendants for tallying. The valiant Marquis Chong Chingsong captured a moose, 5 wild goats, and 2 pheasants, while the son of the Grand Tutor, Li Jiannan, brought forth 2 foxes and 2 hares. The tallying of catches continued, accompanied by cheers that echoed through the venue, eliciting satisfied smiles from the emperor and empress. Finally, Qi Yunyang and Qi Yunxian returned, their catches surpassing all others. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Rome, secured 1 moose, 3 wild goats, 7 foxes, 5 hares, 2 pheasants, and 1 gray goose. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Ning, captured 2 moose, 3 wild goats, 1 lynx, 6 foxes, and 7 hares. Despite the equal number of total captures, Qi Yunxian's moose weighed heavier, leading him to victory amidst resounding applause. Seizing the moment, Qi Yunxian leaned close to Qi Yunyang and provocatively remarked, "Royal brother, in past autumn hunts, it was always the 3rd prince who claimed the top prize. This year, it is finally my turn. Without the 3rd prince's assistance, you have become my subordinate's vanquished opponent." Chapter 83, The Autumn Hunt Part 2. Qi Yunyang, typically mild-mannered and rarely prone to anger, felt his temper flare at this deliberate provocation, his expression darkening as cold light flickered in his eyes. Qi Yunxian sought to incite him, hoping to leave an impression of the Prince of Rome as overly concerned with the outcome of the hunt before the emperor and the ministers. However, Qi Yunyang had his own plans for the day, and he managed to restrain himself, offering a loud congratulations, truly congratulations to the 2nd prince. Qi Yunxian was momentarily taken aback, surprised at his elder brother's restraint in the face of such provocation. The emperor, oblivious to their verbal sparring, approached the gathering, personally presenting the specially crafted bow to Qi Yunxian as a mark of recognition for the victor of the autumn hunt. Qi Yunxian raised the bow high, showcasing it to the gathered ministers, his heart swelling with pride as cheers erupted around him. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yenji was the first to offer congratulations. "Your Highness, the Prince of Ning indeed possesses exceptional valor, unmatched archery skills, and a gallant demeanor that commands our utmost admiration." Then, abruptly shifting the tone, he sighed, "Alas, my recovery is not yet complete, and I am unable to gallop about like your Highness. Otherwise, I would have relished the chance to compete, hoping to capture a pair of wild geese as a proposal for my beloved." These words drew puzzled expressions not only from the emperor, but from all present. Curiosity, confusion, and amusement mingled in the eyes that turned toward Liang Zhiyu. Could it be that this disabled Duke of Wen sought to rekindle a romance with the eldest daughter of the Liang family? Liang Zhiyu remained composed, feigning ignorance of the unfolding drama. The emperor furrowed his brow and inquired, "Duke of Wen, what do you mean by this?" In the full gaze of the crowd, Song Yenji, leaning on his cane, made his way to the center, kneeling and proclaiming loudly, "Though I have only met Princess Gongan a few times, I fell deeply in love at first sight. I humbly beseech your majesty to grant her hand in marriage to me." This declaration astonished everyone present, with eyes swiftly turning toward Liang Zhiyu. Qi Wolin was momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief, before fury surged within her as she recalled Song Yanji's status as a cripple. Without a thought for propriety, she seized the wine cup before her and hurled it toward the ground. This impulsive act shocked everyone, utterly devoid of the expected decorum of a princess. The emperor, enraged, commanded, "Do not be so reckless." Consort Su was about to plead for leniency when the empress interjected. "What a disgrace for a princess! Who taught you to throw things when you are displeased? Cease this nonsense." The empress's interruption left Consort Su's words caught in her throat. Unable to continue, yet worried that the emperor would direct his anger toward Princess Gongan, causing her great distress. Following the emperor's fury, a cloud of silence enveloped the court, leaving the ministers drenched in cold sweat. It is widely acknowledged that the abduction of Princess Gongan is a disgrace to the royal family, and His Majesty is keen to avoid any mention of it. Now, the incompetent Duke of Wen audaciously seeks to marry the princess in front of everyone, inevitably reminding all present of this shameful incident, thereby diminishing His Majesty's dignity. Qi Wolin felt a profound sense of humiliation, weeping uncontrollably. Song Yanji lay prostrate on the ground, unable to see the emperor's expression, but sensing the atmosphere grow cold, with no one daring to speak, he felt a prickling discomfort on his back. Lady Hai feigned an accidental glance at Liang Zhiyu, her eyes silently inquiring if they should commence their scheme. Liang Zhiyu subtly shook her head, indicating that the time was not yet ripe. The subtle exchange between the two went unnoticed by the Yu family, leaving them to ponder whether the pair harbored some hidden plot. As the emperor hesitated, the situation reached a stalemate, and concubine Su was the first to break the silence. Addressing Song Yanji, Duke of Wen, "Please share how you fell in love with the princess at first sight." Song Yanji remained on the ground and replied loudly, "I would never dare deceive your highness. Since my paralysis, I have had to endure the sympathetic or mocking gazes of others whenever I encounter them, which is a torment beyond imagination. However, when I met the princess, she never looked at me with pity, compassion, or disdain. Instead, she treated me as a normal person in her every word and deed. It is due to this rare kindness from the princess that I have become irresistibly enamored with her, vowing to protect her at all costs and ensure she suffers no harm." His heartfelt fabrications deceived many who were unaware of the context. Liang Zhiyu recalled the day at the Wang family residence when Princess Gongan had publicly rebuked the Duke of Wen for his rudeness, rendering Song Yanji's words utterly ludicrous in her eyes. The courtiers and relatives who witnessed the events that day could not help but admire Song Yanji's acting skills. To win the hand of Princess Gongan, he seemed willing to forsake all semblance of dignity. Nevertheless, although they were all aware of the truth, they chose to remain silent, unwilling to wade into this murky water. Seeing Song Yanji speak so eloquently, concubine Su praised, "The Duke of Wen possesses admirable character and profound feelings for Princess Gongan. He is indeed a man of genuine sentiment. Your Majesty, I believe this union should be permitted." The Empress immediately interjected, "The beloved Princess Gongan, of noble lineage, cannot marry a man with a physical ailment. Setting aside the fact that the Duke is disabled, he is simply unworthy of the princess." Qi Wolin, with tears still glistening on her face, was taken aback. She had never anticipated that one day, her doting mother would wish to marry her off to a man deemed unfit, while the typically unsympathetic Empress would defend her. Concubine Su cleared her throat and quietly admonished the Empress, "Your Majesty, you must understand that if Wolin has finally found a duke willing to marry her, can you truly bear to shatter this match?" The Empress feigned ignorance, turning her attention to the solemn-faced Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe Princess Gongan, as a member of royal blood, should not be married off casually. Her future husband, even if of humble origins, must be of sound body, virtuous character, and pleasing appearance. Otherwise, it would tarnish the royal image." The Emperor's countenance was stern, his brows knitted, his gaze resembling an unfathomable abyss as he regarded Song Yanji on the ground, remaining silent in response to the Empress's words. Upon hearing the Empress's rejection based on his disability, Song Yanji quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the Empress speaks true. I am well aware that my flawed body is unworthy of Princess Gongan. Thus, I have sought out renowned physicians to restore my health. By heaven's grace. Just a month ago, I received a secret remedy from a divine healer. Your Majesty, please observe, I am now able to walk slowly with a crutch. That healer assures me that within half a month, I shall fully recover, walking freely and bearing children. If your Majesty and the Empress doubt my words, let the palace physicians examine me in a fortnight to verify their truth. Concubine Su immediately chimed in, Your Majesty, see. The physicians previously declared the Duke's injury beyond cure. Yet now he can walk. I believe the Duke would not dare deceive His Majesty. If he claims recovery is possible, then it must indeed be so. Should the Duke heal, he would not be an unworthy match for Princess Gongin. Why not issue a decree to celebrate this joyous occasion? Qi Wolin was struck with disbelief, staring at Concubine Su with wide eyes, shaking her head repeatedly, Mother. Can you truly bear to have me marry the Duke? Chapter 84. The incident. Concubine Su coldly retorted. Silence. I am considering your future. Qi Wolin's lips moved, struggling to find words, and ultimately turned her pleading gaze to Qi Yunxian, who deliberately avoided her eyes. The Empress, sensing that the term joyous occasion struck a nerve, expressed her displeasure. Concubine, His Majesty has recently lost a son and is deeply mournful. Are you so eager to arrange a marriage? Concubine Su quickly realized her choice of words was inappropriate. Noticing the Emperor's expression darken further, she hastily added, It is precisely because His Majesty is grieving the loss of the prince, unable to eat or sleep, that upon witnessing His Majesty's distress, I hope for a joyful event to comfort him and hasten his recovery. She then questioned, Empress, do you not wish for His Majesty to emerge from his sorrow soon? This pointed inquiry caught the Empress off guard, placing her momentarily at a disadvantage. However, she quickly regained her composure and responded steadily. What do you mean by that, concubine? As Empress, it is my duty to consider His Majesty's well-being thoroughly. Although you may have good intentions, the Duke's previous injuries were severe, affecting his lower body, and the palace physicians were at a loss. How can he suddenly claim to have recovered? She followed the original plan, addressing the Emperor, Your Majesty, I believe it is too hasty to grant marriage at this moment. It would be wiser to wait another half-month, allowing the Duke to fully recuperate before the palace physicians examine him. If they confirm that the Duke is truly no different from an able-bodied person, it would not be too late for Your Majesty to decree the marriage. Having already expressed his desire to marry the princess, waiting another half-month could lead to unforeseen complications. Qi Yunxian was unwilling to delay further and subtly shook his head at Concubine Su. Understanding immediately, Concubine Su turned to persuade the Emperor, Your Majesty, while the Empress's words hold merit, I believe the Duke's feelings for the princess are sincere, and she is of marriageable age. If we delay for another half-month, rumors will inevitably circulate in the capital. Today, during the autumn hunt, there are several skilled physicians accompanying us. In my opinion, it would be best to have them examine the Duke's pulse immediately. If they find he has indeed improved and is on the road to recovery, then Your Majesty's decree to marry would be perfectly reasonable, alleviating a concern. The princess, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, Mother. Concubine Su cast an impatient glare, her eyes filled with warning. What say you, Empress? Seeing the Emperor still silent, Concubine Su turned to the Empress. The Empress maintained a stern expression, appearing unable to counter her proposal, yet internally felt a sense of relief, having finally prompted her to suggest this course of action. Now, whether to summon the physicians for examination rested solely on the Emperor's decision. Liang Zhiyu, hidden beneath the table, could not help but tremble slightly. If the Emperor were to refuse, all her carefully laid plans would come to naught. The Emperor's discerning gaze swept across the assembly, lingering on the Empress, Concubine Su, Prince Ning, Prince Rong, Princess Gongin, and even Liang Laoshe and Liang Zhiyu, before finally settling on Song Yanji for an extended moment. In a grave tone, he asked, Duke of Wen, if you utter a single falsehood today, it would be treason. I ask you once more, do you truly wish to marry Princess Gongin? Song Yanji lowered his head to the ground, despairingly proclaiming, Your Majesty, my admiration for the princess is as true as heaven and earth, as certain as the sun and moon. Should I utter a single falsehood, I am willing to suffer the gravest punishment, not to die a good death. Seeing him swear such an oath, the Emperor no longer hesitated and commanded, Bring the Duke to the physician's tent for examination. The Emperor's mind was made up, and the expressions of those present varied, each lost in their own thoughts. Song Yanji's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He adhered to the prescription left by the shaman, and his health had been steadily improving, rendering him unafraid of the imperial physician's examination. The thought of soon regaining his strength and marrying the princess, thereby elevating the status of the Duke of Wengua's household and redeeming past humiliations, quickened his steps.
Consort Su, Ki Duy Nang.
And the Yu family collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite the Empress's repeated obstructions, their plan had not faltered. Qi and Yang exchanged a discreet glance with Madame Hai, both silently awaiting the physician's diagnosis. Liang Zhiyu mused that the long-anticipated spectacle was finally unfolding. As the physician's diagnosis required considerable time, the Emperor commanded the distribution of the game and the holding of a bonfire feast for the enjoyment of the officials. Everyone reveled in the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the distribution, unaware that after whispering a few words to his attendant, Master Liang had discreetly sent the attendant away from the hunting grounds. Shortly thereafter, a golden roasted deer was presented before the Emperor and Empress, while the guests gathered around the bonfire to indulge in the culinary delights of the hunt. At that moment, a hurried inner court attendant approached. "Your Majesty, the right censor of the Imperial Censorate, Lord Song, has an urgent matter to report." The Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. What urgent matter could he possibly have during this autumn hunt? The autumn hunt, which involved military drills, was predominantly attended by military officials. Only high-ranking civil officials like Master Liang or those ennobled for military merit could accompany. Censorate officials were traditionally excluded from such events. Though the right censor had the duty to admonish, presenting a report at this time not only offended the Emperor but also contravened protocol, leaving the other officials astonished. The attendant replied, "Lord Song insists that the matter pertains to the Duke of Wengua and is of great significance, requiring his personal audience with your Majesty." The Emperor harbored a deep suspicion that today's events were orchestrated from behind the scenes and did not immediately summon him. Qi Yunxian felt a foreboding sense of unease and promptly intervened. "Father, I believe the autumn hunt is a significant military event and should proceed according to ancestral customs. Any state matters ought to be discussed after the hunt concludes. It is inappropriate for the right censor to present his report at this time. I urge you to dismiss his request." Master Liang interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe the duty of the censorate is to advise the sovereign and admonish subjects, which is of utmost importance. If the right censor is eager to meet with your Majesty before the conclusion of the autumn hunt, it must indicate an urgent matter." His words carried weight, prompting the Emperor to concede. The Master's reasoning is sound. Consort Su, aware that Master Liang's actions were aimed at Song Yanji, sensed impending trouble and instinctively remarked, "Master, since the reign of our founding emperor, there has never been a precedent for civil officials to present reports during the autumn hunt. If the censorate, aided by the master, can disregard the occasion and report at will, would that not render the court's regulations meaningless?" Master Liang, feigning humility, bowed to Consort Su while retorting sharply, "Your Highness, you speak of court regulations. May I ask, is it not a disruption to those very regulations for a consort to discuss state affairs?" Chapter 85. The incident unfolds. Interference from the harem has always been a king's greatest taboo. With a single remark, Master Liang struck a nerve with Consort Su. The Emperor's gaze turned cold, his voice low and commanding. "Consort, tread carefully." Consort Su, startled, stammered, "I spoke out of turn in my anxiety, with no intent to meddle in governance. I beseech your Majesty for understanding." Qi Yunxian hastily explained, "Father, just moments ago, Mother was discussing the marriage of the fourth princess and the Duke of Wengua with the Empress. Coincidentally, the right censor's report also concerns the Duke. Hence Mother's unintentional oversight in recognizing it as a state matter. She did not mean to interfere in governance. I implore you to see this clearly." The Emperor's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no acknowledgement of Qi Yunxian's words. Master Liang continued, "Your Majesty, since the consort wishes to arrange a marriage between the Duke of Wengua and Princess Gongan, it would be prudent to summon the right censor to clarify the matter and investigate the Duke's conduct. If a hasty marriage occurs only to later discover the Duke's misconduct, would not Princess Gongan be entrusted to an unworthy man?" Desperate, Qi Wolin interjected, "Father, the master speaks truthfully. Please summon the right censor." Qi Yunxian and Consort Su now understood that Qi Yunyang had conspired with Master Liang against Song Yanji. However, Master Liang's arguments were irrefutable, leaving them unable to alter the situation. The Emperor's demeanor grew stern, his gaze icy, as he discerned that today's event stemmed from the rivalry between his two sons. Upon realizing this, he unexpectedly smiled, a reaction that bewildered everyone present, save for Master Liang. The laughter abruptly ceased as the emperor commanded, "Summon him." The right censor, Lord Song, hastened forward, kneeling at the foot of the dais. "I, right censor Song Zuan, pay my respects to your majesty." A plainly dressed, weathered woman, accompanied by a peasant couple, trembled as they knelt. "We, the common folk, pay our respects to your majesty." The emperor inquired with gravity, "Right censor, why have you come today?" Lord Song proclaimed loudly, "I must accuse the Duke of Wengua, Song Yanji, of harboring a conspirator under the guise of a concubine, by Cece, the daughter of the former right general." His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving all present in shock. Qi Yunxian's face paled, a chilling dread creeping into his heart. They had fallen into a trap, and Song Yanji's strategy had utterly failed. The emperor's expression hardened, a murderous aura emanating from him, instilling fear in Lord Song. "Right censor, elaborate on your claims." Unfazed, Lord Song continued, "Your Majesty, the Duke had a concubine named Wei Xiaoman, who months ago injured the Duke and was subsequently beaten to death by the Duke's guards. This concubine was none other than Bai Cece, the daughter of the former right general. Years prior, the Bai family was condemned, and the matriarch and daughter were exiled to the frontier as prostitutes. During transport, they encountered bandits, leading to a conflict between officials and thieves. In the chaos, Bai Cece escaped and assumed the identity of Wei Xiaoman, an orphan from Hongshe town in Changzhou. After leaving Changzhou, Bai Cece turned to singing in the Yale band to make a living, concealing her true identity. Years later, she encountered the Duke in the capital and the two became intimate, after which the Duke took her as a concubine, resulting in the birth of his son, Song Wenhan. Upon discovering Bai Cece's true identity, the Duke, fearing repercussions, sent her away under the pretense of illness, intending to have her killed. After narrowly escaping, Bai Cece harbored resentment and subsequently attacked the Duke, leading to the ensuing events. This revelation left everyone in stunned silence. The Duke had audaciously deceived the Emperor, and the century-old Duke of Wengua's household might face utter ruin. Qi Yunxian, unwilling to concede defeat, immediately challenged, "Right censor, you claim that the woman we know as Wei Xiaoman is, in fact, the daughter of a conspirator, Bai Cece. What evidence do you possess? The woman is deceased. Is this not a case of dead men telling no tales?" Lord Song produced a confession from his bosom. Holding it aloft, before her death, Bai Cece left behind a handwritten confession, which was anonymously delivered to the estate. The handwriting and fingerprints are verifiable. Your Majesty may command the Ministry of Justice to authenticate it and summon the maidservants of Bai Cece for identification. After the attendant presented the confession to the Emperor, Lord Song added, "The daughter of Master Liang once served as the Duke's wife. She should be familiar with Bai Cece's handwriting. Your Majesty may also summon Miss Liang to confirm its authenticity here and now." The confession was meticulously written by Liang Zhiyu, who had instructed Master Liang to deliver it to Lord Song, ensuring its authenticity. Liang Zhiyu rose and approached Lord Song, kneeling gracefully. "I am willing to verify its authenticity for your Majesty." After receiving the confession from the attendant, she examined it closely and, upon confirming its accuracy, declared, "Your Majesty, this indeed bears the handwriting of the Duke's concubine." As Qi Yunxian observed the situation, he spoke in a sarcastic tone. "It is well known that Miss Liang was once the wife of the Duke of Wen, and her discord with that concubine is common knowledge. If you intend to cast aspersions on her after her demise, it is not entirely inconceivable. Forgive me for my candor, Miss Liang, but your testimony lacks persuasiveness." He then knelt and addressed the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I believe that there are many capable individuals among the common folk, and it is possible that someone has forged the handwriting of the Duke of Wen's concubine to frame him. Moreover, since that concubine has passed away, it is conceivable that she was coerced into writing this confession, and it remains unknown if she was threatened by malevolent forces." Qi Yunxian, with his eloquence, defended Song Yanji by asserting that the death of Bai Cece rendered the authenticity of the confession dubious, while subtly insinuating against Liang Zhiyu. Lord Song remained composed and produced a portrait of Bai Cece, presenting it to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, upon receiving this confession, I dared not accept its contents lightly. Therefore, I dispatched individuals to conduct a discreet investigation. Following the details in the confession, I sought out Bai Cece's mother in the military camp and traveled to Hongshe town in Changzhou to inquire about the origins of Wei Xiaoman. After extensive inquiries, I finally located Bai Cici's mother, Mrs. Yang, at the Northwest Military Encampment. I showed her a portrait of the Duke of Wen's concubine, and she immediately recognized the woman in the painting as her daughter, Bai Cici. Although her appearance has matured considerably, her facial features remain identical to those of her youth. The haggard woman, who had kept her head bowed, fell to the ground and trembled, saying, "The guilty woman Yang is the wife of the former Right Martial Lord." The emperor commanded, "Lift your head." The woman, quaking in fear, raised her head without daring to utter a sound. The emperor, still vividly recalling the rebellion case, recognized her as the former Right Martial Lord's wife, despite the ravages of time upon her visage. "Indeed, you are the former Right Martial Lord's wife." Chapter 86. The incident unfolds. Mrs. Yang prostrated herself on the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, please discern." The emperor inquired, "Is the woman in this portrait your daughter, Bai Cici?" Mrs. Yang wept, "Yes, Your Majesty. Though I have been separated from my daughter for many years, a mother can always recognize her own child, regardless of the passage of time." The emperor nodded slightly, harboring no doubts. Seeing this, Prince Ning pondered for a moment and then questioned, "Father, I am not disbelieving this woman's testimony, but it is possible for people to resemble one another. Perhaps Bai Cici and Wei Xiaoman bear a striking resemblance. Furthermore, portraits can be inaccurate. It is plausible that Mrs. Yang mistook Wei Xiaoman for her daughter, Bai Cici." He glanced at Liang Zhiyu and Qi Yunxian, continuing, "If that is the case, it is highly likely that someone with ulterior motives has exploited this resemblance as evidence to implicate the Duke of Wen in harboring the daughter of a criminal." Lord Song, maintaining his integrity, responded, "Your Highness, although you share a close friendship with the Duke of Wen, it is unnecessary to utter such baseless accusations to defend him. I have not only found Bai Cici's biological mother, Mrs. Yang, but also located Wei Xiaoman's adoptive parents, the Wei couple." The Wei couple, residents of Lei Village in Hongshi Town, Changzhou, took pity on Wei Xiaoman after she lost her parents at the age of 5 and adopted her. However, she mysteriously disappeared 5 years later. Having said this, Lord Song summoned the farming couple to step forward. "Please recount to His Majesty what you told me on that day." The farming couple, trembling with fear, took a few steps forward and bowed deeply. The middle-aged man stammered, "Your Majesty, I too have seen Lord Rong's portrait. The woman in the painting is far more beautiful than the Wei Xiaoman I adopted years ago. They are not the same person." The farming woman chimed in, "Yes, Your Majesty, our adopted Wei Xiaoman, when she was a child, accidentally burned her ear while gathering firewood, leaving a rather unsightly scar that cannot be removed. This scar is on her right ear, and many in our village are aware of it." Wei Xiaoman, feeling self-conscious, covered it with a hairstyle. "In the painting, the woman's ear is perfectly intact. She cannot possibly be the Wei Xiaoman we know." Lord Song bowed again, saying, "Your Majesty, we have both human and material evidence, and the facts of this case are now abundantly clear. I implore Your Majesty to deal with the Duke of Wen according to the law." Qi Yunxian could no longer defend Song Yanji. However, he was unwilling to concede, having prepared other incriminating evidence against Qi Yunyang. He needed only to eliminate Song Yanji, and once he secured an engagement with Qi Rolan, he could promptly expose Qi Yunyang. It was just this final step that stood in his way. Clenching his fists, Qi Yunxian attempted to preserve Song Yanji's life. "Father, I believe that the Duke of Wen did not intentionally harbor the daughter of a criminal. Rather, he was deceived by Bai Cici, which constitutes an unintended error. I beseech you, Your Majesty, to consider the Duke of Wen's past contributions to the realm and to show leniency in your judgment." Lord Song immediately countered, "Your Highness, your reasoning is flawed. If the Duke of Wen was initially unaware and allowed Bai Cici to remain in his household, it might be excusable. However, once he learned of Bai Cici's true identity, he chose to conceal this information and planned to have her son inherit the title. How does one justify that? Your Majesty, I believe that the Duke of Wen's disregard for imperial authority and legal statutes upon learning of Bai Cici's identity constitutes a grave betrayal." Lord Song continued, "If Your Majesty shows him leniency, it would undermine the integrity of the court's laws." Qi Yunxian, resolute, knelt again. "Father, the Duke of Wen is now left with only himself and Song Wenhan. His lineage is thin. It was out of paternal affection that he concealed the identity of his son's mother. I implore you, Your Majesty, to show compassion for the Duke of Wen's fatherly love and to be lenient in your judgment. Having recently lost Qi Yuncha, The emperor's heart softened at the mention of paternal affection. Liang Zhiyu. Upon hearing the instigator of this turmoil attempt to evoke the emperor's sentiments towards Qi Yunxia to gain sympathy for Song Yanji's actions, wrung the handkerchief in her sleeve, her murderous intent deepening. Observing the emperor's wavering resolve, Grand Tutor Liang stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. Your Majesty, I believe that the words of Prince Ning are somewhat biased. The emperor inquired. Why do you say so, Grand Tutor? The Grand Tutor replied with utmost respect. I have refrained from speaking until now, but I have been closely observing the confrontation between Lord Song and Prince Ning. I have noticed that Prince Ning, due to his close friendship with the Duke of Wen, has been swayed by his emotions in this case. Qi Yunxian retorted angrily. Grand Tutor, what do you mean by that? The Grand Tutor, seemingly humbly, bowed to Qi Yunxian, yet his words remained incisive. Your Highness. Lord Song has bluntly stated the Duke of Wen's crimes, supported by material evidence in the confession and testimonies from Mrs. Yang and the Jiang couple. Meanwhile, you have repeatedly defended the Duke with mere conjectures of possibility and uncertainty. After the Duke's guilt has been established, you assert that he concealed the truth out of love for his son, yet provide no proof to substantiate this claim. It is indeed difficult for me to accept. Your vehement words against Lord Song are so intense that one might wonder if Lord Song is not accusing the Duke of Wen but rather you, Prince Ning. After silencing Qi Yunxian, the Grand Tutor turned to the Emperor. Your Majesty, whether the Duke of Wen concealed this matter out of paternal love or fear of punishment, or perhaps both, remains a mystery to others. I believe that rather than allowing Lord Song and Prince Ning to argue endlessly, it would be prudent to summon the Duke of Wen to clarify the matter in person before making a decision. By the way, the Duke of Wen has been in the physician's tent for quite some time. Why have we not yet received the physician's diagnosis? With this question, everyone recalled that the Duke had been absent for over an hour. Did it truly require such an extended period merely to assess his chances of recovery? The Emperor and Empress exchanged glances, filled with doubt, and after a brief discussion, the Emperor commanded, Go to the physician's tent. Regardless of whether the physicians have confirmed anything, bring the Duke of Wen here at once. A palace attendant responded affirmatively and was about to head to the physician's tent when they encountered the stern-faced physician Kong striding towards them. Song Yanji leaned on his cane, limping behind, his face ashen, a stark contrast to his previously triumphant demeanor. Several young court physicians trailed behind, their expressions grave, consciously maintaining their distance from Song Yanji ahead. A sense of confusion enveloped the crowd. Why did the physicians appear so distressed? Was it possible that the Duke of Wen had contracted an incurable ailment? Chapter 87. A crime. Dr. Kong, how is the Duke of Wen's condition? The Emperor inquired. Dr. Kong immediately knelt and responded, Your Majesty, the Duke's old injuries have largely healed, and he shall recover shortly. However, he glanced around, hesitating to continue. The Emperor pressed, What is it? Speak frankly.
Do not deceive me.
Just as Dr. Kong was about to speak, he was interrupted by Song Yanji's urgent plea to wait. Song Yanji knelt as well, beseeching Dr. Kong. I implore you, do not speak of this here. Your Majesty, regarding my health, I request that Dr. Kong report to you privately. The Emperor found this curious. Dr. Kong, does the Duke have some hidden affliction? Dr. Kong nodded silently. In a state of panic, Song Yanji exclaimed, Dr. Kong. The Emperor's expression darkened, reproaching, Duke, you are being insolent. Startled, Song Yanji immediately bowed low, confessing, Your Majesty, I am guilty. I should not have aspired to Princess Gongan. Please forget my previous request. My ailments are a private matter. I beseech you, do not inquire further. He seemed genuinely afraid of the Emperor's probing, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground. Qi Yunxian looked on in bewilderment, asking, Duke, what is the meaning of this? While still in the act of bowing, Song Yanji replied, Prince Ning, I thank you and the noble consort for your kind intentions, but I am unworthy of Princess Gongan. The Emperor's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening further, as he thundered. Dr. Kong, what is the meaning of this? With a deep sigh, Dr. Kong replied, Your Majesty, after consulting with several physicians, we have confirmed that the Duke has recently contracted a venereal disease. Upon hearing this, the previously silent courtiers erupted in outrage.
What?
This is utterly scandalous. The Duke. How could he be so reckless? Such disgraceful behavior. How can he even think of marrying Princess Gongan? Those kneeling beside Song Yanji, including Lord Song, and the couple Yang and Jiang, instinctively recoiled, creating distance from him. Qi Yunxian, after a moment of shock, quietly distanced himself as well. Song Yanji stood rigid, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, his complexion alternating between green and white, his mind blank, as countless mocking voices surged around him. Gradually, the jeers faded, replaced by a persistent buzzing in his ears. He numbly scanned the crowd, observing disdainful faces and silent ridicule, until his gaze landed on the solemn Dr. Kong. "It's all your fault," Song Yanji roared, suddenly lunging at Dr. Kang's throat, startling those around him into retreat. Grand Tutor Liang quickly recognized the danger and rushed forward to intervene. To his surprise, Song Yanji possessed an incredible strength, flinging him aside, nearly toppling him, but fortunately, he was caught by Liang Zhiyu. In a flash, Song Yanji had seized Dr. Kong by the neck. Witnessing the chaos, Qi Wolin let out a shriek, and the courtiers were thrown into disarray, some attempting to rescue the physician while others feared for their own safety and withdrew, all crowded together in confusion. The emperor bellowed, "Imperial Guard!" The guards swiftly moved to separate the chaotic throng and rushed in to assist. The captain of the guards first grasped Song Yanji's arms, only to find them unyielding. Without hesitation, he struck with a decisive blow, swiftly dislocating both of Song Yanji's arms. Other guards quickly subdued him, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. With bloodshot eyes, Song Yanji pressed his face to the ground, still howling in rage. Dr. Kong was supported to the side by other physicians, clutching his chest and coughing incessantly, shaken by the ordeal. The emperor's wrath surged, chastising, "Duke, how dare you commit such violence in my presence? This is an unforgivable offense." Qi Yunxian, resigned, closed his eyes. After Song Yanji's outburst, the emperor would no longer entertain his defense. This duke, once seemingly esteemed, had become utterly worthless. Grand Tutor Liang stepped forward respectfully. "Your Majesty, given that Lord Song has accused the Duke of harboring the daughter of a treasonous criminal, should we not hear the Duke's side?" The Emperor replied sternly, "If dukes and lords commit treason, it cannot be excused. What would become of the law and order of our court? If this continues, the nobility and wealthy merchants will hold the Emperor in contempt." Grand Tutor Liang agreed. "Your wisdom is unparalleled." Hearing the mention of harboring the daughter of a treasonous criminal, a glimmer of clarity crossed Song Yanji's eyes. He ceased his shouting and struggling, lifting his head to inquire, What daughter of a treasonous criminal? Your Majesty, I am wronged." Lord Song coldly interjected, "Duke, you cannot claim ignorance of your concubine Wei Xiaoman's true identity as Bai Cixi, the daughter of the former Right Wu general's wife, can you?" Straining to turn his head, Song Yanji saw unfamiliar faces beside Lord Song and the stern visage of Qi Yunxian. Realization dawned upon him. It was Liang Zhiyu who had exposed Wei Xiaoman's identity. As the emperor prepared to pass a severe sentence, he desperately shouted, "Your Majesty, I was unaware. Bai Cixi deceived me. I truly believed she was Wei Xiaoman. Your Majesty, please see my innocence." The emperor's expression remained impassive. Then why, upon learning her identity, did you not report it? Song Yanji faltered, stammering, She deceived me, I did not know. He had never anticipated that the matter of Bai Cixi would be reported, and now, caught off guard, he was at a loss for how to mitigate the emperor's fury. The emperor's gaze turned colder. "Are you afraid of punishment?" No, it's not that. I am worried. I do not know what to do." In a state of panic, Song Yanji could hardly articulate his thoughts, turning his hopes to Qi Yunxian. "Prince Ning, please save me. Please. Prince Ning, say something."
"Did you not promise me?"
Boldly spoken. "Duke, I once believed you to be a man of virtue, genuinely devoted to my fourth sister. When Lord Song accused you, I defended you at every turn, yet you turn out to be a scoundrel of the highest order, betraying your sovereign." I was deceived. Fearing Song Yanji might reveal their conspiracy, Qi Yunxian swiftly interrupted him, distancing himself entirely. To demonstrate his own gullibility, he declared, "Father, I misjudged, misled by a villain. I lost my composure in the Duke's case. I beg you to punish me." The Duke's harboring of a traitor's daughter and attempting to assassinate a physician warrants severe punishment. Song Yanji stood frozen, his eyes wide, suddenly brimming with tears. Before bursting into laughter, "Ha ha ha, when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. I am punished, and you are free. Qi Yunxian, you are disloyal, unjust, and unfilial. You will surely meet a fate akin to mine." He turned his gaze towards the distant Liang Zhiyu, murmuring, "Miss Liang, It seems you have won. With that, his eyes widened, his head tilted weakly, and a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth as he bit his tongue, ending his own life. Chapter 88. A dream of longing with irrefutable evidence against him, Song Yanji, consumed by shame, ended his life by biting his tongue during the autumn hunt. The emperor decreed the downfall of the duke's estate, stripping him of his title and confiscating his assets. While the female members of his family were relegated to serve as commoners, and all male descendants were exiled to the pestilential lands of Lingnan. Nonetheless, the emperor ordered that the duke's hidden affliction remain a secret, preserving his last shred of dignity. Unable to bear the abrupt upheaval, Chen Miaojuan succumbed to madness, plunging into a well with Song Wenhan, taking her own life. The remnants of the duke's estate faded from the capital, never to be heard from again. During the autumn hunt, Qi Yunxian made inappropriate remarks, losing the favor of the emperor. Meanwhile, the hearts of those in power began to waver, with several officials considering a shift to the side of Prince Rong. The Ning prince's estate, which had long opposed the Rong prince's palace, began to show signs of decline after this incident. At the time when the news from the Duke of Wen's residence reached them, Liang Zhiyu was at the Rong prince's palace, silently pondering alongside Qi Yunyang and the Hai family. After Song Yanji's death, Qi Yunxian had remained dormant, and Qi Yunyang had uncovered no new evidence. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court had made no progress in the investigation of the assassination of Prince Heng, leading them to temporarily seal the case files. 2 months passed, and a mysterious guest arrived at the residence of Grand Master Liang. That day, Liang Zhiyu and Elder Madam, he took Xing'er to Xianghua Temple to seek a peace talisman that had been blessed. Upon returning to the estate, they encountered a stranger clad in dark attire, wearing a silver-white mask, emerging from the study with Grand Master Liang. The figure's back bore a striking resemblance to Qi Yunzhang, leaving Liang Zhiyu momentarily stunned. "Mother, who is that?" "Elder Madam," he followed her gaze and replied, "Oh, that is the son of an old friend of your father, named Rong Sun from Wangzhou. He will be staying here for a few days." Meanwhile, Grand Master Liang appeared to have concluded his conversation with the young man and was approaching them. "Father, why is that guest wearing a mask?" Liang Zhiyu inquired, watching the man's retreating figure. "He is your Uncle Rong from Wangzhou. He suffered severe burns in a fire during his childhood, don't you remember?" Liang Zhiyu vaguely recalled such a person, so it was he, not someone else. Since he was her brother Rong Sun, she felt it was only proper to pay her respects later. "Your brother Rong Sun dislikes being seen after his injuries, and he is here for important matters. Do not disturb him," Grand Master Liang advised. Liang Zhiyu could only respond yes. That night, perhaps due to the striking similarity between Rong Sun and Qi Yunzhang's figure seen during the day, Liang Zhiyu found herself unable to sleep, her mind filled with thoughts of him. A soft sigh escaped from the curtains. Liang Zhiyu rose, donned a cloak, and leaned against the window, gazing dreamily at the blooming white plums in the courtyard. Clusters of white plums stood proudly on the branches, appearing ethereal under the bright moonlight. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the plums to sway, while snowflakes danced down, gently landing on the blossoms, exuding a soft glow. The wind carried a faint fragrance of plums, reminiscent of the scent of spring amid snow, associated with Qi Yunzhang. Snowflakes brushed against Liang Zhiyu's cheeks, alternating between coolness and warmth. Was the snow in her dreams truly warm? As the snowy scene gradually faded, Liang Zhiyu slowly opened her eyes, revealing a silent darkness around her, with strands of plum fragrance wafting in from outside the curtains. She rose to lift the curtains, noticing the window ajar from the cold wind, with the white plums swaying in the storm outside. The fragrant snow had entered her room, swirling gently. Liang Zhiyu sighed softly, barefooted as she stepped down from the bed, treading upon the unmelted snowflakes, and slowly closed the window. She then lit a candle, contemplatively gazing at the flickering flame. Due to the chill of the night, she fell ill the following day. Feverish, coughing, dizzy, and weak, Elder Madam he summoned a physician, who prescribed remedies. However, after several attempts to coax Liang Zhiyu to take the medicine, she repeatedly vomited, unable to keep even a drop down. Grand Master Liang went to the palace to summon Imperial Physician Kong, and after a lengthy examination, they toiled until deep into the night. Fortunately, Liang Zhiyu finally managed to swallow the medicine and fell into a deep sleep. Grand Master Liang and Elder Madam he left, feeling relieved, leaving Xiaohua to watch over her. As night deepened, Xiaohua, stationed by Liang Zhiyu's bedside, caught a comforting warm fragrance and could no longer resist the pull of sleep.
Moments later.
A narrow gap suddenly opened in the tightly shut window, and seeing Xiaohua unaware, a figure outside gently pushed the window open and leaped inside. It was Rong Sun, clad in dark attire and wearing a silver-white mask. He quietly approached Liang Zhiyu's bedside, lifting the curtain to gaze silently at her. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to place his hand on her forehead, seemingly checking if her fever had subsided. Feeling that her forehead was no longer burning, he sighed in relief, gently tucking her blanket before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Zhiyu had not been asleep. Sensing his departure, she quickly reached out and grasped his left arm. She was not ill, she was feigning sickness to draw him near. Rong Sun quickened his pace, but Liang Zhiyu tightened her grip, her hand sliding from his arm to his palm, ultimately holding onto him firmly. With no way to escape, Rong Sun had to remain with his back to her. Liang Zhiyu circled in front of him, her right hand still gripping him tightly as her left hand reached for his mask. Rong Sun appeared to want to evade her, but she held on tenaciously, and ultimately, he relented, allowing her to remove his mask. As the mask slipped away, it revealed an extraordinarily handsome face, a small red mole at the center of his brow resembling a plum blossom blooming amidst frost. Liang Zhiyu's hands trembled slightly as she tenderly caressed his features, warm tears streaming down her cheeks, accompanied by muffled sobs. "You have finally returned." Unable to maintain his composure any longer, he enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly. They remained in silence, wrapped in each other's embrace. After a long while, Qi Yunzhang gently released her, his gaze filled with unspoken words, filled with reluctance. Liang Zhiyu softly said, "I understand. You must have your reasons. We should go, lest we be discovered." Qi Yunzhang nodded slightly, retreating slowly, disappearing into the night outside. Chapter 89. The Rising Wind. Miraculously, Liang Zhiyu's illness had completely healed by the following day, astonishing everyone in the household. When faced with the puzzled expressions of Grand Master Liang and Elder Madam He, Imperial Physician Kong merely chuckled. "A heart ailment requires a heart remedy. As Yuer has resolved her inner turmoil, there is no longer a need for my intervention." Liang Zhiyu could only smile, refraining from speaking further. Qi Yunzhang stayed in the estate for 3 days, engaging in discussions with Grand Master Liang in the study, the content of which remained unknown to others. Liang Zhiyu noticed that after Qi Yunzhang's departure, Grand Master Liang appeared troubled, often frowning, and visiting the Rong Prince's palace more frequently than before. Although she had attempted to probe further, each time she was met with Grand Master Liang's evasive responses regarding state affairs. It seemed that her father, Qi Yunzhang, and Qi Yunyang were conspiring in a perilous matter, wishing to keep her uninvolved. Meanwhile, the outwardly compliant Qi Yunxian was also embroiled in a scheme. Ning Wangfei, Lady Yu, had been bedridden for days after witnessing the gruesome death of Song Yanji during the autumn hunt. It was said that Ning Wang had summoned all the imperial physicians and folk healers, yet none could cure her. Finally, a guest suggested that perhaps the Wangfei had been cursed. Thus, Ning Wang sought the guidance of the Dunhua Temple on Gushan. He invited several masters from Dunhua Temple to his estate to perform rituals for Lady Yu. Perhaps sincerity begets miracles. Lady Yu's condition unexpectedly improved, and she was able to rise and walk again. Ning Wang was overjoyed and donated 100 taels of gold as offerings to Dunhua Temple, making other temples envious. This news spread throughout the capital, and everyone learned that the masters of Dunhua Temple possessed genuine abilities. In a short time, the once quiet Dunhua Temple became busier than Xianghua Temple. When Liang Zhiyu learned of this from Xiaohua, she felt a vague unease. She had previously discussed this matter with Qi Yunyang and Grand Master Liang, but none could discern its underlying significance. Just as they were unable to fathom Qi Yunxian's intentions, an ominous message arrived from the palace. The emperor had fainted during morning court due to a recurrence of old battle injuries, and the imperial physicians were in a state of panic, yet the emperor remained unresponsive. Instantly, the court officials were thrown into disarray. The crown prince has yet to be established, and tensions are escalating between Prince Rong and Prince Ning. Should His Majesty fail to awaken this time, a conflict between the two princes is inevitable. The empress, acting decisively, ordered the imperial guards to encircle the hall of Chongzheng, permitting no one to enter or exit without her authorization. Beside the emperor's bed, his legitimate eldest son, Prince Rong, attended to his illness. Meanwhile, concubine Su, unwilling to yield, stood vigil outside the hall with Prince Ning, Princess Gong'en, and Princess Fuan, ready at all times. When Liang Zhiyu heard this news, she was taken aback. In her previous life, the emperor's old injury did not resurface until the autumn of the following year. In the spring of that year, on the day of Longtade, the emperor issued an edict proclaiming Prince Rong as the crown prince. In the autumn of the same year, Prince Ning bribed the commander of the imperial guards to instigate a palace coup, imprisoning the emperor, which led to the re-emergence of his old ailment. Could it be that something had occurred that she was unaware of? Or perhaps her alteration of the fate of the Duke of Wen has caused a shift in the entire chain of events. A storm is brewing, and the political situation is unstable. The sovereign has been in a coma for 3 days and nights, and the Imperial Medical Bureau dares not make a judgment on his chances of awakening. Qi Yunxian could no longer contain himself and, on the 4th day, disregarding concubine Su's objections, resolutely returned to his residence. He could not place his hopes for ascendance on an emperor whose consciousness was uncertain. Upon returning home, he immediately instructed Madame Yu to inform the Duke of Xinghua to mobilize all available troops to a location 10 miles outside the city, ready to heed his command. "My lord, what do you intend to do?" Madame Yu asked, trembling with apprehension, as she vaguely guessed Qi Yunxian's intentions. Qi Yunxian's eyes brimmed with fervor. "My father is gravely ill and may depart this world at any moment, while the Hall of Chongzheng is firmly under the control of the Empress and Prince Rong. Who knows when I might obtain a will, if I do not prepare early? Shall I wait until my elder brother ascends a throne and then bow to him? My lord, if His Majesty awakens and discovers you have mobilized troops, what will you do? Prince Rong and the Empress will certainly accuse you of conspiracy." The fervor in Qi Yunxian's eyes dimmed slightly. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Madame Yu hastily advised, "My lord, the monks at Dunhua Temple have already made arrangements, and that batch of assassins has arrived in the capital. We have laid our plans for so long, merely awaiting a suitable moment for implementation. Even if His Majesty were to pass away and Prince Rong obtains the will, would a prince who harms his brothers earn the recognition of the civil and military officials? If he can turn against his own siblings, could he not also turn against His Majesty? How did he come by the will? Was it coerced from my father? Is the matter of succession even legitimate? If we proceed with our original plan and frame the assassination of Prince Heng upon him, even if he possesses a will, we can still exploit the situation, rendering his claim unjustifiable, and then rise against him for a decisive strike." At this moment, Qi Yunxian calmed down. The princess was correct. Mobilizing troops now posed too great a risk and could easily backfire against him from Prince Rong. "What do you think I should do now?" Qi Yunxian inquired. After a moment of reflection, Madame Yu replied, "In critical moments, one must understand what the enemy is contemplating. My lord, what do you believe Prince Rong is currently plotting?" Qi Yunxian responded, "He is likely doing precisely what he is now, remaining steadfastly by our father's side. Should our father awaken, he may demonstrate his filial piety to gain our father's favor. If our father were to pass, he and the Empress would be the only ones privy to the Emperor's last words, determining to whom the throne is to be bequeathed." Madame Yu pondered. On the surface, this appears to be the case. However, it is curious that both the Empress and the Prince have remained outside the hall, and the Empress has not expelled them. If they truly feared that our father might depart this world and had intentions to forge a will, should they not have kept the Empress and the Prince at a distance? After all, when our father passes, you would not remain idle. Qi Yunxian nodded slowly. It is indeed peculiar. During the autumn hunt, our father was healthy and vigorous. How could he suddenly fall into a coma now, with such dire consequences? Madame Yu anxiously paced, her hand clutching her handkerchief, lost in thought, until she suddenly turned and asked, "My lord, do you think His Majesty's illness could be artificial?" Qi Yunxian inquired. "What leads you to that conclusion?" She replied, "I merely find this matter suspicious. Our father's old injury has persisted for many years, and the physicians have checked his pulse daily. On the day before his collapse, they found no signs of deterioration. How could he have succumbed to such severe illness in just a day?" Qi Yunxian furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that our father was poisoned? Or—" Madame Yu gently shook her head, a cold smile playing on her lips. "No. What I mean is that a discerning individual would certainly uncover inconsistencies in this matter regarding our father. Why not leverage the situation to our advantage? Regardless of whether our father's old injury has recurred or he has been harmed by another, no matter how Prince Rong and the Empress scheme, with a little maneuvering, we can convince everyone that our father was harmed by Prince Rong. A prince who has committed fratricide, even with cover and scheming, might still ascend to the throne. But a prince who has committed the heinous act of patricide, what chance would he have of ruling? Would the officials support him? The fervent gleam in Qi Yunxian's eyes intensified. Princess, you truly are my astute partner. This night, I must have a word with the physicians. Chapter 90. The open struggle following the emperor's coma. He was treated by Physician Kong, with other physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau assisting him. Each day, after the palace gates were locked, Physician Kong would stay overnight at the Imperial Medical Bureau, seeking remedies and preparing medicines, while 2 attending physicians remained by the emperor's side. On this night, the physicians on duty at the hall of Chongzheng were Physician Wei and Physician Su. According to protocol, the attending physicians were to change shifts with Physician Kong at the hour of Yu, yet for some unknown reason, the 2 physicians arrived only at the second quarter of that hour. The empress, slightly displeased, asked, Physicians Wei and Su, why the delay? Both physicians, drenched in sweat, replied, Your Majesty, please forgive us. We were delayed by pressing matters at home. On our way to the palace, we encountered a brawl among the common people, which caused us to lose time. We beg your forgiveness. Oh, what a coincidence. The empress felt this was quite the coincidence, but seeing the 2 physicians' fearful expressions, it did not appear to be a ruse. In that case, let this be the last time. Quickly, attend to His Majesty and check his pulse. Upon seeing the empress show no sign of grievance, the 2 physicians bowed repeatedly as they approached the bed of the ailing emperor to check his pulse. After alternating their examinations, they exchanged anxious glances, causing the hearts of the empress and Prince Rong to tighten. Physician, why do you appear so restless? Could it be that father? Qi Yunyang inquired urgently. Physician Wei hurriedly waved his hand. No, Your Highness, you worry too much. I am merely anxious about when His Majesty will awaken. Physician Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and concurred. Yes, rest assured, Your Highness. His Majesty is not in grave danger. Qi Yunyang and the Empress let out a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment of their relaxation, Wei and Su quickly exchanged another glance. After a moment of thought, Physician Wei stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, you have been by the hall of Chongzheng without leaving. Your health may suffer. I see that your complexion is pale and lacking vitality. It may be due to overexertion, resulting in a deficiency of qi and blood. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Physician Su added, Indeed, Your Majesty, His Majesty's prolonged unconsciousness requires your leadership in the palace. If you were to collapse at this moment, it would lead to chaos across the realm. The Empress had been deeply worried for several days, unable to rest, constantly by the Emperor's side, and she was indeed on the verge of exhaustion. Realizing her frail condition, Qi Yunyang urged, Mother, you should return to the palace and rest. I will be here with the physicians, and the Imperial Guards are stationed outside the hall. Nothing will go amiss. The Empress hesitated. But what of Prince Ning? He returned to his residence today. I do not know his intentions. If he suddenly attacks the hall of Chongzheng, I fear that only you, Qi Yunyang, will be unable to withstand it. Qi Yunyang understood her concerns and reassured her, Mother, do not worry. The Imperial Guards are here. No one dares to act recklessly. The Empress wished to say more when suddenly, she felt dizzy and weak, her body slumping down. Mother, Your Majesty. Qi Yunyang and the 2 imperial physicians hastily supported her. Physician Wei extended his hand to take her pulse and said, Your Majesty, the Empress is not gravely ill. It is merely that she has overexerted herself in recent days, compounded by excessive worry, which has led to her fainting. After a period of rest, she will awaken. Qi Yunyang quickly summoned 2 female officials to assist in escorting the Empress back to the Ci Yuan Hall. Once the Empress was safely dispatched, the 2 physicians exchanged a swift glance, preparing to initiate their next course of action. At that moment, Qi Yunyang appeared quite fatigued, standing pensively beside the Emperor's bed. Physician Su retrieved a fragrant sachet from his bosom and addressed Qi Yunyang, saying, Your Highness, your face bears the pallor of exhaustion, and your eyes are darkened. It seems you 2 are quite weary. The night is long, and you refuse to rest. This sachet, specially crafted by the Imperial Hospital, contains various medicinal herbs. Inhaling its fragrance can invigorate your senses and clear your mind, allowing you to feel more refreshed. Qi Yunyang glanced at the sachet, accepted it, and took a whiff. The refreshing aroma indeed awakened his drowsy mind, prompting him to attach it to his waist before sitting at the table. However, as he inhaled the scent, while it initially stimulated his senses, he soon began to feel drowsy and unable to resist, lost consciousness. Physician Su cautiously approached, softly calling out, "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Noticing his lack of response, both Physicians Wei and Su exchanged serious glances before advancing towards the unconscious emperor. When Qi Yunyang regained consciousness, he found himself reclining in a warm chair, the daylight streaming in. Startled, he exclaimed, "What time is it?" Physician Su, who was administering medicine to the emperor, promptly replied, "Your Highness, it is now 1/4 the hour of Chen." "How audacious! Why was I not awakened?" Qi Yunyang exclaimed, hurriedly throwing off the fur blanket and striding to the emperor's side. "Did father exhibit any abnormalities last night?" Physician Su responded, "In reply to your Highness, the emperor remains unchanged." Qi Yunyang breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly noticed that Physician Wei was absent and inquired, "Where is Physician Wei?" Physician Su, with a hint of unease, replied, "Physician Wei has gone to change. He will return shortly." Qi Yunyang, suspecting nothing amiss, observed Physician Su's clumsy attempts to administer the medicine and kindly offered, "Let me do it." Physician Su was more than willing, swiftly handing him the bowl of medicine. Just as Qi Yunyang took the bowl with his left hand and reached for the jade spoon with his right, he was startled by a commotion outside the hall. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What is happening?" Physician Su did not respond but rose with a complex expression, preparing to open the door and investigate. Suddenly, an inner court attendant burst in. "Your Highness, it is dire. The second prince has brought many ministers and is confronting the imperial guard outside, claiming that you have poisoned the emperor and demanding that the empress imprison you."
"What?"
Qi Yunyang sprang to his feet, setting down the bowl and immediately stepping outside to confront the situation. Physician Su shrank back, glancing at the emperor lying on the dragon bed before hastily following Qi Yunyang out. Outside the hall, a crowd had already gathered, Qi Yunxian and a dozen supporting ministers, including the Duke of Zhen and the Grand Tutor Li, along with the ever-watchful concubine Su, Princess Gong'an and Princess Fuan. They formed a line, facing Qi Yunyang, who stood opposite the armed imperial guards. Knowing their intentions were sinister, Qi Yunyang first instructed a nearby palace, made to inform the empress. Then turned to Qi Yunxian with a fierce voice, "Second brother, you have no summons from father, yet you bring so many ministers to the Chongqing Hall. What is your true intention? Do you seek to rebel?" The word rebel carried significant weight, causing several officials behind Qi Yunxian to shudder. Nevertheless, Qi Yunxian, having prepared thoroughly, stood undaunted. He arrogantly pointed at Qi Yunyang and declared, "What am I here for? I am here to expose your treasonous plot to murder father and usurp the throne before everyone, to rescue father and restore the truth to the court." Qi Yunyang was both furious and astonished. "You speak nonsense. Since father fell ill, I have diligently cared for him. When have I ever harmed him? You are slandering me without basis." Qi Yunxian smugly replied, "Elder brother, do you think that by bribing physicians, you can deceive the heavens and the earth?" With that, he gestured, and the ministers parted, revealing a hesitant Physician Wei, who cautiously stepped forward. "Elder brother, Physician Wei has confessed to me that you instructed him to poison Father's medicine and bribed Physician Kong to fabricate the appearance of Father's old injuries re-emerging." Qi Yunyang was taken aback. "Physician Wei, you? What is the meaning of this? When did I instruct you to poison? When did I bribe Physician Kong? Clearly, father fainted due to the resurgence of his old injuries, and this Physician Wei was perfectly fine last night." He paused momentarily but quickly grasped the situation as he observed Qi Yunxian's elaborate setup. He had been framed. Seeing that Qi Yunyang was momentarily speechless, Qi Yunxian pressed, "Have you nothing to say? Elder brother, confess now. If you relent, perhaps you can still save your princely residence." Baseless accusations. Deceptive words. A commanding female voice rang out from a distance. It was the Empress, accompanied by Prince Xu and Princess Xu, hurrying over. The ministers behind Qi Yunxian immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress." Having heard of the Empress's condition, Prince Xu and Princess Xu had entered the palace early to pay their respects. Fortuitously encountering a palace maid delivering the news, the second prince was confronting the first prince at the Chongqing Hall, accusing him of plotting against the emperor, prompting their swift arrival. Seeing the empress arrive, Qi Yunxian remained unfazed, feigning concern as he bowed, "Your Majesty, your health is not well. Why have you come here? You should rest more. Allow me and the ministers to apprehend the true assailant behind Father's harm, and I shall report to you afterwards." The Empress approached Qi Yunyang, not even sparing him a glance, nor allowing the ministers to rise, and sternly stated, "If I do not come, would this palace not fall under your command?" She cast a cold glance at the ministers kneeling behind Qi Yunxian. "What a grand display, what a meticulous plan, second prince." With an impassive demeanor, Qi Yunxian retorted, "The first prince is the villain who poisoned father, and he is also your own son, your majesty. If I did not bring more people, what would you do when you favor the first prince and act unjustly?" The empress coldly replied, "Can you condemn the first prince based solely on Physician Wei's word? How do I know that you have not bribed Physician Wei to provide false testimony against him? Where is Physician Kong? As the head of the imperial hospital, he understands the emperor's condition best. I do not trust any other physician's words," she asserted. Qi Yunxian responded, "Your Majesty, I have already stated that Physician Kong has been bribed by the first prince to conceal the truth of the emperor's poisoning and fabricate the appearance of an old injury re-emerging. Before I arrived, I had him apprehended, and once the true culprit is caught, he will be turned over to the Ministry of Justice." The empress was furious. "How dare you? Who gives you the authority? How can a prince act on his own to arrest a physician?" Qi Yunxian dismissed her anger. "Your Majesty, urgency is paramount. With father unconscious, and you closely related to the culprit, for the sake of father's safety, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Once father awakens, I shall seek his forgiveness." This was an outright disregard for the empress, acting first and reporting later. After saying this, he turned to the silent Prince Shu and asked, "Your royal uncle, if you discovered that my father was in danger, would you not act similarly?" Prince Shu, unaware of the truth, simply frowned but remained silent. The empress was enraged, finding it hard to believe that the second prince would be so audacious. As if the throne was within his grasp after today. Seeing her distress, Qi Yunxian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Since your Majesty does not trust Physician Wei's words, shall we seek other evidence?" The empress and Qi Yunyang exchanged puzzled glances. What other incriminating evidence had he arranged? Qi Yunxian slowly spoke, "If I recall correctly, it is time for father to take his medicine. Since father fell unconscious, all the decoctions have been handled by the first prince. According to Physician Wei, the first prince was the one who poisoned the medicine. The bowl used by father should still be in the hall. May I ask if your Majesty can summon all the physicians from the imperial hospital to examine the bowl and jade spoon used by the emperor?" Qi Yunyang's heart raced. A vague unease dawning upon him regarding the bowl of medicine consumed that morning. Noticing the change in his expression, the empress inquired softly, "Younger, is there something amiss?" Qi Yunyang, with a troubled demeanor, replied in hushed tones, "I suspect that the medicine father emperor ingested this morning has been tampered with." Observing their whispered conversation, Qi Yunxian loudly interjected, "What is this? Is the Prince of Rome afraid to allow the imperial physician to investigate? Are you fearful that the poison may be uncovered, leaving you with no explanation?" Upon hearing Qi Yunxian's accusations, the kneeling ministers voiced in unison, "We beseech Her Majesty the Empress to permit an examination by the imperial physician." Indeed, they were prepared. Even the Empress could not evade the ministers' demands. "Your Majesty," the aged Duke of State exclaimed with a commanding tone, "I believe Prince Ning speaks the truth. Why do you hesitate? Are you in collusion with His Highness the Prince of Rome?" With this elder's words, the other ministers felt emboldened, echoing, "Your Majesty. Simply summon the imperial physician to inspect the medicine bowl to ascertain the truth. Why do you hesitate? Your Majesty, if you shield His Highness the Prince of Rome, would it not be a betrayal to His Majesty?" A minister dared to speculate. "Might it be, as the Duke suggests, that you and the Prince of Rome are in cahoots?" The Empress found herself trapped, pressured by a prince and ministers alike. You all, how dare you challenge my authority? Do you wish to bring about my demise?" The Empress felt a surge of blood, dizziness overwhelming her as the world spun around her. Qi Yunyang and Princess Shu hurried to support her. Struggling to breathe, the Empress commanded the commander of the Imperial Guard, Commander Du, "You must stop them. Without my command, no one shall enter the Chongjing Hall." According to the laws of the realm, when the emperor was incapacitated, the Imperial Guard was to follow the Empress's orders. However, given the current situation, Prince Ning and the ministers clearly held the upper hand, rendering the Empress's command feeble. Though Commander Du stood firm with his sword drawn, he found himself in a quandary. Qi Yunxian, with a serious expression but excitement gleaming in his eyes, stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, I am aware that my elder brother intends to assassinate our father and usurp the throne, and I have come with the civil and military officials to rescue him. Yet you have deliberately obstructed us. To protect the state, I must offend you." He advanced closer to Commander Du, his neck inching nearer to the blade. Although Commander Du appeared unyielding, he was internally anxious, unsure of how to proceed. Just as Qi Yunxian's neck was a mere inch from the blade, he shouted, "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to shield the Prince of Rome, disregarding his majesty and the realm?" The ministers behind him once again bowed in supplication, "Your Majesty." Chapter 92. The palace siege. With Prince Ning's intimidation and the minister's support, the Empress and the Prince of Rome found themselves isolated and helpless. At this critical juncture, a resonant voice broke the tense standoff. "Hold." The venerable Minister Liang, accompanied by several prominent officials, hastily arrived, standing silently behind the Empress and the Prince of Rome. Upon being informed by the palace maid, the Empress had dispatched news to Minister Liang as well. "Prince Ning, it seems you are attempting a coup." Although Minister Liang had not grasped the nuances of their earlier exchanges, he quickly assessed the situation. Qi Yunxian proclaimed, "Minister Liang, I have uncovered that our father was harmed by the Prince of Rome, with Imperial Physician Wei as witness. You arrive uninvited. Are you here to exonerate the Prince of Rome?" Minister Liang calmly replied, "I come on the authority of the Empress, which is fundamentally different from your unauthorized intrusion." "Prince Ning." Qi Yunxian momentarily found himself at a loss for words, but quickly regained focus. "Minister Liang, my urgency to protect His Majesty led to this lapse in decorum. Once I apprehend the Prince of Rome and rescue father, I shall seek forgiveness. There is no need for further discussion. Step aside." Rather than yielding, Minister Liang advanced a step, countering, "May I inquire, Prince Ning, who has determined the charge of the Prince of Rome conspiring against His Majesty? All evidence and testimony should be submitted to the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review." Qi Yunxian asserted, "In times of urgency, I intend to seize the Prince of Rome and then submit the matter for judicial review." Minister Liang retorted, "Oh, in that case, you should present all evidence and testimonies to Her Majesty, allowing her to make a decision, after which the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review may jointly investigate. The current commotion suggests that you are impatiently disregarding the law and seeking to act against the law yourself. If I recall correctly, His Majesty is unwell and unable to manage affairs of state, and until the heir is established, the entire palace should regard the Empress with utmost respect. Why does it now appear that you, Prince Ning, are the one to be respected?" Minister Liang's implication was clear. Prince Ning had overstepped his bounds, usurping authority that did not belong to him. Qi Yunxian, undeterred, coldly scoffed, "Minister Liang, your insistence on the Empress's authority serves only to protect the Prince of Rome.
Today,
I shall apprehend the perpetrator who harmed our father." With that declaration, he suddenly stepped forward, startling Commander Du into retreat. After all, Commander Du dared not harm a prince. And given the circumstances, if Prince Ning truly captured the Prince of Rome, the throne would likely fall to him. Commander Du, being a strategist, feigned indecision, calling out to the Empress, "Your Majesty, what should we do?" while continuing to retreat. The Empress, growing frantic, urged, "Stop him." Yet Commander Du continued to back away, struggling. "But he is still Prince Ning. I cannot use my blade." In the midst of their exchange, Commander Du found himself 2 or 3 steps back, standing before the Empress. The guard stationed at Chongjing Hall, witnessing the commander's retreat, began to withdraw as well, threatening to drive the Empress and her party into the hall. Minister Liang called out, "Prince Ning, to force the Empress is akin to rebellion. Are you not afraid of His Majesty's wrath upon awakening?" Qi Yunxian retorted with feigned righteousness, "I act to protect His Majesty. My conscience is clear." Leading the ministers and concubine Su, he advanced step by step, cornering the Empress and her entourage into Chongjing Hall. In a state of fury, the Empress clutched her chest with one hand while pointing at him with the other, yet words failed her. Once within the hall, Qi Yunxian gestured, and individuals rushed forward to seize the half-consumed bowl of medicine from the table. Qi Yunyang attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch in regret. Qi Yunxian triumphantly received the bowl, instructing another to summon all the imperial physicians from the hospital, as he intended to demonstrate before all that the medicine had been poisoned by Qi Yunyang, thus implicating him in regicide. After a brief interval, several on-duty imperial physicians hurried in. Confidently, Qi Yunxian presented the bowl. "I implore the esteemed physicians to examine whether this bowl contains any substances harmful to the emperor's health." The bewildered physicians glanced between the smug Prince Ning and the visibly distressed Empress, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, they retrieved silver needles and other instruments, beginning their meticulous examination. All present in the hall observed the physician's every move, the atmosphere charged with tension. While Prince Ning appeared composed, the Prince of Rome, save for Minister Liang, exhibited palpable anxiety. After the physicians conducted their examinations, they huddled together in hushed conversation before an elder physician, Sun, stepped forward, announcing, "Your Majesty, Prince Ning. We unanimously conclude that this bowl contains a tonic for invigorating qi and nourishing blood, designed to heal old injuries, with no harmful substances present." "What did you say?" "You must be mistaken?" Qi Yunxian's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in urgency. The Empress and Qi Yunyang, whose hearts had been suspended in anxiety, finally exhaled in relief. Physician Sun reiterated, to report to Prince Ning, "We have thoroughly examined the medicine, and it is indeed a remedy for healing old wounds, with no issues whatsoever." Qi Yunxian struggled to comprehend the revelation, retreating a few steps in disbelief, while concubine Su displayed a hint of panic on her face. "Xianer, what now?" They had just secured their victory, pressing the Empress closely, yet now they find themselves unable to subdue Prince Rong, and the situation has suddenly reversed. Qi Yunxian's mind was in turmoil, and he paid no heed to her words, muttering, "This cannot be.
"It cannot be."
What did His Highness clearly state?" Although his voice was barely audible, Master Liang still caught the words and questioned him. Qi Yunxian fell silent, offering no response. Master Liang continued, "I have always been curious. Your Highness, why were you so certain that the medicine was poisoned? Now that the imperial physician has confirmed it to be safe, your incredulity is indeed suspect." The Empress added, "I share the same sentiment." Qi Yunxian glared at him venomously, replying coldly, "I possess the testimony of Physician Wei, which proves that Prince Rong truly poisoned our father. It is only natural for me to assume that the medicine prepared today was also tainted. Perhaps Prince Rong was too hasty and did not have time to act." Qi Yunyang scoffed, "Second brother, do you not think your claims are rather far-fetched?" Qi Yunxian retorted, "Elder brother, even if this medicine can be proven to be safe, how do you explain Physician Wei's testimony? Am I to assume that I instructed him to frame you? Why not consider that you might have urged Physician Wei to implicate Prince Rong?" A commanding voice rang out from the dragon throne, resonating within the hall and causing everyone to tremble. With this utterance, all present stood frozen, engulfed in shock. The Empress was the first to regain her composure, turning around with delight, "Your Majesty." The crowd instinctively parted into two lines, turning to face the Emperor seated on the dragon throne. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." All the ministers exclaimed in unison as they knelt in trepidation. The Empress and Qi Yunyang rushed to the Emperor's side, anxiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, are you well?" "Father, how do you feel?" The Emperor calmly rose from the throne, responding gently, "I am quite well." Hearing this, the Empress's long-held anxiety finally dissipated. She clutched her chest with one hand while linking her arm with the Emperor's, tears streaming down her face. Qi Yunyang reassured her, "Mother, father is fine. You need not worry." The Emperor patted the Empress's shoulder in comfort and then addressed the kneeling ministers. "All of you may rise. Prince Ning, concubine Su, as well as Prince Rong and the Empress, remain. The rest shall wait outside the hall." The commander of the Imperial Guards, Du, felt a jolt of alarm, beads of sweat forming on his palms as he hastily knelt, clasping his hands. "I will not fail my duty."
With that,
the anxious faction of Prince Ning and the spirited faction of Prince Rong bowed and exited the hall. The doors gradually closed, and the Emperor approached Qi Yunxian. Qi Yunxian was still in a state of disbelief, standing rigidly, staring at him incredulously, his lips trembling as he finally uttered weakly, "Father." Concubine Su, in a state of extreme anxiety, urged, "Your Majesty, you, silence." The Emperor commanded, his voice booming. Concubine Su, panicked, immediately knelt, bowing her head and trembling. The Emperor's gaze was filled with a murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on Qi Yunxian, the weight of imperial authority pressing down like a mountain, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. "Xianer, you must be wondering why I have awakened, correct?" His tone was unchanged, devoid of emotion, as though he were merely inquiring about a trivial matter. Yet the more he spoke, the more Qi Yunxian felt a chill run down his spine. Father. He was indeed puzzled. He had held the families of both Physicians Wei and Su hostage, commanding them to poison the medicine so that the Emperor would never awaken. Yet here stood the emperor, vibrant and questioning him. The emperor's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of his thoughts as he spoke solemnly. Let me clarify. I did indeed suffer a relapse of an old ailment and lost consciousness during morning court, but thanks to Physician Kang's treatment, I regained consciousness the following day. However, I learned from Physician Kang about your and Yang Yu's actions during my unconsciousness. I was keen to see how you would act had I truly suffered a grave incident. The emperor turned away, exhaling softly, and continued. Thus, I discreetly instructed the Imperial Medical Bureau to keep this matter concealed, including from the Empress. I did not expect you to be so audacious as to send people to invade the residences of Physicians Wei and Su, taking their wives and children hostage, commanding them to poison me and implicate your elder brother. Fortunately, the two physicians managed to devise a way to divert the Empress and Prince Rong last night, reporting your conspiracy to me in detail and cooperating with me to lead you into a trap. Father. Qi Yunxian collapsed to the ground, trembling as he spoke. Your son, was merely anxious. The medicine I gave to the physicians would only induce a deep slumber. It would not endanger life. Father, I truly would not harm anyone. I only found it intolerable that my elder brother was favored. My elder brother possesses neither the literary nor martial prowess that I do. Yet because he is the son of the Empress and the legitimate heir, you regard him highly, intending to cultivate him as the crown prince. The officials and the third prince support and pledge loyalty to him. Forgive me for speaking frankly, if my elder brother were truly worthy of this responsibility. Why have you yet to establish a crown prince? I am merely discontent that someone unworthy, through mere fortune, can easily occupy that position. If my elder brother possessed the extraordinary capabilities of the third prince, achieving great feats on horseback and benefiting the world off it, I would certainly support him wholeheartedly, without any ill intention. As Qi Yunxian spoke, he became increasingly agitated. He had long concealed his ambition, but today, for the first time, he openly shared his deepest thoughts before the emperor. Silence. Unable to restrain herself any longer at his disparagement of Qi Yunyang, the empress interjected. You covet the position of crown prince, harboring ambitions for the throne, and yet you seek such grandiloquent excuses. If your elder brother truly surpasses you, you would not be so discontent. Rather, you would believe that had you been a legitimate son, raised with the emperor's careful guidance, you would surely excel him. No matter your elder brother's qualities, as long as you are not the legitimate son, not the crown prince, you will inevitably feel imbalanced and give rise to jealousy. Qi Yunxian remained expressionless on his knees, offering no reply to the empress's words. The emperor, with a stern countenance, silently regarded his son. A myriad of emotions flitting across his brow, murderous intent, disappointment, anger, and heartbreak. Finally, he sighed deeply, turning his back to Qi Yunxian and spoke slowly. I have always thought you a fitting prince. Though your temperament is not as magnanimous as your elder brother's and you lack the competence of your third brother in state affairs, you possess your own strengths, being both assertive and adept in competition. I once held great hopes for you, even considering overcoming the pressure from the civil officials to establish you as the crown prince. However, this time, you have truly disappointed me. Your desire for the throne far exceeds your bond of blood. To poison your father, to coerce your legitimate mother, to frame your own brothers, such a person, if truly ascended to the throne, would plunge the entire court into chaos, devoid of clarity. I shall never entrust the position of crown prince to you. Upon hearing these words, concubine Su seemed to be drained of all strength, her body gradually collapsing as silent tears streamed down her face. Qi Yunxian slowly lifted his head, a glimmer of light in his eyes, gazing up at his father, awaiting his judgment. At this juncture, he had no choice but to resign to his fate. Prince Ning Qi Yunxian has committed treason against the sovereign. He has shown disrespect to the empress and has betrayed the trust placed in him, unworthy of being a son or a minister. In consideration of past merits, I shall not impose a severe punishment, but I hereby strip you of your princely title, revoke all military and political powers, and confine you to your estate, forbidding you to leave without summons. Qi Yunxian slowly closed his eyes, bowing his head heavily to the ground. Your son, thank you for your immense grace, father. He understood that from this moment forth, he was forever severed from the prospect of becoming the crown prince. After the emperor's recovery, he reformed the court, diminishing the power of Qi Yunxian's faction. Aside from the veteran officials, such as Duke of the State, all those who appeared during the palace coup were subsequently demoted and penalized. In mid-month, the emperor and empress performed a ritual to the heavens and issued an edict, officially appointing the eldest prince, Qi Yunyang, as the crown prince, tasked with the responsibilities of the nation. The long-standing factional conflict between Prince Rong and Prince Ning culminated in Prince Rong ascending to the position of crown prince, while Prince Ning was deposed, bringing the matter to a close. Shortly after Qi Yunyang took charge of the Eastern Palace, he unexpectedly visited the residence of Grand Tutor Liang with his consort, Lady Hai. Qi Yuncha accompanied Grand Tutor Liang back to his residence under the guise of Rong Sun. Grand Tutor Liang instructed his servants to prepare a banquet, dismissing everyone else, and hosted them alongside Lady He and Liang Zhiyu. It was at this moment that Liang Zhiyu learned of Qi Yuncha's miraculous survival and the backstory of the emperor's trials for his two sons. As it turned out, on the day of the incident, Qi Yuncha was cornered by a dozen skilled assassins at the edge of a cliff with no way to retreat. Having visited Dunhua Temple to pray over the years, he was intimately familiar with the terrain of Gushan and knew that the numerous vines between the cliffs could potentially cushion his fall. Thus, he made a desperate leap off the cliff, grasping at a slim chance of survival. Although he fortuitously survived, he sustained severe injuries, including a torn arm and 3 fractured ribs. After losing consciousness for over an hour at the bottom of the cliff, he managed to hide in a concealed cave, where he fell into a deep slumber for a day and a night, until he was found by Yi Bei, who risked his life to climb down. Yi Bei secretly transported him to a hidden passage in the meditation chamber of Dunhua Temple, allowing him to evade the searches by the Dali Temple. He recuperated in the passage for over a month before he could barely wield a sword and only descended the mountain 3 months later. Everyone believed him to be dead, and Shi Yunxian lost the emperor's favor due to the incident during the autumn hunt concerning Song Yanji. Consequently, he discreetly sought out Grand Tutor Liang and took up residence in the Grand Tutor's estate as Rong Sun, revealing the matter only to Qi Yunxian. This was done both to avoid drawing attention and to facilitate the collection of evidence against Qi Yunxian's attempts on his life. Later, upon discovering some leads, Qi Yuncha, along with Yi Bei, ventured out of the city to investigate. Meanwhile, the emperor feigned a serious illness, providing Qi Yunxian an opportunity to pressure the empress. And events unfolded as they had previously. Now, with Qi Yunxian confined to his residence and Qi Yunyang successfully ascending to the position of crown prince, everything seemed to have settled. Qi Yunyang raised his cup and expressed joy, stating, "With Yuncha safely returned, I now preside over the Eastern Palace." Although we have yet to uncover evidence regarding the attempted assassination of Yuncha by the second prince, he currently lacks the power to strike, and the situation is resolved. I propose a toast to express my gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. He then drank deeply and turned to Qi Yuncha, saying, "During your absence, both father and mother were heartbroken. If there are no pressing matters, please return to the palace soon. They remain unaware of your survival, and their hearts are heavy with sorrow." Lady Hai chimed in, "Indeed, Yuncha, once you return to the palace, you must promptly petition father and mother to find you a principal consort. Surely, you do not wish for Miss Liang to wait several more years?" Both Qi Yuncha and Liang Zhiyu exchanged a glance in surprise, their faces betraying shy smiles. Grand Tutor Liang and Lady He exchanged awkward coughs and raised their cups in silent agreement. After the jest, Qi Yuncha's expression grew serious once more. Qi Yunxian inquired, "Yuncha, are you worried that father and mother may not approve? Rest assured, my sister-in-law and I will advocate for you and Miss Liang." Liang Zhiyu, perceiving Qi Yuncha's concerns, cautioned, "Your Highness, Yuncha fears that the second prince may pose a future threat to you. We must remain vigilant, for the Duke of the State's influence is formidable, and as long as his power exists, he retains the opportunity to retaliate." Qi Yuncha concurred. "Elder brother, the second prince's willingness to act against both me and father indicates his considerable ambition. He will not relent unless pushed to the brink." Upon hearing this, Qi Yunxian's smile faded, and he set down his cup, frowning in contemplation. "Indeed, it appears I have been overly complacent." Grand Tutor Liang added, "Your Highness, I too share the sentiments expressed by Prince Heng. The Eastern Palace's power remains unstable, and we cannot afford to be careless. Moreover, forgive my frankness, Your Highness, but you must exercise utmost caution regarding the commander of the Imperial Guards." At the mention of the commander, Liang Ziyu's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of alarm crossing her gaze, which did not escape Qi Yuncha's notice. Qi Yunyang, perplexed, asked, "Why should we be wary of the commander of the Imperial Guards?" Grand Tutor Liang stroked his beard and replied slowly, "I recall that on the day the second prince and his minister pressured the palace, Commander Du led dozens of imperial guards with weapons at the front of the hall. The Empress had ordered them to be stopped. Your Highness Hung, if you were the commander, how would you respond? Qi Yuncha replied, the Empress's command is equivalent to a military order. A military order is as solid as a mountain. Even if it meant bloodshed, I would not retreat. Grand Tutor Liang nodded. Precisely. Yet this Commander Du, under the pressure of the second prince's questions and intimidation, retreated step by step, allowing them to invade the Chongjing Hall, causing a tremendous uproar. This clearly indicates that Commander Du is of weak resolve. He likely believed the second prince was gaining power and thus opportunistically extended a favor to him, securing a retreat for himself. Having heard Grand Tutor Liang's analysis, Qi Yunyang recalled Commander Du's actions that day, realizing the truth of his words, and clenched his fists in frustration. Liang Zhiyu remarked, the imperial guards guard the palace walls. If their commander is indecisive, the safety of the emperor and empress is indeed concerning. If your highness could place a trusted military confidant in that position to command the imperial guards, one could rest easy. In the previous life, Qi Yunxian colluded with the commander of the imperial guards, joining forces with the Duke of the State to rebel. If in this life the crown prince could secure control over the imperial guards, perhaps that bloody coup could be averted. Qi Yunyang nodded gently in agreement. Miss Liang makes a valid point. Having someone like Commander Du leading the imperial guards is unsettling for both father and me. However, I currently lack a suitable candidate to take his place. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he turned to Qi Yuncha. Yuncha, what if I propose to father that you take command of the imperial guards? 2 years prior, when Qi Yuncha was dispatched to the frontier to quell unrest, the emperor bestowed upon him 50,000 elite cavalry. Upon returning to the capital, these troops remained under his command, stationed 50 miles outside the city, awaiting the emperor's orders. In terms of military capability, he indeed represents the best candidate to replace the commander of the imperial guards. However, Qi Yuncha firmly responded, that would be unwise. Qi Yunyang, astonished, asked, why would it be unwise? Qi Yuncha explained, elder brother, the actions of the Duke of the State and Commander Du on the day of the palace coup were witnessed by father. The fact that father did not take action against them afterward indicates he has other plans. If we were to unilaterally remove Commander Du, would that not disrupt his strategy? Moreover, you have just assumed control of the Eastern Palace. Hastily proposing to impeach the commander could provide a pretext for the Duke of the State and others to accuse you of harboring ulterior motives, thereby sowing discord between you and father. Upon hearing Qi Yuncha's reasoning, Liang Zhiyu realized that she had been too hasty in her thoughts and stood to apologize. Your Highness, it was my impulsiveness. I should not have spoken so recklessly. Qi Yunyang dismissed her concern with a wave. It is of no matter. Sister Yu is merely looking out for me. He then turned back to Qi Yuncha. So, what do you believe we should do now? Qi Yuncha lowered his gaze, contemplating briefly before responding. I believe we need to place a spy near Commander Du, closely monitoring his every move. Should we discover any connections between him and the second prince's faction, we must sever those ties immediately and remain vigilant. Liang Zhiyu added, in addition to the commander of the imperial guards, we must also be wary of the Duke of the State and the second prince's influence within the military, particularly regarding the Duke. After all, the former Princess Ning was the granddaughter of the Duke of Zhen. Should the second prince contemplate rebellion, the Duke would undoubtedly rally his forces to assist. In a moment of urgency, she inadvertently voiced her thoughts about insurrection, prompting a table full of puzzled glances directed at her. Particularly, Qi Yunchao's eyes were filled with confusion, laced with a hint of complexity. Haisher inquired, Miss Liang, judging by your tone, do you firmly believe that the second prince will conspire with the Duke of Zhen to rebel? What leads you to that conclusion? Qi Yunyang added, though the second prince is ruthless, rebellion is an egregious crime. Given his cautious nature, it seems unlikely that he would take such a perilous risk. If he truly harbored such intentions, he would have acted during our father's coma, as we were completely unprepared then. At a loss for words, Liang Zhiyu sighed internally, contemplating whether she should disclose that Qi Yunxian indeed rebelled in her previous life. Observing her distress, Qi Yunchao spoke up. Zhiyu is speculating that the second prince may feel cornered, potentially leading him to gamble everything in a moment of impulsiveness. However, I also believe there is a possibility that he might indeed plot treason, as this could be his sole path to ascend the throne. Brother, we must devise a means to sever his ties with the Duke of Zhen to ensure our safety. Qi Yunchao's remarks not only clarified Liang Zhiyu's earlier comments, but also redirected the conversation, prompting the crown prince and others to refrain from further probing. Liang Zhiyu felt immense gratitude toward him. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for an explanation. Qi Yunxian, no longer fixated on Liang Zhiyu's words, furrowed his brow and remarked, severing the second prince's relationship with the Duke of Zhen is exceedingly difficult unless he were to divorce the Yu family. However, the Duke is his only remaining ally, and such a move seems implausible. Qi Yunchao naturally understood this, merely steering the discussion toward the Duke of Zhen, and continued, "Brother, you speak wisely. If we cannot shake the alliance between the second prince and the Duke, perhaps we should cut off the source by presenting the second prince before our father for judgment." The others looked on in confusion, asking, "Judgment?" Qi Yunchao explained, "The second prince previously plotted against our father, committing a grave offense, but the poison he used did not result in death, and as it was his first offense, our father, considering their father-son bond, merely demoted him and placed him under house arrest. However, if our father were to learn that he harmed his own siblings and conspired against his sister, the resulting charges would certainly not be so lenient." Old Master Liang stroked his beard and nodded thoughtfully. "If we could indeed find evidence proving that the second prince was behind the attack on His Highness King Hung, coupled with the disgrace of Princess Gongan, the second prince would surely fall out of favor with His Majesty, likely being reduced to a commoner, exiled from the royal family. At that time, regardless of his deep bond with the former Princess Ning, the Duke of Zhen would not allow his granddaughter to follow a commoner, and he would likely take the initiative to end their relationship." Qi Yunchao added, "Even if the Duke's granddaughter, Yu, does not divorce him, as a mere commoner without royal status, he would have no claim to the throne. The Duke would not be foolish enough to sacrifice the lasting prestige of his house for him." Qi Yunyang's eyes brightened at this notion. "Yunchao, this plan is feasible. However, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court have investigated for so long without uncovering any leads related to him. Now that he is confined to his residence, his skilled subordinates must have hidden away to evade scrutiny. Do you have confidence in securing evidence?" Qi Yunchao smiled confidently. "Shortly after I arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence, I learned that the second prince donated 100 taels of gold and incense money to Dunhua Temple, which piqued my curiosity. Therefore, I ventured out of the city with Yi Bei to investigate, unexpectedly yielding fruitful results. We concealed ourselves in Dunhua Temple and discovered several remote meditation rooms housing numerous individuals. Eventually, we learned that these were the assassins who attempted to attack me. They have been lying in wait at Dunhua Temple, seemingly awaiting orders from the second prince. I originally intended to ascertain their purpose for being near the capital, but after our father fell ill and the second prince's coup failed, he could no longer attend to them. Thus, I sent Yi Bei to keep a close watch on them while I returned to the capital alone." Qi Yunyang was elated and exclaimed, "Then we should send people to capture them all, applying severe torture to extract confessions before our father." Qi Yunchao gently shook his head. "That would be unwise. Firstly, they are death warriors, likely harboring poison in their mouths, and should they find themselves cornered, they might resort to suicide, rendering our efforts futile. Secondly, as they remain in Dunhua Temple, it appears the second prince's original plans have not yet been executed, so they are likely awaiting new instructions. I believe it is best for Yi Bei and me to monitor them in secret to ascertain the true purpose of their presence before we act." Qi Yunyang wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "You are indeed thorough in your considerations, but these dozen or so skilled fighters are formidable. They once forced you to the edge of a cliff. This time, you must exercise utmost caution." Qi Yunchao nodded slightly. Liang Zhiyu, observing their exchange, found her thoughts drifting away. Qi Yunxian, dozens of skilled fighters, Dunhua Temple, meditation rooms, 100 taels of gold and incense money. She faintly sensed that Qi Yunxian's schemes were related to Dunhua Temple and her meeting with Qi Yunchao there. Yet, what exactly was it? She could not draw a definitive conclusion at present. With that thought in mind, Liang Zhiyu sighed softly, scattering her chaotic musings, and refocused on the ongoing conversation. However, this subtle gesture did not escape Qi Yunchao's notice. Chapter 96. Heart to heart, what are you pondering? After the feast concluded and the guests departed, Liang Zhiyu sat alone in the corridor, gazing at the moonlit snow scene, her mind swirling with thoughts of the palace upheaval in her past life. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Yunchao had approached from behind, draping a cerulean cloak over her shoulders and inquiring with concern, Liang Zhiyu adjusted the collar of her cloak and looked up at him, replying softly, "It's nothing." Qi Yunchao did not press further, choosing to sit beside her and gaze into the snowy landscape. The two remained silent for a considerable time. Liang Zhiyu reached out to catch a snowflake, watching it melt in her palm before suddenly whispering, "Do you believe in the concept of past lives?" Qi Yunchao was momentarily taken aback. What? Liang Zhiyu withdrew her gaze and fixed her eyes on Qi Yunchao, tentatively saying, "My father once recounted a curious tale from Miaozheng. There was a little girl who fell gravely ill, but miraculously survived. However, upon recovery, she began to speak nonsensically. She claimed to have lived to her 80s and died peacefully. Yet, due to a youthful mistake, she felt profound regret before her death. Fortunately, heaven took pity on her and allowed her to awaken at the age of 16 with the memories of her past life." Liang Zhiyu blinked and asked Qi Yunchao, "Do you understand what I mean?" Qi Yunchao smiled gently. "Is that akin to the tales where the protagonist carries memories of their past life into a new one? Tales? Such stories exist in those narratives?" Liang Zhiyu exclaimed in surprise. A bold thought suddenly emerged. Could the authors of these tales also be individuals like her, Reborn? Yet she quickly dismissed this notion and insisted, "I am not speaking of tales. These are real occurrences." Qi Yunchao had initially intended to lighten her mood with casual remarks after noticing her troubled expression. Now, seeing her somber demeanor lift somewhat, he became serious and asked, "What happened to that girl afterward?" Liang Zhiyu pondered for a moment before continuing her fabrication. Because her story was so fantastical, no one in the village, including her parents, believed her. Thus, she predicted several significant events to prove her truth. Qi Yunchao, thinking she was merely telling a story, replied with a smile, "And then what happened?" As time passed, everyone realized that her predictions came true one by one. Initially, they found it quite miraculous and began to consult her before making important decisions, to which she sincerely responded. However, gradually the girl discovered that many events in this lifetime had changed due to her words. Her very existence altered certain causes, leading to specific effects, and the course of events began to deviate from the trajectory of the previous life. Qi Yunchao reined in his smile and inquired, "So, she no longer provides insights into the future for others?" Liang Zhiyu gently nodded and continued, "Firstly, she can no longer rely on her past memories to discern the future in this life. Secondly, she does not wish to intervene excessively in the fates of others." However, the villagers she had once aided grew discontented. They began to suspect the girl of deliberately withholding information, believing she did not want them to thrive. Eventually, they even began to fear her, questioning if her ability to foresee the future concealed some sinister plot. The seeds of malevolence took root and flourished uncontrollably. The villagers' initial gratitude transformed into fear and envy. They refused to accept the existence of this anomaly. Thus, they slandered the girl, branding her as an ill omen, a witch returned from the dead. In the end, the girl's family was driven from the village, lost to the world. After recounting this tale, Liang Zhiyu slowly lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Qi Yunchao took in her expression, paused for a moment, and softly remarked, "What a poignant story." Liang Zhiyu raised her eyes to meet his gaze and asked, "Your Highness, if a friend of yours were to tell you she possessed memories of a past life, much like the girl in the story, would you believe her?" Without hesitation, Qi Yunchao replied, "If it were you, I would naturally believe it. If it were anyone else, I would first verify before reaching a conclusion." Liang Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback, her heart a tumult of emotions. "And after your verification, how would you treat this friend who has lived again?" Qi Yunchao gazed at her quietly, his eyes shimmering with a soft light. After a while, he spoke gently. "If it were me, I would support this friend alongside my elder brother to become the national advisor, to discern fortunes and misfortunes for the state, to counsel the emperor through divination and heavenly decrees, to oversee officials, and to benefit the common people." Liang Zhiyu had not anticipated such a response, and a soft laugh escaped her lips. "Your Highness, you know that is not what I meant." Qi Yunchao feigned ignorance, saying, "Oh, is that so? Were you not asking me what I would do?" Liang Zhiyu chuckled softly. It was rare for Qi Yunchao, usually so serious, to speak in such a playful manner. Once her laughter subsided, she solemnly inquired, "Would you harbor suspicions about this friend? After she helps you and the crown prince achieve your goals, would you doubt her intentions or worry that she might have ulterior motives?" Qi Yunchao regarded her, his gaze bright and resolute, and declared, "I would not." After saying this, Liang Zhiyu asked, If I were to say that the second prince would soon conspire with the Duke of Jinhua to bribe the commander of the imperial guards and incite rebellion, would you believe it? I would believe it. If I were to say that during the rebellion, the second prince would massacre the families of all officials aligned with the crown prince, would you believe it? I would believe it. If I were to say that next year, the crown prince would ascend to the throne, would you believe it? I would believe it. After affirming his belief 3 times, Qi Yunzhao realized the implication of the last question, his expression shifting as he hesitated. What did you say? The crown prince ascending, does that not imply? Liang Zhiyu lowered her gaze and said, such treasonous words, Your Highness, do you believe them? Qi Yunzhao remained in stunned silence for a long time, finally whispering, as long as it is you who says it, I will believe. Liang Zhiyu looked up, astonished, and gazed deeply into his eyes. A voice echoing within her. If I were to say that I am the one who has lived again with memories of a past life, would you believe me? Her lips moved, yet the words remained unspoken. Qi Yunzhao's gaze was deep and tender, intertwining with hers, as if he had already comprehended the unvoiced sentiments within her heart. After a considerable time, his warm hand gently enveloped her cool one, softly declaring, I believe. Chapter 97. Xing'er seeing the unwavering determination in his eyes. Liang Zhiyu was on the verge of revealing the truth when a flustered young lady interrupted her. Summer Flower rushed in from the side gate, breathless, exclaiming, Miss, I've finally found you. Young Master Xing is suddenly crying uncontrollably, as if he's struggling to breathe. You must come quickly.
What?
Liang Zhiyu and Qi Yunzhao exclaimed in unison. A wave of anxiety gripped Liang Ziyu's heart as she immediately rose and followed Summer Flower to Liang Xinghe's chamber, with Qi Yunzhao donning a silver-white mask closely trailing behind. Before they reached the room, Liang Zhiyu could hear Liang Xinghe's sharp cries piercing through the door, each cry tugging at her heartstrings. She hurried her pace and burst into the room. Little Liang Xinghe was drenched in cold sweat, breathing laboriously, his face flushed with tears, and his tiny limbs flailed helplessly.
Presenting a pitiful sight.
An elderly physician and a medical apprentice struggled to hold him down while attempting to take his pulse, but due to Liang Xinghe's constant writhing, the physician's brow remained furrowed, unable to discern the issue. Liang Laoshe and Lady He hovered nearby, their expressions a mix of urgency and sorrow, tears brimming in their eyes. Hearts aching for him. Liang Zhiyu felt her heart shatter, rushing to Liang Xinghe's side, warm tears falling uncontrollably onto the bed. She continuously stroked his head, soothing him softly. Xinghe, be good, don't cry. Stay still so the doctor can help you, all right? Mother knows you are in pain, but once the doctor finishes, you'll feel better. Be a good boy, no more tears. Hearing his mother's voice, Liang Xinghe's struggles eased slightly. His small hand gripping 2 of Liang Zhiyu's fingers tightly, his sobs quieter now, and his voice hoarse. At this, the elderly physician let out a sigh of relief, finally able to take his pulse properly. However, after doing so, his brow remained tightly knit, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He then pulled open Liang Xinghe's shirt and listened to his heart for a moment, letting out a deep sigh. Liang Zhiyu's heart sank as she anxiously asked, Doctor, what is wrong with my son? The elderly physician shook his head and said, the young master has been afflicted by a type of poison known as gu. I have only encountered this peculiar poison in an ancient Miao medicine text, which states that it can lie dormant within the body for a year, causing no discomfort or symptoms during that time. However, once it manifests, countless gu worms will invade the internal organs within 3 days, devouring flesh and blood, leading to a painful death within 10 days. The elderly physician glanced at Liang Zhiyu, hesitatingly adding, alas, the young master must have been poisoned for less than a year. But he is still too young, which is why it has triggered early. The physician continued, I will prescribe a remedy to alleviate his pain temporarily. Beyond that, I am powerless. I suggest you seek another renowned physician. Liang Zhiyu felt as if the world were spinning, her body going limp, fortunately caught by Qi Yunzhao behind her. Lady He fainted outright, supported by Liang Laoshe and Summer Flower, who took her to another room to rest. Doctor, are you saying this poison is incurable? Qi Yunzhao, holding the disoriented Liang Zhiyu, felt his shoulder tremble slightly, his eyes reddening as he spoke with a quivering voice. The elderly physician sighed. It is difficult. This poison, I have only seen references to in ancient texts. According to the records, to cure it, one must find the person who administered the poison and ascertain what toxic substances were used to create the gu worms, so that we may treat it accordingly. Who could be so cruel as to target a child not yet a year old? who could have the opportunity to poison Xing'er without being discovered. Liang Zhiyu's gaze sharpened as two malicious faces flashed through her mind. Could it be Song Yanji and Lady Wang? Aside from them, it seemed no one else would wish to see Xing'er meet his demise. Hatred surged within Liang Zhiyu, but then she recalled that both of them were already dead, leaving her in despair. If it were them, how could she save her Xing'er? Qi Yunzhao was the first to regain his composure, speaking in a hushed tone. The one who administered the poison is elusive. It may be difficult to track them down. Liang Laoshi, I must trouble you to set off for Dr. Kang's residence immediately and summon him. If possible, please gather other physicians who are not currently on duty in the palace. Perhaps they might have a solution. Having just returned from Lady He, Master Liang nodded and instructed Xia Hua to take good care of the elderly lady and the young miss before setting off immediately. At that moment, the old physician had administered several needles to Liang Xinghe, inducing a deep slumber. He then handed the written prescription to Liang Zhiyu, meticulously explaining the precautions for preparing the medicine before leaving with his assistant. Xia Hua hurried outside to fetch the medicine, leaving behind Liang Zhiyu, who was weeping profusely, Qi Yunzhao, who remained silent, and the oblivious Liang Xinghe, who was fast asleep. Qi Yunzhao took out a silk handkerchief from his bosom and gently wiped away the tears from her face, speaking softly, Xinghe will be fine. I will not allow any harm to come to him. Liang Zhiyu approached the bedside and tenderly caressed Liang Xinghe's small face, her voice choked with emotion. No matter the time or place, I have failed to protect Xinghe. I am not a good mother, and I owe him an apology. Qi Yunzhao gazed at the sleeping Liang Xinghe, his eyes dimming slightly, a hint of tears shimmering within. The last time he saw him, he was merely a month old, snugly wrapped in swaddling clothes, held tightly by Liang Zhiyu. Although he did not yet know the child was his own, he felt an ineffable warmth watching from afar.
Now,
Over a year later, the child had blossomed into a delicate porcelain doll, charming and lovable, yet this innocent little one was tormented by the poison, a heart-wrenching sight. Unable to restrain himself, Qi Yunzhao reached out to gently brush away the tear stains on Liang Xinghe's cheeks, his fingers lingering in his soft hair. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, he turned to Liang Zhiyu and declared, I must visit the Duke of Wen's residence tonight. His suspicions aligned with Liang Zhiyu's. Aside from Song Yanji and the old Lady Wang, no one else had a motive to poison Liang Xinghe, although both of those individuals were deceased. The Duke's residence remained sealed by the authorities, with all items still within, guarded by soldiers awaiting inventory by the Judicial Department. Perhaps a clandestine visit to the Duke's estate could yield a clue regarding the poison. Liang Zhiyu understood his intentions, but was acutely aware of the significant risks involved. Voicing her concerns, Your Highness, you must conceal your identity. The Duke's residence is heavily guarded. What if you are discovered by the soldiers? Qi Yunzhao reassured her. I will go with you, Bei. We will not be detected. You need not worry. Liang Zhiyu felt a pang of sorrow, her voice trembling. Xinghe is no kin to you, yet you are willing to take such a great risk for him. I am eternally grateful. With sorrow reflected in his eyes, Qi Yunzhao grasped her hand and solemnly promised, once Xinghe is safe, I will reveal an important matter to you. The following morning, Qi Yunzhao and Yi Bei returned from their expedition, bearing no success. Physician Kong had arrived in the middle of the night, after conferring with several doctors. The conclusion was the same. They were at a loss regarding the nature of the poisonous insect. However, although Physician Kong had no cure, he discreetly imparted a method for prolonging life to Master Liang. A few years prior, a small nation beyond Miao territory sought refuge under the protection of the imperial court and presented a precious antidote against the poison. It was said that this antidote, made from a special herb, could induce the poisonous insects within the afflicted to enter a state of dormancy, preventing the poison from manifesting for a year. Somehow, this valuable antidote had been bestowed upon the Empress, who had carefully safeguarded it all these years. If they could procure the Empress's favor to obtain the antidote, Liang Xinghe's life could be secured for a year. During that time, Master Liang could seek a Miao physician to dispel the poison, while Physician Kong could explore additional methods to locate the poisonous insect, at least allowing for a glimmer of hope. While they had a means to prolong life, acquiring the antidote from the Empress would not be an easy task, given the long-standing relationship between